Wire and upset Baylor 61-47. And in Iowa City, Lauren Jensen played spoiler for 2-seed Iowa. She led Creighton with 19 points. One last chance for the Hawkeyes comes up short at the rim, and the upset is complete. The Creighton Blue Jays advance with a hard-fought win, 64-62.
And who doesn't love a good underdog story, especially with these tourneys? A college basketball team has stunned the sports world. NBC's Emily Akeda is at St. Peter's University with this March Madness miracle.
It turns out Peacocks can fly better than you think.
The Peacocks get back defensively.
As number 15 seed St. Peter's just soared to the Sweet 16.
And it's over. St. Peter's has done the unthinkable.
This moment,
Peacocks in uncharted territory.
Setting off an explosion of cheers back at home in New Jersey.
It's crazy. I never thought this would happen. This is crazy.
The scrappy underdogs welcomed back to its Jersey City arena. The University of just 2,100 has never won an NCAA tournament game before.
And that goes to show you can never count out the lower person, because at the end of the day, it's March. Anything can happen.
In a stunning show of dominance this weekend, the Peacocks fanned their feathers.
You can feel the madness.
First upsetting powerhouse Kentucky, a number 2 seed, and then Murray State.
Another block. And that's going to do it. St. Peter's never trailed.
The weekend shaping out to be one of the greatest Cinderella stories in NCAA history.
Could you have ever imagined being in this position heading into the Sweet 16?
I mean, I dreamed of it as a kid. I feel like every basketball player, when they're a kid, they dream about this. And I didn't know it could come true until now.
The last time a team from New Jersey made it this far was back in 2000 with Shaheen Holloway as point guard for Seton Hall. Now he's coaching the players who are shocking just about everyone in the country except for the team itself.
I got guys from New Jersey and New York City. You think we scared of anything? Did you think we worried about guys trying to muscle us and tough us out? We do that.
They're going to the Sweet 16.
St. Peter's next game is Friday in Philly, but the Peacocks already standing victorious, winning over America's hearts.
And they are Jersey City strong.
With its bracket-busting run. Emily Akeda, NBC News, Jersey City.
Loving that spotlight. All right, after the break, a state trooper walloped during a traffic stop, and the Good Samaritan who stepped in to help.
And if you're dealing with those sky-high gas prices, what some governors are doing to ease the pain at the pump.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
New this morning, 4 U.S. Marines were killed Friday in an Osprey helicopter crash. It happened during a NATO cold weather exercise in Norway. In a statement, the Marine Corps identified the deceased as Captain Matthew J. Tomkovich, as well as Captain Ross A. Reynolds, Gunnery Sergeant James W. Speedy, and finally Corporal Jacob M. Moore. Right now, their remains are being returned to their families in the U.S. The cause of the crash remains under investigation. The MV-22 Osprey aircraft has had troubled history in its 2 decades that it's been flying.
A mass shooting outside a car show in Arkansas has left 1 person dead and nearly 30 others injured. It happened in the city of Dumas on Saturday. At least 6 children were among those wounded. Investigators believe this shooting started as a gunfight between 2 people. 1 person thought to be connected to the shooting has been arrested on unrelated charges. Officials are still looking for 2 more suspects.
Well, it is no doubt that the price of gas is hitting millions of Americans hard. According to AAA, the national average is now set at $4.26 a gallon. But with millions forced to pay more at the pump, 2 states are doing something about it. In Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp signed a bill temporarily halting the gas tax until the end of May. Maryland did something similar. They're passing a gas tax holiday, suspending that tax until the end of the month, with more updates to follow after that as well.
Yeah, but certainly it doesn't take much. Anywhere traveling near or far is something that you're going to feel.
Yeah, it's true.
All right, up next, Bill's got your Monday forecast.
Plus, inside the fight for trans rights, the unprecedented number of bills targeting trans people this year.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Check Check out this beautiful sight in Washington, D.C. The Cherry Blossom Festival has kicked off, and now that spring is pushing out winter as much as possible, the festival lasts until April 17th.
All right, Bill's back with a look at some flash flood threats over the next few days. Hi, Bill. What are you watching?
Yeah, it's not just that tornado threat, but flash flooding could even be widespread from areas from Lufkin to Shreveport, maybe all the way up to Memphis. We just had a new area. All of central Mississippi has now just been included in this flash flood watch. So, again, this will be later on tonight and then all day tomorrow as these storms travel over the same areas. We are watching a chance of 2 to 4 inches, widespread yellow, but that area from Shreveport to Memphis could be the heaviest by far. So today's forecast, enjoy those cherry blossoms and a beautiful day, guys, up and down the eastern seaboard.
All right, thank you so much, Bill. Well, soccer legend David Beckham and his over 70 million social media followers involved in the Korean War.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Soccer star David Beckham lent his Instagram story to give a look at working conditions in Kharkiv.
Привет, друзья! Меня зовут Ирина. Я сегодня оккупировала Инстаграм-страницу Дэвида Бекхэма. В мирное время я руководитель Харьковского регионального перинатального центра и детский анестезиолог.
That's Irina. She showed us how doctors treated newborns as the war developed. She also gave a look at some of the hospital machines that were donated by UNICEF. Beckham's Instagram account has over 70 million followers. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shared this photo of a video call with Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher. The actors raised $35 million to support Ukrainian refugees. Steve Martin, Billy Porter, and Audra McDonald are among the stars joining a 10-hour telethon to raise money for Ukrainian humanitarian relief. The Stars in the House special will air on YouTube on Saturday.
Epic Games announced it's collaborating with Xbox to donate all of its proceeds from its video game Fortnite for the next 2 weeks to Ukrainian aid. Vermont State Police are donating body armor to be sent to Ukrainian military units. Officials say over 100 vests have been donated so far. And an Italian bakery is raising dough to help Ukrainians leaving their country. Matteo Consolo is selling this blue and yellow peace bread with proceeds going to help refugees head into Italy.
Now an important consumer alert. Volkswagen is recalling 246,000 sport SUVs in the U.S. and Canada because of a faulty wiring issue that can impact the brakes, airbags, and windows of the car. The recall includes the 2020 through 2023 Volkswagen Atlas Cross Sports models, as well as the 2019 through 2023 Volkswagen Atlas. The company will notify dealers and owners by mail on May 10th of 2022 if their vehicles are impacted.
Florida Highway Patrol is thanking the Good Samaritans who stepped in to help a trooper during the scuffle. Dash cam video shows drivers racing to the rescue after the man punches the officer in the face. Officials say the 24-year-old suspect was arrested and charged with battery on a law enforcement officer.
State lawmakers are introducing a record number of anti-LGBTQ plus bills. Back in 2018, just 41 bills were filed. That number has surged to a record 238 so far this year, and about half of the proposed bills target transgender people specifically. According to an NBC News analysis of data from the American Civil Liberties Union, nearly 670 anti-LGBTQ plus bills have been filed since 2018. And today is National Single Parents Day. To all of those out there single parenting, kudos to you. This is Early Today. We are live on this 26th day of the war in Ukraine as the Russians set a deadline demanding the Ukrainian military lay down their arms.
Back in the U.S., an NBC News investigation into ghost guns and just how easy they are to acquire and fire without a trace.
Breaking overnight, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas hospitalized with flu-like symptoms as the Senate prepares to begin the questioning of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
And then there were 16 as Arizona survives a TCU upset during a thrilling Sunday of college basketball. Early Today starts right now. Good morning on this Monday. I'm Corey Coffin.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. We know more this morning about President Biden's plans to visit Europe this week. The White House confirming that the president will participate in a NATO summit in Brussels on Thursday and hold a bilateral meeting with Poland's president on Friday. The trip will not include travel into Ukraine. This comes as the United Nations reports that at least 900 civilians have been killed since the invasion began. And 10 million people have been displaced, either moving within Ukraine or fleeing to other countries. And to demonstrate the incredible loss, empty strollers were displayed in Lviv. Ukrainian officials say they represent the 109 children who have been killed so far. One of the most devastated cities is Mariupol. Russia demanded that Ukrainian forces surrender the town this morning, but Ukraine has defied that order. NBC's Molly Hunter joins us live from Volovets, Ukraine. And Molly, Ukraine is accusing Russia of forcing thousands of Mariupol residents into camps.
Yeah, Francis, good morning. This was an accusation that came out Saturday from city officials in Mariupol. NBC News, I should say, has no evidence that this is actually happening, that those people have actually been sent to Russia, or that there is any forced labor associated with that. Now, the New York Times was reporting they spoke with people who corroborated a story that thousands of people were sent to a Russian town called Taganrog, but there was no evidence from city officials or proof that city officials could provide that those people who were evacuated, apparently without their passports, were going to be sent to do any forced labor. Francis.
All right. Molly, I also want to ask you that Russia is claiming to have used hypersonic missiles at least twice in Ukraine. What do we know about these kinds of weapons?
Yeah, Francis, and this would be a major escalation. So Russia claimed both Saturday and Sunday to use hypersonic missiles. They can travel up to 10 times the speed of sound. Now, they can carry both conventional warheads or nuclear warheads, which makes them extremely nerve-wracking, of course, for the West and the U.S., really the rest of the world. So on Saturday, Russia claimed that they hit an ammunition storage site in the West. It was underground, apparently. And on Sunday, they claimed to have destroyed a fuel depot near Mykolaiv. The Ukrainian officials have not confirmed that. NBC News does not have confirmation. Francis.
A lot of information being disseminated out there that we need to confirm. Molly, thank you.
As Russia's vicious attacks continue, more than 3 million have fled Ukraine so far. People there are leaving behind everything in hopes to find safety for their families. NBC's Jay Gray is at a border crossing in Poland. Jay, are you still seeing a massive influx of refugees?
Yeah, Corey, we're at the Medyk crossing, and what we're seeing right now are waves. The refugees will come through. We've got some that have just passed here, and then there'll be a short lull, and then more coming through. It's with the better weather, we're seeing people not making as quick a move to get to this border. Still, though, we know there are millions trying to escape.
Residential communities continue to be the target of Russian missiles, ripping apart an art school turned shelter in Mariupol with 400 people inside. In Kyiv, homes and a shopping center in ruins following the latest attack there.
It's unbelievable. I never see Kyiv like this, like now, what is going on. We have destroyed house, bomb, sea, and that's it.
Mayor Vitaly Klitschko encouraging soldiers on the front lines to hold their ground while other troops and volunteers prepare to patrol the capital city. Pressure that seems to be working. U.S. defense officials saying Russian ground troops are moving at a slower than expected pace. Chanting, "Go home," protesters seemingly turned back Russian military vehicles in the port city of Kherson. As millions continue to try and rush to safety, Ukrainian officials say more than 7,000 were rescued from the fighting Sunday on buses traveling through 4 humanitarian corridors. About 3.4 million people have now escaped across the border, about half of those children. Still, according to the UN, those refugees account for less than a third of Ukrainians left homeless since the start of the war.
Yeah, look, you've got more than 7 million people in country, in Ukraine, that are trying to find a way to make it to a place like this, the border. Corey?
And so many countries trying to make room for them. Jay Gray, thank you.
Now to breaking news. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas is in the hospital battling an infection and flu-like symptoms. The court said in a statement that the 73-year-old justice was admitted on Friday and has been receiving intravenous antibiotics, adding that he could be released in a day or two. The court says Thomas will participate in any cases he misses by using briefs and transcripts.
Meanwhile, the Supreme Court showdown begins today in the Senate as historic confirmation hearings get underway. We will hear opening statements, and then Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will spend the next 2 days answering questions from the Senate Judiciary Committee. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with a preview. And Bree, this is historic in every sense of the word.
Absolutely, Corey. Well, President Biden's first pick for the Supreme Court is also the first black woman nominated to the high court. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson was appointed to the influential D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals last year with bipartisan support. She has an Ivy League credentials and a distinguished legal career. She also clerked for Justice Breyer, who she would be replacing. Now, you can expect a bipartisan tone right from the start. A conservative Bush-appointed D.C. Circuit Court judge and a Penn law professor will introduce Judge Jackson today ahead of opening statements. Then questions get underway tomorrow. Sources tell NBC News that Jackson has prepared for this hearing for weeks and has braced for Republican attacks around being soft on crime.
Her supporters look at her resume and deduce a special empathy for criminals. I guess that means that government prosecutors and innocent crime victims start each trial at a disadvantage. That isn't my assertion. That is what the nominee's liberal supporters are all saying.
Judge Jackson has been scrutinized more than any person I can think of. This is her 4th time before the Senate Judiciary Committee, and 3 previous times she came through with flying colors and bipartisan support.
The White House has not said where President Biden will watch the proceedings today, but the administration remains confident she'll be confirmed. The question, though, is whether she'll garner Republican support. We'll find out soon. The hearings get underway today at 11 a.m. Eastern. Corey?
We'll be following your updates, Bree. Thank you.
Nail biters and upsets as the men's NCAA tournament nears the Sweet 16.
Terry with nowhere to go.
Eddie doing a nice job sliding his feet.
The Horned Frogs were a thorn in the side of top seed Arizona, but the Wildcats were able to force overtime. TCU had no answer for Benedict Mathurin in the OT. The Pac-12 Player of the Year had 6 points in overtime as Arizona beats TCU 85-80.
Earlier in the day, Duke found themselves down late to Michigan State, but the Blue Devils closed the game out on a 20-6 run. Coach K gets win number 1,200, and his team lives to play another day as Duke beats the Spartans 85-76. Meanwhile, in the women's tourney, the #2 Baylor Bears were held to just 4 first-quarter points in their home court. It was the 10-seed Coyotes that played Predator. South Dakota led wire-to-wire and upset Baylor 61-47.
And in Iowa City, Laura Jensen played spoiler for 2-seed Iowa. She led Creighton with 19 points. One last chance for the Hawkeyes comes up short at the rim, and the upset is complete. The Creighton Blue Jays advance with a hard-fought win, 64-62.
All right, enough of this basketball talk. Let's turn it on over to weather. It's also exciting. There's a lot going on. Kicking off a new week with NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. We have a storm that's going to form today that's going to cause some serious issues over the next 3 days. Severe weather outbreaks are possible today and tomorrow, maybe even into Wednesday. So let's get to it. 3 days of severe storms tracking. It will form today around 5 to 6 p.m. in central Texas, and then it will sweep towards East Texas and Louisiana later on tonight. 22 million people are at risk. So Dallas to Austin to San Antonio, that's where the storms form today. And then they sweep towards Houston and Shreveport probably after sunset. Isolated tornadoes are possible, maybe even a few strong tornadoes. And then tomorrow, we're very concerned with this area from Shreveport southwards. Then we watch from Alexandria to Macon, this moderate risk, Jackson, Mississippi. We could even see long track, strong tornadoes. And then finally, we watch this sweeping all the way to the East Coast on Wednesday. Right now, we have a slight risk that goes all the way from Tallahassee to southern portions of Virginia. So yeah, you get the picture. A very serious storm over the next couple days. That's your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So today behind this storm, we'll have some cold temperatures. Not too much snow, but just a cold, ugly day in northern New Mexico. Colorado could see some snow flakes, but we're not seeing significant accumulations unless you're in the mountains. Yeah, not only severe weather, but flooding is going to be a big concern, too. We'll talk about that coming up.
That's going to be a problem. All right, Bill, thank you. After 30 years and countless DNA tests, the daytime TV classic is coming to an end.
Collins, you are not.
Oh, that one tagline. The parent company NBC Universal has confirmed that The Maury Show is wrapping up after the season. Host Maury Povich said he is proud of all who he worked with on the show, but as he often tells his guests, enough already.
It is the end of an era. In honor of Women's History Month, the story of Henrietta Lacks and the push for the Congressional Gold Medal.
And is the new policy about to lift credit ratings for anyone with metal debt? We're back in a minute.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
March is Women's History Month, and we want to shine a spotlight on Henrietta Lacks. It was her cells that led to major scientific breakthroughs in treatments for cancer and polio. Now there's a new push to posthumously award her with the Congressional Gold Medal. Reporter Lisa Robinson from affiliate WBAL has more.
I think it's awesome for him to be passing the bill to try to get a gold medal for our beloved Henrietta.
Victoria Baptiste is Henrietta Lacks' great-granddaughter. She says her family is thankful for Congressman Kwesi Mfume, who introduced a bill to recognize Lacks with the Congressional Gold Medal. It is a rare award only given by the United States Congress.
I believe that Henrietta Lacks is deserving of the Congressional Gold Medal simply because she is a miracle. And her cells continue to live long after she left us in October of 1951.
At just 31 years old, Lacks was diagnosed with terminal cervical cancer at Johns Hopkins Hospital. On the day she died, researchers held a press conference announcing to the world they had discovered the first human immortal cell line. These miracle cells are now known as HeLa cells after Lacks.
This is a way for them to say, look at this great woman during Women's History Month, you know, the great efforts that, you know, she's been able to do in bioscience even without her being here with us. And it's also a way that our family is reclaiming our story and trying to get more people to be aware.
Those cells have been responsible for remarkable research leading to the cure of polio, research in Parkinson's and hemophilia, in leukemia and HIV.
But Lacks never gave consent to have her cells used in research. Her family was not informed or compensated.
The part that makes me the proudest is how many people she's been able to help and heal all over the world. The way that the advancements that we have in science today because of my great-grandmother. And as a nurse, seeing a lot of those things being implemented just makes me feel proud every day.
Our thanks to Lisa Robinson for that report, and hopefully they can get that Congressional Gold Medal.
Beaming family member there. So proud of her. Still to come, soccer legend David Beckham turns his Instagram into a snapshot of life in a Ukrainian hospital.
And why millions of Americans could soon see a big boost to their credit score.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Soccer star David Beckham lent his Instagram story to give a look at working conditions in Kharkiv.
Привет, друзья! Меня зовут Ирина. Я сегодня оккупировала Инстаграм-страницу Дэвида Бекхэма. В мирное время я руководитель Харьковского регионального перинатального центра и детский анестезиолог.
That's Irina showing how doctors treated newborns as the war developed, and she also gave a look at some of the hospital machines that were donated by UNICEF. Beckham's Instagram account has over 70 million followers. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shared this photo of a video call with Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher. The actor raised $35 million to support Ukrainian refugees.
Steve Martin, Billy Porter, and Audra McDonald are among those stars joining a 10-hour telethon to raise money for Ukrainian humanitarian relief. The Stars in the House special will air on YouTube on Saturday. And Epic Games has announced it is collaborating with Xbox to donate all of its proceeds from the video game Fortnite for the next 2 weeks to Ukrainian aid. Meanwhile, Vermont State Police are donating body armor to be sent to Ukrainian military units. Officials say over 100 vests have been donated so far.
We turn now to the attention of Wall Street, where oil prices are jumping again on fears over Ukraine and Russia's lack of progress towards any kind of ceasefire. And we're also looking at new systems being implemented by the big credit card firms that could impact your personal credit rating. Let's turn now to CNBC's Rosanna Lockwood. Rosanna, thanks for being with us. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Yeah, and it is the Ukraine conflict that is driving oil prices this morning. WTI creeping up to 108, Brent up to $111 a barrel. We saw prices drop off by around 20% last week on the ideas that the conflict, the peace talks might be improving, but also there was a supply issue and a demand concern coming out of the China COVID story. Now some of those concerns have been alleviated, and once more we're seeing oil creeping higher. The International Energy Agency, the IEA, actually coming out with a 10-point plan asking people to reduce speed limits, to work from home 3 days a week, and to travel lesser for business, and saying that will reduce oil demand in advanced economies. Now, on that medical debt story, you're looking at Equifax, TransUnion and Experian, those companies saying they're going to wipe 70% of medical debt information from users in the US by July. Any unpaid medical debt under $500 will also be wiped. Of course, this will help improve people's credit scores when they're applying for loans and also getting favorable interest rates.
Okay, Rosanna, thank you.
Coming up next, Bill is tracking heavy rains across the south and the east.
And then the deadly and untraceable trend, our in-depth investigation into the growing threat of ghost guns.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin, to cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Well, good Monday morning to you. Flash flood watch has now been extended for southern portions of Arkansas, Mississippi, central portions of the state, and right along the Texas-Louisiana border. Isolated possible 6 inches of rain, so a pretty serious flash flooding threat late tonight and then all day tomorrow. Areas of greatest concern from Shreveport all the way back up towards Memphis. On the East Coast, enjoy one beautiful day. We got a lot of rain heading our way later this week.
Sure to enjoy it. Thank you, Bill. Our NBC News hidden camera investigation into kits used to make deadly and untraceable ghost guns. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A new type of firearm is on the rise in the U.S. It's called a ghost gun, and it's mostly unregulated, untraceable, and easy to buy. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard has more from Philadelphia on this growing industry.
This is a ghost gun. It took no background check to purchase it because it's built from a perfectly legal, pre-packaged kit and then made into a working firearm in just over an hour.
There was a black market ghost gun sale that went bad and turned deadly.
A 16-year-old student gunned down 2 classmates. Law enforcement tell NBC News the weapon may have been a ghost gun.
The firearm in evidence is described as an 80%er, a ghost gun.
In Philadelphia, the police department last year recovered 571 constructed ghost guns, more than 5 times the number in 2019. 40 states have not regulated the selling of these kits, and that's also why we were able to walk into this gun show outside of Philadelphia. We went in with a hidden camera to show just how easy it is to buy a kit.
Or you could leave with it today.
And you don't need anything from me, right?
Money.
Money?
Yeah.
But no ID or anything, we're not doing background check.
No.
Have you seen the demand for your supply going up?
Yeah, the entire industry's gone up.
We tracked down Jordan Vinrow, the major ghost gun kit supplier in Pennsylvania, as we left the show. You're following the laws right now.
Yeah, 100%.
Handing over those kits just for cash, that is by the books.
Yeah, it's like buying a lawn chair at Walmart. You can buy a lawn chair in cash.
This is the beginning of a ghost gun.
Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro has tried to classify these ghost gun kits as firearms. That would force people to pass a background check to get them. Do you even begin to know how many are out on the streets?
I think it's almost impossible to know at this point. We need a national answer.
But there is no sign of legislation passing on Capitol Hill. The Biden administration is, however, working on formalizing new regulations to help curb the rise.
A ghost gun should be treated like a regular firearm.
2 weeks later, we returned to Pennsylvania and met up with special agents from the AG's office who agreed to use the kit we purchased from the show and build it into a ghost gun. We won't show you all the steps, but for the agents, it just took some drilling, sanding down, and a little bit of hammering. A firearm. Just over 1 hour later, ready to go. An easily assembled firearm without a trace of its existence on our streets. Vaughn Hilliard, NBC News.
Oh, so tough to be able to see something like that. And
Yeah.
how easy it is, especially with the gun violence we see in the country
There's
today.
just so much we don't know.
Yeah. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Corey Coffin. Coming up on the Today Show, changing the play, a college star sidelined to focus on his mental health.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the breaking news this morning. A defiant Ukraine rejecting Russia's demands to surrender the besieged port city of Mariupol in exchange for what Russia called a safe passage out for as many as 300,000 civilians still in the city. Mariupol has been under constant attack by Russian forces since the war began. But UK defense officials say Russia's progress on the ground toward the capital of Kyiv has been stalled by Ukrainian resistance. Meanwhile, in Kyiv, more airstrikes across the city, including this one, caught on camera at a shopping center with homes nearby. This morning, Ukrainian officials confirmed at least 8 people dead in that attack, which reduced a once bustling area to rubble.
It's unbelievable. I never see Kyiv like this, like now, what is going on. We have destroyed house, bomb, sea, and that's it.
Here at home, President Biden is preparing to travel to Europe this week to meet with NATO leaders and show support for Ukraine as calls get louder for the U.S. to open up its borders to some of the nearly 3.5 million people forced to flee from the violence.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
We have team coverage this morning with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and national security expert Jason Beardsley. But we do want to start in Ukraine. Correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us from the western city of Lviv. So, Ali, this morning, Ukraine's deputy prime minister said 8 humanitarian corridors have been agreed on, none from Mariupol. Overnight, Ukraine rejected that Russian ultimatum to surrender the besieged city in exchange for safe passage out for its civilians. Why did Ukraine decline that offer, and what is the situation like over there right now?
Good morning, Joe. When we talk about siege and starvation tactics, that's exactly what's happening in Mariupol. Last night, the Russians offered the fighters, the defenders of Mariupol, a way out. They said, if you lay down your arms, we will let the civilians out. We'll let humanitarian aid in. And unsurprisingly, the Ukrainians there refused to capitulate. They said they're not going to surrender their city. And as it is right now, about 300,000 people remain trapped in that city in just appalling conditions. There's no running water, no electricity, very little food, very little supplies, but they're still holding strong in there. And the plan was, as of this morning, which obviously hasn't happened, if they lay down their arms, the Russians said that they would open up corridors first for the troops to leave the city, and then they would allow supplies to come in, and any civilians that wanted to leave the city could either go east or west Obviously, that hasn't happened, and the fear now is that the situation there is just going to get much worse, and the Russians will double down. I mean, we've seen catastrophic situations there over the last weeks. The Russians have bombed churches, apartment buildings. They've bombed theaters and schools where people were taking shelter in. Many of those people still trapped under those places that they bombed, most of them women, children, and elderly. And the situation just grows more and more desperate in Mariupol with every passing day. And as I said to you, the fear is that it's just going to get much worse now that they've refused to surrender that very strategic port city.
Ali, we're also seeing more shelling late last night in the capital, Kyiv. That's where a shopping center was hit. What more can you tell us about that attack?
That's right. The Russians hit a shopping center in the center of Kyiv last night. We're hearing maybe 7 or 8 people were killed in that attack. The mayor of Kyiv has also announced another curfew going into place, another 35-hour curfew to try and protect the people of that city as the Russians try to surround it. But their advances have stalled. They've been plagued with logistic problems. They've taken heavy losses. And their plan, obviously, in Kyiv is to do the same thing that they've done in Mariupol, to surround it, to siege the city and starve the people into some sort of surrender. They haven't been able to do that now. So again, the fear in Kyiv is that they will start hitting more and more civilian targets to try and bomb the civilians into submission. They've already been terrorized there, but the residents of Kyiv are holding strong. And that's, of course, where President Zelensky is based. And he keeps giving messages out of Kyiv, which provides a lot of moral support, not just for the troops in this country, but just for the regular citizens who are all trying to do their part in this war effort.
Now, just to know that their leader is still there and not leaving. Ali, while I have you, I want to ask you, before this conflict broke out, Ukraine's government had faced some accusations of silencing opposition. An opposition leader was put under house arrest. Some opposition TV stations were shut down. Well, yesterday now, President Zelensky announced the suspension of 11 opposition parties with alleged ties to Russia. That includes Ukraine's biggest opposition party, which has 44 seats in parliament. Some critics might say these are the kind of moves that Russia or other authoritarian regimes are usually accused of. What is Zelensky's justification for this? What's he saying about these moves?
That's right, Joe. And most of those parties, those 11 parties you mentioned, are fairly small. But there is one large party that has 44 seats in parliament. And he's saying that he has done this because those parties are trying to cause divisions and splits within Ukraine, that many of them are colluding with Moscow to try and weaken Zelensky's government. He's also said that he's trying to streamline all the media onto one platform here so that the message is unified and they can't be splintered with, again, collusion from Moscow trying to infiltrate the media here. But of course, Joe, it's a risky move. The Russians have already criticized him, making sarcastic comments that that'll get him closer to the West in Europe. And nobody in Europe has said anything yet, but these may be some of the obstacles that critics of Ukraine joining the European Union might use to say, look, this is why Ukraine can't join the European Union, because they're being not entirely fair on other political parties in this country. But there hasn't been any criticism by the Europeans yet, and certainly no criticism by the Ukrainian people, who seem to support him wholeheartedly.
All right, Ali Arouzi in Lviv. Ali, thank you so much for your reporting.
National security expert Jason Beardsley joins us now for more on Ukraine. He's the National Executive Director at the Association for the U.S. Navy. Jason, good morning. I want to ask you about what we're seeing in the city of Mariupol right now. Ukraine has rejected a Russian demand to surrender the city, and as of this morning, the Russian military has forced out thousands of people. Is the situation in Mariupol a sign of what's to come for larger cities like Kyiv? What are you watching out for as this unfolds in Mariupol?
Well, it's a great question. I appreciate that. This is what the Russians, I think, would like to portray as a sign to come. But Mariupol is a distinct city. It's small. It's right on the water. So they've got supply routes, which is not very far from actual Russian proper territory. So 400,000 or 500,000 people within the city. And the routes out are easier to choke down This gets much, much more difficult when you have cities like Zaporizhia or Dnipro or up in Kyiv, as you've seen. So even though I think the Russians would like to make this an example of where they want to go if Zelensky does not capitulate, it is not quite that easy. So the Ukrainians are tough, and they're resisting, and they did the right thing by not capitulating the city. But I do anticipate that this will cause Russia to react in the way we've seen, extreme bombings and actually shelling of civilian targets. This is not good. It's not a good place to be in this conflict at this point.
And you say it's not good. We know new research from the Institute for the Study of War shows Russia's invasion is reaching a deadly stalemate. And, quote, they say if the war in Ukraine settles into a stalemate condition, Russian forces will continue to bomb and bombard Ukrainian cities, devastating them and killing civilians. That is an incredibly grim outlook. What do you make of this assessment? Even if Russian forces continue to only make small gains, is this the worst, or will more come?
I think this is as bad as it's going to get. Russia, this ends with negotiation at the table. This will end in that place in some form or fashion. So before Russia gets there, before Vladimir Putin is backed up to the negotiation table, he wants to create as much leverage as possible. The way he's doing that is to convince people that this is going to be the case rolling forward. So what Ukraine can do to sort of tilt the tables in its favor is to continue to attack these artillery positions. We passed along, your NBC folks did great reporting on the suicide drones or the loiter drones that will be effective in sort of knocking out their tanks and their artillery. That's where this whole thing ends, is as Ukraine can attack their positions, the Russian positions that are dug in, they're going to build for themselves a lot bigger of a buffer and avoid what is happening right now. But again, not an easy situation, but the Ukrainians have shown that they've got the toughest spirit we've seen, and they're going to be teaching a lot of people how to defeat Russia in the future. This works out terribly for Russia, but in the meantime, it's not a pretty picture.
And you've broken down a lot of the action we've seen on the ground, but on the diplomatic front, President Biden is traveling to Poland later this week. We know he'll meet with the country's president after discussing Ukraine with G7, NATO, and EU leaders in Brussels, Germany. What kind of message do you think President Biden needs to send with this trip, especially with the climate that you're describing?
Well, President Biden has been clear about a number of things. One of them is that, they would not enforce the NATO no-fly zone, and NATO troops, or at least U.S. troops, would not be involved. So that's been pretty clear. But we've seen in the last couple of weeks a distance between the State Department and the Department of Defense, and the whole thing about the Polish MiGs that were possibly going to Ukraine that then were not going to Ukraine. Here's where the president can gain points. He's got to be clear about articulating, not just to the Polish leadership, but to the Americans, what exactly is at stake and why the U.S. would get involved if we would, or what the thresholds would be, because nobody knows that. And the Polish, I think, got caught in a little bit of a hot potato game when we did discuss the MiG. So I think his leadership now, more than ever, has got to articulate to them, the close allies, as well as to the American people, what exactly are the distinctions between aircraft and Javelin missiles. Why can we send one but not the other? Because they haven't done that yet, it's left a lot of Americans very frustrated.
Jason, important insights. Thank you so much. So far, more than 3 million refugees, yes, 3 million refugees have fled Ukraine. But even if they manage to escape, many face a difficult road ahead. Now, many are asking, what is the U.S. government doing to help? NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
The Biden administration thinks many refugees from Ukraine will want to stay in Europe, even though about 1 million people living in this country have ties to Ukraine.
From Ukraine's train stations to border crossings, the refugee crisis growing more dire. The United Nations says already more than 3 million people have fled Ukraine.
They are fearing for their lives, and we have to make sure we do the right thing.
Facing pressure at home, President Joe Biden promising relief.
We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms.
How does that compare to what your mother's going through?
I say you should go because Joe Biden told that you will be able to reach me. And she just believed me.
Thankfully, Natalia Shepachuk's mom made it to Poland, but now she's alone, her daughter trying to help her from the U.S. Natalia, a green card holder, says a tourism visa was denied, something the U.S. government warns will happen for people who can't prove they'll leave.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
And Natalia doubts the U.S. refugee program will be any faster. Under former President Donald Trump, refugee admissions were cut to 15,000 in 2020. President Biden raised that number to 62,500.
The Trump administration just eviscerated the whole infrastructure, brought the numbers of refugees admitted down to almost nothing, and we have to basically start from scratch.
Experts say that thinned-down system can't handle another crisis after the highly criticized Afghanistan pullout last year.
The United States really has its hands full with the Afghan evacuation. U.S. resettlement agencies are completely overstretched.
Natalia says her lawyer thinks it could take 5 years to get her mother here as a refugee.
When you hear it could take years to get your mother here legally, what goes through your mind?
I start crying because I was asking myself, will my mom still be alive till this time or not?
The White House says it is ready to take in refugees and will be prioritizing immediate family members of U.S. citizens, specifically for immigrant visas. Back to you.
Jesse Kirsch, important reporting. Thanks so much.
For more on the refugee situation, we want to go to NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray, who joins us now from a refugee center near the Polish border. Jay, good to have you with us again this morning. Tell us, what's the situation been like on the ground there over the weekend? How are the refugees and aid workers you've been speaking with holding up?
Yeah, they are holding up, but it's a grind, to be honest, Joe. We're going to walk you kind of down the walking path that these refugees take as they come across the border from Ukraine into Poland. And I can tell you, people are coming through in waves, and you can see it's crowded here, not only with those making the trip, but those offering help, volunteers, and of course, so much here for these families that are walking some 2 and 3 days to get here to take advantage of a hot meal, some fruit, clothes, blankets, medical attention if necessary as well. So while it is tough going into the 4th week of what's happening here, you continue to see just the gratitude on the faces of those families who are making this trip and making it to here, but realizing that their journey is still far from over, Joe.
So, Jay, we know several humanitarian corridors were established in Ukraine's hardest hit cities yesterday. Have you seen any refugees coming in from these hard hit areas like Mariupol? And are Polish officials preparing for the possibility that more will arrive from those areas now in the coming days?
Yeah, as you know, we had 4 humanitarian corridors that were open yesterday, and so we got out more than 7,000, according to Ukraine officials. That's a big number, especially when we've seen those corridors fall apart at times. And so as we continue down the path here, I can tell you that we have seen people from Mariupol here, not from the latest convoy, but we have, and the stories they tell are horrible, to be real frank, Joe. These are people, often a mom with young children, who have been through the horrors of war, that have dodged bullets and bombs literally to make it to this spot. They're so thankful to be here. The mom's thankful that they can keep their children safe. But then you've also got that nagging feeling for so many because they've left someone behind in all of that fighting. You've left someone that is a part of your family there to protect your homeland. And so we're hearing those stories more and more often at this point, and we'll continue to. As you guys have talked about, the UN says there are more than 7 million still in Ukraine, trapped there with no place to go. You've got to figure a lot of them are trying to get to border areas like this one, Joe.
We're just seeing the kindness on display as you walk along that path there, Jay. Very quickly, I want to ask you, President Biden is expected to travel to Poland at the end of the week as part of that big trip to Europe. What will that mean to some of the refugees there, if anything?
I think it'll mean a lot. I've asked a few about that, and they've talked about the involvement of the U.S. and how thankful they are, how proud they are that not only the U.S. but the world recognizes what is going on here. And him making this trip, I think, will be very important. In the big scheme of things, will it change things dramatically? No. But anything that can bring a smile or a sense of hope to these families that are making this trip is vitally important.
Jay Gray, as always, we appreciate your reporting from the border there. Thank you so much. Now, as we just said, President Biden will set out on his first foreign trip of 2022 this week. He's going to meet with leaders from NATO, G7, and the European Council countries to discuss the crisis in Ukraine.
That's right. And the head of NATO was on Meet the Press yesterday with a preview of the summit and the new reality facing NATO nations.
Regardless of how this conflict now ends, we are faced with a new reality, a new security reality, where Russia more openly contests core values for our security and are willing to use military force to achieve its objectives. And therefore, we need to reset our deterrence and defense. And one of the issues we'll start to discuss at the upcoming the summit of NATO leaders next week in Brussels.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli with more on this. Mike, good morning to you. So let's talk about the Brussels summit. Who's attending and what are the main goals this week?
Well, Joe, this trip is an opportunity for President Biden, representing the United States, to meet with the heads of government of the other 29 NATO countries in a visible demonstration of what the White House is calling ironclad commitment to the NATO alliance. They'll discuss the ongoing defense and deterrence efforts of Russia as this ongoing invasion continues. Now, we all know the sort of lines that the NATO alliance is being pressed to do more on air power, on a potential no-fly zone. But this is an opportunity for President Biden to lay out in person the ongoing reservations he has to moves that would be seen by Russia as escalatory and that might bring NATO into a more active conflict with Russia. At this point, the president has been clear that they will be continuing to supply defensive equipment to the Ukrainians, that individual NATO countries are welcome to and, in fact, encouraged to provide additional assistance on their own. We've already seen the U.S. working with countries like Slovakia, part of the NATO alliance, to do that, but that the U.S. continues to be concerned about provoking Russia further at this stage. Now, in addition to the NATO summit, the president will be attending a meeting of the G7 as well as the European Council. And in advance of that, today, the president will be holding a virtual call with the four other sort of core pillars of all three of those bodies, the leaders of the UK, France, Germany, and Italy.
And Mike, clearly President Biden has a full schedule, and we know that after the summit, he's also traveling to Poland for a bilateral meeting with President Duda. What do we know about the agenda there?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the president's trip to Brussels, we had been reporting on for most of last week. This stop in Poland was just added officially by the White House last night. Now, Poland is our most significant NATO ally that's really on Ukraine's doorstep, on Russia's doorstep, and so they have among the most significant concerns about this conflict should it escalate further. So that meeting with President Duda, another important opportunity following in the meeting with Vice President Harris just a few weeks ago to really reaffirm our commitment to Poland's security as well. And you just talked about this with Jesse and with Jay, the refugee crisis. Poland is really on the front lines of that as well. And the White House saying that President Biden will also be discussing ongoing efforts by the U.S., by the West, to support the humanitarian crisis that's now unfolding.
And Mike, Poland's prime minister says he plans to formally request a NATO peacekeeping mission into Ukraine at the next NATO summit. There are fears this could really potentially escalate the situation there in Ukraine quickly. Are there any signs the U.S. would participate in this mission, or on the flip side, potentially block it?
Yeah, this has been one of those clear lines from President Biden. He said repeatedly that U.S. military presence will not be in Ukraine, whether that's a peacekeeping or an ongoing or active military operation. I think the onus is the same, that the president is unwilling to put U.S. soldiers on the ground in Ukraine for any purpose.
Mike Memoli, busy week ahead at the White House. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will make history today as the first black woman to ever undergo a confirmation hearing to become a Supreme Court justice. President Biden praised the judge as one of the nation's brightest legal minds and cast her groundbreaking nomination this week as evidence of America's enduring democracy.
Here to help us break down the historic nomination is NBC News congressional reporter Julie Sirkin and former special counsel to Senate Judiciary Committee Democrats on Supreme Court nominations, Michael Gerhardt. Good to have both of you with us. So, Julie, we're going to begin with you. Judge Jackson was nominated just last month. Remind our viewers who she is and what we can expect to see today on day one.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, in the words of the more than 40 Republican and Democratic senators
who have met with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson over the last month. She is, quote, extremely well qualified and impressive. But as you mentioned, she is also the first Black woman to ever be nominated to sit on the Supreme Court. And today, that will kick off a grueling 4-day-long process. Think of it as the toughest job interview you've ever had, only for Jackson. This is, of course, for a lifetime appointment on the nation's highest court. So today, it'll start with opening statements. We expect Judge Jackson to be introduced by two people. One, her longtime friend and colleague in Harvard, and two, Judge Griffith, who was, of course, appointed by Bush, a sign that the White House wants this to be a bipartisan result in the end. And in the coming days, we will see hours, tomorrow 12 hours, Wednesday, possibly more, of questioning from members on the Senate Judiciary Committee. And we expect Republicans to scrutinize her record, including her time as a public defender and a member of the Sentencing Commission. We know Josh Hawley, for example, will focus on her record on child sex offenders. He told me just last week that she sentenced them too low. Of course, the White House pushing back on that argument already, but we already know that Republicans are going to look at her and say what they say is, quote, soft on crime sentencing during her time there.
Thanks, Julie. And Michael, as we mentioned, Judge Jackson is the first Black woman to be nominated as a Supreme Court justice and only the third African-American ever nominated. What is the historical significance of this moment?
It cannot be overstated. This is tremendous for the country, tremendous for the Supreme Court, and tremendous for American history. This is a big situation of a glass ceiling being broken. Over 90% of the people who have sat on Supreme Court up to now have been white men. And so this breaks that pattern in a fabulous way, because it really demonstrates the commitment to diversity on the Supreme Court, which is important in every area of life. Of course, this nominee has a really strong record, which just makes the nomination all the more historic.
Julie, you know, Judge Jackson could be confirmed simply by all 50 Democrats backing her, with VP Harris breaking the tie. But she was appointed to the D.C. Appellate Court last year with the approval of 3 Republicans, Senators Lindsey Graham, Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski. So after several knockdown, drag-out battles over recent nominees over the last few years, could this be a bipartisan approval, something that used to be kind of normal?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Senator Susan Collins, after she met with Judge Jackson, had glowing reviews. She said she was extremely well qualified, of course, not hinting at how she will vote in the end. But the White House, as I mentioned earlier, clearly wanting this to be a bipartisan confirmation, a return to normal, what they had in the past. There's almost no doubt that Judge Jackson will be confirmed in the end with just those 50 Democratic votes if she had to be. But this is really a historical moment for Republicans as well. I was talking to several Republican senators who do weigh the significance of this moment, a Black woman on the Supreme Court. They want to be a part of that. And one person that could potentially sort of break the dam here and lead Republicans along with him is Minority Leader McConnell. Let's take a listen to what he said yesterday when he was interviewed.
In the meantime, the committee will ask her all the tough questions. I haven't made a final decision as to how I'm going to vote.
And Minority Leader McConnell's vote, as I mentioned, could lead more Republicans along with him. So it's not a no. It's also not unusual for senators not to say ahead of time, ahead of the hearings, how they will vote on Judge Jackson. But of course, the White House, Senate Democrats, certainly Judiciary Committee Chairman Durbin, all hoping that this will produce some Republican votes so she can be confirmed on a bipartisan fashion, something we haven't seen in the last several nominees, including, of course, Amy Coney Barrett.
And Michael, we've seen the SCOTUS confirmation hearings before. You are the former special counsel to the Senate Judiciary Committee, Democrats on Supreme Court nominations. Tell us about the process. What do you think Republicans will try and focus on in their questioning of Judge Jackson, especially with the context that Julie just gave us?
A lot of this has already been scripted, and so we can expect certain kinds of questioning and certain kind of statements from Republican senators. We've already heard it today, and it has to do with the argument they're going to make that she's soft on crime. They'll also argue she's too liberal. And these are actually statements that are also code because I think a lot of what's happening here is an effort by Republican senators simply to stop an African-American woman from making history. Every time there's been a groundbreaking nomination in the Supreme Court, there's been tremendous pushback, and the pushback always takes the form of saying the nominee's too liberal, too outside of the mainstream. I think that's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to argue here, because this nominee's been a judge for nearly 10 years. She's got a great record as a judge, and so I think that makes, they're going to try and paint her as, again, outside the mainstream, too liberal.
Julie Sirkin and Michael Gerhard, thank you both for setting the table here on day one of hearings. We appreciate it. In other Supreme Court news this morning, Justice Clarence Thomas is hospitalized with flu-like symptoms. The statement from the court says the 73-year-old was admitted Friday night and has been receiving antibiotics to treat an infection. The court also said Justice Thomas's symptoms were improving and he could be released in the next few days. He'll participate in cases he might miss by using briefs, transcripts, and oral arguments that can be delivered virtually. Coming up, we're following breaking news this morning out of China, where a plane has crashed with more than 100 people on board. More on what we know so far.
Plus, a controversy in the classroom as parents go head-to-head over Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. You're watching Morning News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage on the war in Ukraine coming up, including the plight of foreign nationals struggling to get out of the country and the shocking video appearing to show one official kicking black students. But first, here are some of the other stories making news this morning right now.
Breaking this morning, China's Civil Aviation Administration says a Boeing 737 plane carrying 132 people has crashed in the southern part of the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere joins us now from Beijing for the latest. Janice?
Zincle, we don't know a lot about what's going on right now. Rescue workers are beginning to reach the scene. There are some videos that have emerged, but still few details about why the plane went down.
This morning, a catastrophic plane crash in southern China, showing a forest in flames, debris on the ground, smoke rising from the area where the Boeing 737 apparently went down. Chinese state media sharing pictures of the aftermath. China Eastern Flight 5735 left Kunming Airport just after 1 p.m. here, heading over the mountains of Yunnan province toward Guangzhou, what was supposed to be less than a 2-hour trip. But the plane abruptly lost speed and altitude about 130 miles out, according to flight data. China's Civil Aviation Authority said radar contact was lost. Authorities confirm 123 passengers and 9 crew on board. Emergency crews now scrambling to reach them. China Eastern Airlines turned its website dark, with so little known about survivors. It's China's worst airline disaster in over a decade. The country has a good aviation safety record that officials have credited to newer planes and strict flying rules. The China Eastern plane was a Boeing 737-89P that was just over 6 years old. For now, there is no information on the cause. Boeing has faced issues in the past over different planes. Its 737 MAXs, which were temporarily grounded in 2019 and 2020 after crashes.
China's President Xi Jinping has issued a statement saying he's shocked by the crash. He's ordered extra workers to the scene. They're expecting about 500 in those rescue crews to arrive by tonight. Boeing here in China says it's still waiting to get some information so they can piece together with the flight data to get a sense of what happened. China Eastern is saying that in the meantime, it's going to ground its entire fleet of 737-800 aircraft. But of course, the information that people are most waiting for is on survivors. And in that regard, people are preparing for the worst.
Yeah, Janice,
Joe Sinclair.
We'll definitely be keeping those passengers in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much.
We're keeping an eye on a developing story in Arkansas where one man was killed and 27 people were injured in a shootout at a car show Saturday night. Arkansas police said 2 people got into a gunfight at the show, injuring bystanders. 6 children were among those who were injured by the stray bullets. Police have not provided details about the reason the 2 suspects began shooting at each other. One person is in custody on unrelated charges at this time, and police say they are still searching for the suspects connected to the shooting.
Now to the spread of the Omicron subvariant BA2 in Hong Kong. After weeks of quarantine under China's zero COVID policy, the region is loosening its COVID restrictions as cases begin to drop. Travel bans in 9 different countries will be lifted on April 1st, and residents will only need to quarantine for 7 days instead of 14 when returning from overseas. But in other parts of China, the variant continues to disrupt the lives of millions. President Xi is now taking another look at China's COVID policy, urging officials to find a way to reduce the impact of COVID on jobs. Meanwhile, the U.S. is seeing an increase in BA2 cases. The variant now accounts for 23% of cases in the country, a sharp increase from just last week. Officials say the variant could lead to an uptick in overall cases, but officials also add there's no need to panic over international surges. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now for more on the latest COVID news. Erica, good morning. We've been following the rise of the BA2 variant overseas for some time now, but Dr. Fauci now says he doesn't expect to see that kind of surge here in the U.S. First, let's take a listen.
It does have an increased transmission capability. However, when you look at the cases, they do not appear to be any more severe, and they do not appear to evade immune responses either from vaccines or prior infection. Hopefully we won't see a surge. I don't think we will. The easiest way to prevent that is to continue to get people vaccinated.
So break that down for us. Why does he believe we won't see a surge?
Hey, Zikla, good morning. So, yes, this was an interview with ABC News. He did say that that BA2 variant is likely to become the dominant variant here in the country. We should know more tomorrow when the CDC releases new numbers there. And he did say that we should see an uptick, mainly because this new BA2 variant is so much more transmissible, about 20 to 30% more contagious than the first Omicron variant that we had. But because we had such a huge rise in Omicron earlier this year in January, it's possible that people have some immunity, either based on that prior infection or, of course, vaccination that might offer them some protection moving forward as BA2 becomes the more dominant strain. However, it's really unclear how long that protection lasts.
And it is important to note that nearly every state has loosened its COVID protocols as a result of COVID cases and hospitalization rates falling. And now several states are reducing their daily reporting of COVID cases also, including hospitalizations and deaths. Are health experts like yourself concerned that this move might be creating blind spots in our fight against COVID, or are there tools that can help fix those blind spots?
Sure. Well, there's about a dozen states who are no longer providing those daily COVID-19 case counts, dropping back to maybe once or twice a week. But, public health officials that I've spoken with say that, perhaps it might not be worth doing all of that work, mainly because the U.S. government has sent every American those rapid at-home tests, and any positive cases coming out of those would likely not be reported to their local health department. Officials are using other metrics like wastewater to try to track real-time COVID-19 spread across the country.
And finally and quickly, Erica, you covered a new potentially rare side effect of the COVID vaccine. What impact does that side effect have? And are scientists concerned about the vaccine at all?
Yeah, so I talked with Dr. Gregory Poland. He's a globally respected vaccine expert. He's the head of the Mayo Clinic's vaccine research group. He developed a severe case of tinnitus, or ringing in the ear. Sounds like a loud whistle, about a year ago after he got his second COVID shot. Now, vaccine manufacturers and the CDC have been looking into these reports. They say that so far there's no proof that the vaccines are causing this type of illness. However, Poland says, we really need to have more research into this possible yet underreported or underrecognized potential side effect.
Erica Edwards, thank you so much.
It is the newest, fiercest front in the culture wars. What children should be taught in the classroom? Parents are not only speaking up, but forming new organizations to fight for change. And nowhere is that more clear than in Florida, where the controversial Parental Rights in Education bill, which opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill, is on its way to becoming law. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has more on that.
This really is the newest, fiercest front in the culture wars. What children should be taught in the classroom. Parents are not only speaking up now, but forming new organizations to fight for change. And nowhere is that more clear than in Florida, where the controversial Parental Rights in Education bill, which opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill, is on its way to becoming law. Across Florida, protests against the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. But Governor Ron DeSantis has pledged to sign it. Officially, the Parental Rights in Education bill, it prohibits classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through third grade. Do you think this is a moment where parents have more power?
I do.
Tina Deskovich supports the bill.
We do not want children K through 3 to be learning about any type of sex education. There's just no place for it.
She founded a conservative group called Moms for Liberty in Brevard County in 2020. Members started showing up at school board meetings.
This has nothing to do with the school board.
Why do you think so many parents have joined your group and are so much more active?
Because the establishment has gone too far. We're slowly, over time, stepping on parental rights. They have just completely stomped on them in 2020. And parents were, their eyes were opened.
You didn't think they were the majority?
I didn't think they were the majority.
To counter Moms for Liberty, dad of 3, Jabari Hosey, built a grassroots group on the left called Families for Safe Schools. Legislation just passed that opponents call Don't Say Gay.
I feel like it's a slap in the face to our LGBTQ plus community, especially our kids in schools who want to have a safe space.
He believes they have about the same number of members as Moms for Liberty in Brevard County, but a much smaller budget. What's your budget right now?
Our budget is 0 right now. Anything that we've done has been through our board, literally our own pockets.
Moms for Liberty, on the other hand, now has chapters across Florida and in 34 states, with a budget approaching $500,000 a year. In Brevard County, even some teachers are taking sides on issues. Middle school gym teacher Matt Woodside was so disturbed by the district's policy on locker room use, he spoke at a board meeting.
At my school, boys identifying as girls are using the girls' restrooms daily, meaning it happened today.
You're willing to lose your job over
Yes,
this
ma'am.
issue?
Yes, ma'am. It's because I cannot stand by and actively put kids in danger.
Are you alone in this?
I'm not alone. Teachers just feel caught between acting on their conscience or losing their job.
Anthony Colucci leads the teachers union. He opposes legislation like the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which authorizes parents to sue a school district if the law is violated.
Teachers are afraid they're going to accidentally say the wrong thing and a parent's going to take it the wrong way and there'll be a lawsuit.
Brevard County, Florida, just one example. We could have chosen many others of educational issues really being politicized in this midterm election year.
Kate Snow, thank you for that report. And you can see Meet the Press report streaming Thursday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now or on demand on Peacock beginning Friday morning. Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather post-marathon edition.
Indeed. Bill Cairns, good morning.
Good morning. Half marathon. Let's show you. Half's a lot easier than a full.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Oh.
Yeah, I can do the stairs. Yes. I can do the stairs today, you know. Usually after marathons, it's a little difficult. So, yeah, good morning, you guys, and a happy spring. And unfortunately, with spring comes severe weather. And this is going to be a week all about severe storms. We will likely see 1, maybe 2 tornado outbreaks this week. Tuesday looks like a definite uh-oh type day, like pay close attention. So let's get into it. The storm that's going to cause all the problems is in areas around New Mexico and Arizona right now. It's going to swing towards Texas this afternoon and this evening. The moisture is already increasing coming off the Gulf of Mexico. You can already see some of those rain showers between San Antonio and Houston. Around 5 to 6 p.m. looks like when the storms will form in between Dallas and San Antonio, and then those storms will go all the way through East Texas. That area of orange is an enhanced risk of severe storms. We will see a possible strong tornado or two even today, and again, damaging hail, large wind. And then tonight, the storms don't really weaken that much. And then tomorrow, they'll actually intensify again. And that area of red is what we call a moderate risk of severe weather. There's only one category higher, and that would be a high risk. And it could be upgraded tomorrow. We'll wait and see. But Louisiana, Mississippi, and then later tomorrow night, those storms arrive in Alabama. And we do have the chance not only of a strong tornado, but a strong long-track tornado that is strong on the ground for many miles. And those are typically the ones that do the most damage and are the deadliest. And then finally, we get to Wednesday. The storms look like to weaken a little bit, but wind damage still could be a big concern on Wednesday from Tallahassee all the way to Raleigh. And if that wasn't enough, flash flooding is going to be an issue in these same areas and possibility of up to 6 inches of rain, especially from Lufkin to Shreveport to Memphis. So, yeah, welcome to spring, everyone. It's warmer, and that means severe weather season is officially here.
All right. We know you keep an eye on it, Bill. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coming up on Morning News Now, preserving culture at a time of war. When we come back, how the people of Ukraine are working to protect some of their country's most iconic treasures.
And disturbing new details following allegations of racism by black refugees in Ukraine. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. Among the many things destroyed by the war in Ukraine, the nation's iconic cultural institutions. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry takes a closer look at the massive efforts to protect the country's national treasures.
As Ukraine fights for its survival, it's not just soldiers who are dying, of course. It is so many civilians, and many of those civilians are part of the cultural identity of this country. As Russia's bombardment of Ukraine nears its one-month mark, cultural icons are becoming the latest casualties of war. Artem Datshichin, formerly the principal dancer with the National Opera of Ukraine, dead this week after wounds sustained by a Russian artillery barrage. Okshvana Shvets, an acclaimed stage and screen actor, was at home when a rocket attack hit her residential building. And Pasha Lee's Instagram tells the story of a well-known actor and singer, and then, like so many across this country, a soldier. He was killed by Russian shells days after this, his final post from a bunker. Ukraine's cultural history is also under attack. The Babin Yan Memorial, a sacred site to remember the more than 33,000 Jews killed in less than 48 hours by the Nazis in 1941, attacked by Russian forces in the first few days of the war. Disgust from the Ukrainian president, a Jew himself.
That is Russia.
Now the race is on to preserve Ukraine's past. But how does an army of volunteers save its national treasures? To start, lots of sandbags. In Odessa, that means a monument to the city's founder is now barely visible. In the western city of Lviv, it's a race to protect statues and cathedrals, many of which did survive the last World War. Why is it important to save the history here?
Because it has value in it. You know, it was preserved until now, and we have to protect it for future generations to see it.
It's not only our history, by the way, it's history of our world, and it's beautiful.
One of the great ironies, of course, is so much of this culture and history was originally Soviet culture and history and now being destroyed by an advancing Russian army. Whenever this war does finish, it'll be up to the Ukrainian people not just to restore these historical artifacts, but to rebuild the churches and cathedrals that used to house them.
Cal Perry, thank you so much for that report.
We want to update you now on a story I've been following throughout the war in Ukraine. Foreign nationals in the country, many of them students, are still struggling to get out of the war zone. This comes amid allegations that uniformed officials at Ukraine's borders are mistreating refugees of color, with new disturbing video alleged to show officials kicking and targeting black people. This morning, we've got a closer look.
Over 90 Africans and foreign nationals trapped in Ukraine, according to a student on the ground and rescue groups, over 20 days into Russia's invasion. Now, students in Kherson are risking their lives, demanding an evacuation route.
Tanks have been moving, and the next thing we hear some rapid shooting close to us. So it's really, really terrible now.
Trapped students like Jerry Kenny pleading with their governments for assistance.
Please, these children needs your help now.
In war-torn Kherson, this video appears to show people in military uniform seen fighting for control of the region.
When the war started, we ran individually, like running for your life.
But after individual escape attempts failed, he says foreigners in Ukraine banded together, at least 14 nationalities represented in his group. According to a U.S. senior defense official, Kherson, located near the border of Crimea, was invaded and taken over by Russian forces.
How dire are the circumstances right now?
The last missile that landed close to where we stay, our basement, was just 15 meters.
Kenny says foreigners in Ukraine, including children and a pregnant woman, are falling sick from cold, lack of meds, and harsh conditions, seen in this video taken by Kenny, sent by a third party to conceal his location. Danielle Onyekwere and Fumi Adale Oladeo started the aid group Diaspora Relief to help stranded foreigners in Ukraine.
They're trapped, they're kids, they're going through depression, and these are kids that are waking up to bomb.
They're in touch with around 100 students spread out in the region who sent them these photos of grim conditions while in hiding. As for other refugees of color who have attempted to flee, This video shows alleged attacks against black students. This video at a Ukraine-Romanian border shows an official in uniform kicking black students. And here, black students are allegedly beaten up by uniformed officials screaming for help as officials fire gunshots into the air. Despite the challenges, some have managed to cross the borders, while those in Kherson continue to anxiously wait.
Who needs to help you? Who are you calling for to do something?
I'm calling on the United Nations, the Red Cross, and we need the world to come in now.
And it's important to note, Jerry, the man we just heard from, specifically called out the UN and Red Cross. The Red Cross said that generally they are delivering aid, evacuating people with disabilities, and providing tools for first responders. The UN has not yet responded, and Ukraine says all refugees should be treated equally.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a March Madness miracle.
The basketball team from a small university in Jersey thrust into the national spotlight after a big bracket-busting weekend.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's time to talk money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana Henao is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. We'll start with Wall Street because it is set to open in the red after stocks posted their best week in more than a year. The move, part of a relief rally as the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the first time since 2018. The Dow jumping 5.5%, the S&P 500 was up 6%, and the Nasdaq soared 8%. Oil prices are rising, with U.S. crude near $109 a barrel as the European Union considers joining the U.S. and banning Russian oil imports. Investors will hear from a number of Fed policymakers this week, including a speech by Chairman Jerome Powell this afternoon. Instacart is the latest company to add a temporary fuel surcharge to customers' orders as it tries to help its shoppers offset the cost of higher gas prices. The company will implement a charge of 40 cents per order in the coming days. A spokesperson telling The Verge it will be in effect for a month and every cent of the fee will be passed on to Instacart shoppers. The White House considered giving Americans gas cards to offset prices at the pump. But Axios reports the plan faced strong opposition from House Democrats. They say the gas cards would be expensive and poorly targeted. They could make inflation worse and wouldn't do much to lower costs. Other ideas being proposed include suspending the federal gas tax or providing a federal rebate whenever gas prices get above $4 a gallon. Guys?
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
As March Madness marches on, one men's basketball team is defying the odds and stunning the sports world in the process.
That's right. This week, there was a spike in people Googling, where is St. Peter's University? NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda reports on the underdog team that's putting Jersey City on the map.
Poked away. Hannibal, the effort. Hannibal can fly. Wow.
It turns out peacocks can fly better than you think.
The Peacocks get back defensively.
As number 15 seed St. Peter's just soared to the Sweet 16.
And it's over. St. Peter's has done the unthinkable.
This moment.
The Peacocks in uncharted territory.
Setting off an explosion of cheers back at home in New Jersey.
It's crazy. I never thought this happened. It's crazy.
The scrappy underdogs welcomed back to its Jersey City arena. The University of just 2,100 has never won an NCAA tournament game before.
And that goes to show you can never count out the lower person, because at the end of the day, it's March. Anything can happen.
In a stunning show of dominance this weekend, the Peacocks fanned their feathers.
You can feel the madness.
First upsetting powerhouse Kentucky, a number 2 seed, and then Murray State.
Another block. And that's going to do it. St. Peter's never trailed.
The weekend shaping out to be one of the greatest Cinderella stories in NCAA history.
Could you have ever imagined being in this position heading into the Sweet 16?
I mean, I dreamed of it as a kid. I feel like every basketball player, when they're a kid, they dream about this. And I didn't know it could come true until now.
The last time a team from New Jersey made it this far was back in 2000 with Shaheen Holloway as point guard for Seton Hall. Now he's coaching the players who are shocking just about everyone in the country except for the team itself.
I got guys from New Jersey and New York City. You think we scared of anything? You think we worried about guys trying to muscle us and tough us out? We do that.
They're going to the Sweet 16.
St. Peter's next game is Friday in Philly, but the Peacocks already standing victorious, winning over America's hearts.
And they are Jersey City strong.
With its bracket-busting run. Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Jersey City.
We're, of course, automatically going to cheer for any team that's named the Peacocks.
Of course, we're fans here. We're fans of the Peacocks on many levels, yes.
Did you do a bracket?
I didn't. Sports, not quite my thing, but I can pretend to cheer.
Right, but I still do. It doesn't. You don't have to with the bracket. That's the beauty of the bracket. Is like you can know nothing. I didn't do it either.
Okay, I was like, how are you doing? Okay.
I didn't have time, so we're not the ones to ask about the bracket. All right?
No, we'll stick with news.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning. I'm Zinclair Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get right to it with the very latest out of Ukraine this morning. Defiance from a country under siege. Ukrainian forces have now rejected Moscow's demand to lay down their weapons in the decimated port city of Mariupol in exchange for a safe passage out of town. The proposition came just hours after renewed violence in the besieged city on Sunday. An art school believed to be sheltering hundreds of people was shelled by Russian forces. City officials now working to figure out just how many survived. The broader picture shows Russia in a deadly stalemate with Ukrainian forces. Advancements in and around major cities have largely stalled, with Moscow now resorting to devastating attacks on civilians. In Kyiv, more death and destruction overnight after Russian forces bombed a popular shopping center. Preliminary reports now say at least 8 people died there. Many residents now incredulous at what their city has become.
It's unbelievable. I never see Kyiv like this, like now, what is going on.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is continuing his virtual tour of nations, now pleading for stepped-up support from Israel, but drawing criticism from some lawmakers after invoking the Holocaust in his speech over the weekend. Here at home, President Biden is preparing for what is shaping up to be a pivotal trip to Europe. This week, scheduled to meet with Western NATO allies in Brussels over the war. We'll have more on that coming up. And all of this as nearly 3.5 million refugees flee the violence in a country they once called home. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, begins our coverage this hour from the capital of Kyiv.
Russia carried out another strike overnight in central Kyiv.
this time hitting a shopping center, damaging surrounding homes, killing at least 8 people. And the mayor of Kyiv is imposing yet another blanket curfew starting at 8 o'clock tonight, lasting for 35 hours. As the concern is there will be more attacks on Kyiv and, of course, the besieged city of Mariupol.
Russia offered Ukraine a bully's ultimatum: give in now or be destroyed. The Russian Defense Ministry said Ukraine had until this morning to surrender the port city of Mariupol, even though it's Russia that has been bombing shelters, including a theater, marked children, where hundreds still remain unaccounted for, and then bombing an art school where hundreds more were hiding. President Zelensky didn't wait for the day to end to give an answer. No surrender, describing what's happening in Mariupol as a war crime. Nationwide, Russia's military advance has largely stalled, facing tough resistance. But Russia is still attacking civilian locations, including overnight a shopping mall in Kyiv. So it's safer to stay underground now in the capital. A few miles from the mall is this special shelter for foreign babies born to Ukrainian surrogates. Sharing a crib, these two are the newest arrivals, born just a few days ago. There are 18 babies here, their biological parents unable to collect them because of the war. Until then, the war babies are in caring hands. The shelter is clean and fresh smelling, well stocked, and with loving nurses like Antonia. We're giving them lots of love and taking care of their needs, she says. Each baby has been given a temporary name to make it easier for the staff, and a number that corresponds to each baby's bottle.
And the staff, you're here 24/7, sleeping down in this shelter, not leaving the babies alone?
Yes, we're with the kids 24/7. We don't have much time for anything else, but we're used to it, she says. As a surrogate parent myself, I can imagine the stress and anxiety the biological parents feel, separated from their newborns they've never met, trapped down here and not knowing what tomorrow will bring.
And there are more children coming. Some kids are getting collected, but more pregnant carriers, pregnant women are giving birth. So there's more on the way.
Yes, others who were pregnant drop off new babies, she says.
What do you need right now? What would help you, the situation, these children?
We asked to stop the war, Antonia says. We need help for this nightmare to end. Antonia told me the nurses protect the babies, and the staff believe that these little angels protect them too.
The surrogacy agency running that shelter said they don't need any donations for the moment, that they're doing fine, that if people want to help out, there are plenty of other charities that are doing good work, including Save the Children, the International Red Cross, and a Ukrainian group called Come Back Alive.
An important report, Richard. Thanks so much.
Over in Russia, President Putin held a rally late last week calling out his critics and praising what he called Russian unity over the military operation in Ukraine. It comes as the foreign minister of Turkey, which has been mediating peace talks, said both sides were, quote, close to an agreement, just days after President Putin spoke with his Turkish counterpart. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has more on this. And Keir, I know many are wondering how the attacks are being received by people in Russia.
Well, Joe, you know, during a month in Moscow, we saw little to no sign of mass resistance to President Putin. State television is not showing most ordinary Russians the suffering of Ukrainians in cities like Mariupol this morning. In President Putin's world, it is Russia that's under siege from the West. As President Putin plots his next moves behind the walls of the Kremlin, outside, a simple question elicits an unwavering response from many of his people.
Describe President Putin.
It's very good. Very good.
Oh.
Хороший. Good.
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 You think he's good? You think he's excellent?
Yes.
I fully agree with Putin. Any action, any decision.
For others, simply answering is too difficult, perhaps even dangerous. What do you think of President Putin?
No.
What do you think of President Putin?
Oh, no comments.
No comments?
Yes.
The president attending a rally broadcast by loyal state TV, rousing his supporters with increasingly incendiary language. Last week, calling his critics scum and traitors, attacking the many Russians fleeing the country, accusing them of wanting to eat European oysters and foie gras. But he has also conceded Russia has faced casualties, even senior officers. Ukraine now claims 6 Russian generals have been killed, although there's been no independent corroboration of that. Military leaders forced to the front line, some Western analysts believe to improve morale and organization. Questions over President Putin's state of mind are not helpful, according to a senior advisor who was on a call between Turkey's President Erdogan and the Russian leader just last week.
President Putin was, as usual, on the call, calm and, making his case and explaining his position. And
he says a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky will happen, but not yet.
Mr. Zelensky says he is ready, but Mr. Putin thinks that the positions are not close enough yet.
The US says any peace deal must be permanent and irreversible for crippling sanctions on Russia to be lifted, while President Putin calls those sanctions an economic blitzkrieg, vowing they will fail. This morning, both the US and Russia agreeing on one thing, that a long battle looms. And in the past hours, the Kremlin spokesman has said there cannot be a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky because there have been no agreements that they could sign. President Putin has admitted to his people that Russia faces unprecedented pressure on its economy, but he is presenting all this as an opportunity for Russia to emerge stronger. How ordinary Russians respond, Joe, will be a deciding factor.
All right, Keir Simmons for that. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it, Keir.
Despite Russia's apparent advantages over Ukraine's military, the invasion has not led to the fall of most cities within Ukraine.
While Ukraine mounts stiff resistance to the invasion, Russia is stepping up its aggression in some of the hardest hit areas within the country. Clint Watts joins us now for more on the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Clint is a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. He's also an NBC News national security contributor. Clint, always good to have you with us. Let's start with what's going on in Mariupol. We know the Ukrainians rejected Russians' demands to surrender the city. So what does that mean for what comes next in terms of fighting there? How long can Ukrainians stay in control of the city, given the significant shortages of resources they have there?
Yeah, I think the key thing about Mariupol, particularly here in the south, is when you look at some of these devastating attacks that hit, these civilian targets are essentially being wiped out. And this encirclement here has really taken fold over the weekend, where you see them incrementally moving, sometimes just 1,000 meters, maybe 3 kilometers at a chunk, but they're closing in progressively. And by the way, the Russians will not give this town up because they need to link their forces here with a land bridge from Crimea with their forces here in Donbass. And this would seal off the entire sea here of Azov so that the Russians control it. So I think you'll see a very dire situation unfold here. I can't imagine that the citizens of Mariupol could last too much longer. Most of the infrastructure has been turned off or damaged here.
And Clint, I want to stay in the southern part of Ukraine and focus on the port city of Mykolaiv. The Russians launched a massive strike on a military barracks there that killed dozens of Ukrainian soldiers over the weekend. Will these attacks become more common? And why has Russia put so much emphasis on capturing these cities in southern Ukraine specifically?
That's exactly right. I want to pull back out just to look at this here. So Mykolaiv here, that is essentially a refuge for the Ukrainian Navy. Several years back, after the fall of Crimea, they pulled back here to Mykolaiv, essentially storing their naval force. That was some of the bases that you saw attacked with cruise missile strikes. However, across the board, the Russians have tried to advance repeatedly and take these directions here. The reason they want to do that is they want to get over a key river that moves right here so that they can then move towards Moldova. If they can do that, they would be able to seal off to the west and connect with their forces in Transnistria, ethnic Russian population. This would set up the situation where they would be able to essentially cut off Odessa by land, allowing for potentially a naval invasion here in the coming weeks into Odessa. So they really want to fight for this. Here's the thing. The Ukrainian military repeatedly has repelled Russian forces there. There's one entire battalion tactical group, that's a large group, defeated here by Ukrainian forces.
And Clint, it's not just the South. Let's quickly talk about what's happening in Kyiv. We heard about the Russians' latest attack on the capital, killing several people. How are Ukrainians doing with defending that city? How intense is the fighting there right now?
So the Ukrainians doing remarkably well. However, what you saw last week and after the convoy essentially broke up, this is where the convoy was a couple weeks back. They tried to move west and establish essentially what you would call blocking positions in each of these locations, trying to seal off the city. Now, reports are they haven't been able to encircle, and this axis right here coming in from towards Brovary also stopped. In the rear, their supply trucks badly damaged. So they have gone into a stall, and we also know this because there are reports today that they are essentially digging in, setting up defensive perimeters or defensive positions, and that would suggest that they're bringing in artillery to get more exact fires on Kyiv.
Clint Watts breaking it all down. Thank you so much.
Confirmation hearings begin today for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. If confirmed, she would be the first black woman to ever sit on the Supreme Court. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has more on what we can expect during this historic week in Washington.
Hey guys, good morning. With a lifetime appointment on the line, Judge Jackson will spend up to 12 hours over the next 3 days answering questions in this room from a panel evenly divided between Democrats and Republicans. It's a legal and political gauntlet that could be the last job interview she'll ever have.
This morning, as Washington gears up for history-making Supreme Court confirmation hearings, current Justice Clarence Thomas hospitalized over the weekend with flu-like symptoms. The court saying Thomas has an infection and is being treated with intravenous antibiotics, but expects to be released in the next few days. It comes as all eyes are on Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as confirmation hearings begin today. If confirmed, Jackson would become the first African-American woman ever to serve on the nation's highest court. Today, the committee's 22 senators and Judge Jackson will each give opening statements, followed by 2 long days of questioning, a process Jackson knows well.
Judge Jackson has been scrutinized more than any person I can think of. This is her 4th time before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Democrats hoping to highlight the qualifications of President Biden's first Supreme Court nominee, Harvard-educated, 9 years as a federal judge, and experience as a public defender. While Republicans on the committee have been poring over Judge Jackson's record for clues as to how she would rule as Justice Jackson. Some raising concerns about what they claim are overly lenient sentences in child predator cases.
She's consistently given them lenient sentences, slaps on the wrist.
Judge Jackson's allies disputing those claims in what could be a preview of contentious hearing days to come.
They're still trying to figure out how to go after Judge Jackson. So the fact that she has empathy is a problem for a party that lacks it.
Democrats hoping an impressive series of hearings could win over Republican lawmakers. But as the process gets underway today, none are showing their cards.
I want us to vet Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. I don't want us to attack her as a human.
In the evenly divided Senate, Judge Jackson could be confirmed with just Democratic votes and Vice President Harris breaking the tie, but that's something the White House and Judge Jackson's backers are hoping to avoid. Guys?
Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this historic nomination, we want to bring in NBC correspondent and reporter Julie Zirkin in Washington and professor of law at the University of Baltimore, just next door, Kimberly Whaley. Thank you both for joining us. And Kimberly is also the author of How to Think Like a Lawyer and Why. Julie, let's start with you. What can we expect as the confirmation hearings get underway today?
Yeah, well, as my colleague Garrett Haake laid out so well there, she will face a grueling week, perhaps the toughest job interview that you could ever have, ending with a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. But Judge Jackson has been preparing extensively over the last several weeks. She's even been on Capitol Hill this past weekend, taking a tour of the hearing room, kind of checking out where she's going to be sitting and how she's going to be facing all the senators on the Judiciary Committee that will be, of course, pressing her and asking her extremely tough questions. But as you heard from Chairman Durbin there in that soundbite that Garrett played, he expects her to be tested like she has been several times before. She was before the very same panel just last year when she was up for a D.C. Circuit Court judge position, one she was confirmed to by 3 Republicans, so the White House hoping that this will yield some bipartisanship in the end. But when you look at today, perhaps one of the shortest days out of the 3 that Judge Jackson will be on the Hill for, there will be opening statements. Judge Jackson, we expect, will be introduced by two people, one her longtime friend and colleague from Harvard, and the other a judge to the D.C. court appointed by President Bush. So you see this bipartisanship from the get-go that the White House is trying to portray here and hoping in the end for bipartisan confirmation.
Kimberly, I want to ask you, the questions will start tomorrow. What are the types of questions you think Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is going to face?
She's going to face questions relating, frankly, to politics and the November election, not really relating to whether she is qualified for this position. You know, she was confirmed multiple times, U.S. Sentencing Commission, lower federal judge, D.C. Circuit, Collins, Murkowski, and Graham just last year all voted for her. She has impeccable credentials. She's incredibly well positioned for this spot. So the questions are going to go around kind of what her judicial philosophy is around criminal defendants, kind of a nod to people that think that there should be more toughness on crime politically. There might be some questions about her role as sitting on the board of Harvard, whether she should recuse herself from an affirmative action case. That's kind of sort of a nod to race, which, remember, with Amy Coney Barrett, people were very careful not to get into religion. I think here the senators have to be careful not to tread into places that could backfire on them. But at the end of the day, you know, this is a person who has modeled a rule of law judicial philosophy, much like who she's replacing, Justice Breyer. And I talk about this in my book. Justice Breyer was very careful to weigh both sides. And when he even delivered an opinion on abortion, he made a point of saying this is hard for people that are against abortion. It's hard for them to hear decisions that don't go their way. And I think we all should go back to our sense of values. I mean, it used to be there were, 87 people on the Senate confirmed Justice Breyer. The fact that this is so political is really problematic right now.
And Julie, it's no secret that recent Supreme Court nominations have been very contentious. And because an approval here wouldn't change the ideological makeup of the court, could this process maybe go more smoothly than what we've seen prior?
Yeah, well, it's a really good question. And to Kim's point there, I asked Senator Josh Hawley, who sits on the Judiciary Committee, who met with Judge Jackson a couple of weeks ago. He's planning on asking her some of those questions about her record on the Sentencing Commission and as a public defender. I said, she's replacing Justice Breyer, so this won't change the makeup of the court. Does that affect your decision in the end? And he said it doesn't. He weighs people independently. He weighs their qualifications. And even he said that Judge Jackson, there's no question, is imminently qualified. But look, as we move forward in this process, you can expect Republicans, as Kim just laid out, to ask her those questions on her record. Because remember, this is a political process. And the reality is you have members of the Senate Judiciary Committee who do have political prospects, even up in 2024, potential presidential prospects. So this is definitely, they understand the platform they have. They understand the media coverage that is surrounding this hearing, despite the fact that the outcome is pretty much pre-baked here if she gets those 50 Democrats. I want you to take a listen to what John Barrasso, he's a member of Senate Republican leadership. He's the messaging arm for Republicans. Here's what he had to say yesterday.
Going through the record, there are some concerns that people have about her being perceived as soft on crime. That's all going to come out with the hearings, but they're going to be respectful, they're going to be thorough, and they're going to be fair.
Now, despite all of that, the historical nature of this, the fact that she will be the first Black woman to sit on the Supreme Court, that definitely is weighing for some Republican senators who I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks.
Kimberly, we only have a few seconds here. Who is the senator you are going to be keeping a closest eye on during these hearings?
Well, certainly Josh Hawley, and also I would ask Collins, Murkowski, and Graham to vote the way they did the last round, which was based on merit. So I'm going to be watching that as well.
All right, we'll see what happens. Kimberly Whaley and Julie Sirkin, thank you both so very much.
And we'll continue our coverage of the war in Ukraine in just a moment. But first, we want to get you the other major headlines of the morning. After the break, trouble in paradise as spring break celebrations from Florida to Texas descend into chaos. Wild crowds and even gun violence tarnishing the traditions post-COVID return. Will take you down south.
Plus, an uneasy start to the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge's first trip overseas since the pandemic started. The royal pair was met with protests as they landed in Central America over the weekend. We're going to tell you all about it next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right? Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage of the war in Ukraine coming up. We'll be speaking to the mother of 3 whose family has been split into 3 different locations because of the conflict. We do want to get to some of the other stories making news right now this morning. That includes breaking news this morning. A Chinese passenger plane carrying 132 people has crashed in southern China. Authorities lost contact with the China Eastern Airlines Boeing 737 over Wuzhou before it came down in the mountainous Guangxi province. The number of survivors and cause of the crash are still unknown at this time.
Now, after nearly 2 years of limited travel due to COVID, spring breakers are now letting loose to make up for that lost party time. But the rowdy crowds are causing some serious and sometimes dangerous conditions for local officials and residents, forcing leaders to put curfews into effect. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in sunny Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with more on the spring break chaos.
It's the rite of spring when college kids descend on beaches. Much earned celebrations, but in some cases turning chaotic, and in a few incidences, seriously dangerous.
From busy beaches to packed bars.
We're going to have a blast this weekend.
Thousands are letting loose this spring break, migrating south for some sand, surf, and sun.
You could just tell how it is in the clubs and stuff. And drinks are just flowing.
But along with the fun in the sun and long nights of drinking, it's getting out of control. Part of Miami Beach's famed Ocean Drive was shut down after partiers swarmed the streets. And chaos erupted there early Sunday when a shooting sent 3 people to local hospitals. Security cameras capturing the terrifying scene. The suspect remains at large. Local officials have been on guard for weeks, given last year's mayhem, which saw clashes with police and led to an emergency curfew. Elsewhere in the states, curfews are going into effect. In New Smyrna Beach, police say it's bedlam, with kids crawling on top of buildings, throwing business furniture into the road, and accosting business employees. All of it triggering a strict 60-day curfew to limit the number of people out on the town overnight. And in one Florida panhandle community, authorities even implementing an 8 p.m. curfew for anyone under the age of 21, unless they're with a parent.
There are kids running and screaming and yelling and hiding in the bushes and drinking.
Meanwhile, in Austin, Texas, a suspect is in custody after 4 people were wounded in a shooting early Sunday. It happened in a busy area with several bars. It comes as Austin wraps up the first in-person South by Southwest festival since before the pandemic.
Schools, colleges, universities, they stagger their spring breaks. So according to the airline tickets that have been sold, the real crowds are going to show up towards the end of this month and through mid-April. And those tickets that are sold out on most flights are heading to Florida.
Carrie Sanders, thanks so much.
As more people travel, health experts are keeping a close eye on the Omicron subvariant, also known as BA2. The variant is quickly spreading across the U.S., now accounting for 23% of cases. That number is up from roughly 14% 1 week ago. Despite the number of cases, states are now slowing down how often they report COVID stats to the White House. Let's bring in Dr. Mario Ramirez for more on this. Dr. Ramirez is an emergency physician and the former Pandemic and Emerging Threats Coordinator in the Office of Global Affairs. Doctor, always good to have you with us. Let's start with this Omicron subvariant. Some of the leading health officials in the U.S. say they don't expect a surge of cases in this country. Let's listen to what the Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, had to say.
Our goal is to keep people out of the hospital. It's to save their lives, and we have more tools to do that than ever before. So our focus should be on preparation, not on panic. And if we get people these tools, vaccines, boosters, treatments, then we can actually get through waves that may come and go.
So, Doctor, does it surprise you that many experts don't believe a surge is coming? Why might the U.S. be in a better position now for this subvariant?
Well, there are a couple of important things there from that clip, Joe. So the first is that the Surgeon General is making the point that we do have all of the right tools we need to head off a surge. We've got access to tests. We have monoclonal antibodies. We have oral antiviral therapies. But the nuance there, though, is that while we've all been watching the Ukraine situation over the last few weeks, Congress has essentially failed to pass a critical COVID supplemental fund that's important for maintaining access to those treatments. And so what I'm worried about is that if we don't pass those funds in the next week or so, Americans are going to lose access to those tools. And that would really open the country up to the risks of an additional surge. And so it's not quite as clear cut as just saying, you know, go out and get your test or go out and get your therapy, because access to those is about to fall off pretty soon.
Yeah, you're not the only doctor on this show who's voiced concerns about that funding. I do want to turn to China. That country's National Health Commission says at least 2 people have died from COVID. Those are the first deaths the country has recorded in more than a year. We know China already has that zero-tolerance COVID policy. So is there anything else that country can do to try to stop the spread?
Well, as you know, Joe, China has an extremely restrictive zero COVID policy, which essentially means that as soon as they start to have cases, they essentially wall those areas off and prevent any movements at all. It's hard to imagine anything that could be more restrictive than that. You know, in some ways, I think other countries are faring a little bit better against the Omicron variant when we take all things into consideration, when we talk about economies reopening and people being able to move around, in part because we've had so many people infected and vaccinated. China's a little bit different, where they don't have as many of infections that have propagated through the country. And so now they're having this outbreak from the Omicron variant, and it's extremely difficult to control. It's hard to imagine that country being any more restrictive than it already is.
All right, Dr. Mario Ramirez, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Bill Cairns, good morning. Happy spring, or at least I hope it's happy. What do you have for us?
A stormy week ahead, and then I'll kind of give you a little sneak peek of what the end of March looks like. This is a volatile time of year, and that's exactly what we're going to be tracking. So this storm, the L we show here, is where the low pressure is. That's the lowest pressure. That's the center of the storm. That's going to head towards Texas throughout the day today. That's where the severe weather is going to bring. But we're also going to have snow in North Texas and Kansas and Colorado on the cold side of the storm. A lot of heavy rain from Wichita to Kansas City. But it's along that cold front from Dallas to Houston and San Antonio that we're going to see the potential for strong storms and tornadoes today. There's the heavy rain threat and tornado threat tomorrow, Louisiana into Mississippi. And then this all slides into Alabama, Georgia, and through the Carolinas by the time we get to Wednesday. Rain throughout much of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast on Wednesday. Maybe even a little icy mess, too, higher elevation. So, yes, this is a typical spring, large, dangerous storm. And when you have these storms, you'll get big temperature contrast. You'll get, highs in Denver, 41 at 17 below average. At the same time, Minneapolis, 23 above average. So when you get these extreme temperatures this close together, typically you have a pretty big spring storm. And the same goes for tomorrow. 80 in New Orleans will set the stage for your severe weather event tomorrow afternoon. So here's how it's all going to play out. So for today, we have a chance for some of that snow in Colorado. Severe threat from Oklahoma down through Texas. Very beautiful Monday Sunday east of the Mississippi River. Enjoy it. It's probably the best day we're going to have all week long. Then by the time we get to Wednesday, that storm arrives in the southeast. Kind of cold and rainy on Wednesday throughout the Great Lakes. Light rain arriving into areas of the Northeast Wednesday night. That'll stick around Thursday. And then by Friday, we're going to try to get rid of this storm system and bring back some sunshine and some warmer conditions. And speaking of warmth, for the end of March, it's a pattern flip. Eastern half of the country will be cooler than normal, and the west will be warmer than normal. So a little bit of everything in the next 2 weeks.
Wow, a little bit of everything indeed. Not quite the weather I was looking for, but we'll take it.
Just travel west, that's all.
Enjoy today. Today's your day.
All right.
Today's the day. We'll go outside. Thank you, Bill. This morning, William and Kate are waking up in the Caribbean for their week-long tour on behalf of the Queen. It's their first joint overseas since the start of the pandemic, but the royal visit is not off to a great start. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is outside Buckingham Palace for us with the latest. Good morning, Kathy.
Hey, Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, William and Kate are actually in beautiful Belize right now, but it's not quite their spring break. This is a high-profile visit on behalf of the Queen to strengthen ties with Commonwealth countries, but not everyone is welcoming them with open arms.
This morning, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in the Caribbean and already making a splash as they kick off their royal tour.
This is our land. This is our property.
Even before the couple landed in Belize, some residents staged a protest, reportedly for William's ties to a conservation group that's in a land dispute with the village.
Our land is for we, and we need land for our children.
The pushback forced the royals to revise plans and visit a different area. But despite the detour, they did receive a warm welcome moments after touching down, complete with a 21-gun salute. Both Kate and William wore shades of blue, a nod to the host country's color.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here.
Touring a family-run cacao farm on Sunday, the couple learned about the chocolate-making process and enjoyed some samples. William even joking that he'd like to come work there.
We just had a lot of chocolate.
You make it look so easy.
If I did that, I'd lose a finger.
The Cambridges also visited the coastal village of Hopkins, learning about Belize's Garifuna community, and even impressed the locals with their dance moves. After Belize, the pair will head to Jamaica and the Bahamas on behalf of the Queen, the head of the state in those Commonwealth countries.
And it's really important for the royal family to get back out there and to rebuild those relationships, particularly after this 2-year break because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
A key part of their mission, a charm offensive to persuade the countries not to leave the Commonwealth. In a historic move, Barbados lost the Queen as its official head of state last year, becoming a republic, meaning an independent country that doesn't pledge allegiance to the Queen, though it's still part of the Commonwealth of Nations, the loose association of countries including former British colonies. And Jamaica's prime minister has signaled becoming a republic too.
The palace have always been very clear that a decision to become a republic is very much down to the people of each country.
As William and Kate stand in for the Queen during her Platinum Jubilee year, they'll be championing causes close to them like the environment, mental health, and early childhood development, continuing their roles as ambassadors of the royal family to the rest of the world.
And today in Belize, the royals will be spending part of their day visiting an ancient Mayan site. And then tomorrow they are off to Jamaica, where they'll be visiting with some military members there and, of course, paying tribute to the one and only Bob Marley. So perhaps we will see those dance moves once again. Zinkley, back to you.
Definitely a trip to watch. Kathy Park, thanks so much.
Coming up, how the war in Ukraine is affecting the country's agriculture industry.
With consequences stretching far beyond Eastern Europe. That's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This week's Meet the Press tackled the big question in Washington right now. How involved should the U.S. and NATO get in the war in Ukraine? Plus, what to expect from the January 6th Select Committee when it eventually releases its report. Here's a look at the highlights with Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
On this week's Meet the Press, Russia steps up its attacks to starve and terrorize Ukrainian civilians. We had an exclusive interview with the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. It's ahead of President Biden's upcoming trip to Brussels for a NATO leaders meeting. Plus, the U.S. response. I spoke with Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut and Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming. Here's some of the most important answers from Meet the Press. Compress. How long can NATO stand by and watch Russia target civilians without finding a way to help more when it comes to the Ukrainian resistance?
NATO allies are stepping up their support to Ukraine, partly by delivering military support, humanitarian support, and billions of financial support to Ukraine. And then, of course, we also impose unprecedented sanctions on Russia to ensure that they are paying, President Putin is paying a high price for this totally unjustified, senseless war against an independent sovereign nation, Ukraine. And let me also remind you of the fact that NATO allies have actually trained and supported the Ukrainian armed forces for years, trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces, special operation forces, command and control, logistics, and all of this proves extremely important now.
Is chemical weapons a red line for the United States government, in your mind? Should it be for the Biden administration when it comes to what we do about whether we do a no-fly zone and get more involved in Ukraine militarily?
Yeah, listen, I think we need to make clear to the Russians that our level of commitment to the Ukrainians and our participation in this conflict is going to be proportional to the tactics that the Russians use inside of Ukraine. There is no doubt that we have dramatically stepped up the transfer of weapons to Ukraine since the Russians have begun this brutal campaign of targeting civilians. We've sent drones. We have sent new anti-tank missiles, $1 billion of assistance in the last week. So I don't think the United States needs to draw specific red lines today. I think we just need to make clear to the Russians that our involvement in this war is going to increase if their tactics targeting civilians also increase.
The public expose that you guys are eventually going to do, is this going to, you say it's going to make recommendations, should we expect criminal referrals on this? And should we expect something, how much new do you think the public will learn that will actually change the way they thought about January 6th?
Well, I think certainly our first priority is to make recommendations. And we're looking at things like, do we need additional enhanced criminal penalties for the kind of supreme dereliction of duty that you saw with President Trump when he refused to tell the mob to go home after he had provoked that attack on the Capitol? So there will be legislative recommendations, and there certainly will be information. And I can tell you, I have not learned a single thing since I have been on this committee that has made me less concerned or less worried about the gravity of the situation and the actions that President Trump took and also refused to take while the attack was underway.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that look back at this week's Meet the Press. Now, the war in Ukraine has forever changed countless families, leaving some dealing with loss and others unsure of the whereabouts of their loved ones.
Joining us now is Zoya Chechaluna. She's a mother of 3 whose family has been split into 3 different locations because of the war. Zoya, first off, thank you for joining us. How are you doing this morning? Are you safe?
Colleagues, hello. I am safe together with my 2 youngest kids, being hosted in Budapest, Hungary by my friend. However, definitely my older son is in Ukraine and my husband, who is military, is on front line, as many, many thousands of people in Ukraine. So praying for them every day.
Can you tell us a little more about your journey from Ukraine and how you were able to get to Hungary where you are now?
Yes, sure. So, of course, I didn't want to leave my country, to be very honest. But when my daughter could not sleep anymore in the apartment and could sleep only in the shelter because of bombing, I made very hard decision to split family. And together with youngest kids, we went to Western Ukraine first, and then to my friend to Hungary. So this was our journey, 3 days journey.
And you've taken such long journeys. Obviously, this is incredibly taxing. And I know you have an older son and a husband who are still in Ukraine. Do you know where they are, and have you been able to talk to them at all?
I know where my son is, but husband's location is not available because he is military. So obviously, he cannot tell me where he is, but every day I try to stay in touch with him, at least to understand that he is alive.
How are you doing right now? How are you able to take all of this in and just deal with things day by day?
I think that the best way to deal with this is, in fact, to do something. So I am procurement professional, and I do from here what I can. We have platform to search, validate, and connect suppliers around the world for critical products which are required now for Ukrainian army. So we work like almost 24/7, being busy, to connecting, finding suppliers and connecting them to Ukrainian funds and organizations. So this is how I try to keep myself busy, as well as having some routines, getting kids to school, finding a job myself, because then you have opportunity, to think logically and not to get into tears and worries, about what is happening. So do what I can from my location here to support my country.
And it's powerful to hear you talking about doing what you can to support your country. What do you want people to understand about what Ukrainians are going through, what your family is going through?
Yes, so a few points. First, I want every country and every company, what is even more important, realize that it is a war. It's not a conflict. And statements which we request companies and countries to do, it's tell it like it is. It is a war. And respectively, what I want to understand, what I want companies and countries to understand is that people, civil people, children and women are being shot, being killed. And every business which stays now in Russia, it just supports them in doing those victims which should not be there. We are independent country which voted for its independence, and we have right to protect our country, and no other country can, make any invasions like that, because it's our choice, it's our country, and we will protect it till our last person and last weapon we have.
Zoya, what is your hope for the future, and do you have faith that you are going to be able to return home in the future?
I will return home. This is just, I know it. I want to invest my effort and time to recover infrastructure, which definitely is very much broken in my country. In order to do that, again, for now, I will do what I can from here to support my country. And of course, I need stable future and routine for my kids. So I search for a job, I do everyday activities, and I support my people as much as I can.
We are thinking of you. We are thinking of your kids. We're thinking of your husband on the front line. Zoya Chechaluna, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Please take care.
Yeah, stay safe.
Thank you. Everything will be Ukraine.
The war in Ukraine is expected to have consequences far beyond the country's borders. The country's exports are agriculture, and it goes around the world. And now the ongoing conflict has all but halted that. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff visited one farm to find out why and joins us now from Lviv. Good morning, Jacob.
Good morning to you. Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe, and as you mentioned, its agricultural products are exported and consumed all over the world. And this morning here in Ukraine, as people go into bakeries all around this city, Lviv, a city that was under 4 different air raid sirens this morning, the farmers of this country are fighting the Russians on their own front lines. As soon as we got outside Lviv city center, the landscape looked familiar, like the American heartland. But there was one key difference. You see checkpoints like this everywhere you go in this country, and if you thought people might feel more relaxed or comfortable in a rural community, you're wrong. All we got around here is farms everywhere you look. Not far away, we were greeted by family farm owners Zinovy Maximoshin and his daughter Maria Samolyenko. Their 21,000-acre farm is considered medium-sized for Ukraine. 10 days ago, Ukrainian President Zelensky encouraged farmers not to flee, to carry on with their work amid the war, saying, "It's about our victory." You consider the men who drive the trucks like this as important as the soldiers on the front lines? That's true, Zinovy says. This is our battlefield. We have to make sure our country and other countries have something to eat. Ukraine owes its agricultural productivity to its soil, and it has a name of its own. I've never heard the term chernozem before. This is very nutritious soil, he says. It's what makes Ukraine the world's largest exporter of sunflower oil, and among the top 10 exporters of grain and corn. Oh, it's nice. All of a sudden, what seems like a sanctuary from the war, invaded by a sound in the sky. Hey, keep looking. Listen. Is that a fighter jet? It's most likely a military plane, he tells me, unsure if it's Ukrainian or Russian. When you hear a plane like that, what do you think? I'm anxious, says Zinovy, but we have to do our work. Back on the farm, in front of a pile of soybeans they plan to export to Europe, it's clear why. Russia is already hitting warehouses that are storage for food in Kyiv. We've already seen it. Could something like this be a target as well? We can expect anything from these people, he says. You have a 3-year-old son. It's his grandchild.
Yes.
What will you tell your son about the war? I just pray to God for my son not to see the explosions, not to see what the war looks like, Maria says. Her father wanted to say something too. I want my grandchild, when he grows up, to be proud of how we handled the situation, that we stayed here and worked really hard for the victory. They're not just fighting for Ukraine, they're fighting for North Africa, they are fighting for Asia, and of course they are fighting for Europe, all places that depend on the agricultural production that comes out of this nation. And as the citizens here fight a war on the front lines, these farmers have their own battle to fight as well. It's a battle that they hope they won't have to fight for long.
An important angle on this ongoing conflict. Jacob, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, cashing in on March Madness, but get this, without the gambling. The female athletes who are flipping the script on gender pay, making hundreds of thousands of dollars on their own names.
Plus, we've got all the bracket-busting upsets from this weekend, all coming up after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now to March Madness and the new rule allowing players to profit off their name, image, and likeness for the first time. Some are receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in endorsement deals.
Despite the NCAA's history of disparity in how it treats male and female players, many of the women are outpacing the men in the earnings game. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has that story.
It's a cutie. He plays it groovy.
From social media ads,
I'm ready to be a catalyst for the next generation,
to TV commercials, college basketball players are cashing in on their name, image, and likeness this March Madness. And in a surprise to some, female basketball players are outpacing the men according to total compensation numbers compiled by Open Doors.
Does that surprise you?
It does not. That just tells you, what women have been so deserving of for so long. We can do everything that men can do as well. We deserve just as much of a platform as they do.
Deja Kelly is a sophomore guard at the University of North Carolina.
Kelly with another assist.
So far, she's locked in deals with Beats by Dre, Dunkin' Donuts, Outback Steakhouse, and more.
It's a game changer for sure. I think it sets us up great for a future. This is like a generational wealth.
This is the first March Madness that NCAA athletes have been allowed to profit off their name, image, and likeness since the rule change went into effect in July. And the women are making bank. Across all social posts, men still edge out the women, but not on TikTok, the most lucrative platform, where women are making almost $700 more per post, according to Open Doors. And of the 25 most followed basketball players in March Madness this year, 15 are women. Sedona Prince, a forward for the Oregon Ducks, is among them. Her agent tells us she made more than $300,000 in just 6 months.
Sedona Prince got after it in the fourth.
Female athletes have this opportunity to get this money and then save it and be able to retire with it or invest it and use it for the rest of their lives, being able to pay off their college debt with it, which is super cool.
I saw this video this morning and needed to share it.
This time last year, the NCAA was facing backlash after a viral video revealed huge disparities between the men and women's tournaments.
This is our weight room.
From the weight rooms to the food and even the swag bags. Prince still remembers what went through her mind when she shot that video.
It was just kind of sad, it was just heartbreaking, just like a slap in the face.
To the extent that the female athletes have not been having their fair share of opportunity, that does not seem to be driven by consumer demand. It seems to be driven very much by the decisions within the NCAA.
The NCAA did make changes to the tournament in response to the backlash, upgrading the women's weight room.
Guess what, guys? We got a weight room, yeah!
Adding additional food options, and this year, for the first time ever, branding both the men's and women's tournaments March Madness.
A lot of players are having that confidence now to speak up against what they feel is wrong.
Thanks to our friend Priscilla Thompson for that report.
Of course, the first weekend of March Madness is now in the books, with victorious teams punching their tickets to the Sweet 16.
Basketball powerhouses like Gonzaga and Duke are moving on, while giant killers like St. Peter's are continuing their Cinderella story.
NBC News Now correspondent, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more of the action from Miami. Sam reports for everything, so we can just say that. Sam, good morning to you.
I like to consider myself a Renaissance man.
There you go.
Yes. Good morning. Look, the best part about the NCAA tournament, of course, is the upsets. There have been no shortage of those so far. The NCAA says there's not a single perfect bracket left for the men's or the women's. We're on the campus right now of the University of Miami Hurricanes. 10 seed. They just knocked out Auburn. That created pandemonium here. Certainly the St. Peter's Peacocks, the little engine that could, now getting to the Sweet 16 and flowing the third 15 seed to ever do that, guys. This weekend was mayhem from start to finish.
Single digits on
the Sweet 16 is officially set. Top-seeded Arizona just barely punching their ticket after an overtime thriller against TCU.
Ball splits. Here it goes. Oh, my goodness!
And the Miami Hurricanes storming their way past Auburn in a Sunday night shocker. And thanks to some clutch shooting from Duke's guards.
Back out to Roach. He's going to launch a three.
The winningest coach in NCAA history, Mike Krzyzewski, is moving on.
Icons of the game.
Coach K notching his 1,200th career victory with a win over Michigan State's Tom Izzo.
It wasn't any coaching. They had guts. I'm so proud of them.
But the story of the tournament so far is the plucky team from Jersey City, the St. Peter's Peacocks.
And it's over. St. Peter's has done the unthinkable.
Its student body of just over 2,000 erupting at the sight of a Sweet 16 berth with a win over Murray State. You had not won an NCAA tournament game as a program until Thursday, and now you're a Sweet 16 team. I mean, does that boggle the mind?
Right, you know what? Why not us? Right? Why not? March Madness is who's ever good on that night, on that day. That's all that matters.
Of course, the agony of defeat also rocking campuses expecting a win. The defending champion Baylor Bears knocked out in overtime by UNC. And the second-seeded women's Baylor squad falling to South Dakota.
They're going crazy in Vermillion, South Dakota.
Also on the women's side, 10-seeded Creighton getting by Iowa. But one of the lasting images of the tournament so far, this emotional hug. Michigan Wolverines coach Juwan Howard consoling an opposing player on Tennessee after a loss. That incredible moment backdrop, guys, by the fact that Juwan Howard was just suspended only a matter of weeks ago for getting into a physical altercation with the coach. His son played on the same AAU team as that Tennessee player. Guys, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, I think strutting like a peacock takes on a new meaning now with this St. Peter team.
Truly.
They are confident.
It works for the NBC squad.
There we go. I know. I think we're rooting for them now just because of that alone. So,
it's
all right.
only that.
Sam, thanks so much. Appreciate it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Zinclea Samoa, in for Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to the breaking news this morning. A defiant Ukraine rejecting Russia's demands to surrender the besieged port city of Mariupol in exchange for what Russia called a safe passage out for as many as 300,000 civilians still in the city. Mariupol has been under constant attack by Russian forces since the war began. But UK defense officials say Russia's progress on the ground toward the capital of Kyiv has been stalled by Ukrainian resistance. Meanwhile, in Kyiv, more airstrikes across the city, including this one, caught on camera at a shopping center with homes nearby. This morning, Ukrainian officials confirmed at least 8 people dead in that attack, which reduced a once bustling area to rubble.
It's unbelievable. I never see Kyiv like this, like now, what is going on. We have destroyed house, bomb, sea, and that's it.
Here at home, President Biden is preparing to travel to Europe this week to meet with NATO leaders and show support for Ukraine as calls get louder for the U.S. to open up its borders to some of the nearly 3.5 million people forced to flee from the violence.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
We have team coverage this morning with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and national security expert Jason Beardsley. But we do want to start in Ukraine. Correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us from the western city of Lviv. So, Ali, this morning, Ukraine's deputy prime minister said 8 humanitarian corridors have been agreed on, none from Mariupol. Overnight, Ukraine rejected that Russian ultimatum to surrender the besieged city in exchange for safe passage out for its civilians. Why did Ukraine decline that offer, and what is the situation like over there right now?
Good morning, Joe. When we talk about siege and starvation tactics, that's exactly what's happening in Mariupol. Last night, the Russians offered the fighters, the defenders of Mariupol, a way out. They said, if you lay down your arms, we will let the civilians out. We'll let humanitarian aid in. And unsurprisingly, the Ukrainians there refused to capitulate. They said they're not going to surrender their city. And as it is right now, about 300,000 people remain trapped in that city in just appalling conditions. There's no running water, no electricity, very little food, very little supplies, but they're still holding strong in there. And the plan was, as of this morning, which obviously hasn't happened, if they lay down their arms, the Russians said that they would open up corridors first for the troops to leave the city, and then they would allow supplies to come in, and any civilians that wanted to leave the city could either go east or west. Obviously, that hasn't happened, and the fear now is that the situation there is just going to get much worse, and the Russians will double down. I mean, we've seen catastrophic situations there over the last weeks. The Russians have bombed churches, apartment buildings, they've bombed theaters and schools where people were taking shelter in. Many of those people still trapped under those places that they bombed, most of them women, children, and elderly. And the situation just grows more and more desperate in Mariupol with every passing day. And as I said to you, the fear is that it's just going to get much worse now that they've refused to surrender that very strategic port city.
Ali, we're also seeing more shelling late last night in the capital, Kyiv. That's where a shopping center was hit. What more can you tell us about that attack?
That's right. The Russians hit a shopping center in the center of Kyiv last night. We're hearing maybe 7 or 8 people were killed in that attack. The mayor of Kyiv has also announced another curfew going into place, another 35-hour curfew to try and protect the people of that city as the Russians try to surround it. But their advances have stalled. They've been plagued with logistic problems. They've taken heavy losses. And their plan, obviously, in Kyiv is to do the same thing that they've done in Mariupol, to surround it, to siege the city and starve the people into some sort of surrender. They haven't been able to do that now. So again, the fear in Kyiv is that they will start hitting more and more civilian targets to try and bomb the civilians into submission. They've already been terrorized there, but the residents of Kyiv are holding strong. And that's, of course, where President Zelensky is based. And he keeps giving messages out of Kyiv, which provides a lot of moral support, not just for the troops in this country, but just for the regular citizens who are all trying to do their part in this war effort.
Just to know that their leader is still there and not leaving. Ali, while I have you, I want to ask you, before this conflict broke out, Ukraine's government had faced some accusations of silencing opposition. An opposition leader was put under house arrest. Some opposition TV stations were shut down. Well, yesterday now, President Zelensky announced the suspension of 11 opposition parties with alleged ties to Russia. That includes Ukraine's biggest opposition party, which has 44 seats in parliament. Some critics might say these are the kind of moves that Russia or other authoritarian regimes are usually accused of. What is Zelensky's justification for this? What's he saying about these moves?
That's right, Joe. And most of those parties, those 11 parties you mentioned, are fairly small, but there is one large party that has 44 seats in parliament. And he's saying that he has done this because those parties are trying to cause divisions and splits within Ukraine, that many of them are colluding with Moscow to try and weaken Zelensky's government. He's also said that he's trying to streamline all the media onto one platform here so that the message is unified and they can't be splintered with, again, collusion from Moscow trying to infiltrate the media here. But of course, Joe, it's a risky move. The Russians have already criticized him, making sarcastic comments that that'll get him closer to the West in Europe. And nobody in Europe has said anything yet, but these may be some of the obstacles that critics of Ukraine joining the European Union might use to say, look, this is why Ukraine can't join the European Union, because they're being not entirely fair on other political parties in this country. But there hasn't been any criticism by the Europeans yet, and certainly no criticism by the Ukrainian people, who seem to support him wholeheartedly.
All right, Ali Arouzi in Lviv. Ali, thank you so much for your reporting. National security expert Jason Beardsley joins us now for more on Ukraine. He's the National Executive Director at the Association for the U.S. Navy. Jason, good morning. I want to ask you about what we're seeing in the city of Mariupol right now. Ukraine has rejected a Russian demand to surrender the city, and as of this morning, the Russian military has forced out thousands of people. Is the situation in Mariupol a sign of what's to come for larger cities like Kyiv? What are you watching out for as this unfolds in Mariupol?
Well, it's a great question. I appreciate that. This is what the Russians, I think, would like to portray as a sign to come. But Mariupol is a distinct city. It's small. It's right on the water. So they've got supply routes, which is not very far from actual Russian proper territory. So 400,000 or 500,000 people within the city. And the routes out are easier to choke down. This gets much, much more difficult when you have cities like Zaporizhia or Dnipro or up in Kyiv, as you've seen. So even though I think the Russians would like to make this an example of where they want to go if Zelensky does not capitulate, it is not quite that easy. So the Ukrainians are tough, and they're resisting, and they did the right thing by not capitulating the city. But I do anticipate that this will cause Russia to react in the way we've seen, extreme bombings and actually shelling of civilian targets. This is not good. It's not a good place to be in this conflict at this point.
And you say it's not good. We know new research from the Institute for the Study of War shows Russia's invasion is reaching a deadly stalemate. And, quote, they say if the war in Ukraine settles into a stalemate condition, Russian forces will continue to bomb and bombard Ukrainian cities, devastating them and killing civilians. That is an incredibly grim outlook. What do you make of this assessment, even if Russian forces continue to only make small gains? Is this the worst, or will more come?
I think this is as bad as it's going to get. Russia, this ends with negotiation at the table. This will end in that place in some form or fashion. So before Russia gets there, before Vladimir Putin is backed up to the negotiation table, he wants to create as much leverage as possible. The way he's doing that is to convince people that this is going to be the case rolling forward. So what Ukraine can do to sort of tilt the tables in its favor is to continue to attack these artillery positions. We passed along, your NBC folks did great reporting on the suicide drones or the loiter drones that will be effective in sort of knocking out their tanks and their artillery. That's where this whole thing ends, is as Ukraine can attack their positions, the Russian positions that are dug in, they're going to build for themselves a lot bigger of a buffer and avoid what is happening right now. But again, not an easy situation, but the Ukrainians have shown that they've got the toughest spirit we've seen, and they're going to be teaching a lot of people how to defeat Russia in the future. This works out terribly for Russia, but in the meantime, it's not a pretty picture.
And you've broken down a lot of the action we've seen on the ground, but on the diplomatic front, President Biden is traveling to Poland later this week. We know he'll meet with the country's president after discussing Ukraine with G7, NATO, and EU leaders in Brussels, Germany. What kind of message do you think President Biden needs to send with this trip, especially with the climate that you're describing?
Well, President Biden has been clear about a number of things. One of them is that, they would not enforce the NATO no-fly zone, and NATO troops, or at least U.S. troops, would not be involved. So that's been pretty clear. But we've seen in the last couple of weeks a distance between the State Department and the Department of Defense, and the whole thing about the Polish MiGs that were possibly going to Ukraine that then were not going to Ukraine. Here's where the president can gain points. He's got to be clear about articulating not just to the Polish leadership, but to the Americans, what exactly is at stake and why the U.S. would get involved if we would, or what the thresholds would be, because nobody knows that. And the Polish, I think, got caught in a little bit of a hot potato game when we did discuss the MiG. So I think his leadership now, more than ever, has got to articulate to them, the close allies, as well as to the American people, what exactly are the distinctions between aircraft and Javelin missiles. Why can we send one but not the other? Because they haven't done that yet, it's left a lot of Americans very frustrated.
Jason, important insights. Thank you so much. So far, more than 3 million refugees, yes, 3 million refugees have fled Ukraine. But even if they manage to escape, many face a difficult road ahead. Now, many are asking, what is the U.S. government doing to help? NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the details.
The Biden administration thinks many refugees from Ukraine will want to stay in Europe, even though about 1 million people living in this country have ties to Ukraine. From Ukraine's train stations to border crossings, the refugee crisis growing more dire. The United Nations says already more than 3 million people have fled Ukraine.
They are fearing for their lives, and we have to make sure we do the right thing.
Facing pressure at home, President Joe Biden promising relief.
We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms.
How does that compare to what your mother's going through?
I say you should go because Joe Biden told that you will be able to reach me. And she just believed me.
Thankfully, Natalia Shepachuk's mom made it to Poland, but now she's alone, her daughter trying to help her from the U.S. Natalia, a green card holder, says a tourism visa was denied, something the U.S. government warns will happen for people who can't prove they'll leave.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
And Natalia doubts the U.S. refugee program will be any faster. Under former President Donald Trump, refugee admissions were cut to 15,000 in 2020. President Biden raised that number to 62,500.
The Trump administration just eviscerated the whole infrastructure, brought the numbers of refugees admitted down to almost nothing, and we have to basically start from scratch.
Experts say that thinned-down system can't handle another crisis after the highly criticized Afghanistan pullout last year.
The United States really has its hands full with the Afghan evacuation. U.S. resettlement agencies are completely overstretched.
Natalia says her lawyer thinks it could take 5 years to get her mother here as a refugee. When you hear it could take years to get your mother here legally, what goes through your mind?
I start crying because I was asking myself, will my mom still be alive till this time or not?
The White House says it is ready to take in refugees and will be prioritizing immediate family members of U.S. citizens, specifically for immigrant visas. Back to you.
Jesse Kirsch, important reporting. Thanks so much.
For more on the refugee situation, we want to go to NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray, who joins us now from a refugee center near the Polish border. Jay, good to have you with us again this morning. Tell us, what's the situation been like on the ground there over the weekend? How are the refugees and aid workers you've been speaking with holding up?
Yeah, they are holding up, but it's a grind, to be honest, Joe. We're going to walk you kind of down the walking path that these refugees take as they come across the border from Ukraine into Poland. And I can tell you, people are coming through in waves, and you can see it's crowded here, not only with those making the trip, but those offering help, volunteers, and of course, so much here for these families that are walking some 2 and 3 days to get here to take advantage of a hot meal, some fruit, clothes, blankets, medical attention if necessary as well. So while it is tough going into the 4th week of what's happening here, you continue to see just the gratitude on the faces of those families who are making this trip and making it to here, but realizing that their journey is still far from over, Joe.
So, Jay, we know several humanitarian corridors were established in Ukraine's hardest hit cities yesterday. Have you seen any refugees coming in from these hard-hit areas like Mariupol? And are Polish officials preparing for the possibility that more will arrive from those areas now in the coming days?
Yeah, as you know, we had 4 humanitarian corridors that were open yesterday, and so we got out more than 7,000, according to Ukraine officials. That's a big number, especially when we've seen those corridors fall apart at times. And so as we continue down the path here, I can tell you that we have seen people from Mariupol here, not from the latest convoy, but we have, and the stories they tell are horrible, to be real frank, Joe. These are people, often a mom with young children, who have been through the horrors of war, that have dodged bullets and bombs literally to make it to this spot. They're so thankful to be here. The mom's thankful that they can keep their children safe. But then you've also got that nagging feeling for so many because they've left someone behind in all of that fighting. You've left someone that is a part of your family there to protect your homeland. And so we're hearing those stories more and more often at this point, and will continue to. As you guys have talked about, the UN says there are more than 7 million still in Ukraine, trapped there with no place to go. You've got to figure a lot of them are trying to get to border areas like this one, Joe.
We're just seeing the kindness on display as you walk along that path there, Jay. Very quickly, I want to ask you, President Biden is expected to travel to Poland at the end of the week as part of that big trip to Europe. What will that mean to some of the refugees there, if anything?
I think it'll mean a lot. I've asked a few about that, and they've talked about the involvement of the U.S. and how thankful they are, how proud they are that not only the U.S. but the world recognizes what is going on here. And him making this trip, I think, will be very important. In the big scheme of things, will it change things dramatically? No. But anything that can bring a smile or a sense of hope to these families that are making this trip is vitally important.
Jay Gray, as always, we appreciate your reporting from the border there. Thank you so much. Now, as we just said, President Biden will set out on his first foreign trip of 2022 this week. He's going to meet with leaders from NATO, G7, and the European Council countries to discuss the crisis in Ukraine.
That's right. And the head of NATO was on Meet the Press yesterday with a preview of the summit and the new reality facing NATO nations.
Regardless of how this conflict now ends, we are faced with a new reality, a new security reality, where Russia more openly contests core values for our security and are willing to use military force to achieve its objectives. And therefore, we need to reset our deterrence and defense. And one of the issues we'll start to discuss at the upcoming the summit of NATO leaders next week in Brussels.
Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli with more on this. Mike, good morning to you. So let's talk about the Brussels summit. Who's attending and what are the main goals this week?
Well, Joe, this trip is an opportunity for President Biden, representing the United States, to meet with the heads of government of the other 29 NATO countries in a visible demonstration of what the White House is calling ironclad commitment to the NATO alliance. They'll discuss the ongoing defense and deterrence efforts of Russia as this ongoing invasion continues. Now, we all know the sort of lines that the NATO alliance is being pressed to do more on air power, on a potential no-fly zone. But this is an opportunity for President Biden to lay out in person the ongoing reservations he has to moves that would be seen by Russia as escalatory and that might bring NATO into a more active conflict with Russia. At this point, the president has been clear that they will be continuing to supply defensive equipment to the Ukrainians, that individual NATO countries are welcome to and, in fact, encouraged to provide additional assistance on their own. We've already seen the U.S. working with countries like Slovakia, part of the NATO alliance, to do that, but that the U.S. continues to be concerned about provoking pushing Russia further at this stage. Now, in addition to the NATO summit, the president will be attending a meeting of the G7 as well as the European Council. And in advance of that, today, the president will be holding a virtual call with the 4 other sort of core pillars of all 3 of those bodies, the leaders of the UK, France, Germany, and Italy.
And Mike, clearly President Biden has a full schedule, and we know that after the summit, he's also traveling to Poland for a bilateral meeting with President Duda. What do we know about the agenda there?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the president's trip to Brussels we had been reporting on for most of last week. This stop in Poland was just added officially by the White House last night. Now, Poland is our most significant NATO ally that's really on Ukraine's doorstep, on Russia's doorstep, and so they have among the most significant concerns about this conflict should it escalate further. So that meeting with President Duda, another important opportunity following in the meeting with Vice President Harris just a few weeks ago to really reaffirm our commitment to Poland's security as well. And you just talked about this with Jesse and with Jay, the refugee crisis. Poland is really on the front lines of that as well. And the White House saying that President Biden will also be discussing ongoing efforts by the U.S., by the West, to support the humanitarian crisis that's now unfolding.
And Mike, Poland's prime minister says he plans to formally request a NATO peacekeeping mission into Ukraine at the next NATO summit. There are fears this could really potentially escalate the situation there in Ukraine. Quickly, are there any signs the U.S. would participate in this mission, or on the flip side, potentially block it?
Yeah, this has been one of those clear lines from President Biden. He said repeatedly that U.S. military presence will not be in Ukraine, whether that's a peacekeeping or an ongoing or active military operation. I think the onus is the same, that the president is unwilling to put U.S. soldiers on the ground in Ukraine for any purpose.
Mike Memoli, busy week ahead at the White House. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson will make history today as the first black woman to ever undergo a confirmation hearing to become a Supreme Court justice. President Biden praised the judge as one of the nation's brightest legal minds and cast her groundbreaking nomination this week as evidence of America's enduring democracy.
Here to help us break down the historic nomination is NBC News congressional reporter Julie Sirkin and former special counsel to Senate Judiciary Committee Democrats on Supreme Court nominations, Michael Gerhardt. Good to have both of you with us. So, Julie, we're going to begin with you. Judge Jackson was nominated just last month. Remind our viewers who she is and what we can expect to see today on day one.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, in the words of the more than 40 Republican and Democratic senators who have met with Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson over the last month, she is, quote, extremely well qualified and impressive. But as you mentioned, she is also the first black woman to ever be nominated to sit on the Supreme Court. And today, that will kick off a grueling 4-day-long process. Think of it as the toughest job interview you've ever had, only for Jackson. This is, of course, for a lifetime appointment on the nation's highest court. So today, it'll start with opening statements. We expect Judge Jackson to be introduced by 2 people. One, her longtime friend and colleague in Harvard, and 2, Judge Griffith, who was, of course, appointed by Bush, a sign that the White House wants this to be a bipartisan result in the end. And in the coming days, we will see hours, tomorrow 12 hours, Wednesday, possibly more, of questioning from members on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and we expect Republicans to scrutinize her record, including her time as a public defender and a member of the Sentencing Commission. We know Josh Hawley, for example, will focus on her record on child sex offenders. He told me just last week that she sentenced them too low. Of course, the White House pushing back on that argument already, but we already know that Republicans are going to look at her and say what they say is, quote, soft on crime sentencing during her time there.
Thanks, Julie. And Michael, as we mentioned, Judge Jackson is the first black woman to be nominated as a Supreme Court justice and only the 3rd African-American ever nominated. What is the historical significance of this moment?
It cannot be overstated. This is tremendous for the country, tremendous for the Supreme Court, and tremendous for American history. This is a big situation of a glass ceiling being broken. Over 90% of the people who have sat on the Supreme Court up to now have been white men. And so this breaks that pattern in a fabulous way, because it really demonstrates the commitment to diversity on the Supreme Court, which is important in every area of life. Of course, this nominee has a really strong record, which just makes the nomination all the more historic.
Julie, you know, Judge Jackson could be confirmed simply by all 50 Democrats backing her, with VP Harris breaking the tie. But she was appointed to the D.C. Appellate Court last year with the approval of 3 Republicans, Senators Lindsey Graham, Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski. So after several knockdown, drag-out battles over recent nominees over the last few years, could this be a bipartisan approval, something that used to be kind of normal?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Senator Susan Collins, after she met with Judge Jackson, had glowing reviews. She said she was extremely well qualified, of course, not hinting at how she will vote in the end. But the White House, as I mentioned earlier, clearly wanting this to be a bipartisan confirmation, a return to normal, what they had in the past. There's almost no doubt that Judge Jackson will be confirmed in the end with just those 50 Democratic votes if she had to be. But this is really a historical moment for Republicans as well. I was talking to several Republican senators who do weigh the significance of this moment, a Black woman on the Supreme Court. They want to be a part of that. And one person that could potentially sort of break the dam here and lead Republicans along with him is Minority Leader McConnell. Let's take a listen to what he said yesterday when he was interviewed.
In the meantime, the committee will ask her all the tough questions. I haven't made a final decision as to how I'm going to vote.
And Minority Leader McConnell's vote, as I mentioned, could lead more Republicans along with him. So it's not a no. It's also not unusual for senators not to say ahead of time, ahead of the hearings, how they will vote on Judge Jackson. But of course, the White House, Senate Democrats, certainly Judiciary Committee Chairman Durbin, all hoping that this will produce some Republican votes so she can be confirmed on a bipartisan fashion, something we haven't seen in the last several nominees, including, of course, Amy Coney Barrett.
And Michael, we've seen the SCOTUS confirmation hearings before. You are the former special counsel to the Senate Judiciary Committee, Democrats on Supreme Court nominations. Tell us about the process. What do you think Republicans will try and focus on in their questioning of Judge Jackson, especially with the context that Julie just gave us?
A lot of this has already been scripted, and so we can expect certain kinds of questioning and certain kind of statements from Republican senators. We've already heard it today, and it has to do with the argument they're going to make that she's soft on crime. They'll also argue she's too liberal. And these are actually statements that are also code, because I think a lot of what's happening here is an effort by Republican senators simply to stop an African-American woman from making history. Every time there's been a groundbreaking nomination in the Supreme Court, there's been tremendous pushback, and the pushback always takes the form of saying the nominee's too liberal, too outside of the mainstream. I think that's going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to argue here, because this nominee's been a judge for nearly 10 years. She's got a great record as a judge, and so I think that makes, they're going to try and paint her as, again, outside the mainstream, too liberal.
Julie Serkin and Michael Gerhardt, thank you both for setting the table here on day one of hearings. We appreciate it. In other Supreme Court news this morning, Justice Clarence Thomas is hospitalized with flu-like symptoms. The statement from the court says the 73-year-old was admitted Friday night and has been receiving antibiotics to treat an infection. The court also said Justice Thomas's symptoms were improving and he could be released in the next few days. He'll participate in cases he might miss by using briefs, transcripts, and oral arguments that can be delivered virtually. Coming up, we're following breaking news this morning out of China, where a plane has crashed with more than 100 people on board. More on what we know so far.
Plus, a controversy in the classroom as parents go head-to-head over Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill. You're watching Morning News Now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
There were residents who hung on for dear life I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special.
It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
The piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. More of our coverage on the war in Ukraine coming up, including the plight of foreign nationals struggling to get out of the country and the shocking video appearing to show one official kicking black students. But first, here are some of the other stories making news this morning right now.
Breaking this morning, China's Civil Aviation Administration says a Boeing 737 plane carrying 132 people has crashed in the southern part of the country. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere joins us now from Beijing for the latest. Janice?
Zincle, we don't know a lot about what's going on right now. Rescue workers are beginning to reach the scene. There are some videos that have emerged, but still few details about why the plane went down. This morning, a catastrophic plane crash in southern China, showing a forest in flames, debris on the ground, smoke rising from the area where the Boeing 737 apparently went down. Chinese state media sharing pictures of the aftermath. China Eastern Flight 5735 left Kunming Airport just after 1 p.m. here, heading over the mountains of Yunnan province toward Guangzhou, what was supposed to be less than a 2-hour trip. But the plane abruptly lost speed and altitude about 130 miles out, according to flight data. China's Civil Aviation Authority said radar contact was lost. Authorities confirm 123 passengers and 9 crew on board. Emergency crews now scrambling to reach them. China Eastern Airlines turned its website dark, with so little known about survivors. It's China's worst airline disaster in over a decade. The country has a good aviation safety record that officials have credited to newer planes and strict flying rules. The China Eastern plane was a Boeing 737-89P that was just over 6 years old. For now, there is no information on the cause. Boeing has faced issues in the past over different planes. Its 737 MAXs, which were temporarily grounded in 2019 and 2020 after crashes. China's President Xi Jinping has issued a statement saying he's shocked by the crash. He's ordered extra workers to the scene. They're expecting about 500 in those rescue crews to arrive by tonight. Boeing here in China says it's still waiting to get some information so they can piece together with the flight data to get a sense of what happened. China Eastern is saying that in the meantime, it's going to ground its entire fleet of 737-800 aircraft. But of course, the information that people people are most waiting for is on survivors. And in that regard, people are preparing for the worst.
Yeah, Janice.
Joe Sinclair.
We'll definitely be keeping those passengers in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much.
We're keeping an eye on a developing story in Arkansas where one man was killed and 27 people were injured in a shootout at a car show Saturday night. Arkansas police said 2 people got into a gunfight at the show, injuring bystanders. 6 children were among those who were injured by the stray bullets. Police have not provided details about the reason the 2 suspects began shooting at each other. One person is in custody on unrelated charges at this time, and police say they are still searching for the suspects connected to the shooting.
Now to the spread of the Omicron subvariant BA2 in Hong Kong. After weeks of quarantine under China's zero COVID policy, the region is loosening its COVID restrictions as cases begin to drop. Travel bans in 9 different countries will be lifted on April 1st, and residents will only need to quarantine for 7 days instead of 14 when returning from overseas. But in other parts of China, the variant continues to disrupt the lives of millions. President Xi is now taking another look at China's COVID policy, urging officials to find a way to reduce the impact of COVID on jobs. Meanwhile, the U.S. is seeing an increase in BA2 cases. The variant now accounts for 23% of cases in the country, a sharp increase from just last week. Officials say the variant could lead to an uptick in overall cases, but officials also add there's no need to panic over international surges. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now for more on the latest COVID news. Erica, good morning. We've been following the rise of the BA2 variant overseas for some time now, but Dr. Fauci now says he doesn't expect to see that kind of surge here in the U.S. First, let's take a listen.
It does have an increased transmission capability. However, when you look at the cases, they do not appear to be any more severe, and they do not appear to evade immune responses either from vaccines or prior infection. Hopefully we won't see a surge. I don't think we will. The easiest way to prevent that is to continue to get people vaccinated.
So break that down for us. Why does he believe we won't see a surge?
Hey, Zikli, good morning. So, yes, this was an interview with ABC News. He did say that that BA2 variant is likely to become the dominant variant here in the country. We should know more tomorrow when the CDC releases new numbers there. And he did say that we should see an uptick, mainly because this new BA2 variant is so much more transmissible, about 20 to 30% more contagious than the first Omicron variant that we had. But because we had such a huge rise in Omicron earlier this year in January, it's possible that people have some immunity, either based on that prior infection or, of course, vaccination that might offer them some protection moving forward as BA2 becomes the more dominant strain. However, it's really unclear how long that protection lasts.
And it is important to note that nearly every state has loosened its COVID protocols as a result of COVID cases and hospitalization rates falling. And now several states are reducing their daily reporting of COVID cases also, including hospitalizations and deaths. Are health experts like yourself concerned that this move might be creating blind spots in our fight against COVID, or are there tools that can help fix those blind spots?
Sure. Well, there's about a dozen states who no longer providing those daily COVID-19 case counts, dropping back to maybe once or twice a week. But, public health officials that I've spoken with say that, perhaps it might not be worth doing all of that work, mainly because the U.S. government has sent every American those rapid at-home tests, and any positive cases coming out of those would likely not be reported to their local health department. Officials are using other metrics like wastewater to try to track real-time COVID-19 spread across the country.
And finally and quickly, Erica, you covered a new potentially rare side effect of the COVID vaccine. What impact does that side effect have? And are scientists concerned about the vaccine at all?
Yeah, so I talked with Dr. Gregory Poland. He's a globally respected vaccine expert. He's the head of the Mayo Clinic's vaccine research group. He developed a severe case of tinnitus, or ringing in the ear. Sounds like a loud whistle, about a year ago after he got his second COVID shot. Now, vaccine manufacturers and the CDC have been looking into these reports. They say that so far there's no proof that the vaccines are causing this type of illness. However, Poland says, we really need to have more research into this possible yet underreported or underrecognized potential side effect.
Erica Edwards, thank you so much.
The battle over the future of education is raging in states like Florida, where the controversial Parental Rights in Education bill, also known as the Don't Say Gay bill, is making its way to the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis. The new bill has parents fighting for both sides of the bill. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has more on the growing debate.
This really is the newest, fiercest front in the culture wars. What children should be taught in the classroom. Parents are not only speaking up now, but forming new organizations to fight for change. And nowhere is that more clear than in Florida, where the controversial Parental Rights in Education bill, which opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill, is on its way to becoming law.
Across Florida, protests against the so-called Don't Say Gay bill. But Governor Ron DeSantis has pledged to sign it. Officially, the Parental Rights in Education bill, it prohibits classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through third grade.
Do you think this is a moment where parents have more power?
I do.
Tina Deskovich supports the bill.
We do not want children K through 3 to be learning about any type of sex education. There's just no place for it.
She founded a conservative group called Moms for Liberty in Brevard County in 2020. Members started showing up at school board meetings.
This has nothing to do with the school board. Why do you think so many parents have joined your group and are so much more active?
Because the establishment has gone too far. We're slowly, over time, stepping on parental rights. They have just completely stomped on them in 2020. And parents were, their eyes were opened.
You didn't think they were the majority?
I didn't think they were the majority.
To counter Moms for Liberty, dad of 3, Jabari Hosey, built a grassroots group on the left called Families for Safe Schools.
Legislation just passed that opponents call Don't Say Gay.
I feel like it's a slap in the face to our LGBTQ plus community, especially our kids in schools who want to have a safe space.
He believes they have about the same number of members as Moms for Liberty in Brevard County, but a much smaller budget.
What's your budget right now?
Our budget is 0 right now. Anything that we've done has been through our board, literally our own pockets.
Moms for Liberty, on the other hand, now has chapters across Florida and in 34 states with a budget approaching $500,000 a year. In Brevard County, even some teachers are taking sides on issues. Middle school gym teacher Matt Woodside was so disturbed by the district's policy on locker room use, he spoke at a board meeting.
At my school, boys identifying as girls are using the girls' restrooms daily, meaning it happened today.
You're willing to lose your job over this issue?
Yes, ma'am. It's because I cannot stand by and actively put kids in danger.
Are you alone in this?
I'm not alone. Teachers just feel caught between acting on their conscience or losing their job.
Anthony Colucci leads the teachers union. He opposes legislation like the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which authorizes parents to sue a school district if the law is violated.
Teachers are afraid they're going to accidentally say the wrong thing and a parent's going to take it the wrong way and there'll be a lawsuit.
Brevard County, Florida, just one example. We could have chosen many others of educational issues really being politicized in this midterm election year.
Kate Snow, thank you for that report. And you can see Meet the Press report streaming Thursday night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now or on demand on Peacock beginning Friday morning. Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather post-marathon edition.
Indeed. Bill Cairns, good morning.
Good morning. Half marathon. Let's show you. Half's a lot easier than a full.
Piece of cake. Piece of cake. Oh.
Yeah, I can do the stairs. Yes. I can do the stairs today, Usually after marathons, it's a little difficult. Good morning, you guys, and a happy spring. And unfortunately, with spring comes severe weather. And this is going to be a week all about severe storms. We will likely see 1, maybe 2 tornado outbreaks this week. Tuesday looks like a definite uh-oh type day, like pay close attention. So let's get into it. The storm that's going to cause all the problems is in areas around New Mexico and Arizona right now. It's going to swing towards Texas this afternoon and this evening. The moisture is already increasing coming off the Gulf of Mexico. You can already see some of those rain showers between San Antonio and Houston. Around 5 to 6 p.m. looks like when the storms will form in between Dallas and San Antonio, and then those storms will go all the way through East Texas. That area of orange is an enhanced risk of severe storms. We will see a possible strong tornado or two even today, and again, damaging hail, large wind. And then tonight, the storms don't really weaken that much. And then tomorrow, they'll actually intensify again. And that area of red is what we call a moderate risk of severe weather. There's only one category higher, and that would be a high risk. And it could be upgraded tomorrow. We'll wait and see. But Louisiana, Mississippi, and then later tomorrow night, those storms arrive in Alabama. And we do have the chance not only of a strong tornado, but a strong long-track tornado that is strong on the ground for many miles. And those are typically the ones that do the most damage and are the deadliest. And then finally, we get to Wednesday. The storms look like to weaken a little bit, but wind damage still could be a big concern on Wednesday from Tallahassee all the way to Raleigh. And if that wasn't enough, flash flooding is going to be an issue in these same areas and possibility of up to 6 inches of rain, especially from Lufkin to Shreveport to Memphis. So yeah, welcome to spring, everyone. It's warmer, and that means severe weather season is officially here.
All right, we know you keep an eye on it. Bill, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coming up on Morning News Now, preserving culture at a time of war. When we come back, how the people of Ukraine are working to protect some of their country's most iconic treasures.
And disturbing new details following allegations of racism by black refugees in Ukraine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Among the many things destroyed by the war in Ukraine, the nation's iconic cultural institutions. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry takes a closer look at the massive efforts to protect the country's national treasures.
As Ukraine fights for its survival, it's not just soldiers who are dying, of course, it is so many civilians, and many of those civilians are part of the cultural identity of this country. As Russia's bombardment of Ukraine nears its one-month mark, cultural icons are becoming the latest casualties of war. Artem Datshitshin, formerly the principal dancer with the National Opera of Ukraine, dead this week after wounds sustained by a Russian artillery barrage. Oksana Shvets, an acclaimed stage and screen actor, was at home when a rocket attack hit her residential building. And Pasha Lee's Instagram tells the story of a well-known actor and singer, and then, like so many across this country, a soldier. He was killed by Russian shells days after this, his final post from a bunker. Ukraine's cultural history is also under attack. The Babin Yan Memorial, a sacred site to remember the more than 33,000 Jews killed in less than 48 hours by the Nazis in 1941, attacked by Russian forces in the first few days of the war. Disgust from the Ukrainian president, a Jew himself.
That is Russia.
Now the race is on to preserve Ukraine's past. But how does an army of volunteers save its national treasures? To start, lots of sandbags. In Odessa, that means a monument to the city's founder is now barely visible. In the western city of Lviv, it's a race to protect statues and cathedrals, many of which did survive the last World War.
Why is it important to save the history here?
Because it has value in it. You know, it was preserved until now, and we have to protect it for future generations to see it.
It's not only our history, by the way, it's history of our world, and it's beautiful.
One of the great ironies, of course, is so much of this culture and history was originally Soviet culture and history and now being destroyed by an advancing Russian army. Whenever this war does finish, it'll be up to the Ukrainian people not just to restore these historical artifacts, but to rebuild the churches and cathedrals that used to house them.
Cal Perry, thank you so much for that report.
We want to update you now on a story I've been following throughout the war in Ukraine. Foreign nationals in the country, many of them students, are still struggling to get out of the war zone. This comes amid allegations that uniformed officials at Ukraine's borders are mistreating refugees of color, with new disturbing video alleged to show officials kicking and targeting black people. This morning, we've got a closer look.
Over 90 Africans and foreign nationals trapped in Ukraine, according to a student on the ground and rescue groups, over 20 days into Russia's invasion. Now, students in Kherson are risking their lives, demanding an evacuation route.
Tanks have been moving, and the next thing we hear some as in rapid shooting close to us. So it's really, really terrible now.
Trapped students like Jerry Kenny pleading with their governments for assistance.
Please, these children needs your help now.
In war-torn Kherson, this video appears to show people in military uniform seen fighting for control of the region.
When the war started, we ran individually, like running for your life.
But after individual escape attempts failed, he says foreigners in Ukraine banded together, at least 14 nationalities represented in his group. According to a U.S. senior defense official, Kherson, located near the border of Crimea, was invaded and taken over by Russian forces.
How dire are the circumstances right now?
The last missile that landed close to where we stay, our basement was just 15 meters.
Kenny says foreigners in Ukraine, including children and a pregnant woman, are falling sick from cold, lack of meds, and harsh conditions, seen in this video taken by Kenny, sent by a third party to conceal his location. Danielle Onyekwere and Fumi Adale Oladeo started the aid group Diaspora Relief to help stranded foreigners in Ukraine.
They're trapped, they're kids, they're going through depression, and these are kids that are waking up to bombs.
They're in touch with around 100 students spread out in the region who sent them these photos of grim conditions while in hiding. As for other refugees of color who have attempted to flee, this video shows alleged attacks against black students. This video at a Ukraine-Romanian border shows an official in uniform kicking black students. And here, black students are allegedly beaten up by uniformed officials screaming for help as officials fire gunshots into the air. Despite the challenges, some have managed to cross the borders, while those in Kherson continue to anxiously wait.
Who needs to help you? Who are you calling for to do something?
I'm calling on the United Nations, the Red Cross, and we need the world to come in now.
And it's important to note, Jerry, the man we just heard from, specifically called out the UN and Red Cross. The Red Cross said that generally they are delivering aid, evacuating people with disabilities, and providing tools for first responders. The UN has not yet responded, and Ukraine says all refugees should be treated equally.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a March Madness miracle.
The basketball team from a small university in Jersey thrust into the national spotlight after a big bracket-busting weekend.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. It's time to talk money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
Silvana now is with us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. We'll start with Wall Street because it is set to open in the red after stocks posted their best week in more than a year. The move, part of a relief rally as the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the first time since 2018. The Dow jumping 5.5%, the S&P 500 was up 6%, and the Nasdaq soared 8%. Oil prices are rising, with U.S. crude near $109 a barrel as the European Union considers joining the U.S. and banning Russian oil imports. Investors will hear from a number of Fed policymakers this week, including a speech by Chairman Jerome Powell this afternoon. Instacart is the latest company to add a temporary fuel surcharge to customers' orders as it tries to help its shoppers offset the cost of higher gas prices. The company will implement a charge of 40 cents per order in the coming days. A spokesperson telling The Verge it will be in effect for a month and every cent of the fee will be passed on to Instacart shoppers. The White House considered giving Americans gas cards to offset prices at the pump. But Axios reports the plan faced strong opposition from House Democrats. They say the gas cards would be expensive and poorly targeted. They could make inflation worse and wouldn't do much to lower costs. Other ideas being proposed include suspending the federal gas tax or providing a federal rebate whenever gas prices get above $4 a gallon. Guys?
Silvana, thank you so much.
You got it.
As March Madness marches on, one men's basketball team is defying the odds and stunning the sports world in the process.
That's right. This week, there was a spike in people Googling, where is St. Peter's University? NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa reports on the underdog team that's putting Jersey City on the map.
Poked away. Hannibal, the effort. Hannibal can fly. Wow.
It turns out peacocks can fly better than you think.
The Peacocks get back defensively.
As number 15 seed St. Peter's just soared to the Sweet 16.
And it's over. St. Peter's has done the unthinkable.
This moment.
The Peacocks in uncharted territory.
Setting off an explosion of cheers back at home in New Jersey.
It's crazy. I never thought this would happen. This is crazy.
The scrappy underdogs welcomed back to its Jersey City arena. The University of just 2,100 has never won an NCAA tournament game before.
And that goes to show you can never count out the lower person because at the end of the day, it's March. Anything can happen.
In a stunning show of dominance this weekend, the Peacocks fanned their feathers.
You can feel the madness.
First upsetting powerhouse Kentucky, a number 2 seed, and then Maurice State.
Another block. And that's going to do it. St. Peter's never trailed.
The weekend shaping out to be one of the greatest Cinderella stories in NCAA history.
Could you have ever imagined being in this position heading into the Sweet 16?
I mean, I dreamed of it as a kid. I feel like every basketball player, when they're a kid, they dream about this. And I didn't know it could come true until now.
The last time a team from New Jersey made it this far was back in 2000 with Shaheen Holloway as point guard for Seton Hall. Now he's coaching the players who are shocking just about everyone in the country except for the team itself.
I got guys from New Jersey and New York City. You think we scared of anything? You think we worried about guys trying to muscle us and tough us out? We do that.
They're going to the Sweet 16.
St. Peter's next game is Friday in Philly, but the Peacocks already standing victorious, winning over America's hearts.
And they are Jersey City strong.
With its bracket-busting run. Emily Aketa, NBC News, Jersey City.
We're, of course, automatically going to cheer for any team that's named the Peacocks.
Of course, we're fans here. We're fans of the Peacocks on many levels, yes.
Did you do a bracket?
I didn't. Sports, not quite my thing, but I can pretend to cheer.
Right, but I still do. It doesn't. You don't have to with the bracket. That's the beauty of the bracket. Is like you can know nothing. I didn't do it either.
Okay. I was like, how are you doing? Okay.
I didn't have time, so we're not the ones to ask about the bracket. All right?
No, we'll stick with news.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Zinclea Samoa in for Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. Let's get right to it with the very latest out of Ukraine this morning. Defiance from a country under siege. Ukrainian forces have now rejected Moscow's demand to lay down their weapons in the decimated port city of Mariupol in exchange for a safe passage out of town. The proposition came just hours after renewed violence in the besieged city on Sunday. An art school believed to be sheltering hundreds of people was shelled by Russian forces. City officials now working to figure out just how many survived. The broader picture shows Russia in a deadly stalemate with Ukrainian forces. Advancements in and around major cities have largely stalled, with Moscow now resorting to devastating attacks on civilians. In Kyiv, more death and destruction overnight after Russian forces bombed a popular shopping center. Preliminary reports now say at least 8 people died there. Many residents now incredulous at what their city has become.
It's unbelievable. I never see Kyiv like this, like now, what is going on.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is continuing his virtual tour of nations, now pleading for stepped-up support from Israel, but drawing criticism from some lawmakers after invoking the Holocaust in his speech over the weekend. Here at home, President Biden is preparing for what is shaping up to be a pivotal trip to Europe. This week, scheduled to meet with Western NATO allies in Brussels over the war. We'll have more on that coming up. And all of this as nearly 3.5 million refugees flee the violence in a country they once called home. Our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, begins our coverage this hour from the capital of Kyiv.
Russia carried out another strike overnight in central Kyiv, this time hitting a shopping center, damaging surrounding homes, killing at least 8 people. And the mayor of Kyiv is imposing yet another blanket curfew starting at 8 o'clock tonight, lasting for 35 hours. As the concern is there will be more attacks on Kyiv and, of course, the besieged city of Mariupol.
Russia offered Ukraine a bully's ultimatum: give in now or be destroyed. The Russian Defense Ministry said Ukraine had until this morning to surrender the port city of Mariupol, even though it's Russia that has been bombing shelters, including a theater, marked children, where hundreds still remain unaccounted for, and then bombing an art school where hundreds more were hiding. President Zelensky didn't wait for the day to end to give an answer. No surrender, describing what's happening in Mariupol as a war crime. Nationwide, Russia's military advance has largely stalled, facing tough resistance. But Russia is still attacking civilian locations, including overnight a shopping mall in Kyiv. So it's safer to stay underground now in the capital. A few miles from the mall is this special shelter for foreign babies born to Ukrainian surrogates. Sharing a crib, these 2 are the newest arrivals, born just a few days ago. There are 18 babies here, their biological parents unable to collect them because of the war. Until then, the war babies are in caring hands. The shelter is clean and fresh smelling, well stocked, and with loving nurses like Antonia. We're giving them lots of love and taking care of their needs, she says. Each baby has been given a temporary name to make it easier for the staff, and a number that corresponds to each baby's bottle.
And the staff, you're here 24/7, sleeping down in this shelter, not leaving the babies alone?
Yes, we're with the kids 24/7. We don't have much time for anything else, but we're used to it, she says. As a surrogate parent myself, I can imagine the stress and anxiety the biological parents feel, separated from their newborns they've never met, trapped down here and not knowing what tomorrow will bring.
And there are more children coming. Some kids are getting collected.
but more pregnant carriers, pregnant women are giving birth. So there's more on the way.
Yes, others who were pregnant drop off new babies, she says.
What do you need right now? What would help you, this situation, these children?
We asked to stop the war, Antonia says. We need help for this nightmare to end. Antonia told me the nurses protect the babies, and the staff believe that these little angels protect them too.
The surrogacy agency running that shelter said they don't need any donations for the moment, that they're doing fine, that if people want to help out, there are plenty of other charities that are doing good work, including Save the Children, the International Red Cross, and a Ukrainian group called Come Back Alive.
An important report, Richard. Thanks so much.
Over in Russia, President Putin held a rally late last week calling out his critics and praising what he called Russian unity over the military operation in Ukraine. It comes as the foreign minister of Turkey, which has been mediating peace talks, said both sides were, quote, close to an agreement, just days after President Putin spoke with his Turkish counterpart. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has more on this. And Keir, I know many are wondering how the attacks are being received by people in Russia.
Well, Joe, you know, during a month in Moscow, we saw little to no sign of mass resistance to President Putin. State television is not showing most ordinary Russians the suffering of Ukrainians in cities like Mariupol this morning. In President Putin's world, it is Russia that's under siege from the West. As President Putin plots his next moves behind the walls of the Kremlin, outside, a simple question elicits an unwavering response from many of his people.
Describe President Putin.
It's very good.
Very good.
Oh.
Хороший. Good.
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 You think he's good? You think he's excellent?
Yes.
I fully agree with Putin. Any action, any decision.
For others, simply answering is too difficult, perhaps even dangerous. What do you think of President Putin?
No.
What do you think of President Putin?
Oh, no comments.
No comments?
Yes.
The president attending a rally broadcast by loyal state TV, rousing his supporters with increasingly incendiary language. Last week, calling his critics scum and traitors, attacking the many Russians fleeing the country, accusing them of wanting to eat European oysters and foie gras. But he has also conceded Russia has faced casualties, even senior officers. Ukraine now claims 6 Russian generals have been killed, although there's been no independent corroboration of that. Military leaders forced to the front line, some Western analysts believe, to improve morale and organization. Questions over President Putin's state of mind are not helpful, according to a senior advisor who was on a call between Turkey's President Erdogan and the Russian leader just last week.
President Putin was, as usual, on the call, calm and, making his case and explaining his position. And
he says a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky will happen, but not yet.
Mr. Zelensky says he is ready, but Mr. Putin thinks that the positions are not close enough yet.
The US says any peace deal must be permanent and irreversible for crippling sanctions on Russia to be lifted, while President Putin calls those sanctions an economic blitzkrieg, vowing they will fail. This morning, both the US and Russia agreeing on one thing, that a long battle looms. And in the past hours, the Kremlin spokesman has said there cannot be a meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky because there have been no agreements that they could sign. President Putin has admitted to his people that Russia faces unprecedented pressure on its economy, but he is presenting all this as an opportunity for Russia to emerge stronger. How ordinary Russians respond, Joe, will be a deciding factor.
All right. Keir Simmons for that. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it, Keir.
Despite Russia's apparent advantages over Ukraine's military, the invasion has not led to the fall of most cities within Ukraine.
While Ukraine mounts stiff resistance to the invasion, Russia is stepping up its aggression in some of the hardest hit areas within the country. Clint Watts joins us now for more on the situation on the ground in Ukraine. Clint is a distinguished research fellow at the Foreign Policy Research Institute. He's also an NBC News national security contributor. Clint, always good to have you with us. Let's start with what's going on in Mariupol. We know the Ukrainians rejected Russians' demands to surrender the city. So what does that mean for what comes next in terms of fighting there? How long can Ukrainians stay in control of the city, given the significant shortages of resources they have there?
Yeah, I think the key thing about Mariupol, particularly here in the south, is when you look at some of these devastating attacks that hit, these civilian targets are essentially being wiped out. And this encirclement here has really taken fold over the weekend, where you see them incrementally moving, sometimes just 1,000 meters, maybe 3 kilometers at a chunk, but they're closing in progressively. And by the way, the Russians will not give this town up, because they need to link their forces here with a land bridge from Crimea with their forces here in Donbass. And this would seal off the entire sea here of Azov so that the Russians control it. So I think you'll see a very dire situation unfold here. I can't imagine that the citizens of Mariupol could last too much longer. Most of the infrastructure has been turned off or damaged here.
And Clint, I want to stay in the southern part of Ukraine and focus on the port city of Mykolaiv. The Russians launched a massive strike on a military barracks there that killed dozens of Ukrainian soldiers over the weekend. Will these attacks become more common? And why has Russia put so much emphasis on capturing these cities in southern Ukraine specifically?
That's exactly right. I want to pull back out just to look at this here. So Mykolaiv here, that is essentially a refuge for the Ukrainian Navy. Several years back, after the fall of Crimea, they pulled back here to Mykolaiv, essentially storing their naval force. That was some of the bases that you saw attacked with cruise missile strikes. However, across the board, the Russians have tried to advance repeatedly and take these directions here. The reason they want to do that is they want to get over a key river that moves right here so that they can then move towards Moldova. If they can do that, they would be able to seal off to the west and connect with their forces in Transnistria, ethnic Russian population. This would set up the situation where they would be able to essentially cut off Odessa by land, allowing for potentially a naval invasion here in the coming weeks into Odessa. So they really want to fight for this. Here's the thing. The Ukrainian military repeatedly has repelled Russian forces there. There's one entire battalion tactical group, that's a large group, defeated here by Ukrainian forces.
And Clint, it's not just the South. Let's quickly talk about what's happening in Kyiv. We heard about the Russians' latest attack on the capital, killing several people. How are Ukrainians doing with defending that city? How intense is the fighting there right now?
So the Ukrainians doing remarkably well. However, what you saw last week and after the convoy essentially broke up, this is where the convoy was a couple weeks back. They tried to move west and establish essentially what you would call blocking positions in each of these locations, trying to seal off the city. Now, reports are they haven't been able to encircle, and this axis right here coming in from towards Brovary also stopped. In the rear, their supply trucks badly damaged. So they have gone into a stall, and we also know this because there are reports today that they are essentially digging in, setting up defensive perimeters or defensive positions, and that would suggest that they're bringing in artillery to get more exact fires on Kyiv.
Clint Watts breaking it all down. Thank you so much.
Confirmation hearings begin today for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. If confirmed, she would be the first black woman to ever sit on the Supreme Court. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake has more on what we can expect during this historic week in Washington.
Hey guys, good morning. With the lifetime appointment on the line, Judge Jackson will spend up to 12 hours over the next 3 days answering questions in this room from a panel evenly divided between Democrats and Republicans. It's a legal and political gauntlet that could be the last job interview she'll ever have.
This morning, as Washington gears up for history-making Supreme Court confirmation hearings, current Justice Clarence Thomas hospitalized over the weekend with flu-like symptoms. The court saying Thomas has an infection and is being treated with intravenous antibiotics, but expects to be released in the next few days. It comes as all eyes are on Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson as confirmation hearings begin today. If confirmed, Jackson would become the first African-American woman ever to serve on the nation's highest court. Today, the committee's 22 senators and Judge Jackson will each give opening statements, followed by 2 long days of questioning, a process Jackson knows well.
Judge Jackson has been scrutinized more than any person I can think of. This is her 4th time before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Democrats hoping to highlight the qualifications of President Biden's first Supreme Court nominee, Harvard-educated, 9 years as a federal judge, and experience as a public defender. While Republicans on the committee have been poring over Judge Jackson's record for clues as to how she would rule as Justice Jackson. Some raising concerns about what they claim are overly lenient sentences in child predator cases.
She's consistently given them lenient sentences, slaps on the wrist.
Judge Jackson's allies disputing those claims in what could be a preview of contentious hearing days to come.
They're still trying to figure out how to go after Judge Jackson. So the fact that she has empathy is a problem for a party that lacks it.
Democrats hoping an impressive series of hearings could win over Republican lawmakers. But as the process gets underway today, none are showing their cards.
I want us to vet Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. I don't want us to attack her as a human.
In the evenly divided Senate, Judge Jackson could be confirmed with just Democratic votes and Vice President Harris breaking the tie, but that's something the White House and Judge Jackson's backers are hoping to avoid. Guys?
Garrett, thank you so much.
For more on this historic nomination, we want to bring in NBC correspondent and reporter Julie Zirkin in Washington and professor of law at the University of Baltimore, just next door, Kimberly Whaley. Thank you both for joining us. And Kimberly is also the author of How to Think Like a Lawyer and Why. Julie, let's start with you. What can we expect as the confirmation hearings get underway today?
Yeah, well, as my colleague Garrett Haake laid out so well there, she will face a grueling week, perhaps the toughest job interview that you could ever have, ending with a lifetime appointment to the Supreme Court. But Judge Jackson has been preparing extensively over the last several weeks. She's even been on Capitol Hill this past weekend, taking a tour of the hearing room, kind of checking out where she's going to be sitting and how she's going to be facing all the senators on the Judiciary Committee that will be, of course, pressing her and asking her extremely tough questions. But as you heard from Chairman Durbin there in that soundbite that Garrett played, he expects her to be tested like she has been several times before. She was before the very same panel just last year when she was up for a D.C. Circuit Court judge position, one she was confirmed to by 3 Republicans, so the White House hoping that this will yield some bipartisanship in the end. But when you look at today, perhaps one of the shortest days out of the 3 that Judge Jackson will be on the Hill for, there will be opening statements. Judge Jackson, we expect, will be introduced by 2 people, one, her longtime friend and colleague from Harvard, and the other, a judge to the D.C. court appointed by President Bush. So you see this bipartisanship from the get-go that the White House is trying to portray here and hoping in the end for bipartisan confirmation.
Kimberly, I want to ask you, the questions will start tomorrow. What are the types of questions you think Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is going to face?
She's going to face questions relating, frankly, to politics and the November election, not really relating to whether she is qualified for this position. You know, she was confirmed multiple times, U.S. Sentencing Commission, lower federal judge, D.C. Circuit, Collins, Murkowski, and Graham just last year all voted for her. She has impeccable credentials. She's incredibly well positioned for this spot. So the questions are going to go around kind of what her judicial philosophy is around criminal defendants, kind of a nod to people that think that there should be more toughness on crime politically. There might be some questions about her role as sitting on the board of Harvard, whether she should recuse herself from an affirmative action case. That's kind of sort of a nod to race, which, remember, with Amy Coney Barrett, people were very careful not to get into religion. I think here the senators have to be careful not to tread into places that could backfire on them. But at the end of the day, you know, this is a person who has modeled a rule of law judicial philosophy, much like who she's replacing, Justice Breyer. And I talk about this in my book. Justice Breyer was very careful to weigh both sides. And when he even delivered an opinion on abortion, he made a point of saying this is hard for people that are against abortion. It's hard for them to hear decisions that don't go their way. And I think we all should go back to our sense of values. I mean, it used to be there were, 87 people on the Senate confirmed Justice Breyer. The fact that this is so political is really problematic right now.
And Julie, it's no secret that recent Supreme Court nominations have been very contentious. And because an approval here wouldn't change the ideological makeup of the court, could this process maybe go more smoothly than what we've seen prior?
Yeah, well, it's a really good question. And to Kim's point there, I asked Senator Josh Hawley, who sits on the Judiciary Committee, who met with Judge Jackson a couple of weeks ago. He's planning on asking her some of those questions about her record on the Sentencing Commission and as a public defender. I said, you know, she's replacing Justice Breyer, so this won't change the makeup of the court. Does that affect your decision in the end? And he said it doesn't. He weighs people independently. He weighs their qualifications. And even he said that Judge Jackson, there's no question, is eminently qualified. But look, as we move forward in this process, you can expect Republicans, as Kim just laid out, to ask her those questions on her record. Because remember, this is a political process. And the reality is you have members of the Senate Judiciary Committee who do have political prospects, even up in 2024 potential presidential prospects. So this is definitely, they understand the platform they have. They understand the media coverage that is surrounding this hearing, despite the fact that the outcome is pretty much pre-baked here if she gets those 50 Democrats. I want you to take a listen to what John Barrasso, he's a member of Senate Republican leadership. He's the messaging arm for Republicans. Here's what he had to say yesterday.
Going through the record, there are some concerns that people have about her being perceived as soft on crime. That's all going to come out with the hearings, but they're going to be respectful, they're going to be thorough, and they're going to be fair.
Now, despite all of that, the historical nature of this, the fact that she will be the first Black woman to sit on the Supreme Court, that definitely is weighing for some Republican senators who I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks.
Kimberly, we only have a few seconds here. Who is the senator you are going to be keeping a closest eye on during these hearings?
Well, certainly Josh Hawley, and also I would ask Collins, Murkowski, and Graham to vote the way they did the last round, which was based on merit. So I'm going to be watching that as well.
All right, we'll see what happens. Kimberly Whaley and Julie Sirkin, thank you both so very much.
And we'll continue our coverage of the war in Ukraine in just a moment. But first, we want to get you the other major headlines of the morning. After the break, trouble in paradise as spring break celebrations from Florida to Texas descend into chaos. Wild crowds and even gun violence tarnishing the traditions post-COVID return. Will take you down south.
Plus, an uneasy start to the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge's first trip overseas since the pandemic started. The royal pair was met with protests as they landed in Central America over the weekend. We're going to tell you all about it next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More of our coverage of the war in Ukraine coming up. We'll be speaking to the mother of three whose family has been split into 3 different locations because of the conflict. We do want to get to some of the other stories making news right now this morning. That includes breaking news this morning. A Chinese passenger plane carrying 132 people has crashed in southern China. Authorities lost contact with the China Eastern Airlines Boeing 737 over Wuzhou before it came down in the mountainous Guangxi province. The number of survivors and cause of the crash are still unknown at this time.
Now, after nearly 2 years of limited travel due to COVID, spring breakers are now letting loose to make up for that lost party time. But the rowdy crowds are causing some serious and sometimes dangerous conditions for local officials and residents, forcing leaders to put curfews into effect. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in sunny Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with more on the spring break chaos.
It's the rite of spring when college kids descend on beaches. Much earned celebrations, but in some cases turning chaotic, and in a few incidences, seriously dangerous. From busy beaches to packed bars.
We're going to have a blast this weekend.
Thousands are letting loose this spring break, migrating south for some sand, surf, and sun.
You could just tell how it is in the clubs and stuff. And drinks are just flowing.
But along with the fun in the sun and long nights of drinking, it's getting out of control. Part of Miami Beach's famed Ocean Drive was shut down after partiers swarmed the streets. And chaos erupted there early Sunday when a shooting sent 3 people to local hospitals. Security cameras capturing the terrifying scene. The suspect remains at large. Local officials have been on guard for weeks, given last year's mayhem, which saw clashes with police and led to an emergency curfew. Elsewhere in the states, curfews are going into effect. In New Smyrna Beach, police say it's bedlam, with kids crawling on top of buildings, throwing business furniture into the road, and accosting business employees. All of it triggering a strict 60-day curfew to limit the number of people out on the town overnight. And in one Florida panhandle community, authorities even implementing an 8 p.m. curfew for anyone under the age of 21, unless they're with a parent.
There are kids running and screaming and yelling and hiding in the bushes and drinking.
Meanwhile, in Austin, Texas, a suspect is in custody after 4 people were wounded in a shooting early Sunday. It happened in a busy area with several bars. It comes as Austin wraps up the first in-person South by Southwest festival since before the pandemic. Schools, colleges, universities, they stagger their spring breaks. So according to the airline tickets that have been sold, the real crowds are going to show up towards the end of this month and through mid-April. And those tickets that are sold out on most flights are heading to Florida.
Carrie Sanders, thanks so much.
As more people travel, health experts are keeping a close eye on the Omicron subvariant, also known as BA2. The variant is quickly spreading across the U.S., now accounting for 23% of cases. That number is up from roughly 14% 1 week ago. Despite the number of cases, states are now slowing down how often they report COVID stats to the White House. Let's bring in Dr. Mario Ramirez for more on this. Dr. Ramirez is an emergency physician and the former Pandemic and Emerging Threats Coordinator in the Office of Global Affairs. Doctor, always good to have you with us. Let's start with this Omicron subvariant. Some of the leading health officials in the U.S. say they don't expect a surge of cases in this country. Let's listen to what the Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, had to say.
Our goal is to keep people out of the hospital. It's to save their lives, and we have more tools to do that than ever before. So our focus should be on preparation, not on panic. And if we get people these tools, vaccines, boosters, treatments, then we can actually get through waves that may come and go.
So, Doctor, does it surprise you that many experts don't believe a surge is coming? Why might the U.S. be in a better position now for this subvariant?
Well, there are a couple of important things there from that clip, Joe. So the first is that the Surgeon General is making the point that we do have all of the right tools we need to head off a surge. We've got access to tests. We have monoclonal antibodies. We have oral antiviral therapies. But the nuance there, though, is that while we've all been watching the Ukraine situation over the last few weeks, Congress has essentially failed to pass a critical COVID supplemental fund that's important for maintaining access to those treatments. And so what I'm worried about is that if we don't pass those funds in the next week or so, Americans are going to lose access to those tools. And that would really open the country up to the risks of an additional surge. And so it's not quite as clear cut as just saying, you know, go out and get your test or go out and get your therapy, because access to those is about to fall off pretty soon.
Yeah, you're not the only doctor on the show who's voiced concerns about that funding. I do want to turn to China. That country's National Health Commission says at least 2 people have died from COVID. Those are the first deaths the country has recorded in more than a year. We know China already has that zero-tolerance COVID policy. So is there anything else that country can do to try to stop the spread?
Well, as you know, Joe, China has an extremely restrictive zero COVID policy, which essentially means that as soon as they start to have cases, they essentially wall those areas off and prevent any movements at all. It's hard to imagine anything that could be more restrictive than that. In some ways, I think other countries are faring a little bit better against the Omicron variant when we take all things into consideration when we talk about economies reopening and people being able to move around, in part because we've had so many people infected and vaccinated. China's a little bit different, where they don't have as many of infections that have propagated through the country. And so now they're having this outbreak from the Omicron variant, and it's extremely difficult to control. It's hard to imagine that country being any more restrictive than it already is.
All right, Dr. Mario Ramirez, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Let's get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Bill Cairns, good morning. Happy spring, or at least I hope it's happy. What do you have for us?
A stormy week ahead, and then I'll kind of give you a little sneak peek of what the end of March looks like. This is a volatile time of year, and that's exactly what we're going to be tracking. So this storm, the L we show here, is where the low pressure is. That's the lowest pressure. That's the center of the storm. That's going to head towards Texas throughout the day today. That's where the severe weather is going to bring. But we're also going to have snow in North Texas and Kansas and Colorado on the cold side of the storm. A lot of heavy rain from Wichita to Kansas City. But it's along that cold front from Dallas to Houston and San Antonio that we're going to see the potential for strong storms and tornadoes today. There's the heavy rain threat and tornado threat tomorrow, Louisiana into Mississippi. And then this all slides into Alabama, Georgia, and through the Carolinas by the time we get to Wednesday. Rain throughout much of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast on Wednesday, maybe even a little icy mess too, higher elevation. So yes, this is a typical spring, large, dangerous storm. And when you have these storms, you'll get big temperature contrast. You'll get, highs in Denver, 41 at 17 below average. At the same time, Minneapolis, 23 above average. So when you get these extreme temperatures this close together, typically you have a pretty big spring storm. And the same goes for tomorrow. 80 in New Orleans will set the stage for your severe weather event tomorrow afternoon. So here's how it's all going to play out. So for today, we have a chance for some of that snow in Colorado, severe threat from Oklahoma down through Texas. Very beautiful Monday east of the Mississippi River. Enjoy it. It's probably the best day we're going to have all week long. Then by the time we get to Wednesday, that storm arrives in the southeast. Kind of cold and rainy on Wednesday throughout the Great Lakes. Light rain arriving into areas of the Northeast Wednesday night. That'll stick around Thursday. And then by Friday, we're going to try to get rid of this storm system and bring back some sunshine and some warmer conditions. And speaking of warmth, for the end of March, it's a pattern flip. Eastern half of the country will be cooler than normal, and the west will be warmer than normal. So a little bit of everything in the next 2 weeks.
Wow, a little bit of everything indeed. Not quite the weather I was looking for, but we'll take it.
Just travel west, that's all.
Enjoy today. Today's your day.
All right.
Today's the day we'll go outside. Thank you, Bill. This morning, William and Kate are waking up in the Caribbean for their week-long tour on behalf of the Queen. It's their first joint overseas since the start of the pandemic, but the royal visit is not off to a great start. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is outside Buckingham Palace for us with the latest. Good morning, Kathy.
Hey, Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, William and Kate are actually in beautiful Belize right now, but it's not quite their spring break. This is a high-profile visit on behalf of the Queen to strengthen ties with Commonwealth countries, but not everyone is welcoming them with open arms.
This morning, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge are in the Caribbean and already making a splash as they kick off their royal tour.
This is our land. This is our property.
Even before the couple landed in Belize, some residents staged a protest, reportedly for William's ties to a conservation group that's in a land dispute with the village.
Our land is for we, and we need land for our children.
The pushback forced the royals to revise plans and visit a different area. But despite the detour, they did receive a warm welcome moments after touching down, complete with a 21-gun salute. Both Kate and William wore shades of blue, a nod to the host country's color.
Thank you very much. Lovely to be here.
Touring a family-run cacao farm on Sunday, the couple learned about the chocolate-making process and enjoyed some samples. William even joking that he'd like to come work there.
We just had a lot of chocolate.
make it look so easy.
The Cambridges also visited the coastal village of Hopkins, learning about Belize's Garifuna community, and even impressed the locals with their dance moves. After Belize, the pair will head to Jamaica and the Bahamas on behalf of the Queen, the head of the state in those Commonwealth countries.
And it's really important for the royal family to get back out there and to rebuild those relationships, particularly after this 2-year break because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
A key part of their mission, a charm offensive to persuade the countries not to leave the Commonwealth. In a historic move, Barbados lost the Queen as its official head of state last year, becoming a republic, meaning an independent country that doesn't pledge allegiance to the Queen, though it's still part of the Commonwealth of Nations, the loose association of countries including former British colonies. And Jamaica's prime minister has signaled becoming a republic too.
The palace have always been very clear that a decision to become a republic is very much down to the people of each country.
As William and Kate stand in for the Queen during her Platinum Jubilee year, they'll be championing causes close to them like the environment, mental health, and early childhood development, continuing their roles as ambassadors of the royal family to the rest of the world.
And today in Belize, the royals will be spending part of their day visiting an ancient Mayan site. And then tomorrow they are off to Jamaica, where they'll be visiting with some military members there and, of course, paying tribute to the one and only Bob Marley. So perhaps we will see those dance moves once again. Cinque, back to you.
Definitely a trip to watch. Kathy Park, thanks so much.
Coming up, how the war in Ukraine is affecting the country's agriculture industry.
With consequences stretching far beyond Eastern Europe, that's up next. You're watching Morning News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
This week's Meet the Press tackled the big question in Washington right now. How involved should the U.S. and NATO get in the war in Ukraine? Plus, what to expect from the January 6th Select Committee when it eventually releases its report. Here's a look at the highlights with Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd.
On this week's Meet the Press, Russia steps up its attacks to starve and terrorize Ukrainian civilians. We had an exclusive interview with the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. It's ahead of President Biden's upcoming trip to Brussels for a NATO leaders meeting. Plus, the U.S. response. I spoke with Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut and Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming. Here's some of the most important answers from Meet the Press. Compressed. How long can NATO stand by and watch Russia target civilians without finding a way to help more when it comes to the Ukrainian resistance?
NATO allies are stepping up their support to Ukraine, partly by delivering military support, humanitarian support, and billions of financial support to Ukraine. And then, of course, we also impose unprecedented sanctions on Russia to ensure that they are paying, President Putin is paying a high price for this totally unjustified, senseless war against an independent sovereign nation, Ukraine. And let me also remind you of the fact that NATO allies have actually trained and supported the Ukrainian armed forces for years, trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces, special operation forces, command and control, logistics, and all of this proves extremely important now.
Is chemical weapons a red line for the United States government, in your mind? Should it be for the Biden administration when it comes to what we do about whether we do a no-fly zone and get more involved in Ukraine militarily?
Yeah, listen, I think we need to make clear to the Russians that our level of commitment to the Ukrainians and our participation in this conflict is going to be proportional to the tactics that the Russians use inside of Ukraine. There is no doubt that we have dramatically stepped up the transfer of weapons to Ukraine since the Russians have begun this brutal campaign of targeting civilians. We've sent drones, we have sent new anti-tank missiles, $1 billion of assistance in the last week. So I don't think the United States needs to draw specific red lines today. I think we just need to make clear to the Russians that our involvement in this war is going to increase if their tactics targeting civilians also increase.
The public expose that you guys are eventually going to do, is this going to, you say it's going to make recommendations, should we expect criminal referrals on this? And should we expect something, how much new do you think the public will learn that will actually change the way they thought about January 6th?
Well, I think certainly our first priority is to make recommendations. And we're looking at things like, do we need additional enhanced criminal penalties for the kind of supreme dereliction of duty that you saw with President Trump when he refused to tell the mob to go home after he had provoked that attack on the Capitol? So there will be legislative recommendations, and there certainly will be information. And I can tell you, I have not learned a single thing since I have been on this committee that has made me less concerned or less worried about the gravity of the situation and the actions that President Trump took and also refused to take while the attack was underway.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that look back at this week's Meet the Press. Now, the war in Ukraine has forever changed countless families, leaving some dealing with loss and others unsure of the whereabouts of their loved ones.
Joining us now is Zoya Checheluna. She's a mother of 3 whose family has been split into 3 different locations because of the war. Zoya, first off, thank you for joining us. How are you doing this morning? Are you safe?
Colleagues, hello. I am safe together with my 2 youngest kids, being hosted in Budapest, Hungary by my friend. However, definitely my older son is in Ukraine and my husband, who is military, is on front line, as many, many thousands of people in Ukraine. So praying for them every day.
Can you tell us a little more about your journey from Ukraine and how you were able to get to Hungary where you are now?
Yes, sure. So, of course, I didn't want to leave my country, to be very honest. But when my daughter could not sleep anymore in the apartment and could sleep only in the shelter because of bombing, I made very hard decision to split family. And together with youngest kids, we went to Western Ukraine first, and then to my friend to Hungary. So this was our journey, 3 days journey.
And you've taken such long journeys. Obviously, this is incredibly taxing. And I know you have an older son and a husband who are still in Ukraine. Do you know where they are, and have you been able to talk to them at all?
I know where my son is, but husband's location is not available because he is military. So obviously, he cannot tell me where he is, but every day I try to stay in touch with him, at least to understand that he is alive.
How are you doing right now? How are you able to take all of this in and just deal with things day by day?
I think that the best way to deal with this is, in fact, to do something. So I am procurement professional, and I do from here what I can. We have platform to search, validate, and connect suppliers around the world for critical products which are required now for Ukrainian army. So we work like almost 24/7, being busy, to finding suppliers and connecting them to Ukrainian funds and organizations. So this is how I try to keep myself busy, as well as having some routines, getting kids to school, finding a job myself, because then you have opportunity, to think logically and not to get into tears and worries, about what is happening. So do what I can from my location here to support my country.
And it's powerful to hear you talking about doing what you can to support your country. What do you want people to understand about what Ukrainians are going through, what your family is going through?
Yes, so a few points. First, I want every country and every company, what is even more important, realize that it is a war. It's not a conflict. And statements which we request companies and countries to do, it's tell it like it is. It is a war. And respectively, what I want to understand, what I want companies and countries to understand is that people, civil people, children and women are being shot, being killed. And every business which stays now in Russia, it just supports them in doing those victims which should not be there. We are independent country which voted for its independence, and we have right to protect our country, and no other country can, make any invasions like that, because it's our choice, it's our country, and we will protect it till our last person and last weapon we have.
Zoya, what is your hope for the future, and do you have faith that you are going to be able to return home in the future?
I will return home. This is just, I know it. I want to invest my effort and time to recover infrastructure, which definitely is very much broken in my country. In order to do that, again, for now, I will do what I can from here to support my country. And of course, I need stable future and routine for my kids. So I search for a job, I do everyday activities, and I support my people as much as I can.
We are thinking of you. We are thinking of your kids. We're thinking of your husband on the front line. Zoya Chechelina, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Please take care.
Yeah, stay safe.
Thank you. Everything will be Ukraine.
The war in Ukraine is expected to have consequences far beyond the country's borders. The country's exports are agriculture, and it goes around the world. And now the ongoing conflict has all but halted that. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff visited one farm to find out why and joins us now from Lviv. Good morning, Jacob.
Good morning to you. Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe, and as you mentioned, its agricultural products are exported and consumed all over the world. And this morning here in Ukraine, as people go into bakeries all around this city, Lviv, a city that was under 4 different air raid sirens this morning, the farmers of this country are fighting the Russians on their own front lines. As soon as we got outside Lviv city center, the landscape looked familiar, like the American heartland. But there was one key difference. You see checkpoints like this everywhere you go in this country, and if you thought people might feel more relaxed or comfortable in a rural community, you're wrong. All we got around here is farms everywhere you look. Not far away, we were greeted by family farm owners Zinovy Maximoshin and his daughter Maria Samolyenko. Their 21,000-acre farm is considered medium-sized for Ukraine. 10 days ago, Ukrainian President Zelensky encouraged farmers not to flee, to carry on with their work amid the war, saying, "It's about our victory." You consider the men who drive the trucks like this as important as the soldiers on the front lines? That's true, Zinovy says. This is our battlefield. We have to make sure our country and other countries have something to eat. Ukraine owes its agricultural productivity to its soil, and it has a name of its own. I've never heard the term chernozem before. This is very nutritious soil, he says. It's what makes Ukraine the world's largest exporter of sunflower oil, and among the top 10 exporters of grain and corn. Oh, it's nice. All of a sudden, what seems like a sanctuary from the war invaded by a sound in the sky.
Hey, keep looking. Listen. Is that a fighter jet?
It's most likely a military plane, he tells me, unsure if it's Ukrainian or Russian.
When you hear a plane like that, what do you think?
I'm anxious, says Zanovi, but we have to do our work. Back on the farm, in front of a pile of soybeans they plan to export to Europe, it's clear why.
Russia is already hitting warehouses that are storage for food in Kyiv. We've already seen it. Could something like this be a target as well?
We can expect anything from these people, he says.
You have a 3-year-old son. It's his grandchild.
Yes.
What will you tell your son about the war?
I just pray to God for my son not to see the explosions, not to see what the war looks like, Maria says. Her father wanted to say something too. I want my grandchild, when he grows up, to be proud of how we handled the situation, that we stayed here and worked really hard for the victory.
They're not just fighting for Ukraine, they're fighting for North Africa, they are fighting for Asia, and of course they are fighting for Europe, all places that depend on the agricultural production that comes out of this nation. And as the citizens here fight a war on the front lines, these farmers have their own battle to fight as well. It's a battle that they hope they won't have to fight for long.
An important angle on this ongoing conflict. Jacob, thank you so much. Coming up on Morning News Now, cashing in on March Madness, but get this, without the gambling. The female athletes who are flipping the script on gender pay, making hundreds of thousands of dollars on their own names.
Plus, we've got all the bracket-busting upsets from this weekend, all coming up after the break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to March Madness and the new rule allowing players to profit off their name, image, and likeness for the first time. Some are receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in endorsement deals.
Despite the NCAA's history of disparity in how it treats male and female players, many of the women are outpacing the men in the earnings game. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson has that story.
It's a cutie. He plays it groovy.
From social media ads,
I'm ready to be a catalyst for the next generation,
to TV commercials, college basketball players are cashing in on their name, image, and likeness this March Madness. And in a surprise to some, female basketball players are outpacing the men according to total compensation numbers compiled by Open Doors.
Does that surprise you?
It does not. That just tells you, what women have been so deserving of
for so long. We can do everything that men can do as well. We deserve just as much of a platform as they do.
Deja Kelly is a sophomore guard at the University of North Carolina.
Kelly with another assist.
So far, she's locked in deals with Beats by Dre, Dunkin' Donuts, Outback Steakhouse, and more.
It's a game changer for sure. I think it sets us up great for a future. You know, this is like a generational wealth.
This is the first March Madness that NCAA athletes have been allowed to profit off their name, image, and likeness since the rule change went into effect in July. And the women are making bank. Across all social posts, men still edge out the women, but not on TikTok, the most lucrative platform, where women are making almost $700 more per post, according to Open Doors. And of the 25 most followed basketball players in March Madness this year, 15 are women. Sedona Prince, a forward for the Oregon Ducks, is among them. Her agent tells us she made more than $300,000 in just 6 months.
Sedona Prince got after it in the fourth.
Female athletes have this opportunity to get this money and then save it and be able to retire with it or invest it and use it for the rest of their lives, being able to pay off their college debt with it, which is super cool.
I saw this video this morning and needed to share it.
This time last year, the NCAA was facing backlash after a viral video revealed huge disparities between the men and women's tournaments.
This is our weight room.
From the weight rooms to the food and even the swag bags. Prince still remembers what went through her mind when she shot that video.
It was just kind of sad, like it was just heartbreaking, just like a slap in the face.
To the extent that the female athletes have not been having their fair share of opportunity, that does not seem to be driven by consumer demand. It seems to be driven very much by the decisions within the NCAA.
The NCAA did make changes to the tournament in response to the backlash, upgrading the women's weight room.
Guess what, guys? We got a weight room, yeah!
Adding additional food options, and this year, for the first time ever, branding both the men's and women's tournaments March Madness.
A lot of players are having that confidence now to speak up against what they feel is wrong.
Thanks to our friend Priscilla Thompson for that report.
Of course, the first weekend of March Madness is now in the books, with Victoria's teams punching their tickets to the Sweet 16.
Basketball powerhouses like Gonzaga and Duke are moving on, while giant killers like St. Peter's are continuing their Cinderella story.
NBC News Now correspondent, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more of the action from Miami. Sam reports for everything, so we can just say that. Sam, good morning to you.
I like to consider myself a Renaissance man.
There you go.
Yes. Good morning. Look, the best part about the NCAA tournament, of course, is the upsets. There have been no shortage of those so far. The NCAA says there's not a single perfect bracket left for the men's or the women's. We're on the campus right now of the University of Miami Hurricanes. 10 seed. They just knocked out Auburn. That created pandemonium here. Certainly the St. Peter's Peacocks, the little engine that could now, getting to the Sweet 16 and slowing the third 15 seed to ever do that, guys. This weekend was mayhem from start to finish.
Single digits on
the Sweet 16 is officially set. Top-seeded Arizona just barely punching their ticket after an overtime thriller against TCU.
Ball splits. Here it goes. Oh, my goodness!
And the Miami Hurricanes storming their way past Auburn in a Sunday night shocker. And thanks to some clutch shooting from Duke's guards.
Back out to Roach. He's going to launch a three.
The winningest coach in NCAA history, Mike Krzyzewski, is moving on. Coach K notching his 1,200th career victory with a win over Michigan State's Tom Izzo.
It wasn't any coaching. They had guts. I'm so proud of them.
But the story of the tournament so far is the plucky team from Jersey City, the St. Peter's Peacocks.
And it's over. St. Peter's has done the unthinkable.
Its student body of just over 2,000 erupting at the sight of a Sweet 16 berth with a win over Murray State.
You had not won an NCAA tournament game as a program until Thursday, and now you're a Sweet 16 team. I mean, does that boggle the mind?
Now, you know what? Why not us? Right? Why not? March Madness is who's ever good on that night, on that day. That's all that matters.
Of course, the agony of defeat also rocking campuses expecting a win. The defending champion Baylor Bears knocked out in overtime by UNC. and the second-seeded women's Baylor squad falling to South Dakota.
They're going crazy in Vermillion, South Dakota.
Also on the women's side, 10-seeded Creighton getting by Iowa. But one of the lasting images of the tournament so far, this emotional hug. Michigan Wolverines coach Juwan Howard consoling an opposing player on Tennessee after a loss. That incredible moment, backdrop, guys, by the fact that Juwan Howard was just suspended only a matter of weeks ago for getting into a physical altercation with the coach. His son played on the same AAU team as that Tennessee player. Guys, back to you.
All right, Sam Brock, I think strutting like a peacock takes on a new meaning now with this St. Peter team.
Truly.
They are confident.
It works for the NBC squad.
There we go. I know. I think we're rooting for them now just because of that alone. So,
If
all right.
only that.
Sam, thanks so much. Appreciate it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We're coming on the air with breaking news. Any moment now, the Senate Judiciary Committee is set to begin confirmation hearings for President Biden's first Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
We are getting some pictures from the hearing room today, and we want to let you know that this is a 4-day process that begins with opening remarks today, followed by 2 days of intense questioning from senators. Now, Judge Jackson has been preparing for this process for weeks, we know. She's already met with dozens of lawmakers from both parties, and we're seeing some of the images here from some of those meetings as they were happening in the weeks prior to this one.
That's right, and if confirmed, Jackson would be the first black woman on the high court. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now. Danny, just give us a sense of what we can really expect this week, especially in terms of timing.
I think first we're going to have her opening statement, which is something that is pretty standard. And then you're going to hear a lot of questions. You might hear her speak a lot about her career as a public defender, as a someone who sat on the Sentencing Commission. I am really interested to hear questions about her work on the United States Sentencing Commission, including her work on reducing the drug disparities, particularly the crack disparities in sentencing. We've never had a Supreme Court justice who worked so much in the area of federal criminal sentencing. So it is going to be fascinating, at least for me, to hear questions about that. But, you know, look for the standard delving into the background. That's why presidents try to pick someone with the most pristine background they can so that the other side can't do too much opposition research on them.
Again, we're looking at live pictures from the hearing room. You may be able to see Judge Jackson there, about to take her seat, having spoken to Senator Booker from New Jersey. And the opening statements are going to begin here in just a couple of seconds. I do want to try to bring in Harry Litman. He's a former U.S. attorney and former Deputy Assistant Attorney General. Harry, just your impressions. What would you expect to see unfold today? Obviously, this is a judge who's been before this committee before. Today's different, though, right?
It's completely different, of course. Everyone understands the stakes. I think the next several hours are going to be fairly dull affair. It's going to be set theater pieces. You've got senators who are thinking not just about the nomination, but maybe presidential politics comes in. So the real drama won't begin until the questioning, which won't be this morning. And then, as Danny says, and I would just add a couple other sentences.
Harry, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you here. The hearing is starting, so we do want to go to the hearing room now and listen.
To you and your family.
Thank you, Senator.
This is a moment, and you have much to be proud of. I know you have members and friends who want to, and we all look forward to hearing those introductions when you make your own later. At the outset, I want to note that I was sorry Clarence Thomas was hospitalized yesterday. I speak for all the members of the committee in wishing him a speedy recovery. Before I turn to my own opening statement, I want to briefly discuss of events and the ground rules for the hearing. The committee has 10 minutes to make an opening statement. We'll go and see switching between Democratic and Republican senators. Have made their opening statements. We'll hear from Judge Thomas Griffith, Professor Lisa Fairfax, who are here today to introduce Judge. Each introducer will have 5 minutes to make an opening statement. Finally, we'll administer the oath to Judge Jackson, and she will make and that will conclude today's events. Tomorrow we'll begin. For those sitting in the audience, welcome. You could be here to witness this historic occasion. I ask to be respectful and quiet during the hearing. Stand up unless you're entering or exiting the room. And if you be asked by one of our distinguished members of the Capitol to sit down. If you refuse, you'll be escorted. Let me be clear. We will not tolerate any audience. Any disruption will result in immediate removal. I also ask that our audience be respectful, ensure everyone's safety. With that, opening statements. Judge Jackson, as I said, again for being here today with your family and friends. The Supreme Court has a long and storied history. Have been filled by many superb justices whose contributions to the rule of law have stood the test of time. But the reality is that the court's members, in one respect, have never really reflected the nation they served. When the Supreme Court met for the very first time of 1790 in the Exchange Building in New York, there were nearly 700,000 slaves without citizenship in this new nation of nearly 4 million. Neither African Americans nor women had the right to vote. There was no equal justice for a majority of people living in America. It's more than 230 years. The Supreme Court has had 100 justices. 108 have been white men. Just 2 justices have been men of color. Only have served on the court, and just 1 a woman of color. Justice has been a black woman. You, Judge, can be the first. It's not easy being the first. Often you have to be the best. In some ways, the bravest. You're not prepared to face that kind of heat, that kind of scrutiny, that air of the national spotlight. But your presence here today to brave this process will give inspiration to millions of Americans who see themselves in you. As I mentioned to you, I was at the steps of the Supreme Court this morning to see the rally in support. There were so many young African-American women there seeing your pursuit as part. In other important ways, though, there are many nominees who've come before us. President Biden, because he knew your qualifications are outstanding. He knows you. You've appeared 3 previous times and confirmed with bipartisan support. And your professional record of life experience tell us what kind of lawyer, what kind of judge, and what kind of person you really are. Your guiding found in your life and in your work, that the Constitution for all Americans, not just the wealthy and powerful, that judge favoritism, and that the judiciary must live up to and above the entrance. Equal justice under. So today is a proud day for America. We've come along since 1790, and we know that we still have to form a more perfect union. It's a moment, something that the late Senator from Illinois, Paul Simon, said to Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg at her hearing. He said, you face a harsher judge than this committee, and that is the. And that judgment is likely to revolve around the question, did she restrict freedom or did she expand it? This statement time and again because it asks a vital question. History judge us. Judge Jackson, I have no doubt will remember you as a justice who never stopped working to defend. But I also ask the members of this committee, as this landmark confirmation process, to consider how each senator, as we face our constitutional responsibility, advise and consent. This moment also, something President Barack Obama, another trailblazer, said, Illinoisan, when the late Justice John Paul Stevens, President Obama said, while we cannot replace experience or wisdom, I will seek someone with similar an independent mind, a record of excellence and integrity, dedication to the rule of law, and a keen understanding of the daily lives of America. Much like Justice Stevens, cannot replace Justice Breyer. But with you, we have a nominee who embodies the same qualities as outstanding justices. You're independent-minded and understand the critical importance of judicial independence. Your record and integrity from the championship debate team at Palmetto Senior High School to Harvard and Harvard, to your 3 judicial clerkships, your work as a defender, a lawyer in private practice, a member of the commission, a federal district judge and circuit court judge. Throughout your career, you've been a champion for the rule of law, determined even at the risk of public criticism. At the United States Sentencing Commission, a bipartisan group which reflects the spectrum of American thinking on law enforcement, you set out to truly represented congressional intent when it came to criminal sentencing fairer. And you did it by finding common ground. During your tenure on that commission, 95% of the commission's votes were either unanimous. For example, the commission implemented the Sentencing Act, a law that I negotiated with then Senator Jeff Sessions that reduced the infamous 100-to-1 crack powder sentencing disparity. And you joined every one of your colleagues to make that change to the sentencing guidelines retroactive. You gave a powerful speech, and I'm going to quote it. You said, "There is no excuse for insisting that those who are serving excessive sentences under the long disputed and now discredited prior guideline must carry on as though none of this has happened." The vote in favor of retroactivity was unanimous on the commission. Republicans and Democrats shared your view. And you've gone to great lengths to explain how the law affects real people. Indeed, with your nomination, we can be confident that the court, its role, and its decisions will be more understandable to the American public. In your time on the bench, you've taken the time to explain your decisions and their consequences. When you were before this committee just last year for your D.C. Circuit hearing, you described how you, quote, take extra care to communicate with parties. You added, and I quote, "I speak to them directly and not just to their lawyers. I use their names. I explain every stage of the proceeding because I want them to know what's going on." As a result of that approach, you've made the law more approachable to litigants and American people. The cameras and the lights here today can make it easy to forget that at its core, the responsibility you seek is one of service. And I'm fully confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. Your complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions. All of your nearly 600 written opinions, read and reread, 12,000 pages of transcripts, meeting minutes, and other materials for the Sentencing Commission, your sworn testimony before the committee less than a year ago, every published and reported word you've written or spoken, your detailed answers to lengthy questions. For those who say they need more, I would answer that you have sat down personally with every member on this dais of the committee, Democrats and Republicans. A fair review of all of this makes clear your values and your guiding principles. You have ruled for and against presidents and administrations of both parties. You've ruled for prosecutors and for defendants. You've ruled for workers and for their employers, and you've been faithful to the law, not to any person or political cause. Now, there may be others who allege that you're before us today as a product of the campaign of dark money groups. Once again, your record and the process that led to this nomination belie that claim. To suggest that you're here merely because an organization supports you ignores your qualifications and the broad range of support you bring to this. In selecting you as his nominee, President Biden undertook a transparent selection process. He sought the input of senators from both parties. Senator Grassley and I met in the Oval Room with the president. He invited us to proffer any nominees that we cared to do. At the end of the day, the president alone chose you. He's put his faith in you to deliver justice at the highest level of the court. I share that faith. In announcing your nomination, the president spoke to many reasons that you deserve to sit on the high court. He noted the perspective you'll bring as a former member of the Sentencing Commission, as the first justice since Thurgood Marshall with considerable criminal defense experience, and as the second current justice, only the second, to serve as a federal trial court judge. He also noted your upbringing and the fact that you come from a law enforcement family. Yet despite that shared family experience, despite your record, we've heard claims that you are, quote, soft on crime. These baseless charges are unfair. A conservative National Review columnist called claims brought by one of my colleagues, quote, meritless to the point of demagoguery. They fly in the face of pledges my colleagues made that they would approach your nomination with civility and respect. And fact checkers, including the Washington Post, ABC News, and CNN, have exposed some of these charges as falsehoods. Critics have even stooped to accusing you of sharing the views of the clients you represented, even though they know that your work as an attorney was in service to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution's promise of effective assistance of counsel. Would law enforcement officials and organizations, including the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, and the Fraternal Order of Police have endorsed your nomination if you were soft on crime? Of course not. I'm confident the American people will see through these attacks and any other last-minute attempts to derail your confirmation. In closing, I want to share the words of one more Illinoisan, if you bear with me, a rather famous one named Abraham Lincoln. In August 1864, at the height of the Civil War, President Lincoln addressed the 166th Ohio Regiment. Lincoln said to the soldiers, and I quote, "I happened temporarily to occupy this big White House. I am living witness that one of your children may look to come here as my father's child has." Judge Jackson, we are all just temporary occupants of the Senate, the House, even with a lifetime appointment to the highest court in the land. You, Judge Jackson, are one of Mr. Lincoln's living witnesses of an America that is unafraid of challenge, willing to risk change, confident of the basic goodness of our citizens. And you are a living witness to the fact that in America, all is possible. I now recognize my colleague and friend, the ranking member, Senator Grassley.
Judge Jackson, congratulations. Welcome to you and your family. I thank you for taking time to visit with me in my office after the president nominated you. Since President Biden announced his nominee for the Supreme Court, I've been encouraging my colleagues to schedule meetings with you, Judge Jackson, and they have come off. In addition, I've continually emphasized the need for a thorough, respectful process by the committee. Now I want to talk a bit about what everyone watching should expect from this hearing and what they shouldn't expect at the hearing. We will conduct a thorough, exhaustive examination of Judge Jackson's record and views. We won't try to turn this into a spectacle based upon alleged process fouls. Good news on that front, we're off to a very good start. Unlike the start to the Kavanaugh hearings, we didn't have repeated choreographed interruptions of Chairman Durbin during his opening statements, like Democrats interrupted me for more than an hour during my opening statement on the Kavanaugh hearings. What we will do, however, is ask tough questions about Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy. In any Supreme Court nomination, the most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in our constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood. We all know there's a difference of opinion about the role judges should play. Some of us believe that judges are supposed to interpret the law as it was understood when written, not make new law or simply fill in vacuum. Those of us who share that view think that under our Constitution, Congress and not the federal courts are given the authority to make law and to set policy. Now, there are others who believe that the courts should make policy. They believe in a so-called living Constitution. They think that the Constitution's text and structure don't limit what a judge can do. To them, deciding what the Constitution means is really a quote-unquote value judgment. Under that approach, judges can exercise their own independent value judgments. One of the leading advocates for this approach explained that as a judge, you, quote, reach the answer that essentially your values tell you to reach, end of quote. In other words, those who subscribe to this philosophy think that the founders really meant to hide elephants in mouse holes. Then, with a bit of creativity, these judges can always find that elephant. That sounds like a good job description instead for legislators and not for judges. But for at least 4 years, Democrats systematically voted against many well-credentialed nominees that were diverse professionally, diverse geographically, diverse religiously, and diverse ethnically. Was it racist or anti-women for them to do so? I don't believe that it was. Democrats did it because the nominees didn't agree with living constitutionalism, just as Republicans have opposed nominees based upon their judicial philosophy. There are lots of problems with living constitutionalism. In the Senate, we spend a lot of time writing legislation. We argue over the language. We negotiate over how broad or narrow certain provisions of laws should be. If we can't convince our colleagues to adopt all of our ideas, we have been known to compromise every once in a while. We depend on judges to interpret laws as we write them. If judges impose their own policy preferences from the bench and essentially revise the laws we pass, it makes it harder for us to write good laws. Sometimes we need to include a provision that's very broad to get a colleague's support. If a judge rewrites the law later because of vague notions about fairness or equity or common good, that unravels all of our work here in the Congress. More importantly, the American people should be able to read a law and know what it means. They shouldn't have to ask how a federal judge who disagrees with the law could reinterpret the words on that page. All of this leads to the conclusion as to why we must carefully examine federal judges' records, especially Supreme Court nominees. Judge Jackson has served as an assistant public defender, worked in private practice, and served on the United States Sentencing Commission. She also served as a federal district court judge from 2013 to 2021. She served on the D.C. Circuit since June last year. I'm sure senators will have a few questions for Judge Jackson about the two opinions she's authored since joining the D.C. Circuit. As for her district court record, there have been some accusations that we cherry-pick some of Judge Jackson's criminal cases. Well, don't worry. We're going to talk about other cases as well. I was disappointed that we weren't able to get bipartisan agreement to ask for Judge Jackson's documents from her time as vice chair of the Sentencing Commission. The commission is an independent agency created to advise and assist Congress and the executive branch in the development of effective and efficient crime policy, and that's a quote. Unfortunately, it sounds like we'll have to wait until those documents are required to be released, and that will be about 20 years from now. Democrats have argued for time. Democrats have argued that Judge Jackson's time on the commission is an important part of her experience that she'll draw on as a judge. The Democrats are right on that point. That's why it would have been good to see what her views were as the head of the commission explained in a letter to Senator Durbin. The public documents turned over to this committee represent the consensus views of the commission and not necessarily Judge Jackson's own views. The Obama White House sent us roughly 68,000 pages of material, but more than 38,000 of the 68,000 pages are repeated copies of emails, threads that keeping track of the tweets about the Garland nomination. Those emails contain just one tweet about Judge Jackson. More than 13,000 of the 68,000 pages are just lists of previous nominations. So that leaves only 16,000 of 68,000 that we received from the White House that aren't obviously useless like all the other documents received. But for comparison, the White House has still withheld 48,000 pages under the presidential records and FOIA exemptions. Now that's a lot of hiding. But the limited number of useful records that we received from the Obama White House show exactly why the Sentencing Commission documents would have been important. There are a number of dark money groups on the left that argue federal judges should make policy decisions based on judges' own values. I've talked about the troubling role of far-left dark money groups like Demand Justice have played in this administration's judicial selection process. When the Demand Justice isn't creating short lists for President Biden to pick judicial nominees from or putting out new litmus tests, they're running ads, campaigns attacking the independence of the judiciary. They've strongly supported the so-called progressive prosecutors who are soft on violent crime in the face of rising crime waves in cities like San Francisco, Philadelphia, Boston, and Los Angeles. Now, what does that have to do with the nominee before us? The Obama White House records indicate that a co-founder of the Demand Justice played an important role in Judge Jackson's nomination to the Sentencing Commission and the District Court. The Demand Justice co-founder even interviewed Judge Jackson about the nomination to the Sentencing Commission. It would be helpful to know what Demand Justice co-founder learned from that process and why they strongly support Judge Jackson. However, it isn't all been bad on the document front, I want to make clear. We'd asked for briefs that aren't available online for D.C. Circuit cases Judge Jackson worked on as an attorney. At first, we were told they might not be available for a few weeks, but to our pleasant surprise, we received them early, apparently because the White House had asked for the documents as well. Judging by timetable, we were originally given to get the briefs. That request was made after she was announced. Now those documents concern Judge Jackson's time as assistant federal public defender. Democrats have accused Republicans of vilifying nominees who have represented criminal defendants. That's just not the case, and I think that's a very unfair accusation. Previous Supreme Court nominees have also represented criminal defendants on appeals. Chief Justice Roberts was appointed by the Supreme Court to represent a defendant in an important criminal law case, and he also helped represent an inmate in a Florida death row. And Justice Barrett represented a criminal defendant appealing their conviction while she was in private practice. Now, I've distinguished between two types of nominees who have worked in criminal cases. There are Bill of Rights attorneys who want to protect defendants' constitutional rights. Then there are what I've called criminal defense lawyers who disagree with our criminal laws. They want to undermine laws that they have policy disagreements with, and of course, that's a very important difference. Just a year ago, no, maybe it's now 2 years ago, Democrats had no trouble opposing nominees based on arguments these nominees made on behalf of clients. I could read off quotes of Democrats doing that to Trump nominees, but we only have a few minutes for these opening statements, and I'd run out of time. On a final note, During Justice Barrett's confirmation hearing, Democrats said that she would, quote unquote, judicial torpedo, aiming at protections for pre-existing conditions. We heard that argument repeatedly. Conservatives and anyone who actually looked at her record and laws said that that was strictly nonsense. But Democrats were sure otherwise. Well, when that case was finally decided, Democrats were proven wrong. I'm sure that won't deter any of my Democrat colleagues from making some confident predictions this time around as well. But the public record should remember their track record and perhaps take those claims with a grain of salt. They were wrong in their strong declarations how Justice Barrett would rule. Judge Jackson, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to hearing from you about your record, your views on the law, and your judicial philosophy. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Grassley. Next is the President Pro Tem of the Senate and former Chairman of the Committee, Patrick Leahy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Judge Jackson, welcome. It's really good to see you again. You know, today and actually throughout this week, the committee and the country are going to hear from Judge Jackson. She's been nominated to be the next Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Any nomination to the court is historic. There have only been 115 justices in our nation's history. Judge Jackson's nomination, of course, is historic in more ways than one. Her nomination, pending a confirmation by the Senate.
Senator Patrick Leahy speaking there, the third of 22 senators who will make opening statements today. You heard from the chair of the committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the ranking member, and we're going to sort of pause here. Of course, we will hear from Judge Jackson. We expect that to happen later this afternoon after all 22 senators are able to make opening statements.
Yeah, it is correct. So let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor right now. Sahil, I want you to do two things for us. If you can, just kind of lay out what we expect to see throughout the rest of today and in the weeks ahead, and really some of the criticism that we anticipate to hear from some of those Republican senators. We sort of heard Republican Senator Grassley tip his hat to some of the things that we would probably hear coming up. But can you go ahead and start there for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I expect to hear a lot more of what we just heard. There'll be 22 senators speaking. We just heard from the chair, Dick Durbin, and the ranking member, Chuck Grassley, for a little bit of a flavor of what is to come. Now, Durbin notably praised Judge Jackson as an independent-minded jurist and a champion for the rule of law. He went on to rebut a number of criticisms that Democrats are expecting from Republicans based on the way the last few days and weeks have gone. That includes the notion that she would be a rubber stamp for President Biden. He said, look at her record. She's ruled for and against presidents of both parties, the positions where they are. He rebutted claims that she would be soft on crime. Some of the claims that have come from the Republican side, arguing that they are debunked, they're baseless, and they've been rejected by fact checkers who've looked at the record. For Chuck Grassley, the Republican ranking member of this panel, he is, by the way, he has been around for more than 16 Supreme Court nomination hearings. It's quite extraordinary how long he's served in the chamber and how he's still, in such an important role overseeing yet another Supreme Court hearing. And he gave a flavor of what's to be expected from the Republicans. There was a little bit of score settling. He started off by talking about how Republicans are not going to handle this nomination hearing the way Democrats handled Justice Brett Kavanaugh's nomination hearing. Of course, there are allegations against him that don't apply to this nominee. I should note he also did some score settling about Democrats' predictions about the last Trump-appointed justice, Amy Coney Barrett. Democrats predicting how she would rule on a certain health care case that didn't pan out. But most importantly from Grassley, and this I think gets to the core of the dispute here, he talked about the debate among judicial philosophy that judges should have. Republicans don't believe in the idea of a so-called living constitution. They don't believe it was written abstractly to try to evolve with the times, as many Democrats, many progressives do. He and other Republicans want a judge who subscribes to originalism and textualism, having a narrow view of the Constitution and its purpose and its authority for the federal government to regulate and to legislate. So I think that lays it out. I would, by the way, flag that there are some very conservative members of this committee who have higher ambitions, presidential ambitions, people like Josh Hawley, people like Ted Cruz, who I would expect to hear a bit of a sharper tone from of criticism.
All right. Sahil Kapoor for us at the Capitol today. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Cevallos now, who's been listening along with us. Danny, politically, this is so far shaken out exactly as one might expect. Just your thoughts. What stood out to you so far in the comments today?
What stood out to me were the unusual opening statement comments, which is, hey, we didn't get all the documents we wanted. We got some, but we didn't get all of them. And that is, a typical point of contention, but I didn't expect to hear it in the opening statements. But the reality is today, you will not hear much controversy. You'll hear a lot of speeches. And even when we get into the questioning on day 2, remember that all these Supreme Court justices now, the modern trend is to find someone who is young and who has not gone out and given speeches and expressed strong opinions about anything. And any kind of hot button issue that they do ask Her Honor about, she's going to likely say that this is something that would come before me as a Supreme Court justice, so I have to decline to answer. And that's why it's always such a challenge for the opposing party to come up with a question that gives them some meat on the bone, some grist for the mill, something to go after with a particular nominee. But again, like I mentioned earlier, you're going to hear a lot about the possibility as a public defender, will she be soft on crime? Just in my personal experience, former public defenders who become judges are actually really tough on the defense. And in my view of that is that they know all the tricks. So don't expect that a federal public defender would become a soft on crime judge. My experience is it's completely the opposite.
I want to dive a little bit deeper there, Danny. I want to turn now to Professor Jerry Rutledge, Professor of Law at South Texas College of Law, Houston. Professor, thanks for joining us. Look, I want to just kind of set the scene for our viewers here, because Senate confirmation hearings a lot of times involve a lot of political pageantry, right? They are a chance for a lot of these senators to sort of espouse their views, to rally their base. And of course, there are 3 senators I'm particularly watching who have political ambitions for the presidential office, right? We're talking about Josh Hawley. We're talking about Tom Cotton. We're talking about Ted Cruz. And one thing that's interesting is the conversation. I'm not sure if you've been noticing the same thing, but to me, the conversation has shifted slightly. First, when they announced her name, and the fact that Biden wanted to have a black woman, there was this initial question of her personal qualifications. And then when it seemed like some of those Republican senators realized that left a poor taste in people's mouth to have this party that doesn't historically court a lot of black voters and doesn't have a lot of black women in position powers, it seemed like they realized that was not the way to go. And so the conversation sort of shifted to this soft on crime buzzword. And of course, this is for a woman who comes from a family of law enforcement officers, someone who has been endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. So can you tell us, what does that mean to you, the soft on crime buzzword, and what other types of sort of euphemisms in some cases should we be listening for or anticipate from some of the senators who are going to sort of undermine her qualifications?
I think they gave up on the qualifications because that was a losing argument. She is immensely qualified. And I think the soft on crime narrative is going to fail as well. Judge Jackson is strong on the Constitution, and that is what most defense attorneys are. They fight for due process. And so to try to spin this narrative, we saw the Hawley tweet and Ted Cruz, it's just ridiculous. And it's apparently particularly embarrassing that Cruz is an attorney. So he knows better. He knows that Judge Jackson didn't necessarily seek out her clients as a federal public defender. They were assigned to her, and she fought for the Constitution and represented them as she was supposed to do.
Aaron, go ahead. I'm sorry. Professor. Sorry, can you still hear us? We think we lost you for a minute. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and bring in Harry Littman as well to join the conversation. He's a former U.S. attorney and former deputy assistant attorney general. Mr. Littman, can you give us a sense sort of what stuck out to you from the sort of opening statements we just heard?
Sure. 96% of this was really predictable, but I would cite two things. First, Grassley, he did do that score settling point that Danny mentioned, but his overall tone, and especially that he fronted the argument, hey, Roberts, Barrett, other people represent defendants, nothing wrong with that. That indicated to me, A, he's putting daylight between him and Hawley and Cruz. That's important. And also it indicated to me he believes Jackson will be confirmed. The second point is his living constitutionalism argument.
Right.
That's really not going to hunt at all. She's going to say, I don't believe in that. That really is a kind of false distinction they throw at Democrats. But Democrats by now, as Elena Kagan has put it, will say, we're all originalists now. She will not take the bait of saying I'm for a living constitution.
I have a question, sort of, if we can look at our crystal ball for a minute. Do you think that that distance you just mentioned, sort of between putting himself between Hawley and Cruz, is going to work? Do you think that's going to be successful?
Well, sure. I mean, what I think it first portends is they believe she's going to be confirmed and there's not going to be a blood battle on the floor. Definitely Hawley and Cruz will be just as vicious as they otherwise would have been. But I think people won't see it as dramatic and engaged. It'll be, OK, let these presidential candidates have their way, but it's not going to be anything that could seriously derail her confirmation. It'll make for an unpleasant half hour. And she will say, by the way, at each instance, or defenders will say, look at the whole record, over 100 people I've sentenced. I'm in line with other judges. And by the way, law enforcement supports me. So they'll be cherry picking, as Grassley says, and she and her defenders will be saying, look at the whole record.
I want to thank all of our guests for joining us as we sort of kick off the Senate confirmation hearings. We hope that you will stick around and enjoy us for the next few days while we continue to dive into this historic confirmation. Thank you all so much.
And of course, our viewers, you be sure to stay with NBC News Now throughout the day and week for continuing coverage of the confirmation hearing.
And bottom of the hour now, let's get you caught up on the latest from Ukraine. Our top story, the southern port city of Mariupol is now the focal point of the war. Fighting has reached a brutal stalemate as Russia keeps launching heavy attacks.
Kyiv rejected Russia's demand to give up Mariupol. Russia said it would ensure the safe release of civilians trapped in that city if Ukrainians surrender. Right now, people there are without water, heat, or access to medicine. The refugee crisis is getting worse. The United Nations now estimating almost 3.5 million Ukrainians have left the country. Calls are now growing for the U.S. to start opening its borders.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
Russia is meanwhile relentlessly bombarding Ukraine's second largest city, which is Kharkiv. Putin's forces have used different types of ammo, including cluster munitions, which are really banned under international law. Here's Sky News correspondent John Sparks.
The most desirable homes in the city of Kharkiv are located within its northern suburbs. But no one comes here now unless you man a checkpoint or carry a weapon or drive a T-72 tank. On the outskirts of the country's second largest city, the Ukrainians and the Russians take potshots in the woods as the Ukrainian army awaits the enemy's next move.
We're still inside the city, but it's a war zone, it's a battlefield. Tanks and heavy armaments just about everywhere.
We were given access to this suburban frontier and taken to a children's camp in the trees with mock turrets and cabins and areas to play.
Выстрелы хаотично. Там упадет, туда прилетит, туда прилетит.
Shells have pierced the grounds, and a rocket hit the door. Our guide did not want to show his face.
It's actually punctured the door around here, the rocket.
Inserted itself through the metal frame. Nearby, we found a soldier called Doc. He'd been planting landmines when the shells came in.
What did you see? What did you experience?
Во-первых, страшно было, конечно. А так, грохот, ну, подвал помех, конечно. Ну, я словами не можу передати вам, що я чувствував на той момент. Страх за сім'ю.
Garwin, we've got to go in. A few minutes later, we had to use his shelter.
Go.
Grad rockets incoming.
The signs of war are all around, with the remnants of a Russian column littering the trees. It's a sign of what the Ukrainian army is able to achieve. In the suburbs of Kharkiv, the Russian advance has ground to a halt. And in a gruesome display of grit and intent, we were taken to see the bodies of 5 dead Russian servicemen. A Ukrainian captain claiming the Russians have refused to repatriate the bodies. The battle may have stalled, but it certainly isn't over. Everyone in this city is sure of that. So they prepare themselves for the seemingly inevitable, regardless of the personal cost. John Sparks, Sky News in Kharkiv.
The United Nations says nearly 1 in 4 Ukrainians have been forced to leave their homes as a result of Russia's invasion. However, Ukrainian forces continue to resist and hold their ground in key cities, including the capital of Kyiv. Joining us now is Joe Cerrone. He is a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, I want to thank you for joining us. And just first off, sort of what is your sense of Russia's military objectives there in Ukraine specifically? And do you think it's really achieved any of those goals thus far?
No, it has not achieved its goals. As your reporting just showed, the offensive has stalled. You're going to be hearing a lot in the next few days about the Russian offensive culminating, meaning it has advanced about as far as it's going to advance without achieving its strategic objectives. It hasn't captured Kyiv, it hasn't captured Odessa, it hasn't captured Mariupol, which was most people thought was going to fall in the first few days of the war. So what that means is that the Russians are now basically incapable of carrying out offensive operations apart from long-range artillery and rocket strikes, which is what you're seeing they're doing. For example, remember that 40-mile-long convoy that was stalled on its way to Kyiv? It's never reached Kyiv. That whole convoy is just stuck, and Ukrainian fighters are going in and picking off tanks. The Russians are taking a terrible toll in equipment and in Russian lives.
And Mr. Cerrone, I mean, what is your assessment of Washington's message to the Kremlin and Russian President Vladimir Putin? Is the U.S. sending the right signals to Russia, given what you just said?
You know, this is a very difficult conflict to navigate, and I believe President Biden is doing an extremely good job. For example, just on the nuclear threats, he hasn't responded in kind to Putin's nuclear threats. He hasn't raised the alert level of our forces the way Putin has. He's reacted calmly, and he continues to hold out the prospect to Vladimir Putin personally that if he stops the offensive and engages in good faith peace talks, that there can be an end to this, that there can be a lifting of these crippling sanctions that we put on. And most important, he's maintained the unity of the NATO alliance. Our biggest strength is that almost every country in Europe is with us on that, and many more outside. So Russia is basically alone fighting this war.
Mr. Joe Cerrone, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Now, ripple effects from the war in Ukraine will spread far beyond its own borders. Ukraine exports 10% of the world's wheat and 14% of corn. That's according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Russia's invasion has grinded this to a halt. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff is in Ukraine now with how farmers are coping.
Ukraine is known as the breadbasket of Europe. Its agricultural products are exported and consumed all over the world. And today, this morning here in Lviv, a city that had 4 air raid sirens just this morning alone, in bakeries all across this city, the products that are sold there are made by farmers who are fighting a battle on their own front lines. As soon as we got outside Lviv city center, the landscape looked familiar, like the American heartland. But there was one key difference.
You see checkpoints like this everywhere you go in this country, and if you thought people might feel more relaxed or comfortable in a rural community, you're wrong. All we got around here is farms everywhere you look.
Not far away, we were greeted by family farm owners Zinovy Maximoshin and his daughter Maria Samolyenko. Their 21,000-acre farm is considered medium-sized for Ukraine.
Вільні народи вільної країни.
10 days ago, Ukrainian President Zelensky encouraged farmers not to flee, to carry on with their work amid the war, saying, "It's about our victory."
Do you consider the men who drive the trucks like this as important as the soldiers on the front lines?
That's true, Zinovy says. This is our battlefield. We have to make sure our country and other countries have something to eat. Ukraine owes its agricultural productivity to its soil, and it has a name of its own.
I've never heard the term chernozem before.
This is very nutritious soil, he says. It's what makes Ukraine the world's largest exporter of sunflower oil, and among the top 10 exporters of grain and corn.
Oh, it's nice.
All of a sudden, what seems like a sanctuary from the war, invaded by a sound in the sky.
Hey, keep looking. Listen. Is that a fighter jet?
It's most likely a military plane, he tells me, unsure if it's Ukrainian or Russian.
When you hear a plane like that, what do you think?
I'm anxious, says Zinovy, but we have to do our work. Back on the farm, in front of a pile of soybeans they plan to export to Europe, it's clear why.
Russia is already hitting warehouses that are storage for food in Kyiv. We've already seen it. Could something like this be a target as well?
We can expect anything from these people, he says.
You have a 3-year-old son. It's his grandchild.
Yes.
What will you tell your son about the war?
I just pray to God for my son not to see the explosions, not to see what the war looks like, Maria says. Her father wanted to say something too. I want my grandchild, when he grows up, to be proud of how we handled the situation, that we stayed here and worked really hard for the victory.
You know, they're not just fighting for Ukraine. They're fighting for North Africa. They're fighting for Asia. They're fighting for Europe, too. All places that depend on Ukrainian agricultural production. And if there is any interruption in the supply chain, it could lead to what the United Nations calls a hurricane of hunger, interrupting the global food supply worldwide.
Jacob Soboroff reporting there. In a rare occurrence in Washington, legislators on both sides of the aisle are almost unified in support of Ukraine, but a small minority of Trump-aligned America First Republicans are now clashing with their GOP colleagues over the issue of support. NBC News senior political reporter Jonathan Allen joins us now with more on this. So, John, who exactly are these Republican holdouts who are not backing Ukrainian support, and how are they doing that?
Well, we saw last week in a House vote on sanctions. There were 8 holdouts on the Republican side who didn't want to vote for it. Basically, you saw Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably the most prominent of them, Lauren Boebert, Congresswoman from Colorado. And we're seeing in statements from some of them as well that they really aren't on board with what the United States is doing in Ukraine.
So, Jonathan, what are they focusing on instead of Ukraine?
You know, we heard from J.D. Vance, a Senate candidate in Ohio, like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, somebody who's trying to be very close to former President Donald Trump, who is sort of the leader of this America First brand of conservatism. We heard from J.D. Vance that he felt like all of the attention on Ukraine, the government's focus on Ukraine, means that the administration is not paying attention to kitchen table issues, and that those are being ignored. The interests of Americans in the U.S. economy is being ignored. That's the argument that we're getting a lot from the America First contingent, small as it may be, in terms of elected officials. It's certainly got a forceful set of voices on the campaign trail right now and in the conservative firmament, and specifically in the Donald Trump world.
Yeah. Obviously, right now, the polls overwhelmingly show support for Ukraine in this country. Would you expect to see some of these holdouts change their viewpoint with the midterms approaching so quickly?
It's a great question, and I think the answer to that is no, and that's in part because the holdouts that we're looking at, the overwhelming majority of them, and again, it's a very small group, so overwhelming majority, take that with a grain of salt, but generally speaking with the holdouts, these are people from very, very safe Republican districts that are extremely in line with former President Trump, and so I don't expect that even if public opinion were to go stronger in favor of Ukraine, that we would see these holdouts really change their tune.
All right, Jonathan Allen for us in Washington today. John, thanks.
Take care.
The numbers are staggering. One child forced to escape the war in Ukraine every single second.
After the break, the young faces and stories behind the 1.5 million young war refugees from Ukraine.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is now in its 4th week, and the humanitarian crisis is growing even worse by the day.
Nearly half of the 3.5 million war refugees are children who are leaving their war-ravaged country every single second. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber shows us the young faces and stories behind the growing number of child refugees.
When you watch children playing in the makeshift refugee shelters now scattered across Poland, you see a lot of smiles. Talk to the same kids, and you get the sense that they laugh and play, not because they're unaware of the horrors they survived, but because it is their way to survive those moments in hell.
What is war?
So the war is when everybody is in a battle and they're fighting. And we saw equipment, we saw vehicles, and then I don't remember anything.
It's a river of blood.
it's loud noises. It's terrible.
It's hard to talk about scary things, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We don't even have our house anymore.
Over 3 million refugees have fled Ukraine.
What's her name? Tatiana.
UNICEF says half are children, like Margarita and her sister Zlata.
Before all of this started, what were you doing?
До того, как это все началось, чем ты занималась? Какие у тебя были планы?
Планы были гулять, учиться.
My plans were to go out, to hang out, to study, but not to leave. I wanted to be an actress.
How have you changed in the last 2 weeks? Do you feel like you've had to grow up?
I started to value everything I have as much as I never did before. I worry about everyone now. I worry about my relatives, my loved ones.
For the older kids, there's a determination, a necessity to help.
I'm looking for my little sister and my little brother, try to help them.
Has that been hard? Because you're just a kid too.
Not so hard.
Pain, instead of fueling hate, galvanizing compassion.
How do you do that? How do you find love
Как у тебя
in the
получается?
middle
Как
of
тебе
all
удается
this?
находить эти вот хорошие?
Потому что ты вспоминаешь то, что
Because
было
you remember
до этого времени.
what
Ты
you had
понимаешь, что ты
before
проживал
the
очень
war.
хорошее
You
время.
remember what kind of good life you had, and you start missing it a lot.
What do you want other kids who might watch
Ты
this?
хочешь что-нибудь
What do you
сказать
want them
другим
to know?
детям, которые сейчас I want to wish them happiness, and I want them to live good life and clear, safe sky over their heads.
Ellison Barber, Arłamów, Poland.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. No surrender. Ukraine standing firm against Putin's forces, telling Russia it will not give up its fight. The devastating toll the war is already taking and what Russia could make its next target.
Also breaking right now, facing senators. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson preparing for a barrage of questions. What to expect as her confirmation hearing for the Supreme Court begins on Capitol Hill.
And talk about spring break chaos, an outbreak of gun violence in some of the most popular vacation spots in Florida and in Texas. What we're just learning about the weekend attacks that left several people hospitalized.
And a matter of time. If America decides to keep daylight saving time for good, what could that mean for our health? The potential implications you may not have thought about.
Hello, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with a strong message of resistance in Ukraine. That country's leaders are refusing Russia's demand to surrender the city of Mariupol. Hundreds of thousands of civilians have been under direct assault for weeks. An art school being used as a shelter was bombarded on Sunday. Ukraine says 400 people were inside at the time. President Volodymyr Zelensky is again calling on European countries to cut off Russia economically. He said in a video released today that his nation is at war against one of the strongest armies in the world.
Meanwhile, Meta, Facebook and Instagram's parent company, has been officially branded an extremist organization in Russia. News agencies there say a court threw out an attempt to have the charge dismissed. Now, Meta has not responded to a request for comment from NBC News. Both Facebook and Instagram were banned in Russia earlier this month. We are covering the story from every angle, including the refugee crisis that is growing by the day. So let's go ahead and begin overseas with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who is in Lviv, Ukraine. Gabe, look, Russia continues to attack Kyiv from the air. So what is the situation like on the ground in the capital there?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, I'm in western Ukraine in Lviv, where we've been hearing air sirens throughout the day. But, things are generally back to normal here, although those air sirens are a constant reminder that there is a war in this country. In Kyiv, however, is a different story. Overnight, there was significant airstrikes there. One of them hit a shopping mall. At least 8 people were killed, according to local authorities. And the mayor there has reimposed a 35-hour curfew set to take effect later tonight and set to go on for 35 hours, much like another curfew that was imposed last week. But Morgan, I also want to talk about the city of Mariupol, and that is getting so much attention here in this country because just overnight there was a deadline that came and went that Russian authorities had told the local leaders in Ukraine that basically demanded that they surrender. Defiantly, Ukrainians have not done so, and so the assault on Mariupol continues. We are hearing from people that have just left that region of an increasingly dire situation where they are low on supplies. They have been for weeks, no food, no water, and that now, according to the Mariupol City Council, thousands of residents are being rounded up by Russian troops, according to the City Council, and being taken to so-called filtration camps where they're being processed and some of them being deported to Russia. Now, Russian state TV has claimed that these are willing evacuees that are heading to these camps, but I just spoke with Ukraine's deputy prime minister, who strongly disagrees with that in the strongest possible terms and called this essentially war crime. So the death toll is mounting here in Ukraine, Morgan. Russian troops have stalled mostly outside the capital, but an aerial bombardment of the capital of Kyiv is ongoing after that deadly bombing overnight, again, hitting that shopping mall on the outskirts of Kyiv, Morgan.
Gabe, I want to go back to something you just mentioned, which is those air sirens. I mean, you've been on the ground there in Western Ukraine reporting for what feels like a really long time. Can you tell us more about the types of stories you're hearing, right? The human toll that this is all taking. What are people there telling you about their experiences?
Well, certainly, Morgan, it is extremely surreal to be here in the cultural capital, as it's known, of Ukraine. And it is considered a place of relative safety for refugees. And yet, despite that, every few hours, we do hear air raid sirens. There was an attack earlier this week on just a few miles from where I'm standing. It was an airplane repair center. And the mayor here is very concerned that Russia could escalate its attacks in the western part of the country. Again, Russia has confirmed its use of hypersonic missiles that travel up to a range of more than 1,200 miles and can't be easily detected by air defense systems. So there's a lot of concern in this part of the country. But Morgan, as to the human toll, we have been hearing story after story of refugees coming from the eastern and southern parts of this country, and they are just devastated. They have had to risk their lives to escape. One woman who we just spoke with just this morning, she is still in southeastern Ukraine at a undisclosed location because she took the risk with her family to pile into a car and drive out of Mariupol in what she thought was a humanitarian corridor, but she wasn't sure if it would hold. You remember, they don't have cell phone communication there, so they made the decision to leave because they were just so desperate. But she has still not been able to communicate with the rest of her family, her parents. She doesn't know where they are, hasn't been able to talk with them for days. And Morgan, just a few minutes ago, right before we came on the air, she called us back and she said that her best friend had just lost her 15-year-old son in a shooting in Mariupol just a short time ago. She just found out. This is an ongoing humanitarian disaster of historic proportions. And yes, we are hearing more and more of those incredible refugee stories that they managed to escape, the carnage that is happening in the southeastern part of the country, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, I want to go ahead and bring in correspondent Josh Letterman, who is currently in Brussels. Josh, look, NATO leaders are holding a highly anticipated summit this week. Are they saying anything in advance of that, especially given what Gabe just mentioned is happening on the ground?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. They are saying that this new threat from Russia is forcing NATO to look at a different long-term strategy, what NATO is calling a new normal. And so they say that will involve moving significantly more troops into Eastern European NATO nations, as well as making sure they have more air and ground and other kinds of resources deployed on a persistent basis. They say That's not necessarily going to help Ukraine in this instance because Ukraine is not a NATO member, but it certainly will help all of these other NATO nations that are very worried that they could be the next target of President Putin's aggression. We heard from the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg describing his view of the situation heading into the summit. Take a listen.
I have full trust in President Zelensky and the government in making the right judgments of what kind of peace talks they should engage in and what kind of agreements they can agree to. Our responsibility is to support Ukraine as we do in many different ways, but also ensure that this conflict do not spiral out of control or expands and escalate beyond Ukraine.
And that's the reason that NATO does not want to put troops on the ground in Ukraine and says it will not impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. NATO officials are also telling me it's very unlikely that they will accept a Polish proposal to create a NATO peacekeeping force in Ukraine. They say, look, there's no peace to keep right now. If you were to put NATO troops there, it doesn't matter what you call the mission, they're going to end up fighting Russian troops. That is something they say they cannot allow NATO and the West to get dragged into, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez as well as Josh Lederman for us. Thank you both.
Now, the UN says nearly 3.5 million people have been forced to leave Ukraine since Russia first invaded. Countless numbers of refugees are hoping to come to the U.S. But that process is far from simple. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joining us now with more on the difficult situation one family is dealing with. Jesse, I'm sorry.
Aaron, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says it is ready to take in refugees and will be prioritizing the immediate family members of U.S. citizens, specifically for immigrant visas. But one woman I spoke with who is a permanent resident of the United States has been trying to get her mother here on a tourism visa just for a short time, and she helps highlight how difficult it can be for people to get their loved ones out of Ukraine and into the U.S.
From Ukraine's train stations to border crossings, the refugee crisis growing more dire. The United Nations says already more than 3 million people have fled Ukraine.
They are fearing for their lives, and we have to make sure we do the right thing.
Facing pressure at home, President Joe Biden promising relief.
We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms.
How does that compare to what your mother's going through?
I say you should go because Joe Biden told that you will be able to reach me. And she just believed me.
Thankfully, Natalia Shepachuk's mom made it to Poland, but now she's alone, her daughter trying to help her from the U.S. Natalia, a green card holder, says a tourism visa was denied, something the U.S. government warns will happen for people who can't prove they'll leave.
I can't understand why not, why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you, everything will be okay.
And Natalia doubts the U.S. refugee program will be any faster. Under former President Donald Trump, refugee admissions were cut to 15,000 in 2020. President Biden raised that number to 62,500.
The Trump administration just eviscerated the whole infrastructure, brought the numbers of refugees admitted down to almost nothing, and we have to basically start from scratch.
Experts say that thinned-down system can't handle another crisis after the highly criticized Afghanistan pullout last year.
The United States really has its hands full with the Afghan evacuation. U.S. resettlement agencies are completely overstretched.
Natalia says her lawyer thinks it could take 5 years to get her mother here as a refugee.
When you hear it could take years to get your mother here legally, what goes through your mind?
I start crying because I was asking myself, will my mom still be alive till this time or not?
So you can see the anguish just that one family is going through. The Biden administration believes that many of the many of the refugees who are fleeing Ukraine will want to stay in Europe. But there are about 1 million people living in this country, including that woman we just spoke with, who have ties to Ukraine. Aaron?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in L.A. Jesse, thanks.
And right now on Capitol Hill, history is being made.
Senators have begun delivering their opening statements in the Supreme Court confirmation hearing for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, she's the first black woman ever nominated to serve on the high court. Judge Jackson will face some tough questions over the next few days, and she's been preparing for this for weeks now.
That's right. I mean, this morning, women's groups rallied outside of the Supreme Court to show their support for Judge Jackson's confirmation. NBC News is, of course, covering every single angle of today's historic hearing. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, walk us through this morning's opening statement and really give us a sense of what we can expect as that questioning kicks off tomorrow.
Yeah, Morgan, I'm standing right outside the room where those hearings are taking place. We are just a few senators into their opening statements, a lengthy day ahead of us here, and it's only going to get longer once we get into tomorrow. That's when all 22 senators will get a chance to ask questions of the nominee. But the opening statements from the two top senators on this committee, Dick Durbin, the chairman, and Chuck Grassley, the ranking member, really did paint a picture of what we might end up seeing in those questions tomorrow and Wednesday, each of them speaking to points that Democrats and Republicans both have previewed in recent days. Take a listen.
Confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. Your complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions.
The most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in our constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood.
So, Morgan, you heard Durbin there previewing and, frankly, pre-butting some of the things that Republicans might use to attack Judge Jackson with, and Chuck Grassley there talking about what he hopes to hear over the course of these hearings. I was told last night when I was talking with White House officials that Judge Jackson has been doing extensive preparation, of course, for this moment. It started from the moment that she was nominated, really, preparation for her meetings with senators. She has met with dozens of them up here on Capitol Hill, but also including mock hearings led by the White House counsel's office. And over the weekend, that prep continued. She did tour this hearing room on Saturday, getting comfortable in the space. She's going to be here all week, 4 days of these hearings, Morgan.
4 days, Ali, but this is also Judge Jackson's 4th time before the Senate Judiciary Committee. So how might, she and the senators who are really questioning her draw on those experiences tomorrow? What do we anticipate that they are going to say?
Look, that's critically important. We have had Democrats repeatedly point out, the White House as well, that because this is her 4th time coming in front of the committee, there's not likely to be any surprises. Of course, these confirmation hearings, we've done enough of them to know that that's not always the case. But at the same time, John Cornyn, one of the senators, Republican on this committee, said he wants these hearings to be thorough and fair. But at the same time, we have heard from Republicans repeatedly, hearkening back to the Judge Kavanaugh hearings repeatedly, talking about how they don't want it to look like that. At the same time, though, there are a few Republicans who are sitting on this committee who might have presidential aspirations going forward. Those are the people who were really watching. Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton. During those lines of questioning, we are waiting to see if they manage to have any kind of viral moment that could launch them into the national consciousness here at that moment. At the same time, though, in terms of her past resume, what really we're looking for is the fact that she has been confirmed in bipartisan fashion before. She doesn't need to be here if all 50 Democrats get on board for this nomination. But at the same time, that's something that Democrats in the White House would like to see again, Republicans and Democrats getting on board to confirm her in the future.
A lot to look out for today, but especially tomorrow. Ali Vitale, I know you will be there live and bring it to us. We appreciate it.
Now, NBC News correspondent Yamisha Sendor is joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. And Ali set it up nicely, I think. Obviously, we have a woman who's been before this committee 4 times before, but the stakes are higher this time. What are you going to be watching for, listening for over the next couple of days once the questioning gets started?
Well, what I will be watching for is already in some ways what the Republicans are previewing. You already heard them complaining about Justice Kavanaugh's hearings, and they've already said, especially Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who, by the way, voted for Judge Jackson when she was confirmed to her current position. He said that he's going to be wanting to ask about court packing, whether or not she thinks other judges should be added to the Supreme Court. He also highlighted the idea that he wants to ask about her defending Guantanamo Bay detainees. He also gave a shout out to Josh Hawley, who has those 2024 aspirations, saying that he should be asking about criminal sentencing. So we really have Republicans who are already sort of laying out what they're going to be talking about. But I'm really struck by the idea and the conversations that I had by a lot of women, frankly, who know Judge Jackson, including Lisa Fairfax, who's going to be introducing her. She told me that a lot of this is distractions and that really this is a judge who very much worked hard to get here, that she's like an Olympic athlete who had been training for this her whole life, and that she's brilliant and that she's not biased.
I want to stay on the notion of these distractions, though, because I think, like Ali mentioned, I personally am watching those people who have those 2024 aspirations, Cotton, Cruz. I mean, they've made it clear kind of where they're headed with this. But I don't know if you've noted this, Yamiche, but it feels like the messaging has changed. The tone of the criticism has changed. So initially it was, oh, but is she qualified? We know that Biden wanted to have a black woman, so will she be qualified? Now, if you hear Mitch McConnell say it, it's like, well, he didn't specifically come for her, but he said the soft on crime people are behind her. So besides the soft on crime sort of buzzword we're now hearing, what other types of words or pockets of criticism do we expect to hear in the next 2 days?
Well, there's a lot. And I think Lindsey Graham in his opening statement really laid out a lot of it, which is that he sees her as, he said, funded by the radical left. He, of course, was going for J. Michelle Childs, and he brought up her name multiple times, essentially saying that the reason why Judge Jackson is in before this committee today is because she is essentially funded by lefty groups that wanted her there, even if she herself is not biased. So really, in some ways, getting at this idea that she doesn't deserve to be there, even though obviously she has the qualifications to be there. So that's something that definitely to watch. I should also say that this is the judge who famously said presidents are not kings, talking about former President Donald Trump saying that he had to be giving out documents that were being asked as part of the January 6th committee. So that's also something to watch for. I also think that there's possibly a conversation about whether or not she's going to recuse herself when it comes to the affirmative action case that's coming before. She's on a board at Harvard that might be connected to that. So that's just some of the things. But I also interviewed a conservative judge who has worked on Supreme Court nominations and who himself was twice nominated. He sadly told me he never made it down to the bench. Still feels a little sad about that, I think. But he told me that this is really about politics, and he endorsed her as a Republican because he wanted to try to take a little bit of the edge away from Republicans to say, no, she actually has the backing of Republicans as well.
You talk about the politics involved here. President Biden has said from the beginning that he wanted this to be as bipartisan a process as it could be. He made a point to bring in Republicans to the White House to talk about who his nominee would be. How significant is that for the White House at this point, this idea that this process will end up looking at least a little bit bipartisan in the end?
Well, President Biden, he signaled that he thought it was really important to be able to say, here's somebody who I think both parties should be able to get behind, especially because he was keeping with this pledge of having an African-American woman. And also, we should say, the first federal public defender come before the court as a nominee. So the White House definitely wants this to be bipartisan. But I should also tell you, when I talk to White House officials, they don't feel like there's someone who is worried about whether or not she's going to be confirmed. The confidence feels like they know that she's likely to be confirmed. But because she's already gotten 3 Republican votes, and that being Lindsey Graham, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, during her last confirmation, they would like to see that repeated. But there are so many other things on the White House's plate that I think even if she gets through, and even if the vice president has to break that tie in the Senate, they'll be happy because she will be on the bench.
Yamiche Alcindor, it is a pleasure to have you with us. And thank you so much, Yamiche. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And be sure to stay with NBC News Now all day tomorrow for the first day of Judge Jackson's confirmation hearing, the questioning. Our NBC News special coverage begins at 9 a.m. Eastern.
And meanwhile, more than a half-dozen wildfires are burning tens of thousands of acres all across Texas. The flames forced hundreds of people to leave their homes just over the weekend. We know at least one person has died in those fires. Joining us now, we have NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is live from Dallas. Morgan, how much progress are the crews making in really getting these fires there under control?
Yeah, Morgan, it is absolutely a very tough battle. We know the Eastland complex is now 7 fires that make up it up about 2 hours west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And it's burned more than 50,000 acres since it began late last week. Part of the problem here, Morgan, has been the dry conditions combined with high winds over the weekend that has caused it to grow faster than anticipated. Just on Saturday, this was comprised of only 4 fires. Now it is 7. Officials say that the complex as a whole is about 30% contained. Obviously, they would like to see that number go up, but just these devastating images show how quickly the flames were spread by these winds, upwards of 30-mile-an-hour gusts over the weekend, and that's made for such a frustrating fight there, as it just takes one ember to be picked up, carried elsewhere to start an entirely new blaze. At last check, more than 60 homes have been burned, hundreds of people evacuated from these larger rural areas there, where in a lot of the places it was tough to even fight the fire because it's in such a remote location. And right now, fortunately, there has been a bit of a break with the weather. Rain is forecast for parts of northern Texas today. Fire crews there are certainly hoping that that can slow down the spread of this fire that has already caused a significant amount of destruction. Morgan.
Morgan, look, hundreds of people have been forced to leave their homes. As we mentioned, one person died. What kind of resources are available to those people who have been displaced?
We know of at least half a dozen shelters have opened up in this area, again, about 2 hours west of Dallas. These are very tight-knit communities. Each town numbered, 200 to 500 people. So there are very few strangers in this part of the state. Whenever I was out there over the weekend, you did see just an incredible amount of supplies and relief efforts already pouring in. So that was a welcome sight. But keep in mind that a lot of people fighting these fires have some lost homes themselves. I spoke to one gentleman who lived in Carbon, Texas, who had lost upwards of 70 to 80% of the residents in that town. He was a firefighter. He says, mine was one of the first homes to burn. Now we're just doing our best to try to limit its damage going forward.
All right, Morgan Chesky joining us from Dallas. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
COVID cases are down nationwide just as college students are going on spring break. But some destinations now seeing a surge of visitors are also facing a spike in violence. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Fort Lauderdale.
It's the rite of spring when college kids descend on beaches. Much earned celebrations, but in some cases turning chaotic and in a few incidences, seriously dangerous. From busy beaches to packed bars.
We're going to have a blast this weekend.
Thousands are letting loose this spring break, migrating south for some sand, surf, and sun.
You could just tell how it is in the clubs and stuff. And drinks are just flowing.
But along with the fun in the sun and long nights of drinking, it's getting out of control. Part of Miami Beach's famed Ocean Drive was shut down after partiers swarmed the streets. And chaos erupted there early Sunday when a shooting sent 3 people to local hospitals. Security cameras capturing the terrifying scene. The suspect remains at large. Local officials have been on guard for weeks, given last year's mayhem, which saw clashes with police and led to an emergency curfew. Elsewhere in the states, curfews are going into effect. In New Smyrna Beach, police say it's bedlam, with kids crawling on top of buildings, throwing business furniture into the road, and accosting business employees. All of it triggering a strict 60-day curfew to limit the number of people out on the town overnight. And in one Florida panhandle community, authorities even implementing an 8 p.m. curfew for anyone under the age of 21. Unless they're with a parent.
There are kids running and screaming and yelling and hiding in the bushes and drinking.
Meanwhile, in Austin, Texas, a suspect is in custody after 4 people were wounded in a shooting early Sunday. It happened in a busy area with several bars. It comes as Austin wraps up the first in-person South by Southwest festival since before the pandemic. Schools, colleges, universities, they stagger their spring breaks. So according to the airline tickets that have been sold, the real crowds are going to show up towards the end of this month and through mid-April. And those tickets that are sold out on most flights are heading to Florida.
Support is pouring in from around the world for the people of Ukraine.
Coming up, how one Florida company is contributing to the Ukrainian defense.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making news right now, we now know the identities of the 4 Marines who died last week during a training flight in Norway. Their helicopter crashed while they were participating in NATO exercises, which were planned before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Their remains are now being brought home to the United States, and the cause of the crash is still being investigated. New details in the 2019 shooting of Baseball Hall of Famer David Ortiz. A private investigator now says that he was targeted by a Dominican drug kingpin who placed a bounty on his head. The findings contradict the crime theory that had been developed by Dominican prosecutors. And the remains of a man missing for nearly 2 decades appear to have been found by YouTube video creators. The group, called Adventures with Purpose, specializes in searching for missing people in bodies of water. Now, they used an advanced sonar search and recovery dive team to locate the man's car underneath the water. And at the bottom of the hour, the latest on the breaking developments in Ukraine.
Russian forces hit Kyiv with another harsh attack on Sunday night. Ukrainian officials say 8 people are dead, That's after a shopping center was destroyed. Ukraine's leaders are rejecting demands from Russia to surrender Mariupol, a key port city left devastated by fighting. Moscow promised to allow residents safe passage out of that city if Ukrainian soldiers lay down their weapons.
President Biden will head to Europe this week to meet with his NATO counterparts, and they're looking at new ways to boost support for Ukraine and to punish the Kremlin. This trip comes as the humanitarian crisis in Eastern Europe is just getting even worse. Nearly 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, and the UN says about 10 million people have been displaced with no signs of them returning home.
Let's start our coverage with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobieja in Poland for us today. Kelly, what are you seeing on the ground there in Poland right now?
Well, Aaron, humanitarian workers both on the border and here in Warsaw are telling us that they are bracing for another wave of refugees to come across the border from Ukraine. They are concerned that some of these humanitarian corridors, as they open up, that they will see another rush to the border from some of these people who do not have the kinds of resources that the first refugees had when they crossed the border, people who maybe are traveling with just a small bag. In fact, we spoke to one of these refugees who came from a small town near Sumy, which is in the northeast of Ukraine. She said that her town had been completely taken over. Her son told her to get out before Russian soldiers realized that she was the mother of a soldier. He said she would be killed first. Here's what she said about that evacuation.
From Trostinets, we drove about 50-60 kilometers, about 4 hours. There was a lot of equipment. There were a lot of soldiers. It was scary. They had machine guns. There was a whole column of equipment. Thank God everything ended well.
She was clearly completely traumatized by everything that she's been through in her town. And she said that she spoke to us specifically because she wanted people to know what was happening in her area, that Russian soldiers had taken over and humanitarian aid is just nowhere to be found. Aaron.
Kelly, we've learned that President Biden is expected to visit Poland at the end of this week as part of this larger trip he's making to Europe. What can we expect from that visit?
Well, we understand from the White House that he'll be having a bilateral meeting with Polish President Andrzej Duda, and they will be talking about the humanitarian crisis here in Poland and beyond, the crisis caused, of course, by the war in Ukraine. Poland hosting more than 2 million refugees from Ukraine, and we've heard from local politicians as well as the government that it is putting a strain on services here. While the Polish government has said every single refugee from Ukraine is welcome, they've also been trying to put pressure on other countries, including the U.S., to open their doors, to accept some of these refugees and to actively create some sort of relocation program. So those are some of the things that may come up in this discussion with President Duda when President Biden meets him later this week. Aaron.
Right. Kelly Kobieja for us in Warsaw today. Kelly, thanks.
The war in Ukraine is now in its 26th day, and many Americans are trying to help the Ukrainian people in whatever way that they can. In fact, one Florida gun maker just sent 400 semi-automatic rifles to Ukraine's military. NBC 6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides is joining us now for this story. Cristian, I mean, this is really taking matters into their own hands, quite literally. Tell us more.
That's right, Morgan. This all happened after the company selling the guns lost contact with their buyer in Ukraine, a distributor in the region. They still haven't been able to get a hold of that distributor, but the owner of the gun company thought the weapons should still go to Ukraine, and he found a way to do it. And then
this Florida gun maker is getting rifles into the hands of Ukrainian fighters.
And we thought, well, if we can help the people of Ukraine, fight back the tyranny that's been brought upon them in whatever way we possibly can, let's go ahead and do that.
It happened after the company lost contact with a distributor in the area they've worked with over the years.
We've been working with this client in Odessa since 2015.
Just before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that distributor ordered about $200,000 worth of rifles and equipment.
When we reached out, we couldn't find them. There was no connection for that. So we decided the right thing to do at the time was to donate
them to the Ukrainian people.
Adrian Kellgren says his family-owned company, Keltec, put together the shipment, which included about 400 semi-automatic rifles.
When this happened, we knew this was a tragedy. This was a heartbreaking catastrophe for them. And there would be no sleeping at night unless these got into Ukraine. And that became the passion of getting them over there.
With the shipment just sitting in storage, the company decided to ship it to Ukraine's military instead, working with the Ukrainian embassy to get the license to do so.
It typically takes about 4 months to make that happen, but we actually got it done in 4 days.
Now, another gun company in New York's Long Island that had been waiting to ship firearms but had been having a hard time getting the license to do so will be sending their guns to Keltec to get them to Ukraine.
Right now, we're watching a strong people fighting, and this is the time to help them.
Keltec hopes to arrange more shipments in the future. Currently, their license allows them to export up to 10,000 weapons. Morgan?
Wow. All right. NBC's Cristian Benavides. Cristian, thank you so much.
The United Nations says more than 10 million Ukrainians have left their homes since the start of Russia's invasion. Nearly 3.5 million refugees have escaped from Ukraine. Many are heading to neighboring countries. Sky News correspondent Mark Stone shows us one woman's journey to Poland.
Olga is her name, and her boy Zahary. They're from the Donbass in Ukraine's far east. They were the first people we met at the station this morning. And we didn't need to ask. Their story came tumbling out.
Мы приехали из Украины, мы эвакуировались от войны. Это очень страшно. Мы едем сейчас всеми возможными путями. Я очень прошу всех, не нужно войны. Спасите наших детей. Не надо этого делать. Выпустите наших мужей. Мы хотим жить мирно, мы хотим жить в семьях. Мы хотим работать. Не надо стрелять. Уезжайте оттуда.
By train, car, bus and on foot, they traveled across Ukraine to safety. But it's done little for her state of mind, and no wonder.
А вот в Попасной там люди выбегали, в чем было, босиком по трупам. Просто мертвые люди. И они бежали, в чем было. И мы это видим. Помогите нам. Прекратите войну. Хватит. Я еще вчера молилась, чтобы эта война не началась по всему миру. Я переживаю, что и к Польше могут подойти, и потом, неважно, где мы там будем, может быть, вообще начнется катастрофа вселенская. Зачем? Куда мы? К чему мы идем? От войны к войне.
It seems that her faith has carried her this far, but what next?
Мы хотим рожать детей, мы хотим жить в мире, мы хотим что-то делать полезное, созидать, но не разрушать.
And then, with news that their next train will leave soon, they pack up and they move on. Past others whose stories are just the same, along the concourse, down and up to platform 2. Greece is her goal, and family there. There's a final farewell, and then they're on their way. Mark Stone, Sky News in Poland.
Joining us now is Alexandra Ustinova. She is a member of the Ukrainian parliament and joins us now from Washington. Ms. Ustinova, thank you for being with us. And really at the start of this conflict, you had called President Biden's actions with regard to Ukraine a, quote, total disappointment. Is that still your assessment now?
So first of all, I would like to say this is not a conflict. This is a war, an open war. And it is very important to name it as it has to be named, because you can have, you can call it a conflict, a crisis, whatever it is. But when you have tens of thousands of people dead, and every fourth Ukrainian who is an internally displaced person now, and 3.5 million Ukrainians who had left the country, we are facing not only the war in Ukraine, but a potential war all over the world. So I've been saying previously that unfortunately the response from the West was disappointed for me. I can say that I see the attitude of the international partners changing, but unfortunately it is very slow. And we've been promised that we will have the protection of our sky in terms of the air jets or the air defense systems. Well, President Biden came out 5 days ago and said Ukraine is getting the air defense system like S-300s to protect the sky. So these people that you keep watching on TV won't be shelled heavily. Unfortunately, nothing has been done. None of the systems is there in Ukraine. And for you to understand, when we're saying 5 days, it means up to 10,000 deaths of civilians. So we keep just watching how the international partners are trying to negotiate each other on who will be providing the weapons. I'm not even talking about the no-fly zone. We're not asking for the boots on the ground. We can do it on our own. All we keep asking about is give us the arms and give us the jets, because Russians are shooting our jets down. Because we need to protect the sky from the bombs that are coming from the jets, and we need to protect our sky from the missiles. And this is what the air defense system is all about.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we keep hearing the promises, but we don't see actually this coming into the country.
Ms. Ustinova, we have to go, so I do just want to ask you very briefly. You have been very vocal about the need for a no-fly zone. If that is not achieved, is there anything else that you think would work or be effective?
So the no-fly zone means give us the arms, give us the air defense system and the jets, and we can create our own no-fly zone. That's the key problem now. We need to stop promising and making statements that that's going to be coming. But this has to be already delivered in Ukraine so we can protect our children and the world from this crazy psycho Putin, who is going to start the World War III if he is not stopped in Ukraine now.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ustinova, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Well, stay with us. It is parents against parents in Florida.
Coming up next, the families and teachers battling over the so-called Don't Say Gay bill and the future of public education.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There is an ongoing battle over the future of education systems in states like Florida. The controversial Don't Say Gay bill is making its way to the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis there. That bill has parents, students, and lawmakers fighting for both sides of this issue. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow is joining us now with more. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Aaron. So this is really the latest front in the culture wars, talking about what is being taught, education issues inside the schools. And parents are getting increasingly active, not just showing up at school board meetings, but actually creating political organizations. And nowhere is that more true than in Florida.
Across Florida, protests against the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, but Governor Ron DeSantis has pledged to sign it. Officially, the Parental Rights in Education bill, it prohibits classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through third grade.
Do you think this is a moment where parents have more power?
I do. Tina Deskovich supports the bill.
We do not want children K through 3 to be learning about any type of sex education. There's just no place for it.
She founded a conservative group called Moms for Liberty in Brevard County in 2020. Members started showing up at school board meetings.
This has nothing to do with the school board. Why do you think so many parents have joined your group and are so much more active?
Because the establishment has gone too far. We're slowly, over time, stepping on parental rights. They have just completely stomped on them in 2020. And parents were, their eyes were opened.
You didn't think they were the majority?
I didn't think they were the majority.
To counter Moms for Liberty, dad of 3, Jabari Hosey, built a grassroots group on the left called Families for Safe Schools.
Legislation just passed that opponents call Don't Say Gay.
I feel like it's a slap in the face to our LGBTQ plus community, especially our kids in schools who want to have a safe space.
He believes they have about the same number of members as Moms for Liberty in Brevard County, but a much smaller budget.
What's your budget right now?
Our budget is $0 right now. Anything that we've done has been through our board, literally our own pockets.
Moms for Liberty, on the other hand, now has chapters across Florida and in 34 states with a budget approaching $500,000 a year. In Brevard County, even some teachers are taking sides on issues. Middle school gym teacher Matt Woodside was so disturbed by the district's policy on locker room use, he spoke at a board meeting.
At my school, boys identifying as girls are using the girls' restrooms daily, meaning it happened today.
You're willing to lose your job over this issue?
Yes, ma'am. It's because I cannot stand by and actively put kids in danger.
Are you alone in this?
I'm not alone. Teachers just feel caught between acting on their conscience or losing their job.
Anthony Colucci leads the teachers union. He opposes legislation like the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which authorizes parents to sue a school district if the law is violated.
Teachers are afraid they're going to accidentally say the wrong thing and a parent's going to take it the wrong way and there'll be a lawsuit.
So Brevard County is just one place where this is all happening. I mean, it's sort of a microcosm of what's happening all over the country. We looked, Aaron, at lots of different places that we could travel to and chose to go there to take a deep dive on this. I want to tell you this is part of some reporting that we're going to have on Meet the Press Reports, which actually is going to air right here on News Now. 10:30 p.m. on Thursday is when you can catch that, and then on Peacock starting on Friday, Aaron.
It is a growing topic for sure. We'll be watching it. Kate Snow for us today. Thank you, Kate.
Sure is.
Some doctors now being criticized for discussing health disparities between different races and ethnic backgrounds in the latest extension of the national debate over critical race theory. NBC News national reporter Tyler Kincaid joins us now with more. Tyler, really, what are some of the documented racial or even ethnic health disparities here in the United States that these doctors are really trying to tackle?
Right. So we've known for decades, actually, that Black, Latino, Indigenous folks are doing worse at having access to healthcare, access to health insurance. They are more likely to suffer chronic long-term conditions. And then with COVID, COVID has affected these populations much more so than white folks around the country. The health disparities between those who contract COVID and are more likely to face severe illness or death is much greater if you're Black or Latino than if you're white. So increasingly, especially after the racial justice uprisings we saw in 2020, doctors and academics who have studied this have become much more vocal in pushing health organizations and hospitals and medical schools to do more to confront what sort of systemic racism or what sort of barriers are causing these racial health disparities. And they've had some success, but it's still really in the early stages of this being adopted widespread.
And can you give us a sense of what these critics are saying? I mean, given that those are just sort of factual discrepancies that we see in this country, what is the issue that the critics have with doctors discussing and addressing the disparities that they see in their patients every day?
Yeah, so some I talk to would acknowledge the racial health disparities, but what they say is this is due to a multitude of factors throughout society. These are other issues that are affecting it, such as economic issues, labor issues, housing issues, and those aren't things that doctors are well equipped for. Critics also have concern that this is sort of an extension of what we were just talking about critical race theory and certain ideologies that they consider to be too progressive entering into mainstream medicine. But the doctors I talk to and the academics leading efforts to improve racial health disparities say, look, if you know that racism or that racial differences are the problem, then you have to have race-conscious policies in order to address the issue.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, the times, they are a-changin'. With the Senate passing a bill to make daylight savings time permanent, America is one step closer to abolishing semi-annual clock changes.
While advocates are looking forward to brighter winter evenings, the change could impact your health, actually. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is joining us now. It always surprises me that this becomes such a big conversation.
Especially now, given everything that's happening in the world.
Again, it becomes a political conversation, which we've had many of these.
But there are actually some health things that we should be thinking about. So walk us through some of the benefits and drawbacks of keeping daylight saving time.
And there are definitely some health implications behind this, whether you keep it, whether you end up completely abolishing it, and that's what they're looking at right now. Originally it started as an energy-saving maneuver in World War I to try and keep the lights, not having to use lights because more daylight. But what we do know, as you can see here, if there are lighter evenings right now, you get this economic boon because people are going to go out, they're going to go to restaurants, they're going to be more physically active in the afternoons, and it's going to lower that seasonal depression, but it's only going to do it when you change the clocks, and then when you change them back, it might not. And so again, if we end up staying on this, it's going to cycle back to having those same things here. On the negative side, we do know that right now there are bigger issues with changing the clock right now. People end up having more heart attacks, people end up having more depression overall, more stress, and you have people going, kids catching buses, in the dark, those types of things. So, what they're looking at is they're looking at saying, the experts are saying, no, we should just completely abolish daylight saving time. Senate says we should keep it permanently, and that's the big dichotomy right now.
Well, we're talking about our clocks. What about our bodies? I mean, how do we adjust our bodies to sort of accommodate this particular
and our bodies could care less about the clock. Our bodies look at the sun. And for, since the time we lived in caves, we have been facing the sun. We've been using the sun as a body clock. And now all of a sudden, with this change we just made in March, we're changing that. And so if they go back to what we had earlier, where we fall back and we stay on that time frame, that's what our bodies are used to. That's the healthiest thing we can do for ourselves.
We love to stay healthy. All right, Dr. John Torres, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, after the break, a closer look at Washington and how lawmakers there are behaving.
How Congress members are being held accountable and what penalties exist when they break the law. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
If it seems like more politicians are behaving badly in Washington lately, well, you may be right, because we're learning the hard way that the penalties for breaking long-standing rules don't even exist in some cases.
Yeah, and shame doesn't seem to be a deterrent very much anymore either. Here's NBC LX political editor Noah Pransky.
I'm Noah. No accountability. And boy, have the last few years been good to me in Washington. From Congress members who may have broken the law with secret stock trades, to White House aides illegally campaigning on the job, to more campaign spending scandals than you can count. It's a golden era for those who don't like to follow the rules.
There are a lot of things where we felt like there were laws and there were structures that worked. And it turns out that they only worked because people were kind of willing to go along with them.
That's another Noah. Noah Bookbinder, a former federal prosecutor turned nonprofit watchdog, or as I like to call him, Noah Quittles.
We look for corruption and for abuses against the democracy.
His organization has filed complaint after complaint in recent years targeting DC's dirty deeds. But the accused just don't seem to care anymore.
You have somebody who doesn't have shame, calling them on it doesn't really matter.
We're just now discovering many of our laws don't come with stiff penalties, other than the scarlet letter of getting caught. And in today's Washington, breaking the rules in the name of your cause doesn't get you exiled. It helps raise your profile.
If the administrative state wants to take me on, bring it. Because we're here to fight this, and we're going to go on offense.
That's former Trump advisor Steve Bannon, all but celebrating his arraignment for ignoring a congressional subpoena. Bannon is also one of the ones that helped Team Trump not just run against Hillary Clinton in 2016, but against the entire political system.
Donald Trump was able to reveal to the country, whether you love Donald Trump or whether you loathe Donald Trump, that the laws that are in place are very weak.
Dave Leventhal, accountability reporter and deputy bureau chief at Insider, basically the nemesis of no accountability.
If you have somebody who's just like, forget it, I don't care, the rules don't apply to me, kind of hard for others to say, well, I'll let the rules apply to me, but not to Donald Trump.
He found no accountability in Congress either, where campaign finance violations are often ignored. And the dozens of Democrats and Republicans he exposed not properly disclosing millions of dollars in personal stock trades, the most severe penalties were
$200. That's the fine. So it's not really an incentive to do the right thing.
Who wrote these laws? Congress did? That makes sense. Getting caught red-handed used to be game over in politics, but for a number of reasons, including the shrinking of local media and the increasing number of super safe gerrymandered districts, most politicians never actually have to worry about losing a race, which means they don't really have to worry about you, the voter, either.
If they are enriching themselves, if they are cheating, if they are undermining our democratic system, then government is working for them and not for us.
Don't worry, Congress says they have a plan to address those stock violations immediately, with new laws to ban members from trading. No ability's gonna laugh at that one. Congress already has plenty of laws, they just don't have penalties for breaking them. But leave it to Mr. Noah Quittles to find a workaround. The Protecting Our Democracy Act, a bill that includes about a dozen different reforms to increase accountability, transparency, and enforcement of existing laws. However, because it has sort of a Trump tinge to it, no Republican will go near it, for now.
In a weird way, partisanship could help because, I think there are Republicans in Congress who don't want President Biden to have too much power.
If he wants to pass the bill, this watchdog will have to convince 10 Republican senators he's right, or he'll just have to convince voters to penalize bad politicians by voting them out. Otherwise, no accountability remains the name of the game, in a city completely devoid of shame.
And you can check out more of Noah's reporting and stories like the one you just saw at NBCLX.com.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. No surrender. Ukraine standing firm against Putin's forces, telling Russia it will not give up its fight. The devastating toll the war is already taking and what Russia could make its next target.
Also breaking right now, facing senators. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson preparing for a barrage of questions. What to expect as her confirmation hearing for the Supreme Court begins on Capitol Hill.
And talk about spring break chaos, an outbreak of gun violence in some of the most popular vacation spots in Florida Florida and in Texas. What we're just learning about the weekend attacks that left several people hospitalized.
And a matter of time. If America decides to keep daylight saving time for good, what could that mean for our health? The potential implications you may not have thought about.
Hello, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with a strong message of resistance in Ukraine. That country's leaders are refusing Russia's demand to surrender the city of Mariupol. Hundreds of thousands of civilians have been under direct assault for weeks. An art school being used as a shelter was bombarded on Sunday. Ukraine says 400 people were inside at the time. President Volodymyr Zelensky is again calling on European countries to cut off Russia economically. He said in a video released today that his nation is at war against one of the strongest armies in the world.
Meanwhile, Meta, Facebook and Instagram's parent company, has been officially branded an extremist organization in Russia. News agencies there say a court threw out an attempt to have the charge dismissed. Now, Meta has not responded to a request for comment from NBC News. Both Facebook and Instagram were banned in Russia earlier this month. We are covering the story from every angle, including the refugee crisis that is growing by the day. So let's go ahead and begin overseas with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who is in Lviv, Ukraine. Gabe, look, Russia continues to attack Kyiv from the air. So what is the situation like on the ground in the capital there?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, I'm in western Ukraine in Lviv, where we've been hearing air sirens throughout the day. But, things are generally back to normal here, although those air sirens are a constant reminder that there is a war in this country. In Kyiv, however, is a different story. Overnight, there was significant airstrikes there. One of them hit a shopping mall. At least 8 people were killed, according to local authorities. And the mayor there has reimposed a 35-hour curfew set to take effect later tonight and set to go on for 35 hours, much like another curfew that was imposed last week. But Morgan, I also want to talk about the city of Mariupol. And that is getting so much attention here in this country because just overnight there was a deadline that came and went that Russian authorities had told the local leaders in Ukraine that basically demanded that they surrender. Defiantly, Ukrainians have not done so. And so the assault on Mariupol continues. We are hearing from people that have just left that region of an increasingly dire situation where they are low on supplies. They have been for weeks, no food, no water, and that now, according to the Mariupol City Council, thousands of residents are being rounded up by Russian troops, according to the City Council, and being taken to so-called filtration camps where they're being processed and some of them being deported to Russia. Now, Russian state TV has claimed that these are willing evacuees that are heading to these camps, but I just spoke with Ukraine's deputy prime minister who strongly disagrees with that in the strongest possible terms and called this essentially war crime. So the death toll is mounting here in Ukraine, Morgan. Russian troops have stalled mostly outside the capital, but an aerial bombardment of the capital of Kyiv is ongoing after that deadly bombing overnight, again, hitting that shopping mall on the outskirts of Kyiv, Morgan.
Gabe, I want to go back to something you just mentioned, which is those air sirens. I mean, you've been on the ground there in western Ukraine reporting for what feels like a really long time. Can you tell us more about the types of stories you're hearing, right? The human toll that this is all taking. What are people there telling you about their experiences?
Well, certainly, Morgan, it is extremely surreal to be here in the cultural capital, as it's known, of Ukraine. And it is considered a place of relative safety for refugees. And yet, despite that, every few hours, we do hear air raid sirens. There was an attack earlier this week on just a few miles from where I'm standing. It was an airplane repair center. And the mayor here is very concerned that Russia could escalate its attacks in the western part of the country. Again, Russia has confirmed its use of hypersonic missiles that travel up to a range of more than 1,200 miles and can't be easily detected by air defense systems. So there's a lot of concern in this part of the country. But Morgan, as to the human toll, we have been hearing story after story of refugees coming from the eastern and southern parts of this country, and they are just devastated devastated. They have had to risk their lives to escape. One woman who we just spoke with just this morning, she is still in southeastern Ukraine at a undisclosed location because she took the risk with her family to pile into a car and drive out of Mariupol in what she thought was a humanitarian corridor, but she wasn't sure if it would hold. You remember, they don't have cell phone communication there, so they made the decision to leave because they were just so desperate. But she has still not been able to communicate with the rest of her family, her parents. She doesn't know where they are, hasn't been able to talk with them for days. And Morgan, just a few minutes ago, right before we came on the air, she called us back and she said that her best friend had just lost her 15-year-old son in a shooting in Mariupol just a short time ago. She just found out. This is an ongoing humanitarian disaster of historic proportions. And yes, we are hearing more and more of those incredible refugee stories that they managed to escape, the carnage that is happening in the southeastern part of the country, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, I want to go ahead and bring in correspondent Josh Lederman, who is currently in Brussels. Josh, look, NATO leaders are holding a highly anticipated summit this week. Are they saying anything in advance of that, especially given what Gabe just mentioned is happening on the ground?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. They are saying that this new threat from Russia is forcing NATO to look at a different long-term strategy, what NATO is calling a new normal. And so they say that will involve moving significantly more troops into Eastern European NATO nations, as well as making sure they have more air and ground and other kinds of resources deployed on a persistent basis. They say that's not necessarily going to help Ukraine in this instance because Ukraine is not a NATO member, but it certainly will help all of these other NATO nations that are very worried that they could be the next target of President Putin's aggression. We heard from the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg describing his view of the situation heading into the summit. Take a listen.
I have full trust in President Zelensky and the government in making the right judgments of what kind of peace talks they should engage in and what kind of agreements they can agree to. Our responsibility is to support Ukraine as we do in many different ways, but also ensure that this conflict do not spiral out of control or expands and escalate beyond the Ukraine.
And that's the reason that NATO does not want to put troops on the ground in Ukraine and says it will not impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. NATO officials are also telling me it's very unlikely that they will accept a Polish proposal to create a NATO peacekeeping force in Ukraine. They say, look, there's no peace to keep right now. If you were to put NATO troops there, it doesn't matter what you call the mission, they're going to end up fighting Russian troops. That is something they say they cannot allow NATO and the West to get dragged into, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez as well as Josh Lederman for us. Thank you both.
Now, the UN says nearly 3.5 million people have been forced to leave Ukraine since Russia first invaded. Countless numbers of refugees are hoping to come to the U.S. But that process is far from simple. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joining us now with more on the difficult situation one family is dealing with. Jesse, I'm sorry.
Aaron, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says it is ready to take in refugees and will be prioritizing the immediate family members of U.S. citizens, specifically for immigrant visas. But one woman I spoke with who is a permanent resident of the United States has been trying to get her mother here on a tourism visa just for a short time, and she helps highlight how difficult it can be for people to get their loved ones out of Ukraine and into the U.S.
From Ukraine's train stations to border crossings, the refugee crisis growing more dire. The United Nations says already more than 3 million people have fled Ukraine.
They are fearing for their lives, and we have to make sure we do the right thing.
Facing pressure at home, President Joe Biden promising relief.
We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms.
How does that compare to what your mother's going through?
I say you should go because Joe Biden told that you will be able to reach me. And she just believed me.
Thankfully, Natalia Shepachuk's mom made it to Poland, but now she's alone, her daughter trying to help her from the U.S. Natalia, a green card holder, says a tourism visa was denied, something the U.S. government warns will happen for people who can't prove they'll leave.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
And Natalia doubts the U.S. refugee program will be any faster. Under former President Donald Trump, refugee admissions were cut to 15,000 in 2020. President Biden raised that number to 62,500.
The Trump administration just eviscerated the whole infrastructure, brought the numbers of refugees admitted down to almost nothing, and we have to basically start from scratch.
Experts say that thinned-down system can't handle another crisis after the highly criticized Afghanistan pullout last year.
The United States really has its hands full with the Afghan evacuation. U.S. resettlement agencies are completely overstretched.
Natalia says her lawyer thinks it could take 5 years to get her mother here as a refugee.
When you hear it could take years to get your mother here legally, what goes through your mind?
I start crying because I was asking myself, will my mom still be alive till this time or not?
So you can see the anguish just that one family is going through. The Biden administration believes that many of the many of the refugees who are fleeing Ukraine will want to stay in Europe. But there are about 1 million people living in this country, including that woman we just spoke with, who have ties to Ukraine. Aaron?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in L.A. Jesse, thanks.
And right now on Capitol Hill, history is being made.
Senators have begun delivering their opening statements in the Supreme Court confirmation hearing for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, she's the first black woman ever nominated to serve on the high court. Judge Jackson will face some tough questions over the next few days, and she's been preparing for this for weeks now.
That's right. I mean, this morning, women's groups rallied outside of the Supreme Court to show their support for Judge Jackson's confirmation. NBC News is, of course, covering every single angle of today's historic hearing. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, walk us through this morning's opening statement and really give us a sense of what we can expect as that questioning kicks off tomorrow.
Yeah, Morgan, I'm standing right outside the room where those hearings are taking place. We are just a few senators into their opening statements, a lengthy day ahead of us here, and it's only going to get longer once we get into tomorrow. That's when all 22 senators will get a chance to ask questions of the nominee. But the opening statements from the two top senators on this committee, Dick Durbin, the chairman, and Chuck Grassley, the ranking member, really did paint a picture of what we might end up seeing in those questions tomorrow and Wednesday, each of them speaking to points that Democrats and Republicans both have previewed in recent days. Take a listen.
Confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. Your complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions.
The most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in our constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood.
So, Morgan, you heard Durbin there previewing and, frankly, pre-butting some of the things that Republicans might use to attack Judge Jackson with, and Chuck Grassley there talking about what he hopes to hear over the course of these hearings. I was told last night when I was talking with White House officials that Judge Jackson has been doing extensive preparation, of course, for this moment. It started from the moment that she was nominated, really, preparation for her meetings with senators. She has met with dozens of them up here on Capitol Hill, but also including mock hearings led by the White House counsel's office. And over the weekend, that prep continued. She did tour this hearing room on Saturday, getting comfortable in the space. She's going to be here all week, 4 days of these hearings, Morgan.
4 days, Ali, but this is also Judge Jackson's 4th time before the Senate Judiciary Committee. So how might, she and the senators who are really questioning her draw on those experiences tomorrow? What do we anticipate that they are going to say?
Look, that's critically important. We have had Democrats repeatedly point out, the White House as well, that because this is her fourth time coming in front of the committee, there's not likely to be any surprises. Of course, these confirmation hearings, we've done enough of them to know that that's not always the case. But at the same time, John Cornyn, one of the senators, Republican on this committee, said he wants these hearings to be thorough and fair. But at the same time, we have heard from Republicans repeatedly, hearkening back to the Judge Kavanaugh hearings repeatedly, talking about how they don't want it to look like that. At the same time, though, there are a few Republicans who are sitting on this committee who might have presidential aspirations going forward. Those are the people who were really watching. Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton. During those lines of questioning, we are waiting to see if they manage to have any kind of viral moment that could launch them into the national consciousness here at that moment. At the same time, though, in terms of her past resume, what really we're looking for is the fact that she has been confirmed in bipartisan fashion before. She doesn't need to be here if all 50 Democrats get on board for this nomination. But at the same time, that's something that Democrats in the White House would like to see again, Republicans and Democrats getting on board to confirm her in the future.
A lot to look out for today, but especially tomorrow. Ali Vitale, I know you will be there live and bring it to us. We appreciate it.
Now, NBC News correspondent Yamiche Alcindor is joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. And Ali set it up nicely, I think. Obviously, we have a woman who's been before this committee 4 times before, but the stakes are higher this time. What are you going to be watching for, listening for over the next couple of days once the questioning gets started?
Well, what I will be watching for is already in some ways what the Republicans are previewing. You already heard them complaining about Justice Kavanaugh's hearings. And they've already said, especially Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who, by the way, voted for Judge Jackson when she was confirmed to her current position. He said that he's going to be wanting to ask about court packing, whether or not she thinks other judges should be added to the Supreme Court. He also highlighted the idea that he wants to ask about her defending Guantanamo Bay detainees. He also gave a shout out to Josh Hawley, who has those 2024 aspirations, saying that he should be asking about criminal sentencing. So we really have Republicans who are already sort of laying out what they're going to be talking about. But I'm really struck by the idea and the conversations that I had by a lot of women, frankly, who know Judge Jackson, including Lisa Fairfax, who's going to be introducing her. She told me that a lot of this is distractions and that really this is a judge who very much worked hard to get here, that she's like an Olympic athlete who had been training for this her whole life, and that she's brilliant and that she's not biased.
I want to stay on the notion of these distractions, though, because I think, like Ali mentioned, I personally am watching those people who have those 2024 aspirations, Cotton, Cruz. I mean, they've made it clear kind of where they're headed with this. But I don't know if you've noted this, Yamiche, but it feels like the messaging has changed. The tone of the criticism has changed. So initially it was, oh, but is she qualified? We know that Biden wanted to have a black woman, so will she be qualified now? If you hear Mitch McConnell say it, it's like, well, he didn't specifically come for her, but he said the soft on crime people are behind her. So besides the soft on crime sort of buzzword we're now hearing, what other types of words or pockets of criticism do we expect to hear in the next 2 days?
Well, there's a lot. And I think Lindsey Graham in his opening statement really laid out a lot of it, which is that he sees her as, he said, funded by the radical left. He, of course, was going for J. Michelle Childs, and he brought up her name multiple times, essentially saying that the reason why Judge Jackson is in before this committee today is because she is essentially funded by lefty groups that wanted her there, even if she herself is not biased. So really, in some ways, getting at this idea that she doesn't deserve to be there, even though obviously she has the qualifications to be there. So that's something that definitely to watch. I should also say that this is the judge who famously said presidents are not kings, talking about former President Donald Trump saying that he had to be giving out documents that were being asked as part of the January 6th committee. So that's also something to watch for. I also think that there's possibly a conversation about whether or not she's going to recuse herself when it comes to the affirmative action case that's coming before. She's on a board at Harvard that might be connected to that. So that's just some of the things. But I also interviewed a conservative judge who has worked on Supreme Court nominations and who himself was twice nominated. He sadly told me he never made it down to the bench. Still feels a little sad about that, I think. But he told me that this is really about politics, and he endorsed her as a Republican because he wanted to try to take a little bit of the edge away from Republicans to say, no, she actually has the backing of Republicans as well. so.
You talk about the politics involved here. President Biden has said from the beginning that he wanted this to be as bipartisan a process as it could be. He made a point to bring in Republicans to the White House to talk about who his nominee would be. How significant is that for the White House at this point, this idea that this process will end up looking at least a little bit bipartisan in the end?
Well, President Biden, he signaled that he thought it was really important to be able to say, here's somebody who I think both parties should be able to get behind, especially because he was keeping with this pledge of having an African-American woman, and also, we should say, the first federal public defender come before the court as a nominee. So the White House definitely wants this to be bipartisan, but I should also tell you, when I talk to White House officials, they don't feel like there's someone who is worried about whether or not she's going to be confirmed. The confidence feels like they know that she's likely to be confirmed, but because she's already gotten 3 Republican votes, and that being Lindsey Graham, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, during her last confirmation, they would like to see that repeated. But there are so many other things on the White House's plate that I think even if she gets through, and even if the vice president has to break that tie in the Senate, they'll be happy because she will be on the bench.
Yeah, Michelle Sindor, it is a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you so much, Amish. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And be sure to stay with NBC News Now all day tomorrow for the first day of Judge Jackson's confirmation hearing, the questioning. Our NBC News special coverage begins at 9 a.m. Eastern.
And meanwhile, more than a half dozen wildfires are burning tens of thousands of acres all across Texas. The flames forced hundreds of people to leave their homes just over the weekend. We know at least one person has died in those fires. Joining us now, we have NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is live from Dallas. Morgan, how much progress are the crews making in really getting these fires there under control?
Yeah, Morgan, it is absolutely a very tough battle. We know the Eastland complex is now 7 fires that make up of it, that make it up about 2 hours west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And it's burned more than 50,000 acres since it began late last week. Part of the problem here, Morgan, has been the dry conditions combined with high winds over the weekend that has caused it to grow faster than anticipated. Just on Saturday, this was comprised of only 4 fires. Now it is 7. Officials say that the complex as a whole is about 30% contained. Obviously, they would like to see that number go up, but just these devastating images show how quickly the flames were spread by these winds, upwards of 30-mile-an-hour gusts over the weekend, and that's made for such a frustrating fight there, as it just takes one ember to be picked up, carried elsewhere to start an entirely new blaze. At last check, more than 60 homes have been burned, hundreds of people evacuated from these larger rural areas there, where in a lot of the places it was tough to even fight the fire because it's in such a remote location. And right now, fortunately, there has been a bit of a break with the weather. Rain is forecast for parts of northern Texas today. Fire crews there are certainly hoping that that can slow down the spread of this fire that has already caused a significant amount of destruction. Morgan.
Morgan, look, hundreds of people have been forced to leave their homes. As we mentioned, one person died. What kind of resources are available to those people who have been displaced?
We know of at least half a dozen shelters have opened up in this area, again, about 2 hours west of Dallas. These are very tight-knit communities. Each town numbered, 200 to 500 people. So there are very few strangers in this part of the state. Whenever I was out there over the weekend, you did see just an incredible amount of supplies and relief efforts already pouring in. So that was a welcome sight. But keep in mind that a lot of people fighting these fires have some lost homes themselves. I spoke to one gentleman who lived in Carbon, Texas, who had lost upwards of 70 to 80% of the residents in that town. He was a firefighter. He says, mine was one of the first homes to burn. Now we're just doing our best to try to limit its damage going forward.
All right, Morgan Chesky joining us from Dallas. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
COVID cases are down nationwide just as college students are going on spring break. But some destinations now seeing a surge of visitors are also facing a spike in violence. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Fort Lauderdale.
It's the rite of spring when college kids descend on beaches. Much earned celebrations, but in some cases turning chaotic and in a few incidences, seriously dangerous. From busy beaches to packed bars.
We're going to have a blast this weekend.
Thousands are letting loose this spring break, migrating south for some sand, surf, and sun.
You could just tell how it is in the clubs and stuff. And drinks are just flowing.
But along with the fun in the sun and long nights of drinking, it's getting out of control. Part of Miami Beach's famed Ocean Drive was shut down after partiers swarmed the streets. And chaos erupted there early Sunday when a shooting sent 3 people to local hospitals. Security cameras capturing the terrifying scene. The suspect remains at large. Local officials have been on guard for weeks, given last year's mayhem, which saw clashes with police and led to an emergency curfew. Elsewhere in the states, curfews are going into effect. In New Smyrna Beach, police say it's bedlam, with kids crawling on top of buildings, throwing business furniture into the road, and accosting business employees. All of it triggering a strict 60-day curfew to limit the number of people out on the town overnight. And in one Florida panhandle community, authorities even implementing an 8 p.m. curfew for anyone under the age of 21. Unless they're with a parent.
There are kids running and screaming and yelling and hiding in the bushes and drinking.
Meanwhile, in Austin, Texas, a suspect is in custody after 4 people were wounded in a shooting early Sunday. It happened in a busy area with several bars. It comes as Austin wraps up the first in-person South by Southwest festival since before the pandemic. Schools, colleges, universities, they stagger their spring breaks. So according to the airline tickets that have been sold, the real crowds are going to show up towards the end of this month and through mid-April. And those tickets that are sold out on most flights are heading to Florida.
Support is pouring in from around the world for the people of Ukraine.
Coming up, how one Florida company is contributing to the Ukrainian defense.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene. What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation. A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Making news right now, we now know the identities of the 4 Marines who died last week during a training flight in Norway. Their helicopter crashed while they were participating in NATO exercises, which were planned before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Their remains are now being brought home to the United States, and the cause of the crash is still being investigated. New details in the 2019 shooting of Baseball Hall of Famer David Ortiz. A private investigator now says that he was targeted by a Dominican drug kingpin who placed a bounty on his head. The findings contradict the crime theory that had been developed by Dominican prosecutors. And the remains of a man missing for nearly 2 decades appear to have been found by YouTube video creators. The group, called Adventures with Purpose, specializes in searching for missing people in bodies of water. Now, they used an advanced sonar search and recovery dive team to locate the man's car underneath the water. And at the bottom of the hour, the latest on the breaking developments in Ukraine.
Russian forces hit Kyiv with another harsh attack on Sunday night. Ukrainian officials say 8 people are dead. That's after a shopping center was destroyed. Ukraine's leaders are rejecting demands from Russia to surrender Mariupol, a key port city left devastated by fighting. Moscow promised to allow residents safe passage out of that city if Ukrainian soldiers lay down their weapons.
President Biden will head to Europe this week to meet with his NATO counterparts, and they're looking at new ways to boost support for Ukraine and to punish the Kremlin. This trip comes as the humanitarian crisis in Eastern Europe is just getting even worse. Nearly 3.5 million people have left Ukraine, and the UN says about 10 million people have been displaced with no signs of them returning home.
Let's start our coverage with NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobieja in Poland for us today. Kelly, what are you seeing on the ground there in Poland right now?
Well, Aaron, humanitarian workers both on the border and here in Warsaw are telling us that they are bracing for another wave of refugees to come across the border from Ukraine. They're concerned that some of these humanitarian corridors, as they open up, that they will see another rush to the border from some of these people who do not have the kinds of resources that the first refugees had when they crossed the border, people who maybe are traveling with just a small bag. In fact, we spoke to one of these refugees who came from a small town near Sumy, which is in the northeast of Ukraine. She said that her town had been completely taken over. Her son told her to get out before Russian soldiers realized that she was the mother of a soldier. He said she would be killed first. Here's what she said about that evacuation.
From trust units, we drove about 50, 60 kilometers, about 4 hours. There was a lot of equipment. There were a lot of soldiers. It was scary. They had machine guns. There was a whole column of equipment. Thank God everything ended well.
She was clearly completely traumatized by everything that she's been through in her town. And she said that she spoke to us specifically because she wanted people to know what was happening in her area, that Russian soldiers had taken over and humanitarian aid is just nowhere to be found. Aaron.
Kelly, we've learned that President Biden is expected to visit Poland at the end of this week as part of this larger trip he's making to Europe. What can we expect from that visit?
Well, we understand from the White House that he'll be having a bilateral meeting with Polish President Andrzej Duda, and they will be talking about the humanitarian crisis here in Poland and beyond, the crisis caused, of course, by the war in Ukraine. Poland hosting more than 2 million refugees from Ukraine, and we've heard from local politicians as well as the government that it is putting a strain on services here, while the Polish government has said every single refugee from Ukraine is welcome. They've also been trying to put pressure on other countries, including the U.S., to open their doors, to accept some of these refugees and to actively create some sort of relocation program. So those are some of the things that may come up in this discussion with President Duda when President Biden meets him later this week. Aaron.
Right. Kelly Kobieja for us in Warsaw today. Kelly, thanks.
The war in Ukraine is now in its 26th day, and many Americans are trying to help the Ukrainian people in whatever way that they can. In fact, one Florida gun maker just sent 400 semi-automatic rifles to Ukraine's military. NBC 6 South Florida reporter Cristian Benavides is joining us now for this story. Cristian, I mean, this is really taking matters into their own hands, quite literally. Tell us more.
That's right, Morgan. This all happened after the company selling the guns lost contact with their buyer in Ukraine, a distributor in the region. They still haven't been able to get a hold of that distributor, but the owner of the gun company thought the weapons should still go to Ukraine, and he found a way to do it.
And then
this Florida gun maker is getting rifles into the hands of Ukrainian fighters.
And we thought, well, if we can help the people of Ukraine, fight back the tyranny that's been brought upon them in whatever way we possibly can, let's go ahead and do that.
It happened after the company lost contact with a distributor in the area they've worked with over the years.
We've been working with this client in Odessa since 2015.
Just before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that distributor ordered about $200,000 worth of rifles and equipment.
When we reached out, we couldn't find them. There was no connection for that. So we decided the right thing to do at the time was to donate them to the Ukrainian people.
Adrian Kellgren says his family-owned company, Keltec, put together the shipment, which included about 400 semi-automatic rifles.
When this happened, we knew this was a tragedy, that this was a heartbreaking catastrophe for them. And there would be no sleeping at night unless these got into Ukraine. And that became the passion of getting them over there.
With the shipment just sitting in storage, the company decided to ship it to Ukraine's military instead, working with the Ukrainian embassy to get the license to do so.
It typically takes about 4 months to make that happen, but we actually got it done in 4 days.
Now, another gun company in New York's Long Island that had been waiting to ship firearms but had been having a hard time getting the license to do so will be sending their guns to Keltec to get them to Ukraine.
Right now, we're watching a strong people fighting, and this is the time to help them.
Keltec hopes to arrange more shipments in the future. Currently, their license allows them to export up to 10,000 weapons. Morgan?
Wow. All right. NBC's Cristian Benavides. Cristian, thank you so much.
The United Nations says more than 10 million Ukrainians have left their homes since the start of Russia's invasion. Nearly 3.5 million refugees have escaped from Ukraine. Many are heading to neighboring countries. Sky News correspondent Mark Stone shows us one woman's journey to Poland.
Olga is her name, and her boy Zahary. They're from the Donbass in Ukraine's far east. They were the first people we met at the station this morning. And we didn't need to ask. Their story came tumbling out.
Мы приехали из Украины, мы эвакуировались от войны. Это очень страшно. Мы едем сейчас всеми возможными путями. Я очень прошу всех, не нужно войны. Спасите наших детей. Не надо этого делать. Выпустите наших мужей. Мы хотим жить мирно, мы хотим жить в семьях. Мы хотим работать. Не надо стрелять. Уезжайте оттуда.
By train, car, bus and on foot, they traveled across Ukraine to safety. But it's done little for her state of mind, and no wonder.
А вот в Попасной там люди выбегали, в чем было, босиком по трупам. Просто мертвые люди. И они бежали, в чем было. И мы это видим. Тут, помогите нам. Прекратите войну. Хватит. Я еще вчера молилась, чтобы эта война не началась по всему миру. Я переживаю, что и к Польше могут подойти. Потом, неважно, где мы там будем, может быть, вообще начнется катастрофа вселенская. Зачем? Куда мы? К чему мы идем? От войны к войне.
It seems that her faith has carried her this far, but what next?
Мы хотим рожать детей, мы хотим жить в мире, мы хотим что-то делать полезное, созидать, но не разрушать.
And then, with news that their next train will leave soon, they pack up and they move on. Past others whose stories are just the same, along the concourse, down and up to platform 2. Greece is her goal, and family there. There's a final farewell, and then they're on their way. Mark Stone, Sky News in Poland.
Joining us now is Oleksandra Ustinova. She is a member of the Ukrainian parliament and joins us now from Washington. Ms. Ustinova, thank you for being with us. And really at the start of this conflict, you had called President Biden's actions with regard to Ukraine a, quote, total disappointment. Is that still your assessment now?
So first of all, I would like to say this is not a conflict. This is a war, an open war. And it is very important to name it as it has to be named, because you can have, you can call it a conflict, a crisis, whatever it is. But when you have tens of thousands of people dead, and every fourth Ukrainian who is an internally displaced person now, and 3.5 million Ukrainians who had left the country, we are facing not only the war in Ukraine, but the potential war all over the world. So I've been saying previously that unfortunately the response from the West was disappointed for me. I can say that I see the attitude of the international partners changing, but unfortunately it is very slow. And we've been promised that we will have the protection of our sky in terms of the air jets or the air defense systems. Well, President Biden came out 5 days ago and said Ukraine is getting the air defense system like S-300s to protect the sky. So these people that you keep watching on TV won't be shelled heavily. Unfortunately, nothing has been done. None of the systems is there in Ukraine. And for you to understand, when we're saying 5 days, it means up to 10,000 deaths of civilians. So we keep just watching how the international partners are trying to negotiate each other on who will be providing the weapons. I'm not even talking about the no-fly zone. We're not asking for the boots on the ground. We can do it on our own. All we keep asking about is give us the arms and give us the jets, because Russians are shooting our jets down. Because we need to protect the sky from the bombs that are coming from the jets, and we need to protect our sky from the missiles. And this is what the air defense system is all about.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we keep hearing the promises, but we don't see actually this coming into the country.
Ms. Ustinova, we have to go, so I do just want to ask you very briefly. You have been very vocal about the need for a no-fly zone. If that is not achieved, is there anything else that you think would work or be effective?
So the no-fly zone means give us the arms, give us the air defense system and the jets, and we can create our own no-fly zone. That's the key problem now. We need to stop promising and making statements that that's going to be coming. But this has to be already delivered in Ukraine so we can protect our children and the world from this crazy psycho Putin, who is going to start the World War III if he is not stopped in Ukraine now.
Okay. All right. Ms. Ustinova, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Well, stay with us. It is parents against parents in Florida.
Coming up next, the families and teachers battling over the so-called Don't Say Gay bill and the future of public education.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There is an ongoing battle over the future of education systems in states like Florida. The controversial Don't Say Gay bill is making its way to the desk of Governor Ron DeSantis there. That bill has parents, students, and lawmakers fighting for both sides of this issue. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow is joining us now with more. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Aaron. So this is really the latest front in the culture wars, talking about what is being taught, education issues inside the schools. And parents are getting increasingly active, not just showing up at school board meetings, but actually creating political organizations. And nowhere is that more true than in Florida.
Across Florida, protests against the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, but Governor Ron DeSantis has pledged to sign it. Officially, the Parental Rights in Education bill, it prohibits classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity in kindergarten through third grade.
Do you think this is a moment where parents have more power?
I do. Tina Deskovich supports the bill.
We do not want children K through 3 to be learning about any type of sex education. There's just no place for it.
She founded a conservative group called Moms for Liberty in Brevard County in 2020. Members started showing up at school board meetings.
This has nothing to do with the school board. Why do you think so many parents have joined your group and are so much more active?
Because the establishment has gone too far. We're slowly, over time, stepping on parental rights. They have just completely stomped on them in 2020. And parents were, their eyes were opened.
You didn't think they were the majority?
I didn't think they were the majority.
To counter Moms for Liberty, dad of 3, Jabari Hosey, built a grassroots group on the left called Families for Safe Schools.
Legislation just passed that opponents call Don't Say Gay.
I feel like it's a slap in the face to our LGBTQ plus community, especially our kids in schools who want to have a safe space.
He believes they have about the same number of members as Moms for Liberty in Brevard County, but a much smaller budget.
What's your budget right now?
Our budget is 0 right now. Anything that we've done has been through our board, literally our own pockets.
Moms for Liberty, on the other hand, now has chapters across Florida and in 34 states with a budget approaching $500,000 a year. In Brevard County, even some teachers are taking sides on issues. Middle school gym teacher Matt Woodside was so disturbed by the district's policy on locker room use, he spoke at a board meeting.
At my school, boys identifying as girls are using the girls' restrooms daily, meaning it happened today.
You're willing to lose your job over this issue?
Yes, ma'am. It's because I cannot stand by and actively put kids in danger.
Are you alone in this?
I'm not alone. Teachers just feel caught between acting on their conscience or losing their job.
Anthony Colucci leads the teachers union. He opposes legislation like the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which authorizes parents to sue a school district if the law is violated.
Teachers are afraid they're going to accidentally say the wrong thing and a parent's going to take it the wrong way and there'll be a lawsuit.
So Brevard County is just one place where this is all happening. I mean, it's sort of a microcosm of what's happening all over the country. We looked, Aaron, at lots of different places that we could travel to and chose to go there to take a deep dive on this. I want to tell you this is part of some reporting that we're going to have on Meet the Press Reports, which actually is going to air right here on News Now. 10:30 p.m. on Thursday is when you can catch that, and then on Peacock starting on Friday, Aaron.
It is a growing topic for sure. We'll be watching it. Kate Snow for us today. Thank you, Kate.
Sure is.
Some doctors now being criticized for discussing health disparities between different races and ethnic backgrounds in the latest extension of the national debate over critical race theory. NBC News national reporter Tyler Kincaid joins us now with more. Tyler, really, what are some of the documented racial or even ethnic health disparities here in the United States that these doctors are really trying to tackle?
Right. So we've known for decades, actually, that Black, Latino, Indigenous folks are doing well or doing worse at having access to healthcare, access to health insurance. They are more likely to suffer chronic long-term conditions. And then with COVID, COVID has affected these populations much more so than white folks around the country. the health disparities between those who contract COVID and are more likely to face severe illness or death is much greater if you're Black or Latino than if you're white. So increasingly, especially after the racial justice uprisings we saw in 2020, doctors and academics who have studied this have become much more vocal in pushing health organizations and hospitals and medical schools to do more to confront what sort of systemic racism or what sort of barriers are causing these racial health disparities. And they've had some success, but it's still really in the early stages of this being adopted widespread.
And can you give us a sense of what these critics are saying? I mean, given that those are just sort of factual discrepancies that we see in this country, what is the issue that the critics have with doctors discussing and addressing the disparities that they see in their patients every day?
Yeah, so some I talk to would acknowledge the racial health disparities, but what they say is this is due to a multitude of factors throughout society. These are other issues that are affecting it, such as economic issues, labor issues, housing issues, and those aren't things that doctors are well equipped for. Critics also have concern that this is sort of an extension of what we were just talking about critical race theory and certain ideologies that they consider to be too progressive entering into mainstream medicine. But the doctors I talk to and the academics leading efforts to improve racial health disparities say, look, if you know that racism or that racial differences are the problem, then you have to have race-conscious policies in order to address the issue.
All right, Tyler, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, the times, they are a-changin'. With the Senate passing a bill to make daylight savings time permanent, America is one step closer to abolishing semi-annual clock changes.
While advocates are looking forward to brighter winter evenings, the change could impact your health, actually. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres is joining us now. It always surprises me that this becomes such a big conversation.
Especially now, given everything that's happening in the world.
Again, it becomes a political conversation, which we've had many of these.
But there are actually some health things that we should be thinking about. So walk us through some of the benefits and drawbacks of keeping daylight saving time.
And there are definitely some health implications behind this, whether you keep it, whether you end up completely abolishing it, and that's what they're looking at right now. You know, originally it started as an energy-saving maneuver in World War I to try and keep the lights, not having to use lights because more daylight. But what we do know, as you can see here, if there are lighter evenings right now, you get this economic boon because people are going to go out, they're going to go to restaurants, they're going to be more physically active in the afternoons, and it's going to lower that seasonal depression, but it's only going to do it when you change the clocks, and then when you change them back, it might not. And so again, if we end up staying on this, it's going to cycle back to having those same things here. On the negative side, we do know that right now there are bigger issues with changing the clock right now. You know, people end up having more heart attacks, people end up having more depression overall, more stress, and you have people going, kids catching buses, in the dark, those types of things. So, what they're looking at is they're looking at saying, the experts are saying, no, we should just completely abolish daylight saving time. Senate says we should keep it permanently, and that's the big dichotomy right now.
We're talking about our clocks. What about our bodies? I mean, how do we adjust our bodies to sort of accommodate this particular
and our bodies could care less about the clock. Our bodies look at the sun. And for, since the time we lived in caves, we have been facing the sun. We've been using the sun as a body clock. And now all of a sudden, with this change we just made in March, we're changing that. And so if they go back to what we had earlier, where we fall back and we stay on that time frame, that's what our bodies are used to. That's the healthiest thing we can do for ourselves.
We love to stay healthy. All right. Dr. John Torres, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, after the break, a closer look at Washington and how lawmakers there are behaving.
How Congress members are being held accountable and what penalties exist when they break the law. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
If it seems like more politicians are behaving badly in Washington lately, well, you may be right, because we're learning the hard way that the penalties for breaking long-standing rules don't even exist in some cases.
Yeah, and shame doesn't seem to be a deterrent very much anymore either. Here's NBC LX political editor Noah Pransky.
I'm Noah. No accountability. And boy, have the last few years been good to me in Washington. From Congress members who may have broken the law with secret stock trades, to White House aides illegally campaigning on the job, to more campaign spending scandals than you can count. It's a golden era for those who don't like to follow the rules.
There are a lot of things where we felt like there were laws and there were structures that worked. And it turns out that they only worked because people were kind of willing to go along with them.
That's another Noah. Noah Bookbinder, a former federal prosecutor turned nonprofit watchdog, or as I like to call him, Noah Quittles.
We look for corruption and for abuses against the democracy.
His organization has filed complaint after complaint in recent years targeting DC's dirty deeds. But the accused just don't seem to care anymore.
You have somebody who doesn't have shame, calling them on it doesn't really matter.
We're just now discovering many of our laws don't come with stiff penalties, other than the scarlet letter of getting caught. And in today's Washington, breaking the rules in the name of your cause doesn't get you exiled. It helps raise your profile.
If the administrative state wants to take me on, bring it. Because we're here to fight this, and we're going to go on offense.
That's former Trump advisor Steve Bannon, all but celebrating his arraignment for ignoring a congressional subpoena. Bannon is also one of the ones that helped Team Trump not just run against Hillary Clinton in 2016, but against the entire political system.
Donald Trump was able to reveal to the country, whether you love Donald Trump or whether you loathe Donald Trump, that the laws that are in place are very weak.
Dave Leventhal, accountability reporter and deputy bureau chief at Insider, basically the nemesis of no accountability.
If you have somebody who's just like, forget it, I don't care, the rules don't apply to me, kind of hard for others to say, well, I'll let the rules apply to me, but not to Donald Trump.
He found no accountability in Congress either, where campaign finance violations are often ignored. And the dozens of Democrats and Republicans he exposed not properly disclosing millions of dollars in personal stock trades, the most severe penalties were
$200. That's the fine. So it's not really an incentive to do the right thing.
Who wrote these laws? Congress did? That makes sense. Getting caught red-handed used to be game over in politics, but for a number of reasons, including the shrinking of local media and the increasing number of super safe gerrymandered districts, most politicians never actually have to worry about losing a race, which means they don't really have to worry about you, the voter, either.
If they are enriching themselves, if they are cheating, if they are undermining our democratic system, then government is working for them and not for us.
Don't worry, Congress says they have a plan to address those stock violations immediately, with new laws to ban members from trading. No ability's gonna laugh at that one. Congress already has plenty of laws, they just don't have penalties for breaking them. But leave it to Mr. No Acquittals to find a workaround. The Protecting Our Democracy Act, a bill that includes about a dozen different reforms to increase accountability, transparency, and enforcement of existing laws. However, because it has sort of a Trump tinge to it, no Republican will go near it, for now.
In a weird way, partisanship could help because, I think there are Republicans in Congress who don't want President Biden to have too much power.
If he wants to pass the bill, this watchdog will have to convince 10 Republican senators he's right, or he'll just have to convince voters to penalize bad politicians by voting them out. Otherwise, no accountability remains the name of the game, in a city completely devoid of shame.
And you can check out more of Noah's reporting and stories like the one you just saw at NBCLX.com.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. No surrender. Ukraine standing firm against Putin's forces, telling Russia it will not give up its fight. The devastating toll the war is already taking and what Russia could make its next target.
Also breaking right now, facing senators. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson preparing for a barrage of questions. What to expect as her confirmation hearing for the Supreme Court begins on Capitol Hill.
And talk about spring break chaos, an outbreak of gun violence in some of the most popular vacation spots in Florida and in Texas. What we're just learning about the weekend attacks that left several people hospitalized.
And a matter of time. If America decides to keep daylight saving time for good, what could that mean for our health? The potential implications you may not have thought about.
Hello, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with a strong message of resistance in Ukraine. That country's leaders are refusing Russia's demand to surrender the city of Mariupol. Hundreds of thousands of civilians have been under direct assault for weeks. An art school being used as a shelter was bombarded on Sunday. Ukraine says 400 people were inside at the time. President Volodymyr Zelensky is again calling on European countries to cut off Russia economically. He said in a video released today that his nation is at war against one of the strongest armies in the world.
Meanwhile, Meta, Facebook and Instagram's parent company, has been officially branded an extremist organization in Russia. News agencies there say a court threw out an attempt to have the charge dismissed. Now, Meta has not responded to a request for comment from NBC News. Both Facebook and Instagram were banned in Russia earlier this month. We are covering the story from every angle, including the refugee crisis that is growing by the day. So let's go ahead and begin overseas with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, who is in Lviv, Ukraine. Gabe, look, Russia continues to attack Kyiv from the air. So what is the situation like on the ground in the capital there?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, I'm in western Ukraine in Lviv, where we've been hearing air sirens throughout the day. But, things are generally back to normal here, although those air sirens are a constant reminder that there is a war in this country. In Kyiv, however, is a different story. Overnight, there was significant airstrikes there. One of them hit a shopping mall. At least 8 people were killed, according to local authorities. And the mayor there has reimposed a 35-hour curfew set to take effect later tonight and set to go on for 35 hours, much like another curfew that was imposed last week. But Morgan, I also want to talk about the city of Mariupol. And that is getting so much attention here in this country because just overnight there was a deadline that came and went that Russian authorities had told the local leaders in Ukraine that basically demanded that they surrender. Defiantly, Ukrainians have not done so. And so the assault on Mariupol continues. We are hearing from people that have just left that region of an increasingly dire situation where they are low on supplies. They have been for weeks, no food, no water, and that now, according to the Mariupol City Council, thousands of residents are being rounded up by Russian troops, according to the City Council, and being taken to so-called filtration camps where they're being processed and some of them being deported to Russia. Now, Russian state TV has claimed that these are willing evacuees that are heading to these camps, but I just spoke with Ukraine's deputy prime minister, who strongly disagrees with that in the strongest possible terms and called this essentially war crime. So the death toll is mounting here in Ukraine, Morgan. Russian troops have stalled mostly outside the capital, but an aerial bombardment of the capital of Kyiv is ongoing after that deadly bombing overnight, again hitting that shopping mall on the outskirts of Kyiv. Morgan.
Gabe, I want to go back to something you just mentioned, which is those air sirens. I mean, you've been on the ground there in Western Ukraine reporting for what feels like a really long time. Can you tell us more about the types of stories you're hearing, right? The human toll that this is all taking. What are people there telling you about their experiences?
Well, certainly, Morgan, it is extremely surreal to be here in the cultural capital, as it's known, of Ukraine. And it is considered a place of relative safety for refugees. And yet, despite that, every few hours, we do hear air raid sirens. There was an attack earlier this week on just a few miles from where I'm standing. It was an airplane repair center. And the mayor here is very concerned that Russia could escalate its attacks in the western part of the country. Again, Russia has confirmed its use of hypersonic missiles that travel up to a range of more than 1,200 miles and can't be easily detected by air defense systems. So there's a lot of concern in this part of the country. But Morgan, as to the human toll, we have been hearing story after story of refugees coming from the eastern and southern parts of this country, and they are just devastated. They have had to risk their lives to escape. One woman who we just spoke with just this morning, she is still in southeastern Ukraine at a undisclosed location because she took the risk with her family to pile into a car and drive out of Mariupol in what she thought was a humanitarian corridor, but she wasn't sure if it would hold. You remember, they don't have cell phone communication there, so they made the decision to leave because they were just so desperate. But she has still not been able to communicate with the rest of her family, her parents. She doesn't know where they are, hasn't been able to talk with them for days. And Morgan, just a few minutes ago, right before we came on the air, she called us back and she said that her best friend had just lost her 15-year-old son in a shooting in Mariupol just a short time ago. She just found out. This is an ongoing humanitarian disaster of historic proportions. And yes, we are hearing more and more of those incredible refugee stories that they managed to escape, the carnage that is happening in the southeastern part of the country, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez for us there. Gabe, I want to go ahead and bring in correspondent Josh Letterman, who is currently in Brussels. Josh, look, NATO leaders are holding a highly anticipated summit this week. Are they saying anything in advance of that, especially given what Gabe just mentioned is happening on the ground?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. They are saying that this new threat from Russia is forcing NATO to look at a different long-term strategy, what NATO is calling a new normal. And so they say that will involve moving significantly more troops into Eastern European NATO nations, as well as making sure they have more air and ground and other kinds of resources deployed on a persistent basis. They say that's not necessarily going to help Ukraine in this instance because Ukraine is not a NATO member, but it certainly will help all of these other NATO nations that are very worried that they could be the next target of President Putin's aggression. We heard from the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg describing his view of the situation heading into the summit. Take a listen.
have full trust in President Zelensky and the government in making the right judgments of what kind of peace talks they should engage in and what kind of agreements they can agree to. Our responsibility is to support Ukraine as we do in many different ways, but also ensure that this conflict do not spiral out of control or expands and escalate beyond the Ukraine.
And that's the reason that NATO does not want to put troops on the ground in Ukraine and says it will not impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. NATO officials are also telling me it's very unlikely that they will accept a Polish proposal to create a NATO peacekeeping force in Ukraine. They say, look, there's no peace to keep right now. If you were to put NATO troops there, it doesn't matter what you call the mission, they're going to end up fighting Russian troops. That is something they say they cannot allow NATO and the West to get dragged into, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez as well as Josh Letterman for us. Thank you both.
Now, the UN says nearly 3.5 million people have been forced to leave Ukraine since Russia first invaded. Countless numbers of refugees are hoping to come to the U.S. But that process is far from simple. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joining us now with more on the difficult situation one family is dealing with. Jesse, I'm sorry.
Aaron, the U.S. government, the Biden administration, says it is ready to take in refugees and will be prioritizing the immediate family members of U.S. citizens, specifically for immigrant visas. But one woman I spoke with who is a permanent resident of the United States has been trying to get her mother here on a tourism visa just for a short time, and she helps highlight how difficult it can be for people to get their loved ones out of Ukraine and into the U.S.
From Ukraine's train stations to border crossings, the refugee crisis growing more dire. The United Nations says already more than 3 million people have fled Ukraine.
They are fearing for their lives, and we have to make sure we do the right thing.
Facing pressure at home, President Joe Biden promising relief.
We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms.
How does that compare to what your mother's going through?
I say you should go because Joe Biden told that you will be able to reach me. And she just believed me.
Thankfully, Natalia Shepachuk's mom made it to Poland, but now she's alone, her daughter trying to help her from the U.S. Natalia, a green card holder, says a tourism visa was denied, something the U.S. government warns will happen for people who can't prove they'll leave.
I can't understand why my mom couldn't come and live with me just 3-4 months. I just want to hug her and say, I love you. Everything will be okay.
And Natalia doubts the U.S. refugee program will be any faster. Under former President Donald Trump, refugee admissions were cut to 15,000 in 2020. President Biden raised that number to 62,500.
The Trump administration just eviscerated the whole infrastructure, brought the numbers of refugees admitted down to almost nothing, and we have to basically start from scratch.
Experts say that thinned-down system can't handle another crisis after the highly criticized Afghanistan pullout last year.
The United States really has its hands full with the Afghan evacuation. U.S. resettlement agencies are completely overstretched.
Natalia says her lawyer thinks it could take 5 years to get her mother here as a refugee.
When you hear it could take years to get your mother here legally, what goes through your mind?
I start crying because I was asking myself, will my mom still be alive till this time or not?
So you can see the anguish just that one family is going through. The Biden administration believes that many of the many of the refugees who are fleeing Ukraine will want to stay in Europe. But there are about 1 million people living in this country, including that woman we just spoke with, who have ties to Ukraine. Aaron?
All right, Jesse Kirsch for us in L.A. Jesse, thanks.
And right now on Capitol Hill, history is being made.
Senators have begun delivering their opening statements in the Supreme Court confirmation hearing for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, she's the first black woman ever nominated to serve on the high court. Judge Jackson will face some tough questions over the next few days, and she's been preparing for this for weeks now.
That's right. I mean, this morning, women's groups rallied outside of the Supreme Court to show their support for Judge Jackson's confirmation. NBC News is, of course, covering every single angle of today's historic hearing. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, walk us through this morning's opening statement and really give us a sense of what we can expect as that questioning kicks off tomorrow.
Yeah, Morgan, I'm standing right outside the room where those hearings are taking place. We are just a few senators into their opening statements, a lengthy day ahead of us here, and it's only going to get longer once we get into tomorrow. That's when all 22 senators will get a chance to ask questions of the nominee. But the opening statements from the two top senators on this committee, Dick Durbin, the chairman, and Chuck Grassley, the ranking member, really did paint a picture of what we might end up seeing in those questions tomorrow and Wednesday, each of them speaking to points that Democrats and Republicans both have previewed in recent days. Take a listen.
Confident you'll serve Americans from all walks of life, all backgrounds, fairly and faithfully. Now, there may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record. Your complete record has been scoured by this committee on 4 different occasions.
The most important thing that I look for is the nominee's view of the law, judicial philosophy, and view on the role of a judge in our constitutional system. I'll be looking to see whether Judge Jackson is committed to the Constitution as originally understood.
So, Morgan, you heard Durbin there previewing and, frankly, pre-butting some of the things that Republicans might use to attack Judge Jackson with, and Chuck Grassley there talking about what he hopes to hear over the course of these hearings. I was told last night when I was talking with White House officials that Judge Jackson has been doing extensive preparation, of course, for this moment. It started from the moment that she was nominated, really, preparation for her meetings with senators. She has met with dozens of them up here on Capitol Hill, but also including mock hearings led by the White House counsel's office. And over the weekend, that prep continued. She did tour this hearing room on Saturday, getting comfortable in the space. She's going to be here all week, 4 days of these hearings, Morgan.
4 days, Allie, but this is also Judge Jackson's 4th time before the Senate Judiciary Committee. So how might, she and the senators who are really questioning her draw on those experiences tomorrow? What do we anticipate that they are going to say?
Look, that's critically important. We have had Democrats repeatedly point out, the White House as well, that because this is her 4th time coming in front of the committee, there's not likely to be any surprises. Of course, these confirmation hearings, we've done enough of them to know that that's not always the case. But at the same time, John Cornyn, one of the senators, Republican on this committee, said he wants these hearings to be thorough and fair. But at the same time, we have heard from Republicans repeatedly, hearkening back to the Judge Kavanaugh hearings repeatedly, talking about how they don't want it to look like that. At the same time, though, there are a few Republicans who are sitting on this committee who might have presidential aspirations going forward. Those are the people who were really watching. Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tom Cotton. During those lines of questioning, we are waiting to see if they manage to have any kind of viral moment that could launch them into the national consciousness here at that moment. At the same time, though, in terms of her past resume, what really we're looking for is the fact that she has been confirmed in bipartisan fashion before. She doesn't need to be here if all 50 Democrats get on board for this nomination. But at the same time, that's something that Democrats in the White House would like to see again, Republicans and Democrats getting on board to confirm her in the future.
A lot to look out for today, but especially tomorrow. Allie Vitale, I know you will be there live and bring it to us. We appreciate it.
Now, NBC News correspondent Yamisha Sendor is joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. And Allie set it up nicely, I think. Obviously, we have a woman who's been before this committee 4 times before, but the stakes are higher this time. What are you going to be watching for, listening for over the next couple of days once the questioning gets started?
Well, what I will be watching for is already in some ways what the Republicans are previewing. You already heard them complaining about Justice Kavanaugh's hearings. And they've already said, especially Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, who, by the way, voted for Judge Jackson when she was confirmed to her current position. He said that he's going to be wanting to ask about court packing, whether or not she thinks other judges should be added to the Supreme Court. He also highlighted the idea that he wants to ask about her defending Guantanamo Bay detainees. He also gave a shout out to Josh Hawley, who has those 2024 aspirations, saying that he should be asking about criminal sentencing. So we really have Republicans who are already sort of laying out what they're going to be talking about. But I'm really struck by the idea and the conversations that I had by a lot of women, frankly, who know Judge Jackson, including Lisa Fairfax, who's going to be introducing her. She told me that a lot of this is distractions and that really this is a judge who very much worked hard to get here, that she's like an Olympic athlete who had been training for this her whole life, and that she's brilliant and that she's not biased.
I want to stay on the notion of these distractions, though, because I think, like Ali mentioned, I personally am watching those people who have those 2024 aspirations, Cotton, Cruz. I mean, they've made it clear kind of where they're headed with this. But I don't know if you've noted this, Yamiche, but it feels like the messaging has changed. The tone of the criticism has changed. So initially it was, oh, but is she qualified? We know that Biden wanted to have a black woman, so will she be qualified now? If you hear Mitch McConnell say it, it's like, well, he didn't specifically come for her, but he said the soft on crime people are behind her. So besides the soft on crime sort of buzzword we're now hearing, what other types of words or pockets of criticism do we expect to hear in the next 2 days?
Well, there's a lot. And I think Lindsey Graham in his opening statement really laid out a lot of it, which is that he sees her as, he said, funded by the radical left. He, of course, was going for J. Michelle Childs, and he brought up her name multiple times, essentially saying that the reason why Judge Jackson is in before this committee today is because she is essentially funded by lefty groups that wanted her there, even if she herself is not biased. So really, in some ways, getting at this idea that she doesn't deserve to be there, even though obviously she has the qualifications to be there. So that's something that definitely to watch. I should also say that this is the judge who famously said presidents are not kings, talking about former President Donald Trump saying that he had to be giving out documents that were being asked as part of the January 6th committee. So that's also something to watch for. I also think that there's possibly a conversation about whether or not she's going to recuse herself when it comes to the affirmative action case that's coming before. She's on a board at Harvard that might be connected to that. So that's just some of the things. But I also interviewed a conservative judge who has worked on Supreme Court nominations and who himself was twice nominated. He sadly told me he never made it down to the bench. Still feels a little sad about that, I think. But he told me that this is really about politics, and he endorsed her as a Republican because he wanted to try to take a little bit of the edge away from Republicans to say, no, she actually has the backing of Republicans as well.
You talk about the politics involved here. President Biden has said from the beginning that he wanted this to be as bipartisan a process as it could be. He made a point to bring in Republicans to the White House to talk about who his nominee would be. How significant is that for the White House at this point, this idea that this process will end up looking at least a little bit bipartisan in the end?
Well, President Biden, he signaled that he thought it was really important to be able to say, here's somebody who I think both parties should be able to get behind, especially because he was keeping with this pledge of having an African-American woman. And also, we should say, the first federal public defender come before the court as a nominee. So the White House definitely wants this to be bipartisan. But I should also tell you, when I talk to White House officials, they don't feel like there's someone who is worried about whether or not she's going to be confirmed. The confidence feels like they know that she's likely to be confirmed. But because she's already gotten 3 Republican votes, and that being Lindsey Graham, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, during her last confirmation, they would like to see that repeated. But there are so many other things on the White House's plate that I think even if she gets through, and even if the vice president has to break that tie in the Senate, they'll be happy because she will be on the bench.
Yamiche Alcindor, it is a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you so much, Yamiche. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
And be sure to stay with NBC News Now all day tomorrow for the first day of Judge Jackson's confirmation hearing, the questioning. Our NBC News special coverage begins at 9 a.m. Eastern.
And meanwhile, more than a half dozen wildfires are burning tens of thousands of acres all across Texas. The flames forced hundreds of people to leave their homes just over the weekend. We know at least one person has died in those fires. Joining us now, we have NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky, who is live from Dallas. Morgan, how much progress are the crews making in really getting these fires there under control?
Yeah, Morgan, it is absolutely a very tough battle. We know the Eastland complex is now 7 fires that make up of it, that make it up about 2 hours west of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And it's burned more than 50,000 acres since it began late last week. Part of the problem here, Morgan, has been the dry conditions combined with high winds over the weekend that has caused it to grow faster than anticipated. Just on Saturday, this was comprised of only 4 fires. Now it is 7. Officials say that the complex as a whole is about 30% contained. Obviously, they would like to see that number go up, but just these devastating images show how quickly the flames were spread by these winds, upwards of 30-mile-an-hour gusts. over the weekend, and that's made for such a frustrating fight there, as it just takes one ember to be picked up, carried elsewhere to start an entirely new blaze. At last check, more than 60 homes have been burned, hundreds of people evacuated from these larger rural areas there, where in a lot of the places it was tough to even fight the fire because it's in such a remote location. And right now, fortunately, there has been a bit of a break with the weather. Rain is forecast for parts of northern Texas today. Fire crews there are certainly hoping that that can slow down the spread of this fire that has already caused a significant amount of destruction. Morgan.
Morgan, look, hundreds of people have been forced to leave their homes. As we mentioned, one person died. What kind of resources are available to those people who have been displaced?
We know of at least half a dozen shelters have opened up in this area, again, about 2 hours west of Dallas. These are very tight-knit communities. Each town numbered, 200 to 500 people. So there are very few strangers in this part of the state. Whenever I was out there over the weekend, you did see just an incredible amount of supplies and relief efforts already pouring in. So that was a welcome sight. But keep in mind that a lot of people fighting these fires have some lost homes themselves. I spoke to one gentleman who lived in Carbon, Texas, who had lost upwards of 70 to 80% of the residents in that town. He was a firefighter. He says, mine was one of the first homes to burn. Now we're just doing our best to try to limit its damage going forward.
All right, Morgan Chesky joining us from Dallas. Morgan, thank you.
Thank you.
COVID cases are down nationwide just as college students are going on spring break. But some destinations now seeing a surge of visitors are also facing a spike in violence. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Fort Lauderdale.
It's the rite of spring when college kids descend on beaches. Much earned celebrations, but in some cases turning chaotic and in a few incidences, seriously dangerous. From busy beaches to packed bars.
We're going to have a blast this weekend.
Thousands are letting loose this spring break, migrating south for some sand, surf, and sun.
You could just tell how it is in the clubs and stuff. And drinks are just flowing.
But along with the fun in the sun and long nights of drinking, it's getting out of control. Part of Miami Beach's famed Ocean Drive was shut down after partiers swarmed the streets. And chaos erupted there early Sunday when a shooting sent 3 people to local hospitals. Security cameras capturing the terrifying scene. The suspect remains at large. Local officials have been on guard for weeks, given last year's mayhem, which saw clashes with police and led to an emergency curfew. Elsewhere in the states, curfews are going into effect. In New Smyrna Beach, police say it's bedlam, with kids crawling on top of buildings, throwing business furniture into the road, and accosting business employees. All of it triggering a strict 60-day curfew to limit the number of people out on the town overnight. And in one Florida panhandle community, authorities even implementing an 8 p.m. curfew for anyone under the age of 21. Unless they're with a parent.
There are kids running and screaming and yelling and hiding in the bushes and drinking.
Meanwhile, in Austin, Texas, a suspect is in custody after 4 people were wounded in a shooting early Sunday. It happened in a busy area with several bars. It comes as Austin wraps up the first in-person South by Southwest festival since before the pandemic. Schools, colleges, universities, they stagger their spring breaks. So according to the airline tickets that have been sold, the real crowds are going to show up towards the end of this month and through mid-April. And those tickets that are sold out on most flights are heading to Florida.
Support is pouring in from around the world for the people of Ukraine.
Coming up, how one Florida company is contributing to the Ukrainian defense.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this?
Has concluded only 7 other times that genocide was committed. This determination marks the 8th. Burma's military has for decades committed unspeakable atrocities against Burma's population that includes ethnic and religious minorities and pro-democracy activists. In 2016 and 2017, Burma's military unleashed a wave of horrific violence in northern Rakhine State against predominantly Muslim Rohingya that, at the time, the United States concluded constituted ethnic cleansing. Since 2017, the department and others have worked to investigate and document these atrocities. The United States is committed to pursuing truth and justice for victims and accountability for those responsible for these atrocities and for other human rights violations and abuses across Burma. As the Secretary made clear, justice and accountability, whether via international or domestic courts, must be part of the pathway out of genocide in Burma. Our commitment includes support for international mechanisms like the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar, IIN, for which the Secretary announced a nearly $1 million contribution to support its mandate to investigate, collect, preserve, and analyze evidence of the most egregious and serious international crimes in Burma since 2011. Although this determination focuses on genocide and crimes against humanity against the Rohingya, Burma's military has committed atrocities against members of other ethnic and religious minority groups across Burma for decades. Many of the military leaders involved in the genocidal campaign against Rohingya in 2016 and 2017, including the general who led it, are the same ones who overthrew Burma's democratically elected government on February 1st of last year. And since the coup, we've seen the Burmese military use many of the same tactics. Only now, the military is targeting anyone in Burma it sees as opposing or undermining its repressive rule. Shining the light on these atrocities is critical to ending the decades of impunity that has brought Burma to the crisis it is in today. We call on the international community to do more to stop the Burmese military's violence, including by ending the sale and transfer of arms material, dual-use equipment, and technical assistance to the Burmese military regime and its representatives. We are working with our allies and partners to achieve this. We reiterate our call for the Burmese military regime to end its use of violence, release all those unjustly detained, and engage in constructive dialogue with all parties to restore Burma's path to democracy. Next and finally, the world continues to witness Russia's unrelenting and cold-blooded bombardment of Ukraine, causing death and destruction. These strikes have destroyed civilian infrastructure, including a maternity hospital, apartment buildings, and an art school where 400 civilians were sheltered, and hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent men, women, and children have lost their lives in this needless carnage. In the face of it, President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine continue to show strength and courage in the country's fight against these Kremlin forces. As Russia's forces continue to die needlessly in Ukraine and the economic costs of the war mount within Russia, President Zelensky has also made it very clear that he is open to a diplomatic solution that does not compromise the core principles at the heart of the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. The effects of Putin's war of choice aren't restricted to Ukraine and Russia, however. This conflict has had ripple effects around the world. It calls into question security and prosperity for all of us on issues ranging from self-governance, human rights, to energy and food security. That is why we cannot stand quiet. We must all stand up for what is right. We support the people of Ukraine in their just cause, the defense of their country, and the defense of their democracy. And as we have done since the beginning of this crisis, we will continue to support Ukraine's efforts to de-escalate through diplomacy in order to secure a ceasefire and the withdrawal of Russia's troops from Ukraine. We know that diplomacy requires both sides to genuinely engage in good faith, but President Putin has made no indication that he is prepared to stop the onslaught. This war, we know, is not going according to Putin's plan. A quick victory has been stymied by Ukraine. Whenever and however this war ends, the United States and the international community will, together with our partners in Ukraine, ensure that Putin's war of choice is a long-term strategic failure for the Kremlin. With that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks. You I have a question or two about Burma. Sure. I'll let them Russia diplomacy style first, and that is, what, if anything, do you take from this demarche that the Russian government says they delivered to Ambassador Sullivan today, which according to them, the one that granted severing.
Well, I will leave it to ask you, Ted. I will leave it to you to. I know you always you're always willing to postulate, but I will leave it to you to ask the Kremlin what message it was that they may have wished to relay. I can tell you the message that was relayed by Ambassador Sullivan when he met with Russian government officials. As you know, as a general matter, we don't speak to every single diplomatic communication, but I will say this. Ambassador Sullivan took advantage of this encounter to demand that the Russian government follow international law and basic human decency, for that matter, and allow consular access to all U.S. citizen detainees in Russia, including those in pretrial detention. You've heard from us say in recent days that we have repeatedly made this ask, this request for consular access to American citizen detainees, and we have consistently and improperly been denied access for months. This is completely unacceptable. It is in direct contravention of Russia's international obligations under the Vienna Convention and under our bilateral agreement on consular access to detainees.
Okay, so you did not take this opportunity to raise the situation in Ukraine?
Matt, we have a number of avenues where we can raise our concerns, including here in public. Again, I'm not going to read out the entirety of that session, but if you listen to the Russians, they had a message that they wanted to convey. We, too, have a message that Ambassador Sullivan was very direct in conveying. When it comes to what we've heard from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as they have explained, they've given their version of events, I think it is worth repeating that Russia is carrying out an unprovoked and an unjustified war on Ukraine, and we are seeing clearly evidence that they are intentionally targeting civilians and committing indiscriminate attacks. President Biden's comments last week, the comments that were later echoed by Secretary Blinken and others, they speak to the horror of the brutality Russia has unleashed on an innocent neighbor that posed absolutely no threat or security risk to Russia. We warned Russia before the invasion began that if they were to move forward with it, they would face severe consequences and unprecedented costs, unprecedented economic costs, financial costs, diplomatic isolation, strategic weakness on the world stage. And that's exactly what has happened in the United States, along with our allies and partners. We will continue to raise those costs until and unless President Putin relents in this war of choice that he continues to perpetrate against Ukraine. His economic woes will grow, his financial woes will grow, his diplomatic isolation will only increase, and his strategic weakness on the world stage will only develop further over time. We believe at the same time, and this is the very reason why Ambassador Sullivan was there today, it's the very reason why Jake Sullivan spoke to his counterpart, Mr. Patrushev, last week. It's the very reason we have deconfliction channels on a tactical level with Moscow. We believe it's important to maintain channels of communication with Russia. You've heard us say before that open dialogue, or the ability to engage in open dialogue, it's crucial, especially during times of tension, especially during times of conflict. We have sought to maintain those open lines of communication. We have sought to maintain a diplomatic presence in Moscow. We have sought for the Russians to be able to continue to maintain a diplomatic presence here in the United States. Now, the Russians, at just about every turn, have taken actions that call into question whether they too welcome these same open lines of communication. We find them important, we find them necessary, but I'll leave it to the Kremlin to speak to their thoughts.
They did call them interested. They're obviously interested in communicating something. They say that they, former mystery statements, that they summoned him because they wanted to complain about President Biden's comments that you just mentioned. Is it safe to assume that Ambassador Sullivan said that the U.S. stands by the comments of the President, the war criminal comments the President made and the Secretary repeated?
I think it is safe to assume that Ambassador Sullivan, as he has consistently done, has made clear to his Russian interlocutors the costs that before the invasion would befall the Russian Federation if they went forward with this action, and since then, the fact that the costs will continue to climb until and unless President Putin relents.
But specifically, they said that the comments were inappropriate and not becoming of the person that you know what they said.
It's awfully rich to hear a country speak about quote unquote inappropriate comments when that same country is engaged in mass slaughter, including strikes and attacks that have resulted in civilian lives, strikes and attacks, barrages that have leveled civilian cities, an invasion of 100,000+ forces against a largely civilian population. That's awfully rich to hear that country speak about unacceptable comments.
Last one, just on his point, you said, was to talk about the treatment of the U.S. detainees. The three of them that we know most about. Has there been any change in the case of Beverly or Brittany Griner?
There has been no change in those cases, and that's part of the reason why Ambassador Sullivan took advantage of the encounter, took advantage of the opportunity to stress Russia's obligation, including under international law, including under its obligations under the Vienna Convention, to allow consular access to individuals like Paul Whelan, like Trevor Reed, like Brittany Griner. We have not yet been granted any consular access to Brittany Griner. It has been some months since we've been allowed to see.
Are you able to say if they offered him any assurances on the
I have nothing to reply.
Can you clarify, the President spoke with the I call the situation work one did he actually call the Secretary?
The Secretary, and when he was addressing all of you last week from this podium,
He said that work one.
He said personally that he agrees with the President.
So he is calling with the work one.
Secretary Blinken echoed the same sentiment that the President conveyed a day earlier, that it is impossible as a human to witness what is transpiring, what has transpired in Ukraine, to look at the horrific imagery, a strike against a maternity hospital in Mariupol, not to mention attacks against civilian neighborhoods, schools, residential buildings, apartment buildings, and as a human, to come away from that feeling that war crimes have been committed. The President was speaking from the heart. Secretary Blinken was doing the same, echoing precisely what the President had said the day before. Now, of course, that doesn't obviate the fact that this building, as it always does, is conducting a rigorous analysis, collecting evidence, analyzing that evidence, sharing that information with international partners. And if to knowing that there is a legal definition of war crimes that has to be met as a matter of law and policy before this building can issue such a formal proclamation.
So the question is, when you talk about the embassy and we still say that it's being open to and so on, you tell someone what you mean, I don't know the term, so to speak, in terms of engaging with the hackers. So what is the next step?
So it's rare that we negotiate or conduct this type of diplomacy with friends. It is this kind of diplomacy that we have supported, the Ukrainians are engaged in, our allies and partners are engaged in, for one reason and one reason alone, to save lives. It is a fact that the Russian Federation is the belligerent in this case that has invaded a country that posed no threat, that continues to have its forces on sovereign Ukrainian territory, that continues to assault Ukraine with bombs, and missiles, artillery, and gunfire, resulting in hundreds, if not thousands, of civilian casualties, and untold more in terms of Ukrainians and Russians who have already lost their lives in this needless conflict. So yes, as is President Zelensky, as is the Ukrainian government, we are committed to seeing through the diplomatic path, recognizing that only through the path of diplomacy will we be able to save lives. Diplomacy oftentimes requires that you negotiate with those who you probably wouldn't describe as friends, those who may be unsavory, those who, as in this case, are responsible for violence and carnage. But we're doing that with one goal and one goal in mind: to bring this war to an end and to save innocent life. Paul.
I got a couple questions. One is, I didn't really understand something you said at the top where you said President Zelensky made it clear that he's open to human rights, a diplomatic solution, and you said that does not compromise the core principles at the heart of the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. So it didn't make sense. That it sounds like you're supporting the Kremlin's principles. But anyway, if you could clear up what you were trying to say there. Secondly, all these reports of the Russians forcibly forcing people from Mariupol to Russia, which would be considered a war crime. Do you have any information that would confirm those reports?
So on your second question, what remains true is that we continue to see evidence every day pointing to actions, activities that may constitute war crimes. We are taking a very close, very thorough look and examination of all the information that is available to us to determine formally, as a formal matter, if war crimes have been committed. When it comes to the situation in Mariupol, we continue to call on the Russian government to allow genuine, safe passage so that civilians can depart cities and towns of Ukraine that are besieged by Russian forces and allow deliveries of humanitarian goods. In short, when it comes to Mariupol, when it comes to other cities that are under siege, we want the opportunity for civilians to go out, humanitarian supplies to go in. That is what is important to us. The reality continues to be that while humanitarian goods are gathered and en route to the areas most in need, the convoys typically are not able to reach people in besieged cities. This is what appears to us to be blatant manipulation and exacerbation of human suffering to serve nothing more than the Kremlin's political ends. As the International Committee of the Red Cross stated, quote, "With no aid, the people in Mariupol are being suffocated." We have seen growing reports of this type of abhorrent behavior, including intentional attacks of civilians by Russian forces in Mariupol. These reports include, as I mentioned before, the attack on the maternity hospital, a bombing of theater clearly marked as a shelter for children, reports that Russian forces are attempting to use hundreds of civilians at an intensive care hospital as human shields, while continuing to fire on Ukraine's soldiers. These brutal tactics demonstrate an utter indifference to human life, and they are appalling. This continues a horrific trend. Civilian deaths, we know, are multiplying, as is destruction of civilian infrastructure. What seems to be the case, and you heard this from a number of officials, including our senior intelligence officials, when they testified before Congress in recent days, that President Putin had in his mind a clear plan, a plan that would have him taking cities, major urban centers, in a matter of days, if not hours. Tanks rolling into Kyiv shortly after they rolled across the border, only to have been stymied by the fierce resistance that Russian forces have continued to meet, and to find that those plans for a quick territorial victory have been thwarted, as Russia's forces now have remained stalled for more than 3 weeks.
Back to Mariupol, so these reports that people are actually being moved from there to Russia, do you have any evidence of that?
We've seen those reports. We've seen those reports. We are in the process of investigating them. We are in close consultation with our Ukrainian partners with others who may be able to provide first-hand accounts of what is taking place on the ground. Of course, these reports are deeply concerning, and if true, they would amount to additional evidence of what would appear to be the mistreatment of civilians.
In the first part, I asked you to clarify, what are you saying about your support for a negotiated settlement, Zelensky, but on whose principles?
So the point I was trying to make at least, is that this is a war that is in many ways bigger than Russia. It's bigger than Ukraine, however important and however monumental the stakes are in this, in President Putin's war against Ukraine. The key point is that there are principles that are at stake here that have universal applicability everywhere, whether in Europe, whether in the Indo-Pacific, anywhere in between. And those are the core principles that President Putin has sought to violate, flout, and that our Ukrainian partners, backed by the international community, have sought to defend. The principle that each and every country has a sovereign right to determine its own foreign policy, has a sovereign right to determine for itself with whom it will choose to associate in terms of its alliances, its partnerships, and what orientation it wishes to direct its gaze. In this case, Ukraine has chosen a democratic path, a path, a Western-looking path, and that is something that clearly President Putin was not willing to countenance.
Does that mean that if we come under pressure of negotiation of war, that Zelensky gives up the previous desire to join NATO, if he even gives up control of his military, that the U.S. would go along with an agreement, a negotiated agreement?
We are there to support our Ukrainian partners, and this gets back precisely to those principles. It is the sovereign right, the sovereign responsibility of every country to determine for itself its foreign policy, with whom it chooses to associate, and to make decisions regarding its path forward. We are there to support President Zelensky. We're there to support the Ukrainian government. We're there to support Ukrainian people. But more than that, what we are doing, even while we see at the moment very little indication that the Russian Federation is serious about genuine diplomacy, what we are doing is moving across multiple fronts to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. And we've done that in a number of different ways. As you've heard in recent days, including last week when we went into some detail, we have provided an unprecedented amount of security assistance to our Ukrainian partners, $2 billion since the course of this administration. $800 million was announced last week. Within the last week, there's been $1 billion total, providing our Ukrainian partners with precisely the systems and the capabilities and the assets that they will need and have been able to use to defend themselves effectively against this Russian aggression. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, we are imposing costs, just as we said we would, on the Russian Federation for this egregious violation of sovereignty, of Ukraine's territorial integrity. And you see those costs being borne by the Russian economy, its financial system, also its strategic standing in the world. It was just today that a very limited sector of the Russian stock market reopened. It had been closed for these 3 weeks now, presumably in an effort to forestall capital flight. You look at the value of the ruble, you look at interest rates, you look at the number of international companies that have decided to flee the Russian marketplace, not wanting to in any way be a part of President Putin's war of choice against his neighbor, and quite literally making clear where they stand with their feet, leaving the Russian marketplace behind. Here.
President Biden just reiterated his warning about the danger of Russian cyber attacks. Do you have anything to add from the State Department on the nature of that threat, where the intelligence of that threat comes from, and has the State Department or any other part of the administration issued a warning to Russia against committing cyber attacks of that nature, and is there a code for consequences?
So I understand that my colleague at the White House, Ann Neuberger, is speaking to this at the moment, so I'm going to largely defer to the White House to speak to it. But to the second element of your question, as you know, we have had a number of opportunities to express in no uncertain terms to Russia our concerns regarding its use and its behavior in cyberspace. This was a principal topic of discussion during President Biden's meeting with President Putin in June in Geneva. There was a lot of attention, of course, at the time paid to the issue of ransomware, but we have made it very clear to the Russians that there would be a high price to pay if they were to use their capabilities to target critical infrastructure, to target sectors of strategic importance, but it's not something we want to speak to for here.
Which is related to that, other than the meeting with Ambassador Sullivan, has there been any other high-level contact between the administration and the Russian government?
Well, last week the White House read out Jake Sullivan's phone conversation with his counterpart, Mr. Patrick. We do maintain channels of communication, including at the tactical level, and the Department of Defense has spoken to a channel of tactical deconfliction. We, of course, have our embassy in Moscow. Ambassador Sullivan, as I just mentioned, had an opportunity to convey our own message to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs today. So if we want to convey a message to Russia, we have multiple avenues to do so. Alex.
Thanks, on the talks, you just said that there's very little indication that the Russians are taking them seriously. So does that mean that you don't think any progress has been made? Is there any sign of progress that you have seen? And if so, in which of those key areas?
Well, Alex, I will, in the first instance, leave it to our Ukrainian partners to speak to progress or lack thereof. And I think we've all heard statements from senior Ukrainian officials, including President Zelensky, that continue to cast doubt on Russia's intent in taking part in discussions which have taken place at a number of different levels, but heretofore have not resulted in any concrete sign of de-escalation, has not resulted in any diminution of the violence, has not created any clear pathway out of this conflict just yet, at least. Of course, we continue to support dialogue and diplomacy between Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine with the support of the United States, Ukraine with the support of our partners and allies, but more than sentiment and reactions coming out of the talks, what we are going to continue to look for is any indication that these talks are bearing fruit in some of the most important metrics. That is diminution of violence, that is withdrawal of forces, that is anything that would indicate that the Russians have any genuine interest in seeing a way out of this conflict, and that's not even seen yet.
Are they briefing you on their talks after each round?
So as you know, the Secretary has spoken to his counterpart, Foreign Minister Kuleba, multiple times in the past week. We have been regularly apprised of developments from these discussions from our Ukrainian partners. There are several close allies and partners of ours who are supporting talks and dialogue in different ways. Our French allies, our German allies, our Turkish allies, our Israeli partners. We've also had an opportunity to hear from them directly in recent days regarding the progress or lack thereof in these various channels.
I have one final question, sorry, Dan. Did you have any confirmation that any of these top levels of security officials have been arrested in Russia, including at least the one FSB intelligence officer in charge of Ukraine?
I'm not in a position to confirm those reports. What I can say, though, is what has been clear to everyone with access to uncensored information, that is to say, just about everyone outside of Russia's borders. We have seen signs of dissent within Russian society that have been high profile and quite visible. It is clear to my earlier point that President Putin has made a series of miscalculations. I already said before that he severely miscalculated if he thought that his forces could roll into Ukraine and could take the country by force, including its major cities and urban population centers within a matter of hours and not face resistance. President Putin miscalculated if he thought that he wouldn't face the serious economic and financial repercussions that President Biden and the international community promised he would face, pledged that he would face if this invasion went forward. And he miscalculated if he thought that he could mount this type of large-scale invasion, have his forces bear the costs in terms of blood, in terms of treasure, and not face popular discontent back at home. It's been very clear that this is not a war that the Russian people are uniformly behind. The Russian government, the Kremlin, has done everything it can to try to control information, to control the information environment to an even greater degree than the Kremlin previously did. But even despite this crackdown on channels of information, on protesters, with the arrests of more than 15,000 peaceful demonstrators, there are still very clear indications that President Putin's war of choice does not have the full support of the Russian people. And we see that dissent, even knowing that the Russian people do not know the full cost of this war. The Russian people aren't being allowed to see that their sons, brothers, fathers are coming home in body bags if the Russian government is bothering to bring them home at all. They aren't seeing the true financial costs of this war. They aren't seeing the true toll of the international community sanctions and other economic measures of this war. And surely they aren't seeing the strategic implications for Russia that the country will grapple with for quite a long time to come as a result of President Putin's Russia. Yes?
News reports say that they also provide Ukraine with Soviet air defense system secretly acquired. Are these reports accurate? And did the State Department ask Turkey to provide Ukraine with their S-400 systems?
So clearly, I'm not going to speak to news reports you just referenced. What I will say is that we are working to provide our Ukrainian partners with.
Watching now, here's what's happening. Curfew in Kyiv, the capital city, bracing for more shelling after a Russian attack on a shopping mall killed several people. Judging the judge, the confirmation hearing for Ketanji Brown Jackson kicking off today. Her opening statement coming any minute now. We'll bring it to you live. And Sweet 16, who punched their ticket to the next round and who's leaving with a sour taste in their mouth. We have all the March Madness highlights coming up. We start today with the battle for Mariupol. Russia stepping up its attack on the key port city after Ukrainian forces refused to surrender. In Kyiv, a new curfew took effect just about an hour ago. The capital gearing up for more shelling after a strike on a local shopping mall killed at least 8 people, according to city officials. Meanwhile, Russia and Ukraine agreed today to create 8 humanitarian corridors to evacuate Ukrainian residents. The UN says 10 million people have already left their homes since the start of the war. Earlier today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the West needs to help them now.
I can recall a few times when that history felt so urgent, or the responsibility it imparts on all of us so pressing. As we meet, the Russian government continues to wage its unprovoked, brutal war on Ukraine. Each day brings more harrowing attacks, more innocent men, women, and children killed.
We have team coverage overseas. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is in Lviv, Ukraine. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns in Krakow, Poland. Ali, let's start with you. Some 300,000 people trapped in Mariupol right now. What's the latest there?
Hey, Alison. Well, when we talk about siege and starvation tactics, that's exactly what's happening in Mariupol. Late last night, the Russians gave the fighters, the defenders of Mariupol, an ultimatum. Lay down your arms, leave the city, and we'll let humanitarian aid in. We'll let civilians out. They were given till this morning to capitulate. Obviously, they didn't. The defenders of Mariupol said that they are not going to surrender their city. And so the awful situation situation remains there. As you said, over 300,000 people remain trapped in that city under appalling conditions. We've seen the Russians bomb children's hospitals, apartment buildings, churches, a theater where people were hiding in, and over the weekend they hit an art school where 400 elderly people, women and children, were hiding. We don't know what the casualty rate or fatality rate is there, but many people were buried under the rubble. As I mentioned, the Ukrainians weren't willing to surrender to that city. It's unclear what the Russians' next move is going to be, but we can only imagine it's going to be a worst-case scenario.
Yeah, Dasha, to you, the UN now saying nearly 3.5 million people have evacuated Ukraine altogether, more than 2 million of them there in Poland. You've been speaking with refugees. What are they telling you?
Yeah, Allison, we've been on the ground here for just about 36 hours, and I'll tell you, it hits you very quickly when you get here just how much has changed in this country in just the last few weeks. Everywhere you turn, you hear stories of everyday Polish people putting their lives on hold to help Ukrainian people who had to leave their lives behind. And today we met a group who had very little to begin with and now has even less. We met a group of 31 orphans who had to flee their orphanage in Ukraine and cross the border here to Poland. Their director got them here safely. But Allison, these kids are already kids that have had traumatic lives, and now they are once again experiencing this difficult time. And, you know, in 2020, Americans actually adopted more children from Ukraine than any other country. Wow. There's a big connection here, and we met a mother from Missouri, Springfield, Missouri, who is actually here now in Poland. She's a mom of 5, left her kids behind. She's here now trying to help get these orphans into the United States. One of the children that we met, an incredible girl named Leah, is an example of what you'll see a lot in Ukraine, which is what they call social orphans. So these are children who actually do have parents who are alive, but who are unable to take care of them in part because of the problem of alcoholism, which is really rampant in many parts of Ukraine. And Leah was actually living in Mariupol and had to flee back in 2014 when the conflict initially broke out. Now she's fled again. Take a listen to what she told me about her family.
The 5th of March is the last time you talked to your mom?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you know where she is now?
I don't know.
How do you feel?
Bad.
Leah, incredibly emotional, but also incredibly resilient. Allison, after that conversation, she played us a song on the piano called Pray for Ukraine that brought just about all of us in the room to tears. It's amazing to see these kids press on, Allison.
Unbelievable. Dasha, on the flip side, you mentioned the American woman who's helping those orphaned refugees. Tell us more about her. What did you learn from her?
Yeah, Wendy Farrell, she actually fell in love with the country of Ukraine and its people when she herself adopted a 16-year-old girl from Ukraine and decided she wanted to help Ukrainian children. So she has an organization that helps fund and support this orphanage. And as soon as she realized that these kids might be in harm's way, she flew across the world and is going to be here. She's already been here since early March, and she says she's going to stay until she can get these kids safely back to the United States. I asked her why she feels it's so important to do that. And she told me right now, look, there are still more refugees coming into Poland every single day. And if she has a place to bring these kids, to give them some normalcy, that's what she's going to do. Take a listen to part of our conversation.
They are loved and supported and cared for. And so I want to offer them a sense of normalcy and security for as long as they need. Their desire is to come to the United States because of the relationships we've built over the last few years. We would like for them to come and be well cared for until they can return to Ukraine.
And you can imagine, Allison, right now, that goal she has of getting them to the United States, there are plenty of roadblocks there with the just paperwork bureaucracy. The consulate is backlogged, and so she's just begging for, for any kind of help to move that process along, Allison.
Ali, back to you. The UK Defense Ministry is saying today that Russia's attack on Kyiv has stalled. What can you tell us about the situation in and around the capital right now? What do you know there?
Hey, Alison. Yeah, so by all accounts, the Russians have been plagued by logistical problems. They've taken heavy losses. This wasn't the strategic lightning strike I think Vladimir Putin had imagined at the beginning of this war, and they've had to reassess a lot of things. It seems as though over the weekend, the attacks on Kiev had lulled slightly so the Russians could regroup. They could replenish their stocks, their ammunition, give their troops a rest. And of course, as of this morning, they started hitting Kyiv again pretty hard. They hit a shopping mall in the center of Kyiv. At least 8 people were killed in that attack. Many other people were buried under the rubble in that shopping mall. And that's a center of commerce in Kyiv. That's where people do their shopping, where people can have their businesses go back and forth. So the situation there has become, again, very dangerous. And because of that dangerous situation, the mayor of that town has imposed another strict curfew for the second time in the last week. That starts again tonight, and it's a strict 35-hour curfew. The only time people are allowed to leave their houses is if they need to go to bomb shelters. But unlike Mariupol, the Russians haven't been able to surround Kyiv yet. Their troops are still 10, 15 miles outside surrounding the city. So the fear is that that place may get hit hard like Mariupol, which has had about 90% of it destroyed so far.
Dasha, we know now President Biden's planning to visit Poland later this week. We'll have more on the White House's plans coming up in just a minute. But what do people in Poland want to hear from him?
Yeah, Alison, we know the president will go to the NATO summit. He's also going to meet with the president here in Poland. But the White House press secretary did tweet out that he will not be crossing the border over into Ukraine. Now, when it comes to the people here, though, Alison, there are going to be a lot of calls to action. They want to see more from the United States. And just last night, we were walking around the town square here in Krakow. We saw a group of demonstrators singing, holding up signs that say "Close the Sky." Those are signs you see in a lot of storefronts here as well. People want to see not just lip service paid by the United States, but real tangible action and more of it, Alison.
Ali, one more question for you as well. The Kremlin spokesperson updating us on the peace talks with Ukraine earlier today. What did he say? What is the latest on those talks and whether they're making any progress at all?
Yeah, those talks have been going on for a while now. There have been several rounds of talks. They're being brokered by the Turks, who said the progress is being made. But that's not what the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, said. He made a statement today. He said that little progress has been made in those talks, that not enough progress has been made for Zelensky and Putin to meet each other. And of course, he blamed the Ukrainians. He said the Ukrainians are making demands that are just not reasonable to Moscow, and that's why they've stalled. But the Ukrainians are sticking to their plan. They have said that they are not willing to give up, parts of their country, that for peace talks to work, the Russians have to leave this country. They have to stop the fighting. The only thing that's really on the table for the Ukrainians is signing a piece of paper saying that they're not willing to join NATO. And the only reason they're willing to do that is because Zelensky knows that joining NATO is a non-starter, because NATO is just not allowing them in. So that's not very good news, that these peace talks are stalling, and especially that the Russians are saying that they're not really going anywhere, and it's too soon for the leaders of Ukraine and Russia to meet each other in person.
All right. Ali, Dasha, thank you both so much for your reporting today. Really appreciate you both. The mayor of Kyiv telling people to keep their windows shut and wear a mask outside, saying fires from the attack on the city's shopping mall are creating serious air pollution. Meanwhile, Russian forces are getting stuck near the capital, but they're making progress in the south. NBC News national security analyst Clint Watts shows us which areas of Ukraine to watch.
Over the weekend, significant developments in certain spots in Ukraine. First, we had missile strikes in Lviv, and again down here in Mykolaiv. Mykolaiv, a very significant portion of the Ukrainian Navy and military infrastructure there was destroyed. Separately, we're seeing fighting on 3 fronts. In the north, what's key to look at is here. This is the convoy 2 weeks ago we were talking about, and last week we were talking about them breaking out and moving to establish blocking positions here. What's interesting is they've not been able to advance any further. The Ukrainian military putting up a stiff fight there and in the east along Brovary, where an armored column was essentially stopped in its tracks. They initially seemed to be trying to encircle the city, but I'm not sure they're able to do it, and we're hearing reports that they're actually digging into defensive positions here, possibly to bring in artillery to strike closer into the heart of Kyiv. Separately, the big battle continues in the east. Kharkiv was the center of much of the discussion last week. The Ukrainian military still launching counteroffensives, but you still see the Russians trying to advance here and join with their forces from Donbass. A key area to watch this week is this battle in and around Izium. Izium is where the Ukrainian military has been able to push back the Russians, and this will be an important battle because if the Russians can unite, they will have all of the eastern part of Ukraine from here. The place to watch over time ultimately is here in the south. We talked over the last 2 weeks about the land bridge they formed from Crimea, trying to unite their forces from Russia, and they have encircled Mariupol. Mariupol is a city under siege, intense humanitarian devastation. Really, the city may fall here anytime soon. Separately, we've watched their advance to Mykolaiv, where they met stiff resistance from the Ukrainian military. They're also trying to advance north, but both of these columns are stalled by Ukrainian defenses. The Russians have lost an enormous amount of troops right here in this area, but if they're able to break through and head all the way to Transnistria, they'll reach their goal of essentially sealing Ukraine off from the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, and that would set them in a stage to go after Odessa sometime in the coming weeks.
President Biden speaking with several of his European counterparts earlier today before heading to Brussels on Wednesday. The White House announcing the president will also visit Warsaw later this week, where he'll meet with the president of Poland. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece in Washington for us. Shannon, President Biden spoke with the leaders of Germany, France, Italy, and the UK today for about an hour. The war in Ukraine certainly in focus. What can you tell us about those talks?
Well, the White House said specifically they were focused on, obviously, the ongoing military efforts to provide support to Ukraine and, of course, the humanitarian efforts with millions of Ukrainian refugees now heading throughout Europe, as well as an update on the diplomatic efforts between Russia and Ukraine. Certainly an important meeting of key leaders. You mentioned the president going to Europe, to Brussels, later this week. He will meet with those leaders as well as additional leaders, including leaders of the member NATO countries, European Union leaders, and all of this an effort, the White House says, to show a united front against Russia to not only try and resolve the current situation that we're seeing on a humanitarian and military front, but also as a deterrence to Russia, to send this signal that the leaders of the largest economies in the world, the leaders of Europe, are united together. So if Putin were to think about pursuing this aggression any further, he is going to be confronted with this united front.
Shannon, let's look at the president's agenda in Europe. He's got a lot going on. On Thursday in Brussels, he'll attend a NATO summit, a G7 meeting, and a European Council summit. Could you give us a preview?
Yeah, I mean, a number of details that sort of need to be ironed out as these countries try and unite here. All of this military support, how is it being coordinated? How is it being distributed? Who has what and where is it going? So expect the leaders to talk on some of these very sort of specific things. Also expect them to talk more bigger picture about NATO, which is now turning into a new role as a boots-on-the-ground territorial defense organization, and how these countries and the U.S. see working together to try and push NATO into this new chapter where it appears Russian aggression is not going anywhere.
Shannon, what else do you know about the president's visit to Poland on Friday? Any other details there? I know the White House just announced that he'll be going.
Yeah, he'll meet with Poland's president. And I mean, certainly Poland is really at the center of so much that is going on. They are a key location for military equipment to be transported from the NATO countries into Ukraine. So there's going to be military concerns that Poland is going to have about their own defense. And we've certainly seen the U.S. sending troops and additional military supplies to Poland as well. And then, of course, there's also the humanitarian effort. Poland is really taking in the largest number of Ukrainian refugees at this point. So the U.S. is expected at least to talk to the Polish leader about what they can do to help coordinate this massive humanitarian response Poland's now being confronted with.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece with the latest from the White House. A very busy week for President Biden, who's heading overseas in just a couple of days. Thank you. Work for the victory. President Zelensky asking Ukrainian farmers to feed, not flee. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff introduces us to a family determined to keep Europe's bread baskets full.
As soon as we got outside Lviv city center, the landscape looked familiar, like the American heartland. But there was one key difference.
You see checkpoints like this everywhere you go in this country, and if you thought people might feel more relaxed or comfortable in a rural community, you're wrong. All we got around here is farms everywhere you look.
Not far away, we were greeted by family farm owners Zinovy Maximoshin and his daughter Maria Samolyenko. Their 21,000-acre farm is considered medium-sized for Ukraine. 10 days ago, Ukrainian President Zelensky encouraged farmers not to flee, to carry on with their work amid the war, saying, "It's about our victory."
You consider the men who drive the trucks like this as important as the soldiers on the front lines?
That's true, Zinovy says. This is our battlefield. We have to make sure our country and other countries have something to eat. Ukraine owes its agricultural productivity to its soil, and it has a name of its own.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson is speaking at her Senate confirmation hearings. Let's go now to an NBC News special report with Lester Holt.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're coming on the air to bring you live coverage of the first day of confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, President Biden's nominee to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer on the U.S. Supreme Court. We expect Judge Jackson to make her opening statement at any moment. Right now, she's currently being introduced by some of her friends from law school. Her nomination is a historic one. If confirmed, she would become the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court in its more than 200-year history. So far today, we've seen senators from both sides of the aisle giving their own opening statements, a clear divide emerging among them as some Republicans try to paint Judge Jackson as soft on crime, and Democrats hail her background as a much-needed asset on the Supreme Court. Let's get right to senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haig. Garrett, give us your take on the tone and what we've heard so far in the opening statements.
Lester, we've heard a lot about history, much of it about the historic nature of Judge Jackson's nomination from Democrats primarily, but even some Republicans who say the time has come for the court to look more like America and for there to be an African-American woman sitting on it. We've also heard about more recent history, mainly from Republicans talking about the 2018 Kavanaugh nomination hearings and what some Republicans described as the circus those hearings became. Those Republicans vowing that even as they dig into Judge Jackson's record and ask what they promise will be difficult questions, they will remain respectful, and that the tone of these hearings over the next few days won't ever end up looking like the tone of those hearings from just a few years past. Now, as I said, even Republicans who've been praising Judge Jackson for her qualifications may still trip over her judicial philosophy. I think we'll hear a lot of questions about that, and her biggest barrier over these next few days may not be anything in her own record, either as a federal judge or a public defender or in any of the other roles she has had in her life. It may simply be the increasingly partisan nature of hearings just like this one. We'll hear from Judge Jackson tonight, still no word exactly from the White House on her opening statements, and then the questioning begins in earnest tomorrow morning.
Garrett, thank you. Here's a little more of the background of 51-year-old Ketanji Brown Jackson. She was raised in Florida by parents who worked in the public school system. After graduating Harvard Law School, she clerked for Justice Breyer, the man she is now slated to replace. She served on the U.S. Sentencing Commission and worked as a federal public defender. President Barack Obama nominated her to be a district judge, and around a year ago, President Biden elevated her to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. We want to go now to NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. And Pete, essentially what we just said, she's been there before in terms of seeking confirmation from the Senate.
Yeah, she probably has more experience at these hearings than some members of the Judiciary Committee. This will be her fourth Senate confirmation hearing. She's also a former high school national orator champ, so she's an accomplished speaker. At 51, she would be the second youngest member of the court, and because she succeeds Stephen Breyer, she would not change the court's current ideological balance with its 6-3 conservative supermajority. She has no record as a judge on the kind of hot-button issues that often dominate these confirmation hearings for Supreme Court nominees on abortion or gun rights or freedom of religion, and many questions about her time as a public defender and what, as you noted, some Republicans say they'll say is a soft-on-crime record. She will probably point out that one of her uncles was Miami's police chief and another was a police detective. It's worth pointing out, Lester, that if she is confirmed, which Senate leaders say could happen as early as April, she will have to wait before she becomes a Supreme Court justice. She'll be a justice in waiting. That's because there won't be a vacancy until Justice Breyer steps down at the end of the term, and that probably won't be until early July, Lester.
Pete Williams, thank you. Here with me now is NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson and NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, let me begin with you. These things typically take there's a rhythm to them. We kind of know how they're going to start, and we kind of know how they're going to end. Is this one any different?
In that way, not really, because we have this feeling of Republicans coming in with what they have listed as their sort of attack. There's the criminal justice issues. There's possibly some attacks having to do with affirmative action and her service on the Harvard University board. There is this question of her her decisions regarding former President Trump. He ruled against her. She was the judge that famously said presidents are not kings, related to the January 6th committee. But there are going to be some fireworks here, but not to the extent at all that we saw with Brett Kavanaugh. Republicans have brought that up time and time again during this hearing already. So I don't think it's going to be that bad. But the other thing I should note is that I've talked to a lot of people who are close to this judge, Judge Jackson, and they say that she's someone who is poised, who is really, really calm, who studies very hard. So she is ready to answer these questions in a way that will be not emotional, that will really be listed and focused on her legal background.
And she is now being sworn in.
Give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Let the record reflect that the judge has answered in the affirmative, and having met that requirement, you may now proceed with your remarks.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for convening this hearing and for considering my nomination as Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. I am humbled and honored to be here. And I am also truly grateful for the generous introductions that my former judicial colleague, Judge Tom Griffith, and my close friend, Professor Lisa Fairfax, have so graciously provided. I'm also very thankful for the confidence that President Biden has placed in me and for the kindness that he and the First Lady and the Vice President and the Second Gentleman have extended to me and my family. Today will be the fourth time that I've had the honor of appearing before this committee to be considered for confirmation. Over the past 3 weeks, I have also had the honor of meeting each member of this committee separately, and I've met with 45 senators in total. Your careful attention to my nomination demonstrates your dedication to the crucial role that the Senate plays in this constitutional process, and I thank you. And while I'm on the subject of gratitude, I must also pause to reaffirm my thanks to God, for it is faith that sustains me at this moment. Even prior to today, I can honestly say that my life has been blessed beyond measure. The first of my many blessings is the fact that I was born in this great nation a little over 50 years ago in September of 1970. Congress had enacted 2 Civil Rights Acts in the decade before, and like so many who had experienced lawful racial segregation firsthand, my parents, Johnny and Ellery Brown, left their hometown of Miami, Florida, and moved to Washington, D.C. to experience new freedom. When I was born here in Washington, my parents were public school teachers, and to express both pride in their heritage, and hope for the future, they gave me an African name, Ketanji Onyeka, which they were told means lovely one. My parents taught me that unlike the many barriers that they had had to face growing up, my path was clearer, so that if I worked hard and I believed in myself in America, I could do anything or be anything I wanted to be. Like so many families in this country, they worked long hours and sacrificed to provide their children every opportunity to reach their God-given potential. My parents have been married for almost 54 years, and they're here with me today. I cannot possibly thank them enough for everything they've done for me. I love you, Mom and Dad. My father, in particular, bears responsibility for my interest in the law. When I was 4, we moved back to Miami so that he could be a full-time law student, and we lived on the campus of the University of Miami Law School. During those years, my mother pulled double duty, working as the sole breadwinner of our family while also guiding and inspiring 4-year-old me. My very earliest memories are of watching my father study. He had his stack of law books on the kitchen table while I sat across from him with my stack of coloring books. My parents also instilled in me and my younger brother, Ketaj, the importance of public service. After graduating from Howard University, Ketaj started out as a police officer, following 2 of our uncles. After the September 11th attacks on our country, Ketaj volunteered for the Army and eventually became an infantry officer, serving 2 tours of duty in the Middle East. Ketaj is here today providing his love and support, as always. And speaking of unconditional love, I would like to introduce you to my husband of 25 years, Dr. Patrick Jackson. I have no doubt that without him by my side from the very beginning of this incredible professional journey, none of this would have been possible. We met in college more than 3 decades ago, and since then, he's been the best husband, father, and friend I could ever imagine. Patrick, I love you. William, Patrick's identical twin brother, is here as well, along with his wonderful wife, Dana. Also here from Park City, Utah, are Patrick's older brother, Gardy, and his wife, Natalie. And last, but certainly not least, my very dear in-laws, the matriarch and patriarch of the Jackson family, Pamela and Gardner Jackson, have traveled here from Boston to be with me today. I'm saving a special moment in this introduction for my daughters, Talia and Layla. Girls, I know it has not been easy as I've tried to navigate the challenges of juggling my career and motherhood. And I fully admit that I did not always get the balance right. But I hope that you've seen that with hard work, determination, and love, it can be done. I am so looking forward to seeing what each of you chooses to do with your amazing lives in this incredible country. I love you so much. There are so many others who are not here today, but whom I need to acknowledge. I have a large extended family on both sides. They are watching from Florida, North Carolina, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, Colorado, and beyond. I also have incredible friends. 3 of my college roommates came here today to support me, and I have so many other boosters from Miami Palmetto Senior High School, Harvard undergrad, Harvard Law School, and all throughout my personal and professional life. I've also had extraordinary mentors, like my high school debate coach, Fran Berger, may she rest in peace. She invested fully in me, including taking me to Harvard, the first I'd ever really thought of it, to enter a speech competition. Mrs. Berger believed in me, and in turn, I believed in myself. In the category of great mentors, it was also my great good fortune to have had the chance to clerk for 3 brilliant jurists, U.S. District Judge Patty Saris, U.S. Court of Appeals Judge Bruce Selya, and Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer. These extraordinary people were exceptional role models. Justice Breyer, in particular, not only gave me the greatest job that any young lawyer could ever hope to have, but he also exemplifies what it means to be a Supreme Court justice of the highest level of skill and integrity, civility, and grace. It is extremely humbling to be considered for Justice Breyer's seat, and I know that I could never fill his shoes. But if confirmed, I would hope to carry on his spirit. On the day of his Supreme Court nomination, Justice Breyer said, quote, "What is law supposed to do, seen as a whole? It is supposed to allow all people, to live together in a society where they have so many different views, so many different needs, to live together in a way that is more harmonious, that is better, so that they can work productively together." End quote. I could not have said it better myself. Members of this committee, if I am confirmed, I commit to you that I will work productively to support and defend the Constitution and this grand experiment of American democracy that has endured over these past 246 years. I have been a judge for nearly a decade now, and I take that responsibility and my duty to be independent very seriously. I decide cases from a neutral posture. I evaluate the facts, and I interpret and apply the law to the facts of the case before me without fear or favor, consistent with my judicial oath. I know that my role as a judge is a limited one, that the Constitution empowers me only to decide cases and controversies that are properly presented. And I know that my judicial role is further constrained by careful adherence to precedent. Now, in preparing for these hearings, you may have read some of my more than 570 written decisions, and you may have also noticed that my opinions tend to be on the long side. That is because I also believe in transparency, that people should know precisely what I think and the basis for my decision. And all of my professional experiences, including my work as a public defender and as a trial judge, have instilled in me the importance of having each litigant know that the judge in their case has heard them, whether or not their arguments prevail in court. During this hearing, I hope that you will see how much I love our country and the Constitution and the rights that make us free. I stand on the shoulders of so many who have come before me, including Judge Constance Baker Motley, who was the first African-American woman to be appointed to the federal bench and with whom I share a birthday. And like Judge Motley, I have dedicated my career to ensuring that the words engraved on the front of the Supreme Court building, "Equal justice under law," are a reality and not just an ideal. Thank you for this historic chance to join the highest court, to work with brilliant colleagues, to inspire future generations, and to ensure liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Judge Jackson. Well, this is the end of the first day of the first 3 days, which are involving more personal, on a personal level, the senators on the Judiciary Committee. In a way, it's the easiest day because 10 minutes is merely a throat-clearing warm-up for most senators on this committee. Starting tomorrow, there'll be some serious exchange and questions of 30 minutes, and then the following day, 20 minutes for each senator to participate in this. We're looking forward to this opportunity to finally really give you a fulsome opportunity to respond to many of the things that you've heard and to answer direct questions. Members have until Thursday at 5 p.m. to submit questions for the record. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to begin the 30-minute rounds of questions. We thank all the participants and members of our audience for keeping this dignified, respectful, and civilized, and we hope to continue that tradition tomorrow. The committee stands adjourned.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson essentially introducing herself to the committee, and as Senator Durbin said, this was the easiest day because from here on out it becomes the questions and challenges. She spent a little time kind of framing out her decision-making process, her view of the law, getting to know her family, or getting the rest of us to know her family. Here with me now is NBC News political analyst Eugene Robinson again. Eugene, give me your thoughts about her opening remarks.
Well, you know, today is the day. It's not back and forth. It was opening statements. And so for me, it's the day to take a sort of wider lens to see a black woman sitting in that chair in that hearing. Was emotional for me. I thought of my mother. I thought of my mother. My mother was a college librarian. My mother-in-law was a researcher at National Institutes of Health. They're both successful in life, but I wonder what more they could have achieved if it were not for the dual glass ceiling that they faced because of when they lived, and they both passed away now. But, you know, they were black and they're women, and that just eliminated them from this possibility and so many other possibilities in our society. And so I thought of that, and I thought of how much society has lost by not understanding that that all people really are created equal, and that all people deserve the same opportunity. How much brilliance and potential and achievement we've foregone over the centuries by these glass ceilings, and some very opaque, as a matter of fact, some not glass at all, well, let me ask that we've imposed.
Yeah, let me ask you, Misha Alcindor, this sense of history that Eugene talks about, how will that carry through these proceedings, or will we get right back into what we tend to know, how these things work?
I think it will carry through. 233 years it took to get to this moment. And I was struck by the fact that she talked about her parents naming her Ketanji. And in talking to her friend, including Lisa Fairfax, who introduced her, I talked to them over the weekend, and they said Ketanji Brown Jackson would make sure that people could say her name, even when she was a freshman in college, because she wanted people to understand the sort of significance of the fact that her parents had decided to name her this African name. It was also, I think, really not lost on me that she talked about Constance Baker Motley, someone who she shares a birthday with, the first black woman to be on the federal bench. You saw Judge Jackson leaning into that history, her husband getting emotional, and to me, it was in some ways indicative of how everyone in that room who was really taking in that history felt. It's this real moment in American history where things are really feeling like they're changing. The other thing I should note is that one of her friends, Antoinette Coakley, she told me over the weekend that she predicted that her friend would be the first black woman on the Supreme Court. And this was when they were in college. And she said that because she was someone who was convening study groups, who was reaching across to other students who deeply loved the black community at Harvard, the close-knit community that students there formed. But she also went outside that community to invite people in, and she would have these big study groups in her dorms where a lot of her friends met her. So this is someone who also understood sort of the need to reach across all sorts of ethnicities, also all sorts of cultures, to really bring people together. So I think we're going to see that carry through these hearings.
All right, let me go back to Garrett Hake right now on Capitol Hill, our senior Capitol Hill correspondent. So Garrett, take us from here. What happens next?
Well, Lester, tomorrow will be the longest day of this process. It could run 12 hours or more. We'll see each senator getting the opportunity to ask questions for 30 minutes at a time. There's really no other format in Congress that allows for such a lengthy back and forth between just one member and a witness, in this case, the nominee. So each senator will see Democrats probably try to probe certain elements of Ketanji Brown Jackson's personal background and her judicial philosophy to highlight her qualifications for the American people. And I suspect we'll see Republicans, including perhaps some of the 3 Republicans on this committee who are thought to be presidential contenders or in waiting in 2024, trying to undermine some of those credentials, probe around her judicial philosophy. We mentioned the soft on crime bullet point. That's one of those that we might see. But we also might see deep dives on some specific issues of interest to these senators. Wednesday will be slightly shorter. Senators will only get 20 minutes at a go to question Judge Jackson. But again, those two could be very, very long days for which the judge has been preparing for weeks, including with mock sessions with White House lawyers, preparing her for what she's about to sit through.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go back to NBC News justice correspondent Pete Williams now. Pete, as you and others have noted, that this nomination does not potentially change the center of gravity, ideological gravity in the Supreme Court. Will that change, do you think, how Republicans will go after her? Will they hold back and realize this is not the hill maybe they want to die on?
Oh, I suspect a little of that, Lester. The other thing is they're going to have a hard time coming up with something new. Remember, she just went through this 8 months ago when she was nominated for the Court of Appeals. So she's been through a lot of these questions before about decisions she made during her 8 years as a judge, a trial judge here in Washington. Now, granted, Supreme Court confirmation hearings are always different. But what isn't changed is her record. And if they're going to ask her about the record, this is sort of asked and answered before. For example, it's expected they'll ask her about her time as a public defender, during which she did represent a Guantanamo Bay detainee. I thought it was interesting, Lester, that she made a point of introducing her brother today, who served in the Army, because when she was asked about this during her Court of Appeals confirmation hearing, she said yes, she did represent a Gitmo detainee, but the position she had to take as a public defender did not necessarily represent her personal views, and she mentioned the fact that her brother was serving in the Army at the time. So just 8 months ago, just 8 months on the Court of Appeals, and by the way, Lester, that is not the shortest time for a Supreme Court nominee. David Souter had been on the U.S. Appeals Court only 5 months before he got on the Supreme Court. And finally, Lester, a point of personal privilege. I just want to point out how important she said her background in high school debate was. That's something I concur with.
I'm sure you would. All right. Thanks for that. Let's go back to Eugene very quickly. At the end of the day, will she have Republican votes?
I would guess no more than 2 or 3 at the most, and I'm not sure she'll have any. We'll have to see how the hearing develops. There are a few potentials. A few have admitted the possibility of voting for her. So we'll see how the hearing goes. As Pete said, the questions have really been asked and answered. So it's a question of whether they feel they have to show this sort of unified opposition to anything President Biden proposes, or if they frankly look at the record the way they looked at it last year, then I think she gets some Republican votes.
And we heard, as you mentioned earlier, we heard the Kavanaugh hearing mentioned. I mean, Republicans certainly remember what their candidates went through.
Absolutely. They brought it up multiple times today. I think the thing to watch is the Republicans who have 2024 aspirations. So that's the Josh Hawley, the Tom Cotton, the Ted Cruz, who happen to go to Harvard at the same time as her. These are the senators that are going to be bringing up things that they want to make sure are highlighted, and they also want to be creating moments. I also talked to a conservative judge, Judge Luddick, who decided to endorse Ketanji Brown Jackson, and he told me that he was disturbed by the politics that have become involved in these Supreme Court nominations. He himself was twice nominated to the Supreme Court, and he said he wanted to endorse Judge Jackson to try to take that off a little bit, to try to diffuse the politics in all this. But diffusing the politics on Capitol Hill is much, much harder than one letter endorsing this judge. So I'm watching for sort of those sorts of back and forth with this judge.
All right. But thanks to both of you for being with us. That concludes our coverage. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. We'll be back on the air tomorrow morning to bring you day 2 of Ketanji Brown Brown Jackson's confirmation hearings, when senators will begin their questioning of the judge. That starts at 9 a.m. Eastern time. For all of us here at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt in New York. Good day.
We just heard Judge Jackson's opening statement in the Senate. So how might her past rulings and her legal philosophy affect the rest of this hearing? We've got team coverage. Columbia Law School professor Olatunde Johnson and civil rights lawyer and former prosecutor David Henderson both join me now. Thank you both so much for being here on such a big day. Professor Johnson, first to you. Republican Senator Josh Hawley, concerned about Judge Jackson's record. Here's what he said on Fox News this morning.
Senator, what stands out? I heard you in previous interviews say soft on crime is something that concerns you. What proof do you have?
Well, it's her record, Brian, is really what concerns me. And in particular, just to take one example, if you look at what she's done with child porn offenders, while she has been on the bench, Judge Jackson, in every case in which she's had a child porn offender in front of her, she's given that person a lenient sentence, lower than what the federal guidelines recommend, lower than what prosecutors from the government sought.
The White House called that a smear, not borne out in facts. Professor, if you will, what is her record on crime, in particular child porn, and how should she defend herself against attacks like that, questions like that in these hearings tomorrow?
Yeah, I was really struck by that exchange, but not entirely surprised. And the reason for it is that even though they've gone thoroughly through her record, you know, there's been a lot of commentary about how this is her fourth time before the Judiciary Committee. Her record has been gone through extensively. But really, that's the only thing to come up with. I mean, they mentioned some things about dark money groups, but the soft on crime piece, I think they're trying to attach because it resonates with their base. I don't think it really has to do with Ketanji Brown Jackson's record. She had been a trial judge for a long time. Her record has been thoroughly gone through. She is rarely reversed by the D.C. Circuit. Her reversal rate is the same or lower than a lot of judges. So there's not much there. Even the conservative National Review took Josh Hawley on directly on this question of soft on crime and the child porn cases in particular.
Well, there you have it. David, ranking member on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Republican Chuck Grassley, went over Judge Jackson's resume this morning. Here's a clip from that.
Judge Jackson has served as an assistant public defender, worked in private practice, and served on the United States Sentencing Commission. She also served as a federal district court judge from 2013 to 2021. She served on the D.C. Circuit since June last year.
David, which part of her background do you think will likely raise the most questions in these hearings?
Well, Allison, I think you've already hit it on what's going to raise the most questions. That's probably going to be her background that was spent as a federal public defender. But let's put this in a broader context. We tend to pick people who sit on the Supreme Court who are brilliant legal thinkers, but they're far removed from the day-to-day practice of law, which Judge Jackson is not. And to put it in perspective, I'll say this. Heaven forbid you or I had to be in a courtroom and we needed someone to defend us. Probably wouldn't pick somebody who's currently sitting on the Supreme Court because they've taught and they've studied the law, but they don't have the actual courtroom experience that Judge Jackson has. Now, being a public defender, stepping into a courtroom, and also being a federal district judge who is basically a trial judge gives her a perspective where it puts her in the position of having to explain this entire process to people who really don't understand it very well. And I'm not saying that simply as a civil rights lawyer, but I am a former prosecutor. I was a children's lawyer, and I prosecuted crimes against children. The way that the grandstanding occurred today with senators demonstrated to me, they really don't understand this very well. And so you're going to be attacked about parts of your record by people who don't really understand what you were doing, which is what I think is going to make this challenging for her.
Well, David, I want to stick on this point for a second and just ask you a real basic question. I mean, based on what you said, it would seem to me, well, shouldn't we have someone like her on the Supreme Court? Because she is different in a variety of ways. But is that going to be necessarily the Republicans' track, trying to point out the things that make her different, thus she does not belong?
Allison, 100%. In fact, Cory Booker covered the way I felt inside just to see her sitting there about to give her opening statement. But I wasn't excited simply because she is a Black woman who has the potential to sit on the Supreme Court. I'm also excited because the perspective that she is able to bring, having been a public defender, having been a trial judge, and just with her life experiences, even though it doesn't change the overall philosophic balance of the court, it will contribute to the texture of our discussions about the law in this country. Now, will the Republicans attack her for that basis? They absolutely will. And as the Professor Johnson will explain, I think the Republicans don't understand the current framework that they are in when it relates to the Supreme Court, because their attacks on her are outdated, given what the conservative legal movement has achieved over the last few decades.
Professor Johnson, we know Judge Jackson clerked for retiring Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer, so they likely have some judicial philosophies, but could you talk about how they compare and contrast, maybe what she will bring that is in line with what he's brought to the Supreme Court, and perhaps where she'll diverge a bit?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. She positioned herself as really connected to and in the legacy of Justice Breyer. And so what does that mean? I mean, so she talked about his integrity, his consensus building. He's a pragmatic justice. He is known, even sometimes people say overly optimistic about his ability to bring consensus and agreement, even in the face of a court that gradually became a lot more to the right of him. He still had that faith. And so she was really brought up in that tradition. I mean, she herself has a record of working in institutions that required that, like the Sentencing Commission, for instance. But those are the traits that I really see. We don't really know what her approach is going to be on some of these hot button issues, like reproductive rights or affirmative action. We can't be sure, but what she is talking about that is similar to Justice Breyer is the way she's going to approach certain kinds of cases. One of the things that I was really struck by in the opening statements that the Republicans gave were they talked about following the law. And that's the question. What does it mean to follow the law? They talked about deferring to Congress. And there are recent opinions from the Supreme Court where they don't show that much deference to Congress. And these are things that really bother Justice Breyer. Maybe they'll bother Justice Jackson, too. I don't know yet. But I suspect that she won't be in the mold of a court that's increasingly right and not deferential to Congress on things like voting rights and campaign finance reform and things like that. So I expect them to keep questioning her on judicial methodology. And that means, how she will approach the opinions and decision making. But if she's really in the mold of Justice Breyer, that's something that should command her the kind of confirmation that Justice Breyer himself got.
Professor,
which was unanimous and overwhelming. Yeah.
Professor David, it was wonderful to have the two of you together talking about this historic day. Thank you so much for being with us. And I know we'll be coming to you again throughout the week. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas recovering at Sibley Memorial Hospital this afternoon. The 73-year-old admitted Friday night for flu-like symptoms. He's also being treated for an infection. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joining me now. Pete, how is Justice Thomas doing today?
Well, the court says he's doing better. They're not saying what this infection is while he was admitted to the hospital with what are flu-like symptoms. Of course, the flu is a virus. Then we were told he was getting intravenous antibiotics, so it's some sort of bacterial infection, not a virus. But the court isn't saying what it is. Nonetheless, they say he's responding well to this treatment and that he expects to be out of the hospital within a day or so. He'll catch up on the oral argument that he's missed by reading the transcript, so he'll still be able to vote in the cases that the court heard this week. I think the reason that we didn't hear about this until today is the court had to have some explanation for why he didn't show up, basically, because Monday the justices came back to the bench to resume hearing oral argument after a 2-week break. He obviously wasn't there, so they told us last night that he had been hospitalized. And I think that's the reason why they told us and why they waited so long to tell us.
Yeah, Pete, I was going to ask about that because oftentimes we expect that if there's something going on with someone in Congress or the president, perhaps, that we would get notified. But was it unusual that they waited, or it sounds like until he's missing from somewhere, there wouldn't be a need to let everybody know?
So this is always something that's up to the individual justice,
Okay.
not the court itself, not the Chief Justice. They don't vote on this. So, for example, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was
Yeah.
always very prompt in
Yes.
reporting all of her various medical ailments and responses to treatment. But, for example, Justice Anthony Kennedy had a heart stent, and we didn't find out about that until months later. So it's always up to the individual justice. Justice Thomas really doesn't have much of a history of medical problems, so there isn't really a record with him to base that on.
Pete, so much going on in, around, and outside the Supreme Court today. Thank you so very much.
You bet.
All right, we'll have more at the top of the hour right after a quick break.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
That is the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street done for the day. The Dow more than 200, well, just about 200 points lower. If you could believe it, the Fed is the issue again. We'll explain coming up a little later this hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Is Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson about to make history? What she said to the Senate in the first day of her Supreme Court hearings. President Biden heading abroad this week for a NATO summit on the war in Ukraine, adding a stop in Poland, how the White House is trying to put an end to the invasion. And children of war, some of Ukraine's youngest refugees, talking about leaving their homes and building a new life. We kick off this hour on Capitol Hill, where the Supreme Court confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson started today. Here's part of her opening statement delivered just a few minutes ago.
Full attention to my nomination demonstrates your dedication to the crucial role that the Senate plays in this constitutional process, and I thank you. If I am confirmed, I commit to you that I will work productively to support and defend the Constitution and this grand experiment of American democracy that has endured over these past 246 years. I have been a judge for nearly a decade now, and I take that responsibility and my duty to be independent very seriously. I decide cases from a neutral posture. I evaluate the facts, and I interpret and apply the law to the facts of the case before me without fear or favor, consistent with my judicial oath. I know that my role as a judge is a limited one, that the Constitution empowers me only to decide cases and controversies that are properly presented. And I know that my judicial role is further constrained by careful adherence to precedent. During this hearing, I hope that you will see how much I love our country and the Constitution and the rights that make us free. Thank you for this historic chance to join the highest court, to work with brilliant colleagues, to inspire future generations, and to ensure liberty and justice for all.
We have full coverage of today's confirmation hearings. Let's start with NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, we heard Judge Jackson's opening statements. Your reaction to what we heard from her? Any surprises in her remarks, or did she largely stick to script?
Oh, she very much stuck to script. Yeah. I'm not even sure she put a word wrong here. Judge Jackson has been preparing for this hearing for several weeks now, and her opening statement sought to strike a balance between gratitude and humility. She was speaking, as she well knows, to a 50-50 Senate where the tie-breaking votes, or really the decisive votes, are going to be a few centrist senators in the Democratic and possibly also the Republican Party. She talked about the limited role of a judge. She talked about her own family and her humble beginnings, her brother's service in the military as an example of how she came to appreciate public service. Of course, as you played there, her love of country, her love of the Constitution, and promising to approach the law in a neutral manner, to not be, what critics call of many Democratic judicial appointees, the kind of activist judge or approaching, judging from an ideological perspective. She is speaking in anticipation of the questions she's likely to get and saying that is not how she operates. She also talked about the man she would be replacing, the Clinton-appointed Justice Stephen Breyer. Let's play some of what she had to say about him.
Justice Breyer, in particular, not only gave me the greatest job that any young lawyer could ever hope to have, but he also exemplifies what it means to be a Supreme Court justice of the highest level of skill and integrity, civility, and grace. It is extremely humbling to be considered for Justice Breyer's seat, and I know that I could never fill his shoes. But if confirmed, I would hope to carry on his spirit.
Now, what Judge Jackson was referring to is that years ago she clerked for Justice Breyer. And there's also the fact that Breyer is seen, widely seen as among the more pragmatic figures in the liberal wing of the caucus, probably the most likely, to break with his liberal colleagues and sometimes in certain cases side with the conservative wing, which is, in the views of some moderate or centrist senators, a positive for her. She was careful to highlight that as well, argue that she would be continuing on his legacy, or at least trying to.
Sahil, Judge Jackson can be confirmed with the support of all 50 Democratic senators and no Republicans. But 3 Republicans voted to confirm her to the D.C. Circuit Court last year: Susan Collins, Lindsey Graham, Lisa Murkowski. What are you expecting from the GOP this time around? Who might vote to confirm her to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, let me give you my vibe check on all of those 3. Senator
We'll
Susan Collins is the most positive so far. She met with Judge Jackson. She's had praise for her, nothing but positive remarks for her. Lindsey Graham is a bit of a different story. Yes, he did vote to confirm her to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, but he's been somewhat more negative, upset about the fact that Judge Michelle Childs from his home state of South Carolina was not nominated. She is seen, or at least portrayed by Lindsey Graham, as someone who could win conservative support, and Graham is unhappy about that. Lisa Murkowski, she's in an interesting situation. She faces re-election this year in the deep red state of Alaska, and she, in her first statement after Jackson was nominated, was careful to point out that her vote to confirm Jackson for the D.C. Circuit is not necessarily indicative of how she would vote for her on the Supreme Court, called this a much higher bar to achieve. So it's she's a bit difficult to read here. Now, that said, there are some other Republicans who voted against her for the D.C. Circuit who insist they're open this time. The one that I would keep my eyes on most closely is Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. He's achieved much of what he wants to achieve at this point in his life. It's not clear if he's going to run again, and he likes being on the right side of history, and this would be a historic nomination. Another is Senator Rob Portman of Ohio, who announced that he is retiring, not coming before voters, insists he's keeping an open mind about this.
Sahil Kapoor on the Hill. Thank you always. If confirmed, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson would be the first black woman on the Supreme Court. Take a listen to some of her peers talk about the significance of her nomination.
My initial reaction of her nomination is just excitement and joy.
Having a black woman on the Supreme Court, that messaging alone is priceless.
I think black women are very excited, and it's been a long time that they've been waiting for a nomination like this, and what a nominee.
I am truly humbled by the extraordinary honor of this nomination.
She has all of the qualifications. Academic, she has the legal acumen. Yeah, local girl done good.
Harvard certainly had its share of very smart women and smart men, but Judge Jackson took it to a different level.
She brings trial court and appellate court experience, and then also sentencing experience.
We've never had a public defender, so that by itself is notable. So she brings a lot to the table beyond the race and gender diversity that has been much the topic of conversation around her nomination.
For too long, our government, our courts haven't looked like America.
But all eyes will be on her because she is the first. She will be the first, if confirmed, on that court. First African-American woman.
The hardest part is if you make a mistake, that it is based on your being a woman. It is based on you being Black. It is based on anything except the legitimacy of perhaps we have a different perspective of how a result should be reached.
Somehow people were looking at me as a representative sample as to, can she make it?
We come to places like Harvard Law School and these top law schools, and we're told that there is no, ceiling, so to speak, for your profession, but you don't see that.
It is an amazing signal to all of the young Black women lawyers who are in law school now, who are going to go to law school, that this is attainable, that this really durable glass ceiling has finally been shattered.
When I was a student at Harvard Law, there were certainly people who said that we were going places in life and there may be a Supreme Court justice among us. I never thought it would be a Black woman because we've never had that before.
And I'm joyful because the representation that we seek as judges of color, as Black judges, seems to truly be at a point where we're going to be included.
I had no idea that I would ever become a judge, but now to see someone who looks like me even ascend to the highest court of the land, I think back and, oh my goodness, I'm just grateful.
I feel like she's taking all of us with her.
Seeing is believing.
I feel motivated to do more and to be more and to give more and to challenge the assumptions that I've already made about myself and how far I can get in this legal profession based on my background. I feel good.
All right, let's bring in NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, we're so psyched to have you here for the first time on our show. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be on set with you as a member of the Peacock family.
You are a member. You are here, and you're in New York. This is so nice. All right, so we're going to stop fangirling about that. We're so excited you're here. But we were just hearing from some of Judge Jackson's peers, former classmates from Harvard. I know you've spoken with some people who know her well. What have they told you about her? What have you heard about the woman who we're seeing in the Senate already making history?
Yeah, well, I talked to a number of her friends, including Lisa Fairfax, who was one of the people who introduced her today at the Senate. I also talked to Antoinette Coakley and Nina Simmons, and I say their names because together these four women have really started and had this long friendship. They met when they were freshmen at Harvard undergrad, and then they all went to Harvard Law remarkably together. And what they told me about Judge Jackson is that she was someone who was, they say, the glue. She is the anchor in the relay race. They say that she's the captain of their team. She's someone who really got them all to be together. She used to convene study groups in her room. They say she was brilliant from the very beginning. They say that she's a little exhausted by this process, but also that she's like an Olympic athlete that has been training for this her whole life. And Coakley, and Antoinette Coakley, one of her friends, told me she actually said that she was going to be, when she was a freshman at Harvard, she predicted that she was going to be the first Black woman to be a Supreme Court justice. And she said that because she knew that Judge Jackson wanted to be a judge, but it's because of her work ethic and sort of her ability to both have friends in the Black community, but also have all these different things going on, whether she was in a theater group or debating or in a dance troupe. She could sort of juggle all these things while also being a stellar student.
Which is so incredible, because I think about it, like when you're a freshman in college, you're 17, 18 years old. To have that reputation, for your friends to feel that way about you at that young age, I mean, it just says so much. She thanks several people today in her opening statement, people who helped her along the way in her career. I want to play a little bit of that.
I stand on the shoulders of so many who have come before me, including Judge Constance Baker Motley, who was the first African-American woman to be appointed to the federal bench and with whom I share a birthday. And like Judge Motley, I have dedicated my career to ensuring that the words engraved on the front of the Supreme Court building, "Equal justice under law," are a reality and not just an ideal.
It wasn't a very, very long opening statement, but was there something in what she said that spoke to you, moved you the most?
Yes, I think the thing that stuck out to me were two things, really. One is that she talked about her name, Ketanji. Her friends told me that she would, even when she was a college student, make sure that people could say it right, make sure that people could pronounce her name, because she wanted people to understand the African-American heritage, the African heritage within which that name was given to her. So she was really leaning into the history here, because, of course, it's been 233 years. She's going to be the first Black woman to be nominated to this position. It's not a coincidence that Black women haven't been on the Supreme Court. They were blocked for so many years. The second thing that stuck out to me was that she said, "I love this country and I love the Constitution." She was trying to make sure that she was signaling, especially to GOP senators who are saying that she's soft on crime, who are saying that she's part of some radical left. She's trying to signal to them and to this nation who's watching these confirmation hearings that she is someone who is not biased, who is someone who understands, while she is an African-American woman, that there is going to be this real respect to the law if she becomes the Supreme Court justice. So to me, it also delved and really connected to what I heard again and again from her friends, which was that really she is someone who takes everything very seriously, very intense, and wasn't going to be sort of biased or lean into the idea that her race was going to taint the way that she saw the law.
So this day ended on a real happy, real high note. She had an opportunity to give her opening statement. We know tomorrow things get a little bit more rough. She's going to get questioning. The GOP may be tough on her. You already mentioned the soft on crime issue. They have made it clear they're going to go there. Are there other issues in particular you're watching for? Lawmakers in particular, you're saying, all right, this one is going to be her biggest problem?
This was the easy day, right? This was the easy day. Tomorrow, you're going to see those GOP 2024 hopefuls in particular. I'm thinking about Josh Hawley, Senator Josh Hawley, Senator Ted Cruz, who went to Harvard with her at the same time, Senator Cotton. These are going to be the people that are going to keep bringing up this Brett Kavanaugh issue. They brought it up several times, saying that Democrats really had a disrespectful Supreme Court hearing. They're also, though, going to be bringing up not only the crime issue, but they're going to be bringing up Guantanamo Bay in particular, her defense of a detainee. They might be bringing up sort of her views on court packing and what they call court packing, which is adding members to the Supreme Court. There might also be some talk of her decisions against former President Trump, because she was the judge who famously wrote, "Presidents are not kings," when you think about sort of that case that was related to the January 6th documents that Congress was looking for. So those are just some of the topics that we should be looking for. I'm looking for fireworks. I don't think that there are going to be that many, because White House officials are pretty confident that she will eventually be confirmed, even if it's a little rocky tomorrow.
Yeah, I know you've been in touch with White House officials. You've been talking to sources there for a while now. I know we really want to know how they feel, probably after tomorrow, but any sense on how they're feeling today, how it's gone so far? Are they happy with day one?
I haven't talked to White House officials in the last hour, but I will say that earlier today, they were feeling very confident. They were feeling very much like this was someone who President Biden really has faith in. This is someone who is going to be taking this very seriously. She's done so much preparation. There was even reports from Ali Vitale and from Kristen Welker about these mock preparations that the White House was holding with her. So they really feel confident that she's prepared for this moment. But also, this is a Senate, while it's had all sorts of issues passing things like the Build Back Better Act, when it comes to this Supreme Court nominee, 50 Democratic senators are probably going to be enough. And they also think that she might even get a couple Republicans, which is what she got last time when she was confirmed by the Senate.
All right, well, we're all expecting fireworks tomorrow. Let's see what happened. Yamiche, another big welcome to the family. Welcome to News Now, your first time on this show with us. We love having you. I hope you'll come back.
Thank you so much.
See you soon.
There may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that you'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record.
We are taking a closer look at Judge Jackson's record and her experience. Columbia Law School professor Olatunde Johnson back with me now, along with veteran trial lawyer and former National Bar Association president C.K. Hoffler. Ladies, thanks so much for being here. Professor, I'll start with you. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham brought up Judge Jackson's past defending a Gitmo detainee while she was a federal public defender. Take a look.
The fact that you represent the Gitmo detainees is not a problem with me. Everybody deserves a lawyer. You're doing the country a great service when you defend the most unpopular people. But I do want to know about your amicus briefs after you're no longer a defense counsel weighing into the Supreme Court about how they decide law of war issues. That matters a lot to me.
Some of our viewers may be listening to that and thinking, what briefs? What are those? Could you just explain what that is a bit and why they matter in this case?
Yeah, well, so just backing up a little bit, I mean, what I see is someone whose record has thoroughly been canvassed, right?
Yeah.
And so if you're getting to the point in which you're not just looking at the cases she's decided, but you're looking at the amicus briefs that she wrote, you're pretty far afield from the core of her judicial record. That said, you know, these are briefs that people write to courts that sometimes stake out positions, and courts sometimes don't adopt those positions. Your friend of the court briefs is what there is the term, but we call it the Latin name amicus. So, you know, what Graham is really getting us to focus on is her record on crime, which has been really a consistent theme. You saw it today in the opening statements. And is whether or not she's going to be a liberal constitutionalist judge, whether she will be fair in cases involving criminal law issues. And I think some of that is because that's a rhetoric that's appealing to the Republican base. And some of it, of course, is because of her record as a public defender. I think it's fair for all the senators to ask tough questions about a nominee's record, someone who's going to sit on the Supreme Court for a lifetime. But I'm not sure that there is basis to really question it, given her overall record.
CK, I want to ask you about this as well, because it wasn't just Lindsey Graham. Republican Senator John Cornyn also asked Judge Brown this about defending criminals.
I'm a bit troubled by some of the positions you've taken and arguments that you've made, representing people who have committed terrorist acts against the United States and other dangerous criminals. As someone who has deep respect for the adversarial system of justice, I understand the importance of zealous advocacy. But it appears that sometimes this zealous advocacy has gone beyond the pale. And in some instances, it appears that your advocacy has bled over into your decision-making process as a judge.
CK, what's your legal opinion? What's your take on Cornyn's argument there?
I think it's really without merit. I mean, this is a ridiculous argument if you think about it. As lawyers, we're trained to be zealous advocates on behalf of our clients. Right. That's exactly what Judge Brown Jackson did. So she should be applauded for not criticized. So I think that the argument really makes no sense, but I understand why they're making the argument, because quite frankly, her record is so stellar that they're pulling at straws to come up with something to criticize her on. And if this is the best type of criticism, then I think she's in great shape. She's going to be in great shape anyway. But I really think that this has very little validity. She needed to be a zealous advocate. That's what we do as lawyers. Mm-hmm. That's our job, and we should not be criticized for that. And we shouldn't be criticized for being successful either.
Professor, as we've been saying, a lot of focus today on Judge Jackson's time as a public defender. Let's talk about how that experience could influence her decisions on the court and what it could bring to the court that maybe isn't there right now.
Yeah, I think we should be talking about this as a positive. And you really saw this in some of the senator's statements, really talking about this as someone who knows the Fifth Amendment, the Due Process Clause. This is someone who knows the Sixth Amendment, the right to counsel, right? So it deepens her knowledge of the Constitution. But another virtue of it is just her breadth of experience. I mean, a lot of times on the Supreme Court, you have justices who have a lot of experience doing appellate law, and those are some of the things that we pay a lot of attention to because they're a Supreme Court nominee, but trial court experience is very important. A lot of the decisions that the court makes each day affect humans on the ground in trials. And I think it's really important to have a judge who understands the trial context that she has. So both the criminal piece and the trial piece. Of course, she has a range of other experience, too. But those should be seen as virtues. And the Democrats really emphasize that in some of their opening statements.
CK, if confirmed, Judge Jackson will replace Justice Breyer as the only justice on the court with experience on the U.S. Sentencing Commission. Could you tell our viewers more about that? And do you think there are some potential questions that could come up there?
I think certainly it's absolutely a plus that she does have experience on the U.S. Sentencing Commission, because that means that she understands the inner workings of sentencing in this country. There are many who believe that there needs to be criminal justice reform, including sentencing. So it would be absolutely critical for her to utilize and for her to bring that experience to the table as a justice. It's so important. Many of the cases that she's going to confront will involve sentencing. And so I think that she stands alone with this experience. And by the way, she's got about 5 other categories of experience that not a single other sitting U.S. Supreme Court justice has. The plethora of experience, all of the different areas that she touches. So she would be unique in what she brings to the table, including her experience on the U.S. Sentencing Commission right now sitting on the court. And that is simply magnificent, as evidenced by the comments that she made. We can tell that Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson stands in a class on her own based on her merit, her skill, her tenacity, her leadership, and her sheer brilliance as a jurist with a magnificent track.
What a ringing endorsement. CK, Professor, thank you both so much for bringing your legal expertise to us today. We are really grateful for your time and for both of your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ketanji Brown Jackson made it through the first day of her confirmation hearings, but tomorrow might be the most challenging day. That's when the questioning starts, and sometimes it gets ugly. Let's take a look at some of the most contentious moments from Supreme Court confirmation hearings past.
We're coming on the air with breaking news out of Washington, where the U.S. Senate has just voted to confirm Judge Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court. The testimony of Supreme Court nominee Brett Kavanaugh and one of his accusers, Christine Blasey Ford, who is about to make her first public appearance to detail her allegations of sexual assault by Kavanaugh when they were both teenagers.
The Senate confirmation hearing for Amy Coney Barrett, the president's nominee to succeed Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the U.S. Supreme Court.
And when anyone criticizes the honesty or integrity, the motives of a federal judge, well, I find that disheartening. I find that demoralizing, because I know the truth.
Anyone, including the President of the United States?
Anyone is anyone. But I'm not in a position to tell you whether I personally like or dislike any precedent. That's not relevant to my job. The Supreme Court of the United States has held in Roe versus Wade that a fetus is not a person for purposes of the 14th Amendment. And the book explains that.
Do you accept that?
That's the law of the land. I accept the law of the land, Senator, yes. But there's no such thing as a Republican judge or a Democratic judge. We just have judges in this country.
I liked beer. I still like beer. But I did not drink beer to the point of blacking out, and I never sexually assaulted anyone. I am innocent of this charge. I intend no ill will to Dr. Ford and her family. The other night, Ashley and my daughter Liza said their prayers, and little Liza, all of 10 years old, said to Ashley, we should pray for the woman. It's a lot of wisdom from a 10-year-old.
I am here today not because I want to be. I am terrified. I am here because I believe it is my civic duty to tell you what happened to me while Brett Kavanaugh and I were in high school. I tried to get away from him, but his weight was heavy. Brett groped me and tried to take off my clothes. I believed he was going to rape me.
This confirmation process has become a national disgrace. The Constitution gives the Senate an important role in the confirmation process, but you have replaced advice and consent with search and destroy.
Do you think we should take the president at his word when he says his nominee will do the right thing and overturn the Affordable Care Act?
Senator Klobuchar, I can't really speak to what the president has said on Twitter. He hasn't said any of that to me. And what I can tell you, as I have told your colleagues earlier today, is that no one has elicited from me any commitment in a case or even brought up a commitment in the case. I am 100% committed to judicial independence from political pressure.
And do you believe that climate change is happening and is threatening the air we breathe and the water we drink?
You have asked me a series of questions that are completely uncontroversial, like whether COVID-19 is infectious, whether smoking causes cancer, and then trying to analogize that to eliciting an opinion on me that is a very contentious matter, opinion from me that is on a very contentious matter of public debate. And I will not do that. I will not express a view on a matter of public policy, especially one that is politically controversial. Judges can't just wake up one day and say, I have an agenda, I like guns, I hate guns, I like abortion, I hate abortion, and walk in like a royal queen and impose, their will on the world. This is a really difficult, some might say excruciating process.
Let's bring in Douglas Brinkley, presidential historian and professor of history at Rice University. Doug, thanks for being here. Let's look back. 55 years ago, Thurgood Marshall became the first black Supreme Court justice. Judge Jackson now poised to become the first black female justice. How do these two historical hearings compare?
They're linked in history. I mean, after all, in 1967, when Thurgood Marshall got chosen, it was a big deal. It was on the heels of Selma in 65, of Lyndon Johnson's We Shall Overcome speech. Thurgood Marshall had been created the NAACP Defense Fund. He had argued on the Brown versus Topeka decision in 1954. So it is, you fly into Baltimore Airport today, Baltimore, Washington, it's Thurgood Marshall Airport, giant figure in history. Just like John Lewis at Selma was the bridge for Barack Obama, Thurgood Marshall is the bridge for Justice Jackson. And she's going now where no woman has ever gone before, a woman of African-American descent, to our Supreme Court. And by all indications, not only is she a great pick by Joe Biden, but it looks like she's going to get through these confirmation hearings quite smoothly.
Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing just before the presidential election in 2020 was controversial and contentious. Here's what Republican Senator Chuck Grassley said about that this morning.
During Justice Barrett's confirmation hearing, Democrats said that she would, quote unquote, judicial torpedo, aiming at protections for pre-existing conditions. We heard that argument repeatedly. When that case was finally decided, Democrats were proven wrong. They were wrong in their strong declarations how Justice Barrett would rule.
I know it does not appear that this hearing will be as contentious as that was, but are you expecting some fireworks tomorrow?
I'm definitely expecting fireworks, but we have to keep in mind that Amy Coney Barrett was right before the 2020 election.
Right.
I mean, like 30 some days. So the tensions were high. A lot was at stake. Also, she came from Notre Dame. The fact of a lot of women's groups, LGBTQ groups were very concerned about her. So she got caught up in a real partisan swirl. I think in this case, you're dealing with one of the great American stories, the rise of Judge Jackson out of Miami, Florida, the fact that she's born in 1970, only 51 years old, and it's going to be on the Supreme Court. She's like the post-Jim Crow era figure, and she may be on this court for like 30 years, but she just has a squeaky clean record. I mean, she was a star at Harvard as an undergraduate, star at Harvard Law School. It doesn't mean that Ted Cruz or Lindsey Graham or somebody's not going to try to score points on her, particularly on critical race theory. I think they're going to go after her, maybe this defunding the police idea. But she's strong. Look at her today with her parents there and the way she spoke. And she has a natural charisma about her. And the American people, by and large, are pulling for her. Joe Biden has a mission fulfilled. He said when he ran for president, he would pick the historic first Black American woman to the Supreme Court. And he not only picked one, he picked somebody who's clearly suited for the Supreme Court. And so it's a very exciting moment.
When President Biden nominated Judge Jackson last month, he said, for too long, our courts haven't looked like America. Let's talk about how important diversity is on the Supreme Court and historically how we have come up short there.
It's all short. Look, if we just took a picture book of our Supreme Court justices, it's all white men until Sandra Day O'Connor came onto the scene with Ronald Reagan, and then Clarence Thomas in 1991. It's worth mentioning, since you asked me about Thurgood Marshall, he quit in 1991 to bad health, and George Herbert Walker Bush picked Clarence Thomas. And I'd argue from 1991 to today, it's become very politicized, picking of Supreme Court justices. It's a net effect of the 24-hour news cycle that's hit America, and that these become, must-watch kind of television events, for better or for worse. But Judge Jackson, I've looked long and hard. I've read everything I can. I just don't see any way to dent her armor. She's exactly the kind of person we need in the Supreme Court. And so she's going to go down in history, joining people like, Sandra Day O'Connor and other women as being a pioneer.
A historical week for our country indeed. Doug, thanks very much for being with us.
Hey, thank you.
Coming up, the Russian advance in Ukraine becoming desperate, peace talks stalling. We're live in Lviv after the break.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were are still in Kiev. Could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines for us from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison. We start in Virginia, where a shooting killed 2 people and left 3 others wounded Saturday. One of those killed was 25-year-old journalist Sierra Jenkins. She was hit in the crossfire and died after being transported to the hospital. A private investigation into the 2019 shooting of baseball player David Ortiz, finding a drug kingpin targeted Ortiz and was jealous of him. The drug trafficker is currently detained in Puerto Rico on unrelated charges. A Russian court banning both Instagram and Facebook under the country's extremism law. Users can still access WhatsApp, but parent company Meta will not be allowed to conduct business in the country. Saudi Arabia says it's not responsible for high oil prices after attacks by Yemen's Houthi rebels affected production. The world's largest oil exporter is resisting pressure from the Biden administration to pump more crude oil. And a library on an island off Maine wants to fill its shelves with banned and unwanted books from around the country. They're accepting titles that some states have banned, like To Kill a Mockingbird and The Handmaid's Tale. Allison.
All right, Maya, thank you. In Ukraine, peace talks are stalling out. Russia stepping up attacks around the country. The Kremlin spokesperson saying, quote, in order to talk about the meeting of the 2 presidents, we first need to do our homework. We need to conduct and coordinate the results of the negotiations. No significant progress has been made yet. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is in Lviv, Ukraine. Ali, Moscow also saying there's been no progress in a potential ceasefire. How are Ukrainian officials describing these negotiations?
Hey, Alison. Well, for Ukrainian officials, the expectations for these peace talks have been fairly low, and they've remained low over several rounds. They haven't been particularly hopeful that they'll reach a breakthrough. The Ukrainians have been very specific on their demands. They've outlined their demands clearly. They say for an end to this war to happen, all Russian troops have to leave this country. The fighting has to stop immediately. And they're not really in any mood to give up any chunks of their country. And the Russians, who've seemed to be more upbeat over the last few days, over the talks today, have said that the talks are making little progress as well. They're blaming the Ukrainians, saying that the positions that the Ukrainians are taking are just unreasonable for Moscow, and it's Ukraine's fault that these talks are not going forward. But that's not obviously how the Ukrainians see it. The Ukrainians are saying that the Russians are the ones that are making the maximalist demands, that their demands are all one-sided, and they're not really taking Ukraine's position into consideration. So that is a little worrying. I mean, the first round of talks, there was a bit of a glimmer of hope that they may extend, but that doesn't seem to be happening. The Russian press secretary Dmitry Peskov said that the talks had made so little progress that they can't even arrange a meeting between the leader of Ukraine and Russia at this point. So they're not really going in the direction everybody had hoped that they would be going in by now.
Ali, a senior U.S. official told NBC News today that the Russian advance in Ukraine is becoming desperate. What could that mean for these peace talks?
Yeah, well, that's the danger, isn't it?
Yeah.
That the Russians become more desperate, that they get bogged down on the East Front. We know that they've been plagued by logistical problems. Their troops have taken quite a big hit from everything we understand, from the records we see. So if Vladimir Putin is then backed into a corner and he's not making the advances that he had hoped to make at the beginning of this war, which he clearly isn't, he may resort to even more unconventional attacks on Ukraine, on Ukrainian civilians. I mean, we've seen those devastating situations in Mariupol, and the fear is that that may spread to many, many other places in the country, even west where we are right now. The feeling is that if he doesn't get his way, if he doesn't get tactical advances in a conventional way, he'll try and bomb the Ukrainian people into submission. But I've got to tell you, being in Ukraine, they are incredibly resilient people. Everybody I spoke to says, they're going to fight right until the end. They're not going to let the Russians take their country over. But, what Vladimir Putin is capable of is anybody's guess.
And they're going to fight on a variety of fronts, Ali. You spoke with a young hacker in Ukraine about the cyber war Kyiv's trying to wage against Russia. What did he tell you?
He's a fascinating young man, I have to tell you, Alison. I mean, he wasn't able to fight on the front line because of a medical condition, so he's fighting the Russians online. And, he's attacking Russian banks, Russian media centers, to hurt them as badly as he can financially. He launched a few attacks in front of us, and you just saw the attack, going up and up, and he's going, yeah, this is a very successful attack. We've hit this certain bank. It's hitting their finances, and then he'll go back and hit them again as soon as they recuperate. We had a little soundbite from him. Let's take a little listen to what he had to say, and I'll fill you in on the other side.
The most used cyber attacks that a lot of Ukrainians are doing right now, it is a DDoS attack, which is basically creating a huge load on some specific site, mimicking as if hundreds of thousands of people entered the site at the same time. But if we're talking about the scale of the Ukrainian attack, it is more like billions of people entering the site in just a matter of seconds. So usually Russian servers cannot comprehend with this and go down.
So, Alison, he was saying he's having a lot of success attacking banks and financial institutes, but he said what's harder for him is to attack the Russian propaganda machine, because he says a lot of Russians and a lot of Ukrainians in this country have family in Russia. They say they don't believe the Ukrainians about what's going on here. They say all the images that they see in Russia, they say, well, this is all fake. This is all being made up by you guys, and that's not really happening in your country. And that's what upset him more than anything else, that he goes, we can hit the banks, but I can't convince people that I'm related to that what's going on in Ukraine, which is fascinating.
Absolutely fascinating, Ali. Really incredible reporting. Your reporting for weeks now for us has been, but that was just such an interesting part of what's going on here. Thank you so much. Nearly half of the nearly 3.5 million refugees in Poland are kids, some too young to know what's going on, others understanding all too well. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber shows us the war in Ukraine through the eyes of the children who are living in it.
When you watch children playing in the makeshift refugee shelters now scattered across Poland, you see a lot of smiles. Talk to the same kids, and you get the sense that they laugh and play, not because they're unaware of the horrors they survived, but because it is their way to survive those moments in hell.
What is war?
So the war is when everybody is in a battle and they're fighting. And we saw equipment, we saw vehicles, and then I don't remember anything.
It's a river of blood, it's loud noises, it's terrible.
It's hard to talk about scary things, isn't it?
Yes, it is. We don't even have our house anymore.
Over 3 million refugees have fled Ukraine.
What's her name? Tatiana.
UNICEF says half are children, like Margarita and her sister Zlata.
Before all of this started, what were you doing?
До того, как это все началось, Чем ты занималась? Какие у тебя были планы?
Планы были гулять, учиться.
My plans were to go out, to hang out, to study, but not to leave.
Профессию я хотела
I
на
wanted to be an actress.
How have you changed in the last 2 weeks? Do you feel like you've had to grow up?
Изменилась?
Очень сильно все ценить.
I started to value everything I
Настолько
have
сильно. Никогда так еще не
as much as I never did before.
начала за всех переживать, за всех
I worry about everyone now. I worry about my relatives, my loved ones.
For the older kids, there's a determination, a necessity to help.
I'm looking for my little sister and my little brother, try to help them.
Has that been hard? Because you're just a kid too.
Not so hard.
Pain, instead of fueling hate, galvanizing compassion.
How do you do that? How do you find love
Как у тебя
in the
получается?
middle
Как тебе
of all
удается
this?
находить эти вот хорошие?
Потому что ты вспоминаешь то, что
Because
было
you remember
до этого времени,
what
ты
you had
понимаешь, что ты
before
проживал
the
очень
war.
хорошее
You
время.
remember what kind of good life
начинаешь
you
скучать
had,
за этим
and you
временем.
start missing
Ты
it a
понимаешь,
lot.
что
What do you want other kids who might watch
Ты
this?
хочешь что-нибудь
What do you
сказать
want them
другим
to know?
детям, которые сейчас на...
желание мне счастья, чтобы хорошо.
I want to wish them happiness, and I want them to live good life and clear, safe sky over their heads.
President Biden heading to Brussels this week for an emergency NATO summit on Ukraine. From there, he'll go to Warsaw to meet with Poland's president about the growing refugee crisis. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell is in Brussels with a preview.
Hi, Allison. The president is coming here to Brussels for a NATO summit. It's an emergency meeting to try to decide how to deter Vladimir Putin from escalating even further, and especially how to let him know that there would be severe consequences if Russia were to use chemical or biological weapons, as the U.S. fears he might do, partly out of frustration that the ground war is not working, that the Ukrainian resistance has been far stronger than anyone could have possibly predicted, and that now they are approaching stalemate, as U.S. Officials have told Josh Lederman, who's been here at NATO for several weeks now, talking to officials. Their intelligence says it's approaching stalemate, and with each move, Putin is grinding down, is escalating further. He's using weapons that have no strategic or utilitarian purpose, such as a suspected hypersonic weapon that the U.S. has not confirmed, but that Russia has claimed to have used against a building in Ukraine. It's a long-range, high-speed weapon that would be used in a short-range attack on a building. And there's no reason to do it other than what one U.S. official told me is battlefield bluster. He's showing off, and the fear is how much will he show off as he takes steps, unprecedented steps in Mariupol. There are reports, not fully confirmed by the U.S., that the Russian forces there have moved the besieged citizens, some of them, including children, to Russia. We don't know for sure whether that has actually happened. And now there's escalation on the diplomatic front, with the Russian Foreign Ministry saying that they called in the U.S. Ambassador John Sullivan today to protest strongly against the president calling Vladimir Putin a war criminal last week. And the Secretary of State then echoing that the next day. They say that that is unacceptable, and it is the first step towards even severing relations between the U.S. and Russia, something that would be unprecedented. I talked to Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman and said, has that ever happened? She said, not even during the Cold War has anything like that happened, and that it's really important, no matter how adversarial, to keep talking. But the U.S. has not confirmed that that warning actually took place in the embassy, and instead says that the U.S. ambassador in Moscow complained to the Russians that they have defied international law and denied consular access by U.S. diplomats to detainees, clearly speaking about the WNBA star Brittany Griner. So that summit will take place, and the president will go on to Poland for meetings with officials in Warsaw.
The FAA monitoring the situation in southern China. A Boeing 737 crashed in the mountains there, presumably killing all 132 people on board. That plane dropped thousands of feet before regaining altitude and then dropping again. It's China's worst air disaster in over a decade. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere reports from Beijing.
Rescue crews are at the scene combing for clues. They're finding debris, they're finding fragments, but they're not finding any signs of life. 123 passengers and 9 crew were on board. What we know tonight is that China Eastern Flight 5735 took off from Kunming Airport just after 1 o'clock local time today, heading over the mountains toward Guangzhou. It was supposed to be a 2-hour flight. About an hour into it, the plane abruptly lost speed and altitude. The flight tracking platform, Flight Radar 24, says data showed the plane was at 29,100 feet, then dropped 21,000 feet in just over a minute, appearing to regain altitude around 8,000 feet, but then continued to plunge. The Civil Aviation Authority here says radar contact was lost. Now, this is China's worst air disaster in over a decade. There's a decent aviation safety record here, something officials credit to having newer planes and very strict rules for flying them. Weather did not appear to be a factor in that area today. Now, this plane was a Boeing 737-89P. It was around 6 years old. It was not a 737 MAX. Those are still grounded in China. China Eastern says it will now ground all Boeing 737-800 aircraft until they can figure out what went so terribly wrong. China's President Xi Jinping issued a statement saying he's shocked by the crash. He's ordered more personnel to the site. There's over 1,000 people there now. And the FAA and the NTSB both say they are aware of the investigation and they're monitoring. The airline has yet to confirm the fate of those on board, but they have publicly offered condolences to the families, which is a sign that the sad news is going to come.
Coming up, we're keeping an eye on Nike. What the sneaker giant's earnings could tell us about Russia, China, and the global supply chain backups next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Last week's stock rally ran out of steam today. Check that out. Fed Chair Jerome Powell warning that inflation is much too high. I think something we all knew already. The Dow lost over 200 points on that news, though. The S&P and the NASDAQ also in the red today. CNBC reporter Rahel Solomon here now to look at what else is happening this week. I mean, to the duh of all does, Rahel, that inflation is much too high. I don't think you'd get anyone who would disagree with that. So the Fed, though, it's still causing issues today. I want to shift gears because I know we're getting a whole new crop of corporate earnings this week. You're watching a lot on Wall Street. Who's reporting, and why are people watching Nike in particular today?
Hi, Allison. Yeah, it's like we sort of know prices are high.
Yeah,
We've sort of been living in this reality, but you know, another confirmation, another validation. So yeah, Nike in general is considered high quality, best in class. So anytime they speak, people tend to pay attention. But to your point, people are watching especially closely today because it's facing increasingly tough business conditions. One, you have supply chain challenges from factory closures in Vietnam due to COVID. You have rising COVID cases in China, a very important market for Nike. And more recently, the decision to stop selling in stores and online in Russia due to its invasion of Ukraine. Now, Allison, all of these issues may not already be reflected in the quarter, but investors are going to be listening. Conference call starts in about 5 minutes. They're going to be listening to how the company addresses some of these challenges and whether the company lowers guidance and future forecasts. We should point out that Nike results just crossed this hour. They were better than expectations. Companies saw strong demand in North America. And Nike shares saw a nice pop after hours. Back to earnings. We're also going to hear this week from Adobe, food maker General Mills, and parent company Olive Garden, Darden Restaurants, the parent company of Olive Garden, Darden Restaurants. So still, a pretty busy week, but Nike is the big one for sure.
Corporate earnings keep on coming. All right, Wednesday, we have another big day. The CEOs of some of the big chip makers are going to be testifying before the Senate Commerce Committee. Who's going to the Hill, and what are they in the hot seat for?
Okay, so we're going to see the leaders of Intel, Micron, and Lam Research, and they may face some tough questions on the continued chip supply shortage. That's been impacting production of cars and electronics. Those executives are trying to make the case for $52 billion in subsidies for semiconductor chips manufacturing. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo pointing out that 2 decades ago, Allison, the U.S. produced nearly 40% of all chips globally. Today, that number is closer to 12%. So they're trying to sort of bring some of that manufacturing back home and hopefully alleviate, of course, not in the short term, but alleviate some of the supply chain issues we've been dealing with.
And some bad news this Friday. Amazon Prime memberships are going up, and they're not the only ones. What are some of the bigger bills we're about to get?
Okay, so beginning Friday, the annual fee for Amazon Prime, that goes up $20 to $139 a year. The monthly price, that's going to go up by $3 to $14.99. It's the first price hike since 2018. Amazon announced the price hike earlier this year, and that applied to new Prime customers. But after this Friday, that's when existing Prime members see the change when their membership renews. We also know that Netflix raised their prices this year as the streaming space continues to be crowded. And also Netflix subscriber growth is slowing. So, Allison, much like everything we talk about, and as Fed Chair Jay Powell confirmed, prices are going up. But the question is, will consumers pay more for Prime and Netflix when everything else is getting so expensive? I can just say anecdotally, my mom is canceling her Netflix. She said it's getting too expensive. So for whatever that's worth, some people are deciding, it's just getting too expensive.
Oh, I can hear it on the Netflix, though. I hate the Amazon Prime hikes. I don't know if I could live without it. I'm just not sure. Rahel.
I would rather cancel Prime than Netflix. I'm with you.
Ooh. Rahel, thank you so much. Always great to have you on.
Likewise.
Coming up, the Sweet 16 is set. Overtime thrillers, agonizing defeats, and one more dance for Coach K. But a team from Jersey City is stealing the show and America's hearts. We'll have more on the St. Peter's Peacocks and all the March Madness winners and losers next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it's this.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No one saw them coming, but they're not going anywhere just yet. The St. Peter's Peacocks taking their Cinderella run to the Sweet 16. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
The Sweet 16 is officially set. Top-seeded Arizona just barely punching their ticket after an overtime thriller against TCU.
Ball splits. Here it goes. Oh, my goodness!
And the Miami Hurricanes storming their way past Auburn in a Sunday night shocker. And thanks to some clutch shooting from Duke's guards.
Back out to Roach. He's going to launch a three.
The winningest coach in NCAA history, Mike Krzyzewski, is moving on.
Icons of the game.
Coach K notching his 1,200th career victory with a win over Michigan State's Tom Izzo.
It wasn't any coaching. They had guts. I'm so proud of them.
But the story of the tournament so far is the plucky team from Jersey City, the St. Peter's Peacocks.
And it's over. St. Peter's has done the unthinkable.
Its student body of just over 2,000 erupting at the sight of a Sweet 16 berth with a win over Murray State.
You had not won an NCAA tournament game as a program until Thursday, and now you're a Sweet 16 team. I mean, does that boggle the mind?
Now, you know what? Why not us? Right? Why not? March Madness is who's ever good on that night, on that day. That's all that matters.
Of course, the agony of defeat also rocking campuses expecting a win. The defending champion Baylor Bears knocked out in overtime by UNC. And the second-seeded women's Baylor squad falling to South Dakota.
They're going crazy in Vermilion, South Dakota.
Also on the women's side, 10-seeded Creighton getting by Iowa. But one of the lasting images of the tournament so far, this emotional hug. Michigan Wolverines coach Juwan Howard consoling an opposing player on Tennessee after a loss.
Hallie Jackson starts right now.
We're coming on the air with history on the Hill and senators finally hearing from President Biden's groundbreaking Supreme Court nominee. And in the first day of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's confirmation hearing, we're getting a glimpse at who she is and the questions she's going to face. Ahead, a context check on the claims of one Republican and the inside scoop on why another thinks she should be confirmed ASAP. Plus, Ukraine refusing to surrender Mariupol to the Russians, as top Western officials now believe there is no winning this war. What the last foreign journalists in Mariupol are saying now about their horrifying escape from a destroyed city. We've got that later in the show. And hey, the holidays are coming up at the gas pump, for some of you at least, as some states look for ways to cut down on costs. We've got more on that and how the gas price spike is hitting gig workers hard in tonight's original. Plus, Disney workers planning a walkout to protest how the company responded to Florida's so-called Don't Say Gay bill, the message Disney's CEO now has to try and keep things up and running. And deadly wildfires giving way to huge thunderstorms and tornado watches in the South. Why our weather team is giving out its highest threat level in more than 2 years. We've got that a little later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and just within the last 90 minutes or so, a black woman made her case to the Senate for the first time ever about why she deserves to be on the Supreme Court. That's Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. There she is, taking the oath. President Biden's pick to take over for Justice Stephen Breyer. And in her opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee, she got personal and practical about who she is and what she's about.
I know that my role as a judge is a limited one, that the Constitution empowers me only to decide cases and controversies that are properly presented. I also believe in transparency, that people should know precisely what I think and the basis for my decision. I have dedicated my career to ensuring that the words engraved on the front of the Supreme Court building, equal justice under law, are a reality and not just an ideal.
And as Democrats and Republicans delivered their opening statements, we got a kind of preview of what Judge Jackson is in for over the next couple days. Watch.
There may be some who claim, without a shred of evidence, that she'll be a rubber stamp for this president. For these would-be critics, I have 4 words. Look at the record.
Most of us couldn't go back to our offices during Kavanaugh without getting spit on. Hope that doesn't happen to y'all. I don't think it will.
It's about time that we have a highly qualified, highly accomplished black woman on the Supreme Court. It's about time our highest court better reflects the country it serves.
It's not about race. We will see Democrats in the media suggest that any senator that is skeptical of your nomination, that questions you vigorously, or that dares to vote against you must somehow harbor racial animus.
I want to go now to Ali Vitale on Capitol Hill. So, Ali, let me start with the latest thing that we heard from the Hill, which was Judge Jackson's opening statement. And it really felt like, in some ways, a pre-buttal, right? It was heavily biographical. Her family was in the room. She thanked them. It was extremely heartfelt. But she also was very clear, like, hey, I am an arbiter of neutrality, and that is my judicial philosophy, which seemed aimed at some of those Republicans that we just heard from.
Yeah, Hallie, because that has been one of the central questions here. And I just finished talking to former Senator Doug Jones, who has really been leading Ketanji Brown Jackson through this process with a lot of his former colleagues here who he knows well on the Judiciary Committee. And what he was saying is that she is the one who will be best to speak to and rebut the attacks from Republicans. But what I was really struck by, and what I think is going to be indicative of something that we see tomorrow from her when we really get into the nuts and bolts of senators asking her questions about her record and the kind of judge that she's going to be, is that quote that you pulled about her talking about transparency. Maybe it's because I'm a journalist. I love powerful people saying that they are fans of transparency. But at the same time, I think that it might be the approach that she ends up taking tomorrow, talking these senators through the points of her record, even in granular detail, so that everyone understands the way that she approaches the law, the way that she approaches its interpretation, and the way that she allows each side of a case to be heard, even in some of the more egregious and false examples that Republicans have trotted out in recent days.
Okay, well, let's talk about one of those examples, Allie. And I'm going to ask you to stand by because I want to explain to people, you know, this is going to be an exchange that I think a lot of folks are going to be watching. And by the way, we're going to be carrying it live right here on NBC News Now tomorrow. And it involves Republican Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, who has, in a misleading series of tweets in his opening statement, accused Judge Jackson of being too lenient in cases involving people who possess child sex abuse images. I want to play what he said.
What concerns me, and I've been very candid about this, is that in every case, in each of these 7, Judge Jackson handed down a lenient sentence that was below what the federal guidelines recommended and below what prosecutors requested. I'm not interested in trapping Judge Jackson. I'm not interested in trying to play gotcha. I'm interested in her answers.
Okay, we're interested in what the context check is here. So let's do that before we move on here, because number one, they're not particularly grounded in fact, the things that you heard Senator Hawley say. And number two, you're going to hear them a lot, and you're going to hear about them a lot over the next few days. It all started on Twitter when he claimed Judge Jackson argued for a type of, quote, less serious child porn offender when she was on a bipartisan panel that makes recommendations to Congress about issues. But here's the thing. The White House says the quotes Hawley cites are not in context because he's referring to questions she asked an expert witness. So these are questions she was asking, not conclusions about her own opinion. And it's not just the White House saying that. If you look at the record, that's what the record shows, too. The White House says that Hawley is trying to discredit her history. So here is the context check. Here are the facts. It's true. The commission called on Congress to reduce mandatory minimum sentences because the law, quote, fails to adequately differentiate among offenders based on their culpability and sexual dangerousness. In layman's terms, they think the people who possess child sex abuse images should be given lighter sentences than those who force children to carry out these acts. And a 2010 survey shows 71% of district judges, so the majority of judges think these mandatory minimums are too high. And less than half of those convicted for so-called non-production crimes get sentences that match those guidelines. So this is part of a legitimate debate inside the legal community here. And with that all said, Allie, let me go back and put it to you here. Talk about Senator Hawley's strategy in continuing to bring this up and what else we might see from people who, let's be honest here, might have an eye on a very big national stage as they're looking for maybe a national run of their own come 2024 potentially.
Yeah, and Hallie, that's really the explanation here, right? I'm so glad that you laid out what that debate is in legal circles, because I was even talking to prosecutors who say, and I looked at the guidelines, frankly, that prosecutors are supposed to use in prosecuting these cases, and it doesn't necessarily differentiate between the ways that one can disseminate or receive child pornography. And so if you are a prosecutor moving through and trying to figure out what an appropriate sentence should be, it does, the years rack up quite quickly, and that's why there is such a debate in legal circles about this. That being said, the game that Josh Hawley is playing, and quite frankly, it's also a similar game to the one that we're likely to see played by people like Senator Ted Cruz and Senator Tom Cotton. It's called the I might run for president in 2024 game. This kind of a hearing has been a launching pad in the past. We saw in 2018 the way that Democratic senators with their eye on the presidential prize were able to leverage viral moments as a way to launch themselves into the national consciousness way before they started attaching a run for president to their names. That's something that a lot of people here on the Hill are talking about as we look at people like Josh Hawley and others in these hearings. Are they going to try to use these moments to launch attacks and try to land an attack on this nominee while all eyes are on this moment? And that really is the larger game.
And let's be clear here, too. You know, there are some conservatives who fundamentally disagree with Judge Jackson's judicial philosophy, but do think that some of these attacks go too far. I have like 10 seconds left, Allie. We know that Judge Jackson had been confirmed by at least 3 Republicans, for a lower court position. What's your sense? Can you handicap it now? How many Republicans might get on board this time around, if any? And by the way, none need to, right? Because Democrats could do this on their own.
Right. Well, Democrats could do this on their own. I know I asked Dick Durbin about this earlier. He said hope springs eternal.
Okay.
That's sort of the mindset here when you talk about if this is going to be a bipartisan confirmation. But at the same time, we are looking at those Republicans. And you're right. If all 50 Democrats get on board here, all they need is Kamala Harris, the vice president, to come in and break the tie. That being said, the White House and Democrats really do want this to be a bipartisan confirmation. A lot of people holding their cards close to their vest, though.
If she does get confirmed, though, wouldn't change the ideological makeup of the court as it stands. Ali Vitale on the Hill. Ali, thank you. I know we'll be talking again over the next couple days. I want to bring in now Christine Todd Whitman. She is the former Republican governor of New Jersey and an ex-head of the EPA. Governor, welcome to the show. It's nice to see you tonight.
Good to be with you.
So I'm having you on in part because you signed this letter along with about 24 other self-described conservatives asking the Senate to confirm Judge Jackson quickly, saying in part, we hope that for a change, Judge Jackson's confirmation process can be a moment of consensus around a truly excellent person who will add diversity and so much more to the court. So let me ask you, Governor, as a longtime Republican, why do you back Judge Jackson?
Because I think she's the right person for the court, particularly at this moment. To have a Black woman on the court, we need people on the court who represent the people of the United States. And Judge Jackson is coming with a different background, a different set of life experiences, a different way of approaching issues. I think her voice will be incredibly important there. And so I've always been for expeditious handling of nominees, because once somebody like Judge Jackson is nominated for this position, they're frozen. They can't do anything else. And so just to hold them up for the sake of holding them up makes no sense at all. And I've argued for a while that there ought to be a time limit put on some of these nominations so that people do get moved through. Going through a thorough process, don't get me wrong, you have a right to question everything, and you should. Legitimate questions and bring up legitimate issues of concern. But just to hold people up because you can, it doesn't make any sense and doesn't serve the country well.
We just talked about some of the GOP arguments against her, some of which are not super grounded in fact, let's say. What do you make of that?
Well, I guess I'm not surprised, unfortunately. I think the discussion you were having about presidential hopes of some of these members is only too true. And having been through hearings myself, there are certainly times when it's clear that the senator asking the question or the congressman asking the question, or a woman, mostly the men, really weren't interested in the answer. They were just interested in their quote and their question and how it would play back home. And, that's distressing. That's too bad, but that's what's going to happen. And I think she's prepared for that.
Do you expect any members of your party to cross over and vote for her, even though, as we mentioned, the court ideological makeup will stay the same? And do you think this process is still the fairest way, just to tee up on what you said earlier, to get the most qualified people on the court? Do you worry about how people see this process optically, like Americans who don't live in Washington, right, who are out there in the country looking at this?
Well, I can't think of a better way, frankly. Is it the best way? Maybe not, but it certainly is a way to get those issues out there, get issues and concerns out there. And it lets the American people know what they're getting, as it were. Although, obviously, as you point out, some of these issues that are being brought up are disingenuous. They're not reflective of the facts. But unfortunately, that's happening throughout our country right now on a whole host of issues. And this is going to be no different than that, I'm afraid.
Governor Christine Todd Whitman, thank you so much for being on the show. We appreciate your time tonight on what is a big day here in Washington. Thank you.
It is.
You can join us tomorrow, another big day right here on NBC News Now. Wall-to-wall coverage of the Q&A, the questions and answers from senators and Judge Jackson. That starts at 8:30 Eastern. Again, live all day long. Watch it here on NBC News Now. So a lot going on in Washington and a lot going on overseas, with all eyes on Mariupol, that city in Ukraine that's refusing to surrender to Russia. I mean that literally, right? They are literally rejecting this Kremlin demand that the city cave or else. And the or else is the really scary part here, because Mariupol has seen the most intense Russian attacks for more than 3 weeks now, with the fight there turning more and more deadly. Russian troops attacking a school building, going after a theater where hundreds of people had been sheltered. The fighting making it harder to try and make rescues, with innocent people killed. An estimated 2,300 have died in that city, where they've seen some of the worst horrors of the war. They're trying to survive without water, without heat, without medicine. I spoke to Maxim Borodin, Mariupol city council member who has since escaped. He made his way to the western part of the country not too long ago today. Listen to part of that conversation. Before I let you go, the last EU diplomat to leave Mariupol, who is a Greek official, told Reuters that it'll become part of a list of cities that were completely destroyed by war, naming Coventry, Aleppo, Grozny, etc. What goes through your mind when you hear your home included on a list like that?
We try with our relations with our friends not to think about this. Our things only about people who need help to get out from the city.
It comes as we're learning about the terrifying escape of 2 Associated Press journalists from that city in Mariupol, apparently the last of the foreign press there. They were told if they got caught by the Russians, they'd be forced to go on camera and say everything they reported on was a lie. They were escorted by Ukrainian soldiers through the destroyed city with artillery, with machine gun fire flying right past them. One of the reporters remembered the feeling of shockwaves through his body every time shells crashed near him. They had to cross through 15 Russian checkpoints, each one surrounded with heavily armed Russian soldiers. The mother in the front of the car praying furiously. They were with a family of 3 before they finally made it to the relative safety of the Ukrainian front line. And by the way, that is one story of one city. Ali Arouzi is in Lviv. And Ali, those stories are all over Ukraine. It's particularly centered around Mariupol, this key port city. We've said, Ukrainian officials have said no surrender. They are not backing down, as what we're hearing from Western officials is that this war seems to be at a stalemate right now.
That's right. I mean, the port city of Mariupol, when you talk about siege and starvation tactics, that's what they're doing there. The Russians haven't been able to make the advances. They haven't been able to capture the city in its entirety. They've circled the place. So they're trying to bomb and starve the civilians there into submission. And as you mentioned, Hallie, they're not giving up. They gave them an ultimatum last night. They said the fighters of Mariupol, if they put their weapons down, leave the city, then we'll let humanitarian aid in. We'll let the civilians out. And the people of Mariupol said, no, we're not going to surrender our city to the Russians. We're going to stay and fight. And that, of course, is a very worrying aspect because it's been hit so hard already. I guess the people there are now bracing for an absolute worst case scenario there. And what could that be? That could be anybody's guess, given the death and destructions that the Russians have unleashed there so far.
Pull back a little bit.
They've destroyed 90% of the city.
Well, that's right. I mean, the city is level. That's what I heard from that council member. You've got a senior official saying Russia overall is desperate to try and get some momentum there, saying that, hey, maybe these attacks on civilians could be this just twisted and terrible way of Russia trying to get leverage at the negotiating table. We saw them hit a mall in Kyiv on Sunday. At least 8 people were killed there. What do we know about the status of that situation?
Yeah, I mean, look, Kyiv is a place that they haven't been able to encircle yet, like Mariupol. The Russians have been plagued by, logistical problems. Their troops have been hit hard. Over the weekend, the attacks there seemed to slow down a bit, and that was only for the Russians to regroup, get supply lines back up, get munitions up again. And this morning, they hit Kyiv again. They hit a shopping mall there, as you mentioned. About 8 people at least were killed in that shopping mall, buried in rubble. And of course, the situation has become so dangerous in Kyiv that the mayor has put another one of those very strict 35-hour curfews on the city that began tonight. So the only time people can leave their homes is to go into bomb shelters. So it's a horrifying situation for the residents of Kyiv.
And the images coming out of it are just gut-wrenching. Ali Arouzi live there in Lviv. Thank you, with the senior NATO official saying, hey, there is no winning this war. Ali, thanks. With that as the backdrop, you've got the White House today telling American companies to get ready for potential Russian cyber attacks on critical infrastructure. Why? They're pointing to more warning signs that Russia is getting ready for this kind of attack, like scanning websites or looking for vulnerabilities inside different networks. Tonight, you've got President Biden set to host some leaders of different businesses at the White House. And earlier today, he talked with NATO leaders for about an hour about Russia's brutal tactics in Ukraine, including what we just talked about with Ali, those attacks on civilians. The call coming just days before he's set to leave for that extraordinary NATO summit in Brussels, the one that was put in place super last minute by the NATO Secretary General. I want to bring in now Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, this cyber attack warning from the White House. It feels like we heard a lot about this prior to the actual invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Once the military action on the ground started, that receded, frankly. It got backburned a little bit. Now the White House is putting this front and center again. Why?
Well, the White House says they have some specific intelligence in recent days that indicates that Russia was exploring options for a cyber attack on critical infrastructure. The officials didn't specify which piece of critical infrastructure that could be. They didn't go into details about how they know Russia is exploring their options, but indicating that there is a sense that Russia is looking to do something. And they used the word predatory behavior. They said it's something you see a lot from nation states where they're looking around for vulnerabilities in software, vulnerabilities in a company's network, looking around on websites, trying to scrape up data. And that is what the type of activity that officials say they have been seeing from Russia. And this warning today, they said very publicly, is to tell companies to get on guard. They said they gave a classified briefing a few days ago to the companies they think could directly be affected by the specific intelligence they have received. But more broadly, they are trying to get the message out there to companies to patch the holes in your software, to update passwords and authentications, to essentially be prepared now more than ever, because there is a growing sense from the intelligence that Russia is looking for some opportunities to strike the U.S. Of course, they didn't have any specific threats on that. They did not say there's something in the imminent days, but certainly the sense that there is a desire for Russia to carry out something like that.
Shannon Pettypiece live for us there outside the White House. Shannon, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Rescue crews are looking through debris tonight for any kind of clues about why a plane carrying 132 people crashed in southern China earlier today. And look, this is what that whole area looked like after the plane went down. You can see some of the debris on the ground from Chinese state media. You can see pieces of the aircraft around. This is a shot, smoke coming up of what seems to be the crash site through the mountains. The Chinese president, Xi Jinping, ordering an all-out rescue effort. It was a domestic flight on a Boeing 737. It left at around 1:11 local time, according to a flight tracking website, Flight Radar 24. About an hour into the flight, that radar indicates the plane started falling, right? It lost altitude, going from 29,000 feet, obviously, to the ground in a matter of minutes. We don't know anything about what caused the crash. We don't know anything about the rescue effort, potential recovery effort either. Boeing says it's in touch with the NTSB to help the investigation into what happened. Tom Costello is following the story for us. And Tom, it's horrific every time we hear about a crash like this, and we don't often hear about a passenger plane like this going down. What else do we know, if anything?
So this was a 737-800. Importantly, this is not the 737 MAX,
which we talked a lot about.
It's the same airframe, but it is that operates on a completely different computer system that essentially ensures it has the right trim. That computer system is what led to the MAX crashes. Right. This is not that. It's a very reliable plane, but very concerning. 132 people were on board. All indications are at this point that everybody on board died. This plane, you talk about the descent. It was at cruising altitude, 29,000 feet. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, it is in a nosedive. I mean, like a lawn dart. It is going straight down. And within 90 seconds to 2 minutes, it hit the ground.
Wow.
And there is video. Chinese state television has run the video. We've seen some of this video as well on social media showing it going straight down like again, like a lawn dart. So that immediately begs the question, of course, what possibly could have brought this plane down? Weather was fine. And listen, you don't have weather at 29,000 feet anyway. You're above the clouds, right? So whatever happened, the thinking is right now, some incredible structural failure of some sort, maybe involving the horizontal stabilizer, the tail assembly, if you will. If not that, what about the crew? How well were they performing? Yeah. They're going to go through all of that, including maintenance records, including what was the crew doing before this crash ever happened. And they need to find those black boxes, the flight data recorder, the cockpit voice recorder. The cockpit voice recorder literally records everything said inside the cockpit, and then all the alarms and the buzzers going off. That would help if they could hear that. Flight data recorder, about 1,000 or more pieces of data on how the plane is performing. How about that stabilizer on the back? What was the speed like? Do they have any unusual event on board this plane, which they would have never anticipated? But I want to emphasize this is one of the safest planes in the world. 5,000 are in service around the world. 800 here in the United States. You and I fly on them every day. Right. They're very common, very safe. Whatever happened here was really out of the ordinary.
Pretty reliable plane, pretty reliable airline too, no?
Yeah, China Eastern has done pretty well. And what's interesting is China has dramatically upped its safety of aviation over the last 10 to 20 years after they had some bad years in the 90s. So China Eastern is a pretty good airline in terms of its safety record. And the Chinese have taken the entire aviation safety picture very seriously. But China Eastern has now grounded the rest of its 737-800 fleet until they get to the bottom of what's going on.
So next step then is to find and recover that black box.
That's going to be critical. As you would imagine, families are desperate for answers. They've been gathering in this nearby town. It's highly unlikely that there's going to be any good news out of for the families. It looks really bad for the families. They want to find the critical pieces of the wreckage. They want to find the black boxes.
Tom Costello, thank you so much for this reporting. It is always tough when we have to talk about something like that.
It's terrible. Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
In the last 30 minutes or so, we saw tornado warnings issued for parts of Texas. And already you've got folks reporting some tornado damage in Jacksboro. That's about 60 miles north of Fort Worth. Right now, you've got 22 million people in the path of what could be a really dangerous outbreak of severe thunderstorms in that southern region. Over the next few days, you could see more tornadoes in some states. You could see hail the size of a baseball and winds really causing problems. Our weather team says the last time we saw a threat level this high was 2 years ago, right? This doesn't happen every day. Not too long ago, late this afternoon, the governor of Texas told people there to start getting emergency crews ready to mobilize before these storms happen. And boy, is Texas getting slammed, right? It's not just these weather forecasts, it's these deadly wildfires that we've been talking about. And winds from this new round of severe weather could really make those fires worse. You've got red flag warnings in effect for a lot of western and southern Texas today. And Al Roker is tracking all of it. Okay, Al, give us first the forecast here, right? When do we see the worst of it?
Well, it's going to be over the next 48 hours, Hallie, and depending on where you are. Right now, we have severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches, really, in southern Oklahoma all the way down through Texas. We've got some tornado warnings up in that area. So we've got a severe risk, 22 million people, 2-inch hail, strong tornadoes possible, wind gusts of 70 miles per hour from Dallas to Tyler, Lufkin, Houston, Austin, just west of or east of San Antonio, the chance for strong tornadoes in this area in red. The area in blue from Wichita Falls down to Victoria and San Antonio, 2-inch hail likely. Now we move into tomorrow. This threat moves to the east, so it's the lower Mississippi River Valley, Jackson, Baton Rouge, Mobile, up to Tupelo, out to Beaumont. This area in red from Columbus down to New Orleans, out to Beaumont. Again, the risk of strong tornadoes there. And then by Wednesday, it moves to the southeast. 25 million people at risk, stretching from Jacksonville, Panama City, Albany, Georgia, up to Norfolk and out to Knoxville for damaging winds, hail, and a few tornadoes possible. This system, greatest threat for eastern Texas and Louisiana tonight. Nocturnal tornadoes possible, torrential downpours, areas of flooding. Tomorrow, this destructive line for the Gulf Coast, from the Gulf Coast all the way on up into the Ohio River Valley. Tornadoes may continue into the overnight hours, and then Wednesday moves the heavy rain moves into the mid-Atlantic, and we're looking at some showers and thunderstorms making their way into the northeast. And we've also got flood watches, Hallie. 16 million people from Memphis, Birmingham, Hattiesburg, New Iberia. We're talking some places picking up 6 inches of rain before this is all over. Locally, 5 to 6 inches of rain possible. So we're going to really be watching this very closely. Again, the wind threat out through Texas was going to continue to fan those wildfires, but we're really worried about those nighttime tornadoes.
Well, I was going to say, let me go back to that, Al, because I saw it pop up on one of the screens, these nocturnal tornadoes, ones that happen at night. Those are so scary. Listen, all tornadoes are scary, but those when people are sleeping, when they might not hear those tornado alerts, right? I mean, that's where we start to get, and I know you as a meteorologist start to get really worried.
That's right. These nighttime tornadoes are twice as likely to cause deaths because, as you mentioned, people are asleep. They're not awake. They're not unaware of the warnings. And it's difficult to even see the tornadoes if you are awake. So here's what we like people to do. If you want to have a warning wake you up, if you've got an iPhone or iPad, you go to Settings, Notifications, Government Alerts. That will allow your phone to wake you up with the latest tornado warnings. And if you've got an Android Android phone, you go to Advanced Settings, Emergency Alerts, or you can also download from your app store the Red Cross Tornado app, and that will also set off warnings as well, Hallie. So there are ways to use this, but make sure your phone is charged up as you go to bed tonight if you're in those areas, because if your phone isn't charged, you're not going to get these alerts.
And that it's close to your nightstand. Al, this is such important information. We're going to post this segment and so people can see all that on our Instagram page, on our Twitter page too, so folks know where to find it. They can look at it again. Al Roker, thank you so much. Good to see you.
You bet.
Still to come on this show, Miami Beach, they have had enough of spring break madness. We'll talk about what the city is doing after a very dangerous weekend. Look at this, that ended with a stampede of college kids in the streets. And a new rule could help in the fight against climate change, what the administration wants to do to keep companies honest about their role in polluting the environment.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
So Miami Beach just announced a state of emergency during spring break after a couple of shootings over the last couple days. It lets the city put in place a curfew. It starts midnight Thursday, right, later in the week through next weekend. That's after part of Miami Beach's Ocean Drive. You know Ocean Drive. It's in all the movies. Look at this. Had to be shut down. Partiers were swarming the streets. One of the shootings sent 3 people to the hospital. The same thing happened last year when an emergency curfew was put in place after some confrontations between police and partiers. And listen, this spring break violence is not limited to Miami Beach. Police in Dallas say 10 people were shot at a spring break party over the weekend, and several others were hurt. Disney's CEO Bob Chapek told employees today the company made a mistake by not taking a stance over Florida's controversial bill that opponents call the Don't Say Gay bill. The Wall Street Journal reports this came at a town hall meeting, this acknowledgement of error, right, from the super powerful, super important guy, after employees rebelled against the company because they felt the company was too hesitant to speak out against this bill. Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to sign the legislation that would prevent teachers from talking about gay and gender identity issues before the 4th grade and requires all the other grades to talk about this in ways that are age or developmentally appropriate. Initially, right, Disney had said, hey, we're not going to take a public position, saying that public stands on controversial issues often get, quote, weaponized. But he changed his mind after employees spoke up and some staffers started staging protests with plans for a full-day walkout tomorrow. Katie Beck joins us now with a closer look at how this all went down. And Katie, this is interesting, right? In some ways, this is like the power of the voice of employees making a difference for this huge corporate conglomerate.
Yeah, that's right. Disney employees make up the largest private sector base of employees in the entire state of Florida. So you're dealing with a lot of people here. 75,000 employees is a massive voice that they are certainly hearing from now. They were incredibly disappointed about the silent position that was taken on this initially. They said that that silence said to them that Disney does not support equal rights and sort of stood as a contradiction or a hypocritical way of, you know, going against the values that they want want to put in their creative product. Disney is a company that promotes kindness, good values, generosity throughout the themes in their movies and in their creative, and these people are saying, by staying silent on this bill, you are standing in direct contrast to all of that. So they are certainly walking back that statement a long way now, Hallie, as you've heard from the CEO today in that town hall meeting he had with employees. He says he now understands just how damaging that silence was and how that made employees feel. He's also committed to immediately and indefinitely suspending all political donations in the state of Florida. That was after it was exposed that Disney actually gave political donations to all sponsors and co-sponsors of this bill. That raised a lot of people's attention on this issue and really was sort of an ignition point for a lot of these employees to start making their voices heard.
So was this acknowledgement of a mistake, right, by the CEO, is that enough to stop this, big walkout that was supposed to happen tomorrow? Do we know?
We don't know an exact number of how many people will be participating. We know only a fraction of employees have actually gone back to the lot to work. So it could really be just more a symptom of that it's not going to be a very visual event based on the fact that a lot of people are still working remotely. What we do know is that there is a large group of people who are discussing and are organizing that full day of walkout. They have been told that they are not legally protected if they do that. These 15-minute breaks they have been taking, these walkouts have been protected under employment law in Florida. A full day of missing work will not be. So they are actually potentially putting their jobs on the line to take a very principled stand on this issue. We'll see tomorrow just how many take that up. But at this point, we can tell through Twitter and other social media that they are organized, and that is planned for tomorrow.
Katie Beck, I know you'll stay on top of that. I will look for you again, potentially tomorrow, to talk about that. Appreciate it. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, one man has been killed, another 24 are hurt after a gunfight at a car show in Arkansas. Officials say this was a shootout. It started between a couple people, and that these victims were just bystanders caught in the middle. One person has been arrested so far, but it's not clear yet how they're connected to what happened. Number 2, speaking of Disney, the Shanghai Disneyland Resort is closed until further notice because of COVID cases surging in that Chinese city. It comes as Hong Kong is cutting quarantine time and travel bans on incoming flight. President Xi Jinping says the country's zero COVID policy has hurt the economy there. Number 3, the Biden administration today declared Myanmar's military committed genocide. It is a formal declaration of genocide against the Muslim minority group known as the Rohingya. More than 700,000 Rohingya refugees have left Myanmar since 2017, saying forces there have killed en masse, mass rapes, mass arson. It's horrific. The country's military denies the allegations, but again, a formal declaration now from the administration carries some weight. Number 4, the Securities and Exchange Commission has proposed some new rules that would make businesses explain the impact that they're having on climate change. It means companies would have to document just how much greenhouse gas they're emitting for the first time ever. The SEC hopes that keeping tabs on companies could help fight the climate crisis. Number 5, Jergens is recalling one of its moisturizers because it may contain some bacteria. Look at the bottle, right? It's certain bottles of the brand's Ultra Healing Moisturizer made back in October. This bacteria is mostly harmless, the company says, but they say just to be safe, you should still stop using this if you have it. Take one last look here. All right, still to come. Saving Ukraine's kids from the horrors of war. We're going to talk about what the U.S. and other countries are doing to help children who have nowhere to call home. And did you hear about this just today? A Moscow court is banning Facebook and Instagram from doing business in Russia. We'll tell you the perhaps surprising reason the judge gave when we get back.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, Gig workers like Lyft and Uber drivers, they are feeling the hurt from higher gas prices. We'll talk about what companies are doing to keep them from being driven out of business coming up. But first, let's go back to the war in Ukraine, because the UN is now saying something like 10 million Ukrainians have now had to leave their homes, including people who have left the country or just moved to other parts of Ukraine looking for somewhere safe. Here's what a spokesperson for the United Nations Refugee Agency told me about this not too long ago. Where are these folks going inside Ukraine's borders? Do you think it's just a matter of time before they try to get out?
Well, as you say, we estimate that there are around 6.5 million inside the country who have left their homes. Where they're going to safer places, to the countryside. Many of them are going to the west.
Outside Ukraine, you have places like this one, an orphanage, right? Orphanages working around the clock to help the youngest victims of this war, innocent children. Some of the leaders, like Wendy Farrell, they're even working to bring these kids back to the U.S. until it's safe enough for them to go home. She flew from Missouri to Ukraine, and you know what's sticking with her? The stories of these kids' resiliency.
They've experienced abuse or neglect, and so they are familiar with trauma, but they're resilient. So they are here, they're in safety, and we're so thankful for that. But it is traumatic because they're having to leave their home once again into an unknown situation.
Dasha Burns is joining me now from Poland. Dasha, we know that Poland has taken in the most refugees since this all started, but I'll tell you that Matthew Saltmarsh from the UNHCR told me not as many are heading into Poland as they used to be, right? Tell me what you're seeing today.
Look, Hallie, so many people that have came here with very little, but these children, the 31 Ukrainian orphans we met today, had so little to begin with, and now they have even less. They had to flee their orphanage in Ukraine. The director had to get them over the border, which was a tough task in itself. He said, though, speaking of resilience, that all along the journey, the children sang songs to keep their spirits up. Ukraine does have a pretty large population of orphans, Hallie. A lot of them are what they call social orphans, meaning that some of them have parents who are alive but aren't able to take care of them because of issues like alcoholism, which runs rampant in many parts of the country. And a girl we met, a 15-year-old girl named Leah, is a good example of what so many kids have gone through. She has family in Ukraine right now, but she's here in Poland with this group of orphans, and thinking about what's going on in her home country has her terrified. Take a listen to what she told us.
You're scared? Yes. My mom in Mariupol. And my dad in Kiev was my brother. And it's hard. I don't know what happened with my mom. If she died or like, yes.
Have you been able to contact them at all?
And again, speaking of resiliency, Hallie, right after that conversation, Leah sat down at the keyboard and played us a beautiful song called Pray for Ukraine. It had most of us in the room in tears. She is just an incredible young woman, Hallie.
I mean, she sounds incredible. And her, no kid should have to go through that, Dasha. I think one of the most heart-wrenching pieces of this is knowing that child psychologists, that Poland has redirected all of them, basically, towards Ukrainians who have arrived after they've experienced this kind of trauma. When you talk to some of these experts, what are they telling you about the specifics of this resiliency and trauma these kids are facing?
Yeah, look, I mean, the mental health part of this is just a massive issue that has barely begun to be addressed. I mean, so many of these kids, especially these orphans, have already gone through so much trauma. I mean, take Leah, for example. She grew up in Mariupol, and in 2014, when the conflict came to that region, she had to uproot her life and move to Western Ukraine, and now her life has been uprooted again. And like I mentioned, I mean, there are a lot of Ukrainians that have already lived through a time of war and now are seeing, of course, things get so much worse. And that's why Wendy Farrell is trying to get these kids to the U.S. to give them some sense of normalcy for at least a little while until hopefully eventually it's safe for them to get back to the U.S. Hallie.
Dasha Burns, live for us from Poland. Dasha, thank you for sharing their stories. Facebook and Instagram, they are banned today from operating in Russia. A judge in Moscow says it's because Meta, the parent company of Facebook, is guilty of, quote, extremist activities. This ban also includes WhatsApp, which is owned by Meta too. That's important because it's how a lot of people internationally text people who live in other countries. All right, so why is this happening? The Russian prosecutor's office says it's because of calls for violence against Russian citizens on Meta's platform. Earlier this month, Meta said it would let users in some countries do that against Russians and Russian soldiers in context of the Ukraine invasion. Later clarifying this, saying it's relaxed its rules against violent speech only for people in Ukraine and only directed at Russian military in Ukraine. This isn't necessarily this conflict between Russia and Meta new. Russia had already blocked Instagram and Facebook after Meta said accounts from Russian media like RT and Sputnik could no longer use the platform because they were spreading lies. Ben Collins joins me now. So it's an interesting twist to this whole thing, right? Because Facebook and Instagram are out. What is the point of this extremist designation from the Kremlin?
Well, first of all, it's a way to send a message to Facebook saying, you can't set up shop here anymore, and we're not putting up with your stuff. It's important to remember a lot of people in Russia use VK, which is pretty much a direct one-to-one clone of Facebook, but with a lot worse organizing tools. So they are already, all of their profiles are probably doubled up on VK anyway. They're trying to get people to move over to that platform, which the Russian government has basically oversight over. Until then, you can't, if you're on Facebook, the Russian government says that you can post there and you won't get in any trouble. But there's really no proof that's actually going to happen because of these new, what they call fake news laws. Pretty much anything that's against the Russian government right now is up for scrutiny legally within Russia.
Yeah, total crackdown on, obviously, journalism coming out of the country. I thought it was interesting that WhatsApp was excluded from this, right? We talked about how a lot of people use it to text. Feels a little strategic, no?
Oh, absolutely. There's no, I mean, WhatsApp is under the Meta umbrella in the same way that Instagram is under the Meta umbrella. So it doesn't really make sense, but it's not really supposed to make sense. A lot of commerce goes through WhatsApp. A lot of the ability to communicate with the outside world goes through WhatsApp. Otherwise, you're paying for long distance calls, basically. Right. It's a way for people to just, conduct business overseas. If that goes away overnight, that's going to be a real problem. They are trying to go up to the line every moment with this thing to make it so people aren't jarred by these massive free speech crackdowns. One of these days, they're going to overstep it, but they can't do it with WhatsApp overnight. It's just there's too much business, and there are too many family members that communicate that way in Russia.
Ben Collins, live for us on that. Ben, thank you. Coming up here on the show, check out this video. Don't worry, it's a rental, but the driver of this Tesla, is still in big trouble. That's not legal. That is actually not legal. We're going to talk about it in a second. Plus, what a difference a tax break makes. The governors of Maryland and Georgia taking more than 30 cents off the price of a gallon of gas for now. So could your state be next? It's after the break.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Employees paid to drive are feeling the hit from higher gas prices. So companies like Lyft and Uber are starting to do something about it. We'll take a look coming up. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, 7 people were taken to the hospital after fentanyl was released through the air vents at a juvenile detention center in Ohio. Everyone is stable right now and expected to be okay, but officials have no idea how this drug ended up in the air vents. They're still trying to figure that out. Also out of our Midwest Bureau, a case of bird flu at an Iowa farm means more than 5 million chickens will have to be killed. The second confirmed case of this kind of bird flu in the state. The first was at a farm that infected almost 50,000 turkeys. Now, the CD says this kind of thing is not an immediate public health concern, and you're still okay to eat, poultry, chicken like you get from the grocery store. From our West Coast Bureau, LA police are looking for a driver, oh my Lord, who tried to pull off this risky stunt. Are you kidding? Come on, they rented a Tesla, whoever did this, and then they did this. It looks like let me see if we can play it again. They fly over a hill, they try to catch some air with clearly people watching. That is so dangerous. They ended up crashing, luckily, into only parked cars and some trash cans, right? So nobody was hurt. But the person ditched the car and then left. The driver will probably face hit and run charges once they are caught, likely only a matter of time. Come on, people. With gas prices hitting record highs, 2 states are declaring a new kind of holiday. Happy holidays to you. A gas tax holiday if you live in Maryland and Georgia. They're putting in place a rule that gets rid of the tax that you pay there per gallon for now. Okay, it's temporary, so how does it work? Gas station owners have already paid the tax on the gas that goes into their tanks, so this legislation would give them a refund on that, the idea being they then cut prices for you. And there's this push to do the same kind of thing on the federal level, with 6 Democratic governors sending a letter to Congress asking to suspend the federal gas tax, which is 18 cents a gallon. The average state tax is 39 cents. This is real money, Rahima Ellis, who is joining me now. 30 cents on a gallon of gas ain't bad, right? You've got these 2 states doing it now. What does it mean? I mean, for people in these states, pretty much an immediate impact.
Absolutely. They say every penny counts and the pennies add up to dollars. So take a look at what we have. We've got a full screen we want to show you of what does it mean in these states where they have passed it. In the state of Maryland, their state gasoline tax is 36 cents a gallon. So if you have a 12-gallon tank and you fill it up, you're going to save $4.32 a gallon. Real money. The state of Georgia, their gasoline tax per the state is 38 cents. Again, on that tank, to fill it up of a 12-gallon tank, you're going to save nearly $5 on what has been enacted in these 2 states alone. It is already in effect in those 2 states. And that counts for something for people who are going to the pumps and trying to fill up. They're feeling a little less pressure today than they were last week. Hallie?
Can I just call out my sweet floor director, Bert, who lives in Maryland? He paid a little less this weekend when he went to fill up. Like, the impact is happening now. You've got 18 states who are looking at, actively considering this kind of holiday. What are the chances that actually happens, Rahima? Because I can tell you in Washington, any appetite to do it on the federal level really isn't there because it's temporary, right? Like, this isn't something that lasts forever. So eventually those 36 cents or 30, those go back on.
Yeah, it would go off. It's not forever because the gasoline tax pay for certain things like bridges and highways, pay for transportation costs. So states and the federal government, they need that money. But they also need people to be able to get to their workplace, their school, and to hospitals, et cetera. So they're trying to provide a little relief for folks. As you point out, on the federal level, there is a proposal by a couple of, by some Democratic senators to say, let's reduce that 18 cents federal gas tax for the rest of the year. It's come up against some opposition from some Republicans who think that this is a political stunt for some Democrats who are facing tough re-election in the midterms, and so they're not in favor of it. There are also some Democrats who are saying, wait a minute, because they don't know if they suspend this federal gas tax, is there any guarantee that the major oil companies will go along with it and actually pass that savings on to consumers? So there's a lot of debating and discussion that's got to go on about this on the federal level before anything like that would happen. Hallie?
Rahima Ellis, keeping your eye. As always, Rahima, thank you on the things happening across the country. Appreciate it. This brings us quite seamlessly to tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on because you know that gas is hitting hard some of these Lyft and Uber drivers, right? So Lyft today is joining Uber and Instacart and adding a fuel charge to help drivers offset what they pay at the pump. It's because some of these drivers have been eating into their paychecks just to put gas in the car to get you the stuff that you need or to get you where you're going, right? But are these surcharges enough to actually make up for what they're spending? Vaughn Hilliard has more.
Today, Lyft is the latest company to add a fuel surcharge onto its service, paid by customers going directly to drivers, after calls from drivers for help in bearing the burden of today's high gas prices.
From last year to now, my gas has gone up almost $300 per month. So any help we can get is fantastic.
Lyft announcing the addition of an extra 55-cent charge onto every ride.
The gas price is going up. I think it's only fair.
This after Uber last week implemented its own, up to 55 cents for a ride and up to 45 cents for Uber Eats deliveries. Both companies saying their fuel surcharges will last for at least 60 days. Changes after pressure from the rising gas prices. Rideshare companies do not cover the costs of filling up the tank. A coalition of drivers just last week demonstrating outside of Los Angeles. Drivers across the country reevaluating what routes they take.
You don't really want to go that far anymore.
But it's not just rideshare companies hearing the pleas. Instacart, the grocery delivery app, says it will also do the same, adding on 40 cents to each of its customer orders.
Chris?
Hey, yes.
Here's your groceries.
But do these new charges cover that extra cost?
It's not enough. We need more.
Mike Robinson has driven for Lyft for 6 years in San Bernardino, California.
That cuts extremely into our profits, the gas. And so we want to make money. We got to work longer hours.
Providing delivery service at the same prices or the same fares as before the fuel price hikes is just not sustainable.
Arun Sundarajan is the author of The Sharing Economy.
At the same time, a lot of riders will say, we have seen the increase in price in order to catch an Uber or a Lyft rise over time.
I expect that there will be a lot less pushback from riders at this point in time from this wave of price increases compared to what was happening last year, because there's a much more transparent and easy to understand reason for why fares are going up.
You know, I think that's Vaughn Hilliard joins us now. I think that's super interesting, Vaughn. Can I just share with our audience here? Like, I used Instacart the other day to get some stuff for my sick kid, you know, and I noticed the fuel charge was like 45 cents for that particular Instacart run. You know, happy to pay it, obviously. Drivers want a little bit more, don't they? Some of them think that it should be even more.
Right. Some think that it should be even more here because these drivers are dealing with the reality that gas prices in the last year have gone anywhere from 35% to 40% increase. And yet when they go and fill up, for a great many of these drivers, they're not even able to break even, not to mention even turning here a profit. And when you're looking at this gig industry, right, these are folks that don't have sick pay. They don't have overtime pay,
right.
Hallie. These are gig workers. And essentially it crescendoed enough to where there was enough noise where ultimately Uber, Lyft, Instacart said, OK, we'll provide you a surcharge. But on every ride, all that is for Uber or Lyft, it's 55 cents per ride. Again, for so many, that doesn't even begin to meet the profit point.
You talked about the wave of pressure on some of these countries. Talk about where that pressure was coming from, right? Because some of this, it feels like some of this could be optics for these companies, right? That they want to be seen as doing good things for their drivers. And some of it was true, like necessity. They needed to do this to retain people to work for them because that's what their company is built on, this gig economy.
They need those drivers. Yes, they don't have to provide them a slew of benefits, right? But ultimately, they do make up their workforce, you know, and to a great extent, there is some goodwill involved. The entire amount of that surcharge is going to those workers. But you said it there, it's also necessity. They have to retain these drivers in order to make their companies run. They lost a great number of them during the pandemic who turned to other jobs here. And if Uber, Lyft, Instacart are not able to provide the services to match that demand, well, ultimately, it's the companies that then falter, Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard with that story for us. Vaughn, thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks, my friend.
And that does it for this hour. Tomorrow, remember, we've got coverage all day long of the senators questioning Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson starting at 8:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. It is going to be a busy 24 hours. We're glad you're right here with us. We're glad to have you. Our coverage of today's news picks up right now. We're coming on the air with history on the Hill, and senators finally